This young man absolutely hated going to school every day. Whenever he looked out at the rain outside the window, he felt an intense sense of powerlessness. The second-year midterms were approaching. Gello was always sleep-deprived and just wanted to lie in bed his entire life. But his cute younger sister Dissen would wake him up every morning by pulling his hair. Besides, he still felt he had to go to school because there he could see Chanbi and be by her side almost all day. As expected, Go was late again today. As he stealthily entered the classroom, he saw the teacher had just caught Chanbi, who was also late. So the two had to stand in the hallway as punishment, silently listening to the teacher's scolding. This happened so often that the teacher just got angry and yelled at them. But this was nothing the two of them cared about. In this moment of standing in the hallway for being late, the two found themselves side by side again. Chanbi seemed to want to say something to him, but she stammered shyly and couldn't open her mouth. Meanwhile, Go felt pleased at the thought that by coming to school he could stand next to the girl he had a crush on. Chanbi usually wore a bit too much makeup, but he didn't mind. Go knew that Chanbi treated him differently from her other friends. In fact, at first she seemed to consider him just a normal friend, but she seemed to have started liking him since the beginning of this year. But Go didn't know why this had happened. Suddenly, the teacher appeared behind Chanbi and wiped all the makeup off her face with a wet wipe, leaving her greatly flustered. Chanbi hastily covered her face with her hands while simultaneously glancing sideways at Go, begging the teacher to stop. Her face looked as if she was about to cry, but she eventually had to compromise and let all her makeup be wiped off. He noticed every one of these small gestures and realized that she was interested in him. That became Go's motivation for going to school every day. No matter how bothersome it was, he greatly enjoyed knowing that someone as pretty as Chanbi liked him. Soon Go had to give a presentation without looking at his materials, which troubled him greatly, and he yelled in the classroom. Just then, Chanbi was also peeking in from outside. As soon as his gaze met hers, she quickly looked away, but Go had already seen her. In the end, she couldn't help but shyly push open the door and come in. After a few typical polite questions, the atmosphere seemed to quiet down. A moment later, Chanbi couldn't help but ask if it was okay for her to stay, saying it was too noisy outside and distracting. While Go was explaining something, Chanbi confidently walked in, sat in the front row and offered to help him. Though embarrassed, Go of course couldn't refuse. The two grew closer after just one practice session. A long and happy day passed like that, but life was full of surprises, and it was a moment where Go felt filled with dopamine. He had no idea of the impending crisis. On the last day of midterms, he was happily planning to hang out the next day when Chanbi approached him and started talking, surprising him. So the two asked each other about the exam they had just taken. After a moment of hesitation, Chanbi promised to go out with him tomorrow, and said she had something important to tell him. However, Go, thinking about everything, wanted to keep things exactly as they were, so he refused her. But after a long time had passed since his refusal, he lived like a man lost in thought. He kept worrying about Chanbi, and was disappointed in himself for having made excuses and refused her when she had bravely asked him out. Thus Go decided to go to school the next day and ask her out again to make up for it. But Chanbi didn't show up all day. This was because she had hit her head on a box full of beer bottles while working and suffered a severe headache. He thought she would be fine, but Chanbi was absent from school for 2 consecutive weeks. And what he learned during that time was that she had lost all her memories from the past year. This meant she had even forgotten the fact that she had been interested in him. On the day they met again, Chanbi looked at him with cold, unfamiliar eyes, as if he were a complete stranger. She was no longer the girl who used to like him. Now there was nothing between them. When he clearly realized this fact, Go, immersed in past memories, kept opening and closing an umbrella under the hot sun. He had been so happy to have Chanbi's attention, but he had run away like a coward. By the time he tried to correct his mistake, it was already too late for everything. She no longer liked him, leaving him alone with a heart that still fluttered because of her. Gello kept asking himself like a person lost in thought what he should do. Chanbi gently called out, "Kong Go." Gello looked at her with affectionate eyes. He was sure Chanbi had liked Kong Gello. In other words, she had liked me. He was so embarrassed that his cheeks flushed red. He didn't know what he had done to make her like him, but she had been like that from last March until now, and it had been a mutual feeling. And for some reason all those memories had vanished. Chanbi asked directly, "Was there anything important between us that I should know?" Him suddenly interjected into the conversation. "Between you and Kong Gello," Him said firmly. "No, there's nothing, absolutely nothing, nothing at all," Him said, pulling out her phone. "I mean, I looked to see if there was anything, but there's nothing. No texts, no photos. You two never went out alone. As far as I know." "She'd be surprised too," Chanbi said disbelievingly. "Nothing, really nothing," Him still remembered vividly. "No, we went out as a group. But that's all." He was uncomfortable but remained silent. He knew that no one knew about their relationship. Go regretted not having revealed his feelings yet. They had been extremely careful. To avoid being discovered by gossips, they should have been more obvious. He had to grit his teeth and bear it. Who would have known things would turn out this way? Chanbi could no longer remain calm. "I was really shocked when I found out too." Song Woohyuk immediately understood the situation. "So you don't remember anything from last May until the day of the accident?" She was recalling other memories. "No, the last thing I remember was the club admission interview and the end of midterms." Chanbi arranged the events in her mind chronologically. "All my memories from last May. So that's exactly 1 year. She was truly sad. All the relationships I made before are now gone. Him had to step forward and explain. And that's when I showed up. I'm in the process of reintroducing her to her old friends. Choi Dong-wook always maintained a cold expression. So why did you call us here? She has a reason she needs to. Choi Dong-wook, Song Woo-hyuk, I called you two here to introduce you to Chanbi. The conversation became awkward, but then, we went to middle school together. Don't you remember? Of course I remember. No need for introductions. I know these two. Song Woo-hyuk made a worried expression again. Oh my god, Chanbi, did you entrust your lost year of memories to this kid? Chanbi said. How could I forget the talkative Song Woo-hyuk and the gloomy Choi Dong-wook? No matter how hard I try to forget, I couldn't forget you two. Song Woo-hyuk wanted to confirm one thing. Do you remember transferring schools last year? Chanbi answered calmly. Choi Dong-wook was in the same class as me. Woo-hyuk was in class 5. I remember it all. She was very proud. See how effective my method is? You idiot, you're really pretty. He rejoiced inwardly. She looked completely normal, as if nothing had happened. Maybe this is better than her being sadly depressed, he suddenly remembered. Oh right, there was also that name. The one who said he'd register if she did. Did you introduce her to that name? Choi Dong-wook smiled brightly. It's been a while since I heard that story again. Him happily continued the story. I completely forgot about that name. You know, that strange name from the club interview last year. A male student pointed at Chanbi and said if she joins, I'll join the club too. She was greatly displeased. I remember that name, so don't talk about that anymore. Chanbi didn't look pleased at all. Please him, you don't need to introduce me to people like that anymore, okay? Song Woo-hyuk said meaningfully. Why not? I mean, who knows? Maybe among those people there's someone you've forgotten, he made Chanbi puzzled. Like someone you were shy around or something. She wasn't sure either. Even someone I liked. Chanbi seemed to think that was impossible. I'm an outgoing person by nature. Do I look like someone who gets shy when people are around? Besides, if I liked someone, Chanbi wouldn't have hidden it, and we would definitely have gone somewhere together. She was much more relieved. Anyway, it's a real relief that nothing happened during that time. A volleyball flew through the air. Go had an absurd thought. I don't think things would have gotten so messed up. He found it difficult to accept the truth. If it had been anyone else, Go would have willingly had a crush on her. If the feelings between us are known only to me and Chanbi no longer likes me, he seemed to be tormenting himself, then it's just my own delusion. Nevertheless, Yellow still focused on the ball game. He couldn't help but think, even if a guy like me said, you used to like me, Go continued to hesitate. He was oblivious to the ball about to hit his face. Who would believe that? Choi Dong-wook hastily called his name. Hey Go, drops of blood fell on his glasses. He quickly approached and asked, are you okay? What are you doing? Even Chanbi. Go was flustered when someone mentioned her. How, why her? No, Choi Dong-wook gently explained, you both just got hit by the ball. He ruffled Go's hair. You're bleeding from your nose. I guess I aimed for your poor nose. Hiram immediately ran over to her. Chanbi, are you okay? Oh no, that's bad. The black-haired female student was also very worried. Are you okay? For some reason, Choi Dong-wook asked playfully. Double nosebleed? It turned out Chanbi was also bleeding from her nose. A student advised, you two should go to the nurse's office. There wasn't a soul in the hallway in front of the nurse's office. Chanbi's voice echoed from outside the door. We have nosebleeds. The school nurse was busy tending to another student's injury. Both of you sit there and wait for a bit. I'll be done soon. She complied readily. Yes. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Chanbi and Go remained silent. He urged himself, it's too quiet. Say something. Go glanced sideways. Even her small gesture of sweeping her hair back was enough to make someone's heart flutter. Chanbi said, I think it's stopped. He realized the difference. Now Chanbi doesn't blush even when she's near me. In the past, Go often saw her wearing a mask, but now she's unhesitant with her bare face. He sat silently next to Chanbi. Now that it's just the two of us like this, I finally grasped the difference. He didn't know what to do. Perhaps because he was too shocked. Go seemed lost in thought. She suddenly paused for a few seconds. Chanbi still had some lingering curiosity. Go, was there any conflict or something between us that people don't know about? She seemed very curious about their relationship. I mean, everyone says we were always awkward with each other and there was nothing between us. If we were drifting apart, there must have been a reason. Chanbi pondered the current situation, but upon rethinking, she became even more certain. I thought there was absolutely no reason for that. Chanbi admitted directly. In fact, it was the complete opposite. I think I was trying to get closer to you. She became confused. Anyway, so was there something between us? Chanbi wanted clarification. Go was startled when she called out. He explained, flustered. First of all, there was no conflict. Really, we never even fought. Just then, someone's call interrupted their conversation. All right, kids, you're all done. Chanbi also felt relieved. I'm glad there was no conflict between us. Let's go. Go always reassured himself. Stay calm. It's going to be okay. There's still plenty of time. And then he realized he went into the restroom to wash his glasses. Even one tiny detail made Go happy. At least to her, he wasn't an invisible presence that would affect her future. So now he had to think about what to do next. He couldn't just stay put like before. If confessing was impossible, then what about being close friends? But how should I do it? Go seemed shy. What should I do? Yu Sang-gun suddenly appeared in the restroom. Go, what are you doing here? He was slightly startled. You startled me. Yu Sang-gun, I almost didn't recognize you. Yu Sang-gun was aware of the news. Did you do something wrong? Why are you so surprised? You went to the nurse's office with Chanbi, didn't you? Go was surprised. Yeah, how did you know? It turned out he was already lying on a bed in the nurse's office. I was lying right next to you. Yu Sang-gun spoke in riddles and didn't tell the truth. Anyway, did Chanbi come to school today? I was also wondering when she'd be back. I heard about the accident but couldn't reach her, Go explained on her behalf. Really, her old phone broke. She got a new phone with a new number too. Didn't she tell you? He again wondered about someone else's personal belongings. So what happened to her old phone now? He had overheard. I think she said she threw it away, but I'm not sure either. Go honestly shared everything he knew. She's filling in the blanks. By asking her friends, they're retelling her about what happened before and other things. Before he could finish, Sang-gun put a hand on Go's shoulder. The fact that she didn't remember most of what happened in high school disturbed him greatly. She doesn't remember? What do you mean? It was just a small accident, wasn't it? He raised a doubt. Wasn't he close to Chanbi? Go told him the truth. Chanbi lost a year's worth of memories in that accident. Only then did Sang-gun pull his hoodie off his eyes. He too must have been shocked. So it was true. Sang-gun clutched his head. A whole year, from first grade, and her old phone is gone too. He pressed himself. What's wrong with you? This feels ominous. I can see myself. Gello found this abnormal. Sang-gun was so distressed that he hung his head to the ground. Damn, why did this happen? He wasn't surprised. From Yu Sang-gun's current reaction, he uttered a meaningful statement. She promised to give me an answer after midterms. Go froze on the spot. Thoughts whirled in his head. Did he also have feelings for her? Did he like her? Gello was also flustered. Calm down, it'll be okay. Chanbi isn't someone who can be swayed that easily. Wait, she doesn't like me anymore. He anticipated the next situation. If that's the case, then I will do what I have to do, and Yu Sang-gun will also do what he has to do to win her heart. Go was already discouraged. Is that really true? We weren't in the same league in the first place. Sang-gun said directly. I clearly told Chanbi that I liked her. He continued to compare. He's close to her and popular with other kids too. If someone like him confesses, then he no longer had the courage to speak. Ah, Sang-gun confided. Chanbi also told me she liked me, Bati. We were almost a couple. Go couldn't believe his ears and countless question marks popped into his head. The two stood silently in the school hallway. Go stood blankly for a moment, then stammered out. You and Chanbi. His face turned pale, and he asked, sweating, liked each other? Sang-gun looked at him with a slight hesitation and replied, yes. He saw him standing blankly in surprise, but continued. We both didn't like to show off or express things overtly, so probably not many people knew. Midterms. Those words now resonated in Go's ears like a rainbow. What did I just hear? He thought inwardly, looking at Sang-gun's awkward expression. Suddenly, everything is in a mess. It's true that he was close to her, and he's not someone who would lie about something like this. And most importantly, it can't be said that nothing happened between them. But Chanbi really liked me. Gello became like a goldfish swimming between two people's romance. No way. He stopped imagining and lowered his head, asking himself, was she just giving me false hope? No, what crazy thoughts am I having? I don't know what the truth is. Go bit his lip and tried to calm himself. Yes, that wasn't the Chanbi I knew. I still have to have a little faith, and nothing is certain yet. Thinking that, he clenched his fist and said, Yu Sang-gun, so what are you going to do now? Hearing that, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. After a few seconds, he awkwardly raised his head and replied, since her memories won't come back right away, I'll do my best to make everything go back to how it was without putting pressure on Chanbi. Go listened with wide blank eyes as he mumbled, I haven't been able to talk to her for a long time, and it'll be sad to see her treating me like a stranger. That statement made him think, so he's trying to win her heart again? I didn't think it was something that could be decided so easily. I hate to admit it, but he's cool. On the other hand, why do I feel so empty? Another day on the crowded sports field, Woo Hyuk walked by exclaiming, today's lunch was really? Dong Wook also agreed, saying it seemed so. Just then Woo Hyuk suddenly shouted, it's Sang-gun. They saw him talking to Hai Rim. Yeah, it's been a while. Dong Wook also seemed to recognize her. Next to him was Ji Hai Rim. What kind of scene is this? Woo Hyuk also glanced sideways and replied, she's probably talking nonsense as usual. As soon as he finished speaking, someone unwrapped a candy and asked, are they still there? Chanbi appeared from somewhere and joined the conversation. Why do they have so much to talk about? Woo Hyuk pointed at her as soon as he saw her and scoffed. It's the nosebleed trio, Dong Wook immediately corrected. It's a duo. Chanbi didn't care much either. I still don't remember much, so I feel uneasy without him. Only then did Dong Wook glance at what she was holding in her hand. But you don't look uneasy. What are you chewing on? Chanbi generously extended a bag of candy, inviting them. It's jelly Dissen gave me to cheer me up. Do you guys want some? Dong Wook immediately refused. No thanks. Woo Hyuk delightedly unwrapped a candy. Give me some too. Meanwhile, Go had been avoiding Chanbi's eyes, seemingly more embarrassed than before, but she didn't pass him by. She extended the bag of candy directly in front of him and said in a relaxed voice, Kong Go, you like orange flavor, right? I'm not eating any, so you can have them all. Hearing that, Go rejoiced inwardly. She still remembers. Outwardly, he brightly reached out his hand and took the candy. Thank you. Just then a loud voice was heard. Chanbi, the person didn't mind Go's actions and continued to shout loudly. Yu Sang-gun is here. Him frantically waved her hand, pointing to the person next to her. Over here. Do you still remember Yu Sang-gun? A moment later, Chanbi glanced sideways and Sang-gun also spoke with a slight awkwardness. She doesn't need to go this far. He stood with one hand in his pocket looking at Chanbi. Anyway, I was really worried when I heard about your amnesia. Do you remember me? She replied, of course. We were in the same class last year. Sang-gun's voice immediately brightened. Really, that's good. I couldn't reach you after the accident, but today I found out you have amnesia. Upon saying this, she suddenly remembered. Oh right, I have a new phone, just a moment. The two quickly took out their phones and exchanged contacts. I'll call you. After they were done, Sang-gun hesitantly spoke. Used to hang out a lot, but I guess you don't remember anything now. Chanbi glanced at him and gently denied. No, I don't remember anything from last May onwards. Tell me if you get a chance. Hearing that, he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled brightly. That's good. Today is your first day back, so you must be tired enough. Let's take it slow. I'll stop by your class sometimes. Chanbi waved as she watched him leave. Okay, only after Sang-gun was completely gone did Woo-hyuk him Dong-wook and go come over from somewhere. What a strange vibe that was. I thought so too. Chanbi turned around and explained in confusion. We just talked for a bit. He's always a kind person to everyone, you know. Woo-hyuk stroked his chin and said knowingly. But he was so uneasy, wasn't he? He's never been like that, you know what I mean? Besides, he looked like he had something left unsaid. Hearing that, Chanbi could only remain silent. After a moment she cleared her throat and asked, was there something between him and me? At this point, him scratched her face and said, last year after school I saw you two together at Donald. Woo-hyuk also remembered with a start and added, we asked later, but you kept insisting you were just friends, so we believed it too. The more Go heard them talk, the more gloomy and depressed he became. I have nothing to do with it, but why do things related to him keep coming up? Meanwhile, Woo-hyuk and him continued to tease Chanbi. I knew it. You sly ones, there was something after all. I mean, you Sang-gun isn't a bad choice either. We officially approve of your relationship, she gently denied, sweating. You're exaggerating too much, it's not like that. A moment later a voice was heard from inside the second-year Class 3 classroom. Chanbi, I brought some photos of us from last month. The students were trying to help her regain her memories together. Chanbi, do you remember me? We met yesterday. These are photos from the outdoor activities. Have you seen them already? Chanbi was also trying to understand what they were saying. Oh right, I remember you. You're Ina. Disun, who was sitting next to Kong Ina, calmed them down. Guys, calm down, her brain is about to overload. Another friend picked up her phone again and asked Disun, did you show her what I sent? She looked at it and replied, I saw it. Finishing her words, she reached out and swiped to another photo. This too. This is Ji Hai-rim. Hearing this, Disun asked Chanbi again, where's Hai-rim? She tapped her phone and replied, she's resting. Hearing that, she was surprised. It's only been a day. Chanbi didn't say anything more and focused on her phone. Suddenly, Sang-gun approached from behind and spoke. Do you still have a lot to talk about even after yesterday? He smiled slightly and said, I wrote down everything I need to tell you, but I think it's better to do it later. Chanbi raised her head and replied, these guys and I aren't done yet. Let's do it later. The three people, seeing the atmosphere between them just now, immediately had their radar for interesting news automatically turned on. They immediately rushed to make excuses. We're all done, aren't we? It's all done, do whatever you want. Chanbi is yours now. Only after seeing the two of them walk out the door together did someone wonder. Was there something between them? Disun, who knew best, replied, they used to hang out together often last year too. The other two also quickly confirmed. I just remembered too, I mean you Sang-gun is not bad either. They continued talking, completely unaware that Go was sitting behind them listening. So Chanbi's secret romance was revealed this way. His mind was endlessly confused. Since that day, Yu Sang-gun came to their class every day to see Chanbi. The two were seen always together every day, and all those scenes entered Go's eyes. Nevertheless, he could only watch, and he couldn't do anything. Another day, Gello stood on the edge thinking inwardly, don't worry about school. A gloomy aura emanated from his whole body. I really don't want to go to school. Just then, the pedestrian light turned green. Gello walked blankly thinking, I don't know how to figure out who Chanbi really liked, and I don't have the courage to butt in and say that person was me. A few seconds later, the traffic light started blinking. At that moment, Chanbi's urgent figure flashed by. Go, completely unaware, was still lost in thought. I was just imagining a scene where I could only watch them and do nothing. Suddenly he paused as he heard the loud blare of a car horn mixed with Chanbi's scream. As soon as I crossed the street and reached the side of the road, I turned around and saw her rushing out. Kong Gello, he flusteredly turned this way and that, then stammered a greeting. Hi, Chanbi bent at the knees, gasping, unable to speak properly. Why did you come alone? Normally, Go, bewildered, blushed and looked down at her, repeating inwardly, it's been a long time since it was just the two of us, but she looks unwell. As he looked closely at Chanbi's face at this moment, she was pale and exhausted. He mumbled, normally, even a little bit of running would make my head feel like it was going to explode. Suddenly, she couldn't hold it in anymore and retched. Go immediately widened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he awkwardly helped Chanbi, who was vomiting in a small alley. His face turned pale and he rubbed her back, muttering blankly to himself. Why is she like this since morning? Didn't she say she was better already? Every time she almost threw up bile, he chanted inwardly, no, 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 please don't collapse in front of me. Seeing Chanbi's bad condition, Go rummaged through his backpack for a solution. This won't do, I have to take her to the hospital. If we go to school like this, it'll get worse. He pulled out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her, saying, rinse your mouth. Before Gello could finish speaking, Chanbi held out her phone, stopping him. She requested in a tired and trembling voice, call my brother and ask him to pick me up. A moment later, Go's polite voice was heard. Yes, then we'll wait in front of Chanbi's house. He earnestly exhorted the person on the other end of the phone. I'm sure you're very worried, but please drive safely. After hanging up, Go sat down and tried to wake the exhausted Chanbi, who had collapsed. Chanbi, your brother will be here in 10 minutes. Let's try to go out to the front of your house. Do you think you can get up? But no matter how much he called, she wouldn't wake up. Chanbi, she was now in a daze, and sweat soaked her pretty face. Go pursed his lips and worriedly leaned closer to examine her. I heard that when you live alone and get sick, you feel the loneliest. He hesitated, then reached out to touch her face. It must be, but he stopped his fingers and could not get any closer. Does she not want me to know? Go cowardly jumped up, clutched his head and fidgeted. Anyway, what should I do now? She doesn't seem like she can get up and her house is right there. But as he said that, he tensed up, sweating, and asked himself, should I carry her? Just then, Chanbi's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Sang-gun. Go stared at the phone, pursed his lips and wondered inwardly, why is he calling Chanbi so early in the morning? As he stared at his phone, a familiar voice came from beside him. What's this? How did Sang-gun coincidentally come all the way to the front of this narrow alley? What are you two doing here? He turned off his phone and approached, asking, Chanbi is next to you. What's going on? Then he crouched down and kept calling, Chanbi, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Sang-gun reached out and took Chanbi's hand, examining her. She's unconscious. He looked up at Go and asked Go, what happened to Chanbi? Why are you with her? He listened and explained honestly, I met her on the way to school and she started throwing up then. This is how she ended up. Her brother will be here soon, but we need to get her to the front of her house. Sang-gun understood the situation and chuckled, saying, so you just happened to meet her? Go didn't understand why he was asking that, but confirmed anyway. Yeah, anyway, we have to go. She's sick. We can't just leave her like this. Before he could finish speaking, Sang-gun suddenly reached out and, give me her bag. Go, puzzled, asked again, what? He narrowed his eyes and smiled brightly, replying, I'll take her. I know where her house is, so you can just go. I'll carry her. Go watched him take the bag and hesitated, suggesting, let's go together. He refused outright without listening. I don't think we need two people at this point. His voice dropped slightly. Besides, Go, you know my situation better than anyone, don't you? He watched Sang-gun's actions from the side and asked hesitantly. Me, he said, supporting Chanbi but still looking at Go meaningfully. You're the only one who knows, so you'll understand better than anyone. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, but his words weren't very kind. So if you know what I mean, let us go. Sang-gun put Chanbi's arm around his neck and looked at Go. You can go now, but Go's attention wasn't on his words. This was because the hand placed on Chanbi's waist was not at all innocent. If you don't want to be even later, you should go now. Go felt regretful looking at Chanbi's exhausted and pale face. No, I haven't done anything right until now, but this is my last chance to do something for her. But I could only watch. But what am I doing right now? Am I just going to watch Sang-gun take her away? Really? Go opened his mouth in displeasure. Wait, Sang-gun turned his head, wondering what else he would do. But he just picked up Chanbi's phone and handed it to him. Sang-gun smiled brightly and replied, thanks, and so Go could only swallow his tears and walk in a different direction from the two. He rationalized inwardly as he walked, she's sick. There's no need to waste time arguing with him. But he suddenly fell silent and his steps grew heavier. But why did he see us? We were clearly in a corner. Could it be that they always go to school together? Should I have cut in between them and followed? I should have been the one to take her home then. Thinking this far, Go couldn't help but blame himself. Damn it, I can't believe myself. Anyway, this cursed world. A moment later, Sang-gun's gentle voice was heard from below Chanbi's house. Chanbi, we're home. Let's wait here for a bit. Only then did she regain a little consciousness and ask, home? Sang-gun looked at her with a worried expression and tilted his head. How do you feel? Do you recognize me? Chanbi raised her head and vaguely replied, you're you, Sang-gun. Then she lowered her head again, sighed and asked, aren't you supposed to be at school? Damn, I'm such a nuisance. Sang-gun just smiled and replied, of course I should be here with you. But she still felt apologetic. I'm sorry. She scrunched her cheeks and murmured gloomily, I know you're working really hard because of me. You're looking into everything to help me get my memories back, but I keep forgetting. If this keeps happening, you'll get angry too. I'm really sorry. Sang-gun listened to her murmuring for a moment, then forced a smile and interrupted her. I'm not angry at all, so you don't need to apologize. Chanbi glanced at him blankly. Sang-gun repeated as he unzipped her bag, you don't need to apologize. Then he handed her his phone. Even before you lost your memories, I liked you first and confessed my feelings. Chanbi's face grew paler the more she heard him speak. And even if I have to do it again, I don't mind at all. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Go was listening to Hiram's complaints. So what happened this morning? I thought Chanbi was homesick in bed. At this point she pointed behind her with her finger. And Dong-wook just happened to see everything on the bus. Dong-wook, also leaning on his desk, recalled and replied, I only saw the part where the two of them met. Go listened and hesitated, admitting, yes, that's true. He thought to himself that he wouldn't have mentioned it if Dong-wook hadn't asked first. Suddenly him spoke up, but you, Sang-gun, keeps getting involved in Chanbi's affairs. His name keeps coming up. Go glanced at her, remained silent for a moment, then replied, she'll be fine soon. A voice from beside him said, I know, you have to do something. He didn't answer, sighed and stood up. I'm going back to my seat. Dong-wook saw his evasive response and pondered for a moment. Then he quietly called out, Hiram. Dong-wook gestured for her to come over. Hiram looked up and retorted, not you again. Eventually, Dong-wook went to her seat and whispered in her ear. A moment later, Hiram suddenly picked up her phone and smiling brightly approached Go. Go, will you take this? He looked at the phone with a black screen in her hand and wondered, take what? A call? Hiram put the phone in his hand without any explanation. Take it. Go quickly grabbed her hand and asked, what is it? Why are you giving it to me? He answered the phone blankly anyway. Hello, I'm sorry, who is this? The answer came immediately from the other end of the line. Hello, I thought you had something to say. As soon as Go heard the voice he was startled and covered the microphone with his hand. "It's Chanbi." She was slightly confused by Go's whispering voice from the other end of the phone. Hiram, following Dongwook's instructions, looked at Go cunningly and thought to herself, "I've given you a little push so you can tell her how much you worry about her." Seeing that, he blushed and barely managed to answer the phone. "Chanbi, it's Go. Hi." Outwardly calm, his heart was already in turmoil. "I have something to say and I'm happy to hear her voice, but how do I start talking?" In the end, he hesitated and asked about her well-being. "Are you feeling better?" On this end, Chanbi was lying on her side holding her phone, and replied, "I feel much better after getting an IV drip and a good night's sleep." As if remembering something, she suddenly picked up her phone. "Wait, it's Hiram, isn't it? She forced you to answer the phone, didn't she?" Go, flustered, denied her question. "No, it's not like that. I mean, I just wanted to check if you were okay because you looked like you were about to collapse in front of me this morning." Chanbi heard that and was startled, quickly raising her head. Then she hurriedly asked, "Were you there this morning too?" As soon as she heard Go's confirmation, Chanbi shouted excitedly, "I knew it, it was you. I knew there was someone else there. So you were the first person I met? Damn, I'm so sorry, I only just found out." Go was surprised for a moment, then quickly reassured her, "It's okay, it's not your fault." But Chanbi's face had already turned pale and she clutched her blanket with trembling hands. "No, it's not." Just as he was about to say something more, someone suddenly came and snatched Chanbi's phone. "You," the person answered the phone with a dark expression. "Him, I'm Chanbi's brother, please take good care of my sister." Just as he was about to continue mumbling, the phone in his hand disappeared. "Can you believe she was diagnosed with overwork?" Chanbi quickly hung up and swore loudly. "Oppa, are you crazy? That wasn't Hiram," he replied calmly. "I didn't think it would be." Then he turned and left. "Get up and eat, the porridge is ready." Only then did Chanbi get out of bed, gasping, and ask, "Why porridge? I'm fine." Her brother came with the porridge and retorted, "No, should I live with you and tie you down?" She heard that and was speechless, eventually accepting her fate. "Thank you for the meal." Before her brother left, he suddenly spoke, "Oh right, I'm fixing your old phone." Chanbi asked while eating, "My old phone? Why?" He slowly took off his apron and explained, "You were using it right up until the accident. Maybe there's something on it that can help you get your memories back. See, you didn't listen when I told you not to take that part-time job." Chanbi pouted her lips listening to him complain, "It's not my fault I can't remember. This is driving me crazy too, Oppa, you don't know." The next day, Chanbi came to school as usual. As she walked, she thought to herself, "Did they redecorate this place? It looks different somehow." Thinking this far, she picked up a can of drink to sip. At this moment, someone passing by suddenly spoke, "Hi, Chanbi." She was startled and spat out her drink but still replied politely, "Hi." The two passers-by chuckled upon hearing that. "It's true, see, I told you she'd say hi." They continued to laugh and whisper in front of Chanbi, "How can such a pretty person greet me? Stop it." She turned and left, but inwardly she was very confused. What just happened? Suddenly a voice called from behind her. "Chanbi." A female student came out from behind the door and asked, "Are you okay coming to school today? I heard you were sick and resting at home yesterday." Chanbi immediately recognized her. "Hi, Yoon-do." Then she replied it wasn't very serious. Only then did Yoon-do rub the back of her neck a little awkwardly and say, "I didn't get a chance to bring this up earlier, but do you remember the upcoming meeting with the people from hair school? I'm wondering what we should do." Chanbi's face grew paler the more she heard. What kind of people? In the end, she walked up the stairs alone in a daze. The meeting was postponed indefinitely. As soon as she reached the top floor, she was surprised to see two male students passing by. "But you weren't there." Sang-gun waved as soon as he saw Chanbi. "Hi." She also smiled awkwardly and waved back. "Hi." She was a little confused inwardly. He confessed to me, but I haven't given him an answer yet. Even back in the classroom, Chanbi still couldn't concentrate and her head felt like it was about to explode. How on earth did I live before I lost my memory? It's like the first day. Then she smiled quite cheerfully. Anyway, it's a relief that nothing happened all year. But after that, too much information overwhelmed her. I jotted down some important things and remembered some things I wanted to remember. I thought that was enough to fill in the missing memories from the past year, but why did so many things happen? I'm constantly faced with new things, and I have to be busy catching up on other things. Is my life going to continue like this? When will it end? As she was confused by her own thoughts, a voice suddenly called out, "Chanbi." Him shouted to her from afar, "You said you'd skip after-school self-study today, right?" From beside her, Him also spoke up, "Aren't you having dinner either?" Chanbi suddenly turned around as if remembering something. "I've only eaten porridge all day today, so I have to eat something really delicious to make up for yesterday." At the same time, outside the sports field, Dong-wook walked out of the building with both hands in his pockets. "Weren't we just abandoned by Woo-hyuk? That name that emphasizes friendship, I mean. It seems he doesn't have any affection for us anymore." Go, who was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, replied calmly, "What's strange about that? He's always been like that." He recalled a moment ago. "Woo-hyuk, are we going to your house?" As soon as he heard that, he interrupted him forcibly. Something important suddenly came up. Back in the present, Go was walking and looking at his phone, unaware that Chanbi was around the corner. "I'll have a showdown with him tomorrow." She was about to buy water when she glanced at him. Dong-wook stopped when he saw her and asked, "Are you going home?" "I'm jealous, can I come too?" Chanbi heard that and was confused. "You're going too," he replied firmly. "No, Woo-hyuk abandoned us, so we're studying after school." Chanbi held up the cards in her hand and wondered, So are you guys going to eat at the cafeteria? Dong-wook closed his eyes and casually denied, no, we're going to eat something really delicious just us while he's not around. She, curious, asked as he patted Go's shoulder, the pho place right in front. Chanbi exclaimed, oh, that's simple. Then she turned her head and pointed to the store right in front of them, saying, you mean that store? Dong-wook, seeing the store name Vietnamese pho, confirmed and said, it will definitely not be a simple meal. Chanbi heard that and suggested, then can I come too? I've wanted to go there too. Then she showed them the multiple cards in her hand. All of those cards were covered with red stamps. See, I think I used to eat there often. Go's eyes widened in surprise as soon as he saw them, loyalty cards. The words Go had said floated vaguely in his mind. Of course you have to go too. You've collected all 10 stamps, haven't you, Go? Don't worry about them, take me too. With that thought, he quietly spoke to confirm. Yeah, you used to go there quite often. Dong-wook curiously picked up a few of her cards. How many do you have? They're all stamped cards. Look, you must be a regular customer just like Go. Chanbi took the cards he returned and asked, is Go a regular customer too? Dong-wook smiled and pointed at Go. He's obsessed with pho. He eats it 7 times a week. Chanbi tilted her head slightly at his words and asked, he likes it that much? Saying that, she slightly lowered her head, thinking about something. Then she suddenly raised her head and smiled. Chanbi abruptly turned and walked ahead, surprising the two. Even better, let's go. Go, watching her back, inwardly broke out in a cold sweat. I can't say it exactly. This thought suddenly made his face flush, but it feels like we've gone back to how we were. And so Go followed Chanbi with a joyful face, unconcerned that Dong-wook was rummaging through his pants pockets. Alright, I won't care about anything. This world is truly beautiful. Afterwards, at the Vietnamese pho restaurant, Dong-wook ordered from Go. Give me my usual. Go, taking off Chanbi's bag for her, asked back, spicy and cilantro on the side, right? As all three sat at the table, Dong-wook spoke again. You remember really well, and more fried dumplings. Go picked up the menu and placed it in front of the two. Order more, I'm hungry too. Chanbi gasped as she looked at the menu, immediately making his eyes light up. They have every single item. While she was choosing, he kept looking left and right, fidgeting. After a moment, Go couldn't hold back any longer and reached out his hand to suggest. You usually order this menu. He leaned over and pointed at an item on the menu. Every time we come here, Chanbi innocently asked back. This one. Go was slightly flustered and waved his hand. It's fine if you choose something else. Chanbi didn't refuse and curiously asked if it was spicy. He glanced at it and replied in a low voice, I thought you'd like it. Hearing that, she immediately decided, then I'll skip that today. Suddenly Go's voice sounded hesitant. Oh, and yesterday. But Chanbi suddenly interrupted him, pointing at a dish. My brother will order this dish. It wasn't spicy. While waiting for the food, Chanbi took out her phone and took pictures. Dong-wook, sitting next to her, asked curiously, is that for Instagram? Why don't you post something more meaningful? She fiddled with her phone and casually replied, I post everything. He picked up some food with his chopsticks and glanced at her at the same time. I mean, you post too much. Dong-wook was startled to see the countless posts on Chanbi's Instagram story. How many do you post a day? Look at this. She pouted her lips upon hearing that. So what? You don't know how much Instagram helps me. Gello, sitting opposite, listened to her logic while casually pouring water. If I lose my memory again, I really don't know what to do. Memories are useless. What's recorded is important. As soon as she finished speaking, he extended a glass of water. Dong-wook, sitting next to her, took the glass. Go handed her another glass of water and asked, then what happened to everything you posted in the past year when you lost your memory? Did you find it? Chanbi replied somewhat awkwardly. Yeah, I've been trying desperately to figure out what happened from last May to this May. Dong-wook secretly looked at her phone and was suddenly surprised. Wait a minute, look at this. He pointed at a picture of a pigeon posted on April 8th. What am I doing here with the pigeon lady? Chanbi held the phone in front of Dong-wook and asked curiously, isn't that Song Woo-hyuk? He reached out and rubbed the screen, squinting as he replied, looks like me. Still, he asked Go again as if to confirm. Gello, who do you think this is? He looked closely and thought for a moment. Suddenly another post caught his eye. He looked at a picture of an injured person posted on April 20th. This looks like Dong-wook. Then he reached out and pointed at Chanbi's screen. Go asked curiously, then what about this? April 20th, did you figure out what this is? She was surprised and pulled back her phone. April 20th, this is. As soon as Chanbi saw it, she remembered it was a picture from outdoor activities. Go was surprised as soon as he heard the answer. How did you know? But her next answer surprised him even more. The person sitting next to me told me. Chanbi held out her phone screen and tilted her head, saying, the person sitting next to me back then was Yu Sang-gun, and you guys said he was from a different school, right? We all believed it. I don't remember anything. Gello was surprised for a moment, then cautiously asked in a low voice, how did you know it was Yu Sang-gun? Chanbi seemed a little confused but still replied, because he said so. He said nothing more and quietly placed the glass of water on the table. I see. Then suddenly the restaurant fell silent with only the sound of clattering dishes around. Go's eyes widened, and he recalled that picture again. But wasn't it me sitting next to her? He clearly remembered the two of them sitting together on a secluded staircase that day. It's definitely a picture taken during outdoor activities, but that person is Go. Not Yu Sang-gun. Why did he tell her it was him? The more he thought about it, the more he doubted. Why would he lie about something like that? Yu Sang-gun, that damn bastard, lied about everything? Then she wasn't giving me false hope. right? But as soon as the food came out, Go regained his composure and exclaimed, "All right, time to eat." Dong-wook picked up his chopsticks and admired the level of excitement. "It's truly top tier," Chanbi also agreed. "You're right, it doesn't look simple at all." Go blushed and happily looked at Chanbi sitting opposite him. "Then this is truly the beginning for us." After stamping all 10 marks on the first card, he suggested a celebratory meal for the whole group. Chanbi went with us then too. He clearly remembered her face was very bright then. "It's really delicious. Our first commonality was simply liking the same food. But that small thing was the beginning of our connection." Since that day, Chanbi had shown Gello a loyalty card with 3 stamps, and the current situation also made him as excited as he was then. Then our story will begin again. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. So he looked up and asked Chanbi, "How is it?" She chewed her food, thinking about something. Then after a moment she looked down at her bowl, slightly surprised. A moment later Chanbi looked up and honestly commented, "It's just ordinary pho." Go was disheartened by her words. Really, he thought to himself with disappointment. Still, being able to eat with her is enough. After finishing the meal, it was already evening. Dong-wook turned around and spoke, "Thanks for the meal, Chanbi." She looked at the card in her hand and replied, "It's fine, you can send it to me later." Go immediately said, "Give me your account number." Meanwhile, Dong-wook suddenly panicked and rummaged through his pants pockets. Chanbi saw him and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Dong-wook hastily ran back into the restaurant. "Oh no, I left my phone in the bathroom, I'll be right back," Go admired in a low voice. "He's still fidgeting." Chanbi suddenly came closer to him and cautiously asked, "Gello, you ate too little. Is something wrong?" He was startled and gaped, asking back, "I ate a lot." She heard that and explained a reasonable reason. "For someone called obsessed with pho, you ate very little," Gono stammered with a blank face. But he suddenly changed the subject. "How about you? What do you think of this restaurant? Do you think it's worth coming here often like before?" Chanbi replied honestly, making Go's heart a little gloomy. "Well, to be honest, I don't think it's worth collecting that many cards, but I plan to come a few more times and next time I'll try the menu you recommended." Hearing that, his face flushed. "Thank you." "No, you have to try it." Saying that, he suddenly brought up the previous matter again. "Oh, by the way, give me your account number. I'll transfer the money right away." Chanbi immediately refused. "There's no need for that." Having said this much, she hesitated slightly and felt awkward. "I mean, considering how much trouble I caused you yesterday, at least let me pay you back for this." Go. He immediately panicked and replied, "But we ordered so much. Besides, you weren't any trouble at all." The more Chanbi listened, the darker her face became. "I was trouble, really too much trouble." "I'm sorry again." Just then, Sang-gun appeared from somewhere. "What trouble?" He smiled and asked curiously, "Are you talking about this morning?" As soon as Chanbi saw him, she was puzzled. "But aren't you going to cram school this afternoon?" Sang-gun smiled and replied, "No, I'm not." Go frowned inwardly as he watched their interaction. How can they get along so naturally? And why does he always appear whenever we're alone? Just then, Dong-wook returned. "Gello, did Chanbi leave?" He forced a smile, turning his gaze towards the two privately talking in the distance. "No." Meanwhile, Chanbi was making plans with Sang-gun. "Then let's meet next week. This week might be difficult." These words struck Go like a fatal lightning bolt. He followed Dong-wook like a dazed person. They were making plans to meet. Wait a minute. If they're meeting separately outside of school, then the end is near. He stopped and kept asking himself, "But why is it my end? Why?" Go recalled that picture again. You Sang-gun lied to her. Thinking that, he frantically ran to find him. Yes, it can't end like this. As soon as he saw Sang-gun, he gasped with joy. Thank goodness the bus hasn't arrived yet. He too was surprised as soon as he saw him. "Go, why are you back?" He raised his head and forced a smile, curling the corners of his lips. "I have something important to ask you." Sang-gun asked back, puzzled. Suddenly, Go opened his mouth to speak, inwardly cheering himself on. "Don't beat around the bush, just be honest." Then he gathered all his courage and said, "The pictures Chanbi posted on Instagram from the past year. She doesn't remember anything. She showed them to you, didn't she?" Sang-gun nonchalantly confirmed. "She showed them to me." "Why?" Go immediately continued to question. "Then do you remember telling her about the picture taken during outdoor activities?" Turned his head to look at him and replied, "If you're talking about that blurry picture, yes, I remember." "Why?" At this point, Go spoke frankly. "The person next to her in that picture is me." Gello looked at him with suspicious eyes. "But Chanbi told me you told her that person was you." His next question suddenly made him tense. "And I'm curious why." Sang-gun was silent for a moment upon hearing that. He slowly brought his hand near his mouth, then rubbed his chin, putting on an innocent expression. "What are you talking about? That was me." Sang-gun brazenly asserted. "Chanbi herself took that picture when the two of us were together." Go was very confused and said in a trembling voice, "Ha!" He hastily tried to refute. But she took that picture when she was with me." But Sang-gun firmly refuted, suddenly making him gloomy. "Are you sure? Aren't you confusing it with another picture or another person?" Go's eyes widened in surprise and he was speechless. In his mind, an image of the two of them sitting side by side suddenly appeared. "That person is you, Sang-gun." Still, he wanted to explain, "But it's me." Having said this much, Go suddenly stopped speaking. "Wait, what if both of us were next to her? I get it now. I was hoping you Sang-gun would admit he lied. Because then it would prove that Chanbi had feelings for me. But the truth is," Go suddenly imagined himself as just a fish in Chanbi's fishbowl. "Chanbi, what is that?" She didn't even care. "It's nothing." Sang-gun, this thought shocked him to the core. "Does that mean is it true?" Just then, Sang-gun turned and walked towards the bus that had just arrived. "My bus is here. About that picture, it's definitely me." Anyway, let's talk again tomorrow. And then the bus left and Go stood blankly on the road. Meanwhile, after the bus left, Sang-gun sat quietly alone inside the bus. He nervously took out his phone and looked at it. What on earth? Sang-gun asked himself in confusion. What on earth is going on? A voice was heard from beside the vending machine. So when will it be? Chanbi, about to get water, looked up dejectedly. Him excitedly gushed. That guy, the one who keeps clinging to you these days. When are you two going to start dating? I mean, now is the perfect time to announce it. She hesitated slightly upon hearing that. Well, inwardly she was confused, thinking to herself. Actually, only my final decision is left. Chanbi suddenly recalled Sang-gun's words. I should think of this as a second confession. Her face immediately darkened. Oh no, trying to figure everything out on my own is going to make my head explode. Him noticed her strange expression at this moment. What's wrong? Chanbi immediately came to her senses and brought the can of water to her face. It's just the ceiling. What are you talking about clinging? We just happened to meet often by chance. Him received the can of water and was surprised and puzzled. Just by chance? I mean, you two really meet too often. Chanbi froze upon hearing that. Well, that's true. Still, she wanted to clarify, but why do you keep suggesting we go beyond being friends? He's just the male equivalent of you. He's just a good friend who helps you reconnect with everything. She gently admonished, pulling out her lipstick. You're always like this. Whenever I get close to a guy, you start exaggerating everything. Hiram looked at her actions and asked suspiciously, What are you doing? Chanbi held the lipstick to her lips and looked at Hiram as if she couldn't understand. Hiram approached Chanbi menacingly. Why is that damn thing in your hand again? I thought you'd stopped putting that awful stuff on your face. Chanbi suddenly shivered upon hearing her words. Is it that bad? But I like it. Hiram didn't care and quickly decided, use my lipstick. Chanbi struggled to get her lipstick back. No, I prefer this one. She resisted fiercely but didn't give up. Here we go again. Soon Hiram snatched the lipstick and ran off. Behind her, Chanbi's shouts were heard. You don't give me a choice, hey, she mumbled, sobbing as she ran. I'm doing this for your face. He chased after her, scoffing. Why is she like that? It's just... Suddenly her eyes widened. First I have to catch her. Before long, Hiram was caught in Chanbi's hand like a rabbit. Chanbi got her lipstick back, put her arm around Hiram's shoulder and probed. You never said anything about me wearing makeup until now, Hiram replied gloomily. That's because you only wore makeup once or twice a year back then. I'll tell the Chinese teacher to wipe your face. Chanbi immediately recalled the person she mentioned. That kind teacher, Hiram immediately retorted. There's no way you'd remember. The more she spoke, the more annoyed she became and she yelled. You should have forgotten how to put on makeup too. Everyone else is looking at you strangely, aren't they? Chanbi, with her arm around Hiram's shoulder, walked past 3 male students. Excuse me, what are you looking at? They immediately said. We just felt something was starting. Meanwhile, Go, opening the classroom door, was still recalling past events in his mind. Chanbi started treating me differently since the beginning of this year. She often approached me when I was alone. I cherished those short moments when it was just the two of us. But she might have done it for another reason. Chanbi once spoke frankly to me when we were alone. I have something important to tell you. And that important thing wasn't what I thought it was. Gello sank deeper into the abyss of confusion. Yes, I have to stop. I shouldn't complicate things by getting between them. Thinking that, he immediately sought out Sang-gun. Hey, Sang-gun, Go smiled and pointed with his finger. About yesterday. He looked up at him. That thing, he understood and held out the photo. This photo, right? You also have a photo taken sitting next to Chanbi, don't you? Sang-gun wiped his face with his hand, glanced sideways and replied, I've thought about that problem, and here's the conclusion. We could both have photos taken with her. In the end, he asserted once more, but the person in this photo is me. Think about it. Why would she have your photo? Actually, I don't have a reason to think too much about this. Chanbi can take photos with you or with anyone she wants. Go closed his mouth upon hearing that. Look at that confident expression, he thought inwardly, looking at his seemingly honest face. Yes, that face doesn't look like it's lying. Then Sang-gun opened his mouth again. But I've started to wonder why you're reacting so seriously and sensitively to this issue. And I'm guessing it's because you like Chanbi, right? Seeing his surprise, he asserted once more, I can tell just by your expression. I didn't know anything when I told you about my feelings for her. Go said nothing, blushing as he thought. This is the first I'm hearing of that story. On his side, Sang-gun continued, if you think you're the person in the photo, then do you think I lied to Chanbi? Sitting next to her and taking a photo must have been a big deal for you. His voice trembled slightly upon hearing that. I mean, but Sang-gun immediately cut him off before he could finish speaking, infuriating him. Seriously, how far are you going to take this? Do you think you have feelings for her? My goodness, you must have been excited these past few days, haven't you? A moment later, Go regained his composure and slowly parted his lips. I had a legitimate reason to ask you that question. Because I also had reasons to believe that we were on the verge of being more than just friends. And when I realized that period overlapped with your story, his voice was cut off once again. You and Chanbi. Sang-gun didn't care and turned around, walking away. What made you misunderstand so much, and why are you bringing all this up now? Gello stood frozen, quietly saying, you said Chanbi had feelings for you too. But I clearly recorded my feelings and what I saw, and everything felt strange. But because I had no proof, I chose to remain silent. Sang-gun continued washing his hands without looking at him, sighing, what on earth kind of strange thoughts do you have in your head? All right, it seems Chanbi was quite nice to you too. So what are you trying to say? Go had no choice but to remain silent upon hearing that. He doesn't believe me, as he didn't answer. Sang-gun continued questioning. Are you implying that Chanbi was manipulating both of us at the same time? Only then did Go hesitate and open his mouth. If you're not lying, that's the only conclusion left. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of the faucet closing cut him off. Sang-gun glared at him coldly. Hey, are you sure? If not, you're really being too unfair to Chanbi. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just then, the sound of a canned drink falling to the floor broke the atmosphere. The two turned simultaneously to see Chanbi standing there flustered. Sang-gun chuckled awkwardly and hastily called out to Chanbi. She picked up the canned drink and turned around. You Sang-gun, she began. Then she placed the two canned drinks on the sink and suggested, let's go back to Chinese class. Let's plan what we'll do when we meet next week. He smiled and asked now. Chanbi didn't answer and suddenly held out one of the canned drinks to Go, saying, here, take this. His face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, surely she didn't hear our conversation. On his side, Sang-gun also received Chanbi's canned drink. Thanks. By the way, you're wearing lipstick. She glanced sideways upon hearing that, seemingly lost in thought. I've been looking a bit pale lately. He hastily cut her off. No. Chanbi suddenly changed the subject. Anyway, talk to Go. Sang-gun, who had approached, looked at his pale face and replied, we're done talking. Let's go now. Gallo, you'd really better think carefully before you go any further, okay? Saying that, he left with Chanbi, leaving him deep in thought. I decided to leave them alone. I don't know why I suddenly brought up this topic. If this continues, Go imagined himself whispering to Sang-gun like this. She's toying with both of us. I'm telling the truth. He also blindly believed it. Really, in the end, he abandoned Chanbi and left. Goodbye, Chanbi. She was left alone, murmuring, Did I do that? Did I do that? I don't remember anything. The incident eventually met a tragic end. Go's face grew paler and paler. Everything could end like that. Thinking this far, he hastily turned his head and ran. No, that's too much. I just go, he shouted loudly. You Sang-gun? He tapped his shoulder and stammered. Actually, I've thought about that issue again. His eyes were already frantic. Go forced a smile and explained. I'm not sure about everything I said, he continued, looking at Sang-gun's surprised face. If everything was just my imagination, then I'd be no different from someone pushing someone else into a miserable abyss, wouldn't I? I really feel like I'm going crazy. His eyes gazed at him coldly. A moment later, he opened his mouth irritably. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Let's go, Chanbi. She followed Sang-gun upon hearing that. Nevertheless, out of curiosity, she turned her head and looked back. After entering the school, Chanbi asked suspiciously, Did you two fight? Sang-gun smiled and denied. No, she fiddled with the canned drink in her hand and exclaimed, Even gentle people like you two fight? He denied it once more. No, we didn't fight. Sang-gun, seeing that she didn't seem to believe him, continued to persuade her. We didn't fight. We should plan for next week. At this point, Chanbi changed the subject according to his words. Anyway, if there's any food you want, that's fine. Sang-gun replied, Okay, I've already marked a place. Outside, the blue sky and warm sunlight shone. Chanbi and Sang-gun stood together by the window talking. That's fine, but we'll have to wait boringly until the weekend. What else is there here? Meanwhile, Sang-gun's hand secretly touched hers. Chanbi immediately noticed him and lowered her gaze. Nevertheless, she remained still. Look at these reviews. But for a moment, Chanbi pulled her hand away. How charming. She, flustered and stiff under Sang-gun's probing gaze, feigned indifference and asked, So should we go here? He didn't miss a beat and quietly asked directly, Did what just happened make you uncomfortable? Sang-gun quickly added, Before you lost your memories, you were the one who grabbed my hand first. Even though we weren't official, we were close enough, you know. I don't think it's right to talk about this now. But Sang-gun leaned close to her face and said shyly and honestly, You said you had feelings for me too. Chanbi, shocked by his words, stood up straight, flustered and doubtful. I said that. She trembled all over, stammering and unable to speak. I said that. Sang-gun looked at her, smiled and thought inwardly, She's truly adorable. He sat under the bright sunlight, smiling radiantly and muttering to himself, Chanbi, everything should have been like this from the beginning. Sang-gun looked at her, flustered and confused beside him. If you had treated me like this instead of Kongello, then I wouldn't have made you out to be a playgirl. You wouldn't have played with his feelings. Anyway, this should be enough. He seems to have believed my words and really given up on you. Everything was a lie, but it's okay as long as we're happy. Chanbi raised her head and probed, What did I do? In the classroom, they were watching a movie. As the male and female leads were about to kiss, everyone shouted, That's insane. Go, feeling nothing, said nothing, and Disan calmly said, She left. Hiram said loudly in surprise. What's the male lead doing? I don't know. Woo Hyuk asked everyone, What do you think he should do? Dong-wook calmly reassured them, Calm down, guys, it's just a movie. Then the bell for the end of class rang. Everyone greeted each other and said they'd meet again tomorrow. Woo Hyuk, holding his computer, asked Go in confusion, Do you really think this is fun? He replied, I feel sorry for the male lead. He asked, Can you call that fun too? Dong-wook, as if suddenly remembering something, said to him, Hey Go, just keep doing what you did yesterday. Regarding you and Chanbi. Go glanced at Dong-wook, who continued, Then people won't spread rumors that you two are awkward or anything like that. As he said that, Go immediately turned his head and asked, Conversely, are you pretending to be Song Woo Hyuk? Why are you suddenly caring about other people? Dong-wook forced a smile. What are you making me out to be? I'm a delicate gentleman, he continued. Anyway, I know you want to be friends with her, so just listen to me and get along like yesterday. Dong-wook slowly walked away as he spoke. Staring at her all day won't do any good. Go also left, scratching his head as he walked, muttering to himself, when did I stare at her all day? Why, I clearly decided to give up. Everyone returned to the classroom, listened to the last class, and shouted happily, class is finally over, let's go home. In the hallway, one person was walking with a very excited expression. It was Sang-gun. It seemed something pleasant had happened today. Sang-gun's after-school schedule was as follows. First, coincidentally meet Chanbi and walk together. Before long, he arrived in front of the second-year Class 3 classroom. Sang-gun looked inside the classroom for Chanbi, but she wasn't there. He wondered if she had already gone home. She was always the last one to leave. He looked at the empty classroom and thought gloomily, it's a bit hard to meet her these days. Since I told her I liked her before, that schedule should have been erased from my mind. Even as Sang-gun walked to the bus stop, he thought a myriad of questions in his mind. Is she avoiding me? He had another thought. Or is she denying it? The second item on the schedule was to take the bus home and call Chanbi to ask if she had arrived. Sang-gun happily picked up his phone and called Chanbi, but what greeted him was an automated message. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. In the end, he had to give up on the second item as well. Her phone's off, Sang-gun thought blankly. Is she ignoring me? He had another thought. Did I rush too much? Should I not have held her hand? Nevertheless, he stared at the bright phone screen deep in thought. At least she should pick up the phone. Sang-gun debated whether to keep calling or not. No. His hand trembled and he didn't know whether to call or not, but he definitely shouldn't call more than 5 times. Sang-gun remembered her advice. Chanbi knows that. I have to be patient, I can do it. Then Sang-gun took out his earphones and happily looked for the third item on his phone's schedule. As he put his earphones in his ears on the way home, Chanbi's honey-sweet voice echoed. If we have to do it again because of our situation, I'm always ready. I don't mind trying again. Ah, I see. So you told me your feelings. I feel like I ought to remember that. Sang-gun's plan was to listen to Chanbi's voice recording again. As he listened, he felt regret. Oh no, the cutest part wasn't recorded. He looked at the recording file he'd named 0523 from when he was in front of her house and thought to himself, there wasn't time to record that part. I should have pressed record a bit earlier. Sang-gun's after-school schedule was over. Go's sighed. Go's teacher said as soon as she saw him, Oh Kong-go, you're late aren't you? Long time no see. She asked a question that rubbed salt in Go's wound. That girl who was always late with you graduated from this subject too, must be lonely, huh? Go replied with a bright smile to the question. I'm just congratulating her. The teacher pinched his side. So you do know. Go entered the classroom and sat where Chanbi was faintly visible, thinking to himself, I really have to give up now. He paid no mind to Woo Hyuk calling his name. I'm no longer interested in her. Beside him, Chanbi was still laughing and chatting with her friends. Go unconsciously pouted his lips. What the? We're in the same class, why isn't she paying any attention? Only after class started did he see her back. As his friend in the front row was sleeping with his head on the desk, he comforted himself. It's not like I'm interested in her either. Up front, Chanbi was also spinning her pencil, looking very focused. Yeah, I have no interest at all. She looked at her notebook, which had turned purple, and muttered to herself. I'm really concentrating. Chanbi closed her eyes tightly, trying to calm herself. Then suddenly she couldn't believe that she had liked Sang-gun, and had even held his hand before they officially dated. This is crazy. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, and replied to herself. I need to give him an answer. Chanbi remembered that she had to go to her mom's house at that time, so she didn't have time to think about it. If I remembered everything, we'd probably be dating by now, wouldn't we? Chanbi had a myriad of thoughts. But what about now? Do I still like him? Will those feelings return? Wait, what were those feelings in the first place? She asked herself blankly. In my current state of amnesia, I've never liked anyone or dated anyone. She thought until her head ached, then bowed her head and muttered, How can I know what those feelings were? As Chanbi continued to hesitate, Go also became curious. After class, he went to the staff room. The teacher handed Go a file and said, This one's for the music room and this one's for the records office. He politely received them and said, Yes, ma'am. The teacher added something, and at this point Go turned his head. This is a reward for you. On the other side, Chanbi was also there. The teacher expressed pity to Chanbi. It must have been hard for you, losing a year's worth of school life and knowledge. She replied with a smile, I'll try my best to catch up with everyone. The teacher praised her. It's truly amazing that you've acquired this much knowledge in just 2 weeks. You're doing well. At this point, Go was also leaving, so the teacher continued, So keep up the good work. If you need anything, always tell me, okay? Yes. Go organized his things and thought. Studying is also related to memory. Every time she studies, it must be like a horror movie for her, right? He remembered Chanbi's appearance, but since that day he even pictured her brightly smiling face. Chanbi no longer looked exhausted. As he was lost in thought, he heard the door slowly opening. He felt relieved. Go blankly turned around. As a familiar shadow entered, he trembled. Why is she here? Suddenly Chanbi hit her face with a book. Her whole body trembled. Go, sitting in the corner, only observed and dared not speak. A moment later she put down the book, smiled blankly, then said disappointedly, I'd rather die. He sat blankly in the corner, daring not to move. A moment later the bell for the end of class rang. Go walked downstairs, judging to himself, it seems she's still not okay. Downstairs people ran like arrows, shouting at each other. Hey, it's Samgyeopsal today, let's go quickly. From the back, Hiram and Dissen also poked their heads out. I'm going too. We're going too? Dissen asked Hiram. Lunch is so delicious, isn't Chanbi eating? She replied. No, she has a mountain of things to do. Go stood blankly watching the two run off soon after the hallway was empty. Chanbi was sitting in the classroom studying hard, and he stood outside asking himself, can I really say I've given up on this? He felt a sense of emptiness looking at her. What can I do for Chanbi right now? Go pondered what to do next. What am I trying to gain by trying so hard? For what? Think about what she did to you. Is she going to toy with you again? I don't know, but right now I want to help her. Even if it's just a little. Thinking that, he called Chanbi. Go approached Chanbi and asked, aren't you going to eat? He remembered him saying wipe it off as she placed a box of wet wipes on the desk earlier. Chanbi looked up and asked, huh? She immediately explained to herself. It seems the teachers are trying to nip it in the bud. Hearing that, she immediately wiped off her lipstick with a wet wipe. Go asked Chanbi, aren't you going to eat? She looked up at him with slightly surprised eyes. Why? Chanbi smiled faintly and said, oh yeah, I just have too much to do. He forced a smile and said, I see. Then the two fell silent again. At this point she spoke first. What about you? Go, aren't you going to eat? He forced a smile and said, oh yeah, my stomach hurts. She immediately frowned with a worried expression. Oh dear, then you should rest. Go waved his hand and said, it's not that serious. Chanbi said with relief. That's good then. He thought to himself, I should go back to my seat. She looked at his retreating back, feeling a slight stir in her heart. Is he depressed? She tapped the desk lightly with her finger and said in a small voice, if you don't have anything to do you can sit next to me. It won't be that much fun though. Go was slightly flustered but still approached and sat next to her. He leaned in slightly. You've caught up so quickly already? She smiled softly. Yeah, I have to do it quickly. He nodded in agreement. You'll catch up soon. You're good at this kind of thing anyway, she replied quietly. I'm starting all over again too. Then he suddenly handed her a lollipop. I thought you might need something sweet. Chanbi was blank for a moment, then smiled. Oh thank you, he lowered his voice. I won't disturb you, she replied softly. It's okay. The classroom fell silent, and in that silence Go reproached himself. What am I doing here? I'm just disturbing her. He bowed his head and sighed. This is truly foolish. If I had known I would never have done it. Meanwhile, Chanbi's expression grew more tense, and he immediately worried. What's wrong? She pointed to a page in the book and said, I just can't solve this damn problem. She trembled with anger. I'd rather tear it up. He hastily reached out his hand. Let me take a look. Go bowed his head and looked carefully. He pointed to the formula and said, you just need to find A, right? It seems you're a bit confused about the logarithm part. His voice was slow. We haven't learned that part yet, so trying to do it this way might be a bit complicated. But Chanbi looked at him without blinking and said in a low voice, surprised, now I get it. It was a really difficult problem. She tilted her head slightly and smiled gently. You really ought to be a teacher. You explain such complicated problems so easily. He blushed slightly. Really? She continued. Seriously, you explain it even more easily than our math teacher. Can I keep getting help from you? He smiled brightly. Of course. From that moment on, Kongelo decided to put all other matters aside for a while. Elsewhere, at an internet cafe, he sat in front of a monitor, diligently writing out solutions and sending them to Chanbi. He nodded. I think the first solution will be easier to understand. Beside him, Dongwook glanced over and asked, what are you doing? He hastily replied, I have something urgent to take care of. Woo Hyuk, sitting not far away, complained, you're just leaving us to die. Go, I didn't do anything. Simultaneously, Chanbi replied from the other side, okay, I understand. Go smiled slightly. This is why studying is really important. Immediately after, she sent another message. Do you still have the advanced problem book you used last year? He quickly replied, yeah, I do. Do you need it? Chanbi kept typing. Can I borrow it for a few days? I want to solve a few more problems, he said excitedly. Of course, joy welled up in his heart. Then on Monday before he could finish his thought, his heart stopped at the next message. Then can she come to your house to pick it up on Monday? Chanbi said to meet around 2 p.m. Immediately, he opened his phone and hastily called someone. Hello, can I change my Monday schedule? A faint smile appeared on his lips. Something urgent has come up. Time quickly passed to 1:10 p.m. the next day. Go slightly pushed his chair towards the mirror. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought to himself, it's just handing over a book. After that, when Chanbi arrived, he went out with a few books and she smiled faintly. I came a bit early, didn't I? He nodded. Chanbi smiled brightly. Your house is closer than I thought, he replied, isn't it? Let me save you the trouble. He held out the books. Oh, here are the books you need. She nodded and replied, thank you. Opening her bag, she smiled. Can you put them in my bag? He replied. I brought a few more to be sure. Hearing that, Chanbi got excited. Really? Show me. She flipped through a few pages and asked with wide eyes, you solved this 3 times? Then she frowned. Isn't this an advanced problem book? He scratched his head. It's about intermediate level, he said softly. Shall we sit down and take a look? She smiled and agreed, yeah. The two sat together on a bench. Chanbi opened the book and slightly shook her head. How is this intermediate? It looks like alien language. She looked back at him with wide eyes. Is this what you've been studying? Are you even human? After a moment of silence, she said in a small voice, you must have been busy studying, right? I shouldn't be disturbing you like this. He chuckled. No, it's fine. Ask me anytime. I mean, this is nothing compared to what you've done for me. Chanbi replied nonchalantly. What have I done for you? Lo hesitated and said, last year in the 2nd semester, you might not remember, but when Math A and B classes were combined with other classes for lessons, at that time we were Math A class partners, and you helped me, he continued. When I was about to become a math idiot, Go smiled slightly. You might not remember, but I'm just returning the favor. I know you have a lot to worry about these days, so don't mind me. She hesitated slightly. Really? A vague feeling rose in Chanbi's heart. Did I care whether he gave up on math or not? He's probably exaggerating. She smiled slightly to make herself feel less bad. He's really kind. After that, she stood up. Okay, then I'll keep asking questions. Oh, and I'll borrow the first book too, he quickly replied. This book, she nodded. Yeah, Chanbi smiled brightly. Go, thank you. The blue sky stretched wide as Chanbi left. He unconsciously smiled as he watched her back. It would have been really great if it could have lasted longer. He slowly stood up and told himself, helping others truly makes me happy. I need to study harder. Suddenly, Sang-gun approached from behind with a dark expression. Would it have been really great if it could have lasted longer? Simultaneously, elsewhere, Chanbi was on the phone. Sang-gun didn't answer the phone, but he had called twice. She sighed, checking her missed call list. Calls kept coming every weekend. She fell into thought for a moment. Did I used to like someone who called this often? Lost in thought, she suddenly stopped when she saw someone in the distance. She was surprised and loudly called out to the person, over there, over there. She ran excitedly. It's you, isn't it? Long time no see, she said with a bright smile. Why are you here now? But her voice sank when the other person turned around. There was only a cold gaze. That person left indifferently, and Chanbi stood blankly. Was I ignored? That person just openly ignored me. That person, yeah, she was flustered. That girl is really, really kind. That person, what on earth did I do in the past? Current time 1:10 p.m. Sang-gun walked down the street with his bag, thinking to himself. She might be too busy to go out, but at least she should have time for a short walk during lunch. He opened his phone. Looking at her Instagram, she must be eating right about now. I'll arrive on time. After that, he opened his contacts, searched for Chanbi's name, and vowed to himself. I'll call her in front of her house. Current time 2:10 p.m. As his gaze accidentally fell upon a park bench, his expression suddenly tensed. There, Chanbi and Go were sitting side by side. Why is Chanbi with Kongelo? Annoyance surged within him. He furrowed his brow slightly. He wondered why she was out when she had said she needed to study at home. He was filled with doubt. There was no way Chanbi would have called him first. Sang-gun wondered if Go had still not given up. He stood there blankly. Hadn't he decided to withdraw? Sang-gun kept asking questions. Hadn't he given up on Chanbi to prevent bad rumors from spreading? At this moment he inadvertently heard the words, it would have been really great if it could have lasted longer. And that remark infuriated Sang-gun. If he was going to sacrifice, he should do it properly. Immediately he gritted his teeth and approached Go from behind, saying in a cold voice, would it have been really great if it could have lasted longer? Go was startled by the sudden action. My goodness, he turned around, flustered. What are you doing here? He stammered, looking straight into the other's eyes. Really? A cold smile flashed across his face, startling Go. He said calmly, I had something to do at school and I happened to witness a few things. Gello paused at these words. He explained, flustered. Don't misunderstand, Chanbi just borrowed my workbook. He said doubtfully, does it have to be you? Regret surged in his heart. Everything was because he had gotten involved in something that didn't concern him. Sang-gun's voice dropped. Oh, maybe I won't understand. I'm supposed to be Chanbi's boyfriend, and I can't believe I'd see her alone with you on the weekend, especially considering you've misunderstood about her before. He emphasized, I know there's nothing between you two, but still, this is wrong, isn't it? Go bowed his head and replied softly, yes it is. Sang-gun looked at him with cold eyes. Last time you were rational enough to understand the situation and back off. So I know you're not an idiot. He took a step closer. It's already unpleasant enough that Chanbi is in the same class as you. Why do you keep interfering? His uneasy eyes, he was truly angry. Go tried to remain calm. Sang-gun, I understand what you're saying, just calm down a bit. Sang-gun said in a cold voice, I've tried my best to get to this stage, so please can you thank me, stop disturbing us and stay away from Chanbi? Please. Go reluctantly nodded. Alright, Sang-gun warned. Kongo, don't ruin my happy ending. Then he turned triumphantly and left. This time it'll be enough for him to give up completely. Sang-gun thought to himself, it's not hard to like someone you've liked before again, so it's important that he disappears as soon as possible. Suddenly he paused slightly. Because unfortunately, as he walked, he clearly remembered the face Chanbi had made when she was angry at him before. You're a truly crazy bastard. That wasn't me, to be honest. It's a miracle that Chanbi still looks at me like this. He suddenly sighed. I haven't seen her react like that again since I told her our feelings were mutual. Sang-gun reassured himself, but this is fine too. Before long he met her while walking, and his face immediately brightened. Thank goodness, look who I met on the way to school. He approached and offered, your bag looks heavy, shall I carry it for you? Chanbi quickly waved her hand. No, it's okay, I can carry it. She forced a smile. His eyes sank slightly. What's wrong, or are you tired? Chanbi replied softly. No, it's not that. Isn't that Sun Jung-a? Sang-gun was silent. Sun Jung-a, who is that? But I should pretend to know. He smiled. Well, I know her, but we're not that close. Why do you ask? Chanbi was flustered. I just met her and she seems different. She used to be really kind, but now I was just ignored. Hearing this, Sang-gun muttered to himself. She ignored Chanbi? I can't believe it. I don't know why. Should I ask her? Chanbi shook her head slightly. No, there's no need for that. I can do it myself. It's probably not serious, don't worry too much. He handed her a bag of snacks and said, and here, eat properly. I don't want you to get sick again. Chanbi received it and smiled. Thank you, he said in a gentle voice. You should go back to studying, shouldn't you? I'll walk you. As he walked, he glanced at her. Chanbi doesn't look well. Sun Jung-a, is that person that important to her? That name kept echoing in his mind. Sun Jung-a, Sun Jung-a, it sounds familiar. Where have I heard it? Elsewhere, at a small cafe. Go was blankly drinking his beverage. A moment later, someone approached and placed a plate of cake on the table, saying abruptly, my goodness, why the long face? Jung-a pointed with her finger. Are you going to keep being like this? He replied softly. Well, yeah, she continued. I'll cut it for you instead. Dong-chan said he would arrive in about 10 minutes. He nodded and said, all right, she smiled. Go, guess what? Before he could say anything, she continued. I just met Chanbi and she seemed different. She spoke to me friendly. Jung-a furrowed her brow as if she had forgotten everything that had happened between them. It's not like her at all. Aren't you two in the same class? Did something happen? Hearing this, he immediately said, Jung-a, Chanbi has amnesia. She had an accident while working part-time and lost all her memories from the past year. Jung-a stood there blankly. This is crazy, he replied firmly. Why did I have to go through that? That happened in early May, she doubted. Really? He nodded. Really? Jung-a hesitated. So that's why she's acting differently, he continued. Well, all her memories from last May to this May are gone, so she probably doesn't remember that fight either. Jung-a's eyes widened. Really? Is that true? He smiled wryly. I know, I couldn't believe it at first either, she wondered. So what happens to her now? He replied softly. What else can she do? She just has to get through it. She frowned. The bandage on her forehead must be from that accident. Jung-a felt sorry. The bandage is quite large. The injury must be serious too. No wonder she looked exhausted and had dark circles under her eyes. Maybe she even lost weight. Her face looks much slimmer. As she spoke, she quickly paused. Wait, so that's why she keeps posting stories on Instagram? He nodded and continued. This is a really good time to make up, don't you think? She glared at him. I'll handle that, he laughed. Just kidding. Jung-a raised her head slightly. A year. She's almost like a stranger, he agreed. Yeah, almost. She was silent for a moment. Ah, that's a shame. Sadness flickered in her heart. All her efforts from the past year went to waste. Elsewhere, Chanbi was on the phone with two friends, Sun Jung-a. You mean the girl who goes to hair school? Dissen's voice echoed. I didn't even know you two were so close that something important might have happened, Hiram also interjected. Me too, if it was serious we would have known by now. You even spilled your drink. Chanbi sighed slightly. So you don't know anything? Hiram was displeased. My goodness, I told you she ignored you because she's rude, Chanbi quickly defended. Jung-a isn't like that. She used to be really kind. I must have done something to upset her. Dissen glanced at the screen. Is Jung-a your girlfriend or something? This is the first time I've seen you worry like this since the accident. The two continued to encourage her. Don't worry too much, we'll look into it. Anyway, what happened with you, Sang-gun? Any new developments? Chanbi replied softly. No, I just met him for a bit. Are you two going to ask me again when I'm dating him? He's a good friend, but I'm not sure if the relationship will progress further. Dissen continued to advise. Chanbi, you need to relax a bit. Considering your past feelings, your current feelings, everything, you'll never find the answer. The other way is to date and find out each other's feelings, she pondered silently. Would finding out together mean returning to the time when we liked each other, just as Sang-gun wants? But it won't be that easy. Chanbi hesitated. When he said his feelings were real, I was just awkward and flustered, she sighed. There was no moment of realization or romantic slow motion like in the movies, she explained to herself. I just showed a little respect for his feelings, but what he said about the past didn't make me see him as anything more than a friend. Chanbi was at a loss. I sincerely don't want to start a relationship without feelings, but I also don't want to irresponsibly run away from what I've done. The more she thought, the more helpless she felt, and her head felt like it was about to explode. Maybe everything will get more complicated from now on. It's already complicated, as they say. This will never end. Then she hesitated. All right, I need to think simpler. My way, I'll handle this simply, gracefully, and decisively. The first step was to meet Sang-gun the next day and give him her final answer. She looked down at him from above and made up her mind to decide with Sang-gun. Chanbi walked down next to him. Yes, I need to give him an answer. Should I take responsibility for my past actions, or should we just be friends? She turned slightly. You, Sang-gun, her words caught in her throat. I just want us to be friends. Her mind was filled with tangled thoughts. Whatever our relationship was in the past, honestly, right now you're just a friend to me. Sang-gun stood in front of her and asked curiously, what happened with your friend? Did you find something? She shrugged slightly. You mean Jung-a? No, I couldn't find anyone close to her. I'll call her later. Chanbi was flustered and asked herself, but how do I start? She muttered to herself again. You're a good friend, but just a friend. So let's bury the past together. She took a deep breath and suddenly turned around. You, Sang-gun, he flinched slightly. Huh? She pouted her lips and turned around again. My goodness, I feel so bad. Chanbi's mind was a mix of embarrassment and guilt. I wanted to give him an answer today, but it doesn't seem like now is the time. Not here. Or should I treat him to dinner and find a suitable time? She asked softly. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Immediately, Sang-gun's eyes lit up. Of course, I'd be delighted, he rejoiced inwardly. She's definitely going to confess to me today, he blushed slightly. My goodness, I love her straightforwardness, he was overjoyed. Just then, a loud voice was heard from outside the main gate. Chanbi, why aren't you answering your phone? He said loudly. Weren't you still on vacation? Chanbi was startled. Yes, she quickly approached him. Oppa, what are you doing here? And calm down, Oppa, you're making other people look at me strangely. Right next to them 2 female students huddled and whispered, "Look, there seems to be a suspicious man outside the school," the other said worriedly. "Should we report him to the teacher?" she said irritably. "Oh please," immediately after, the man handed her a bag. "Here," he said loudly. "I brought it myself, you kept complaining all weekend." He was confident. "I'm the coolest Opa in the world, aren't I?" She was flustered. "How that?" the people around them murmured. His face disappeared like a shield. "My goodness, no kidding. Sound the alarm," Chanbi quickly replied. Thank you, Opa, you can go now, don't you have to go to work at 10? But her Opa waved his hand. "That's none of my business." Just then, Sang-gun approached. "Hello?" His reaction to him was a cold and judgmental stare. Chanbi's Opa gritted his teeth. "It's that guy again. So that's why she didn't answer my calls." The image of the old Chanbi brightly saying, "Opa, Opa, I'm going," suddenly flashed in his mind and his heart ached. "Is it time?" He took a hard breath and waved his hand. "Chanbi, come here." His voice was stern. "No matter who you date, I'm going to delete your studio immediately." After saying that, he threw more bags of snacks. "Don't forget, here, snacks for you and your friends. I'm leaving." Chanbi replied softly. "Yes," Sang-gun managed to say. "Please drive safely." He looked at her. "It seems your brother still doesn't like me," she said awkwardly. "I'm sorry," he asked again curiously. "But what's this?" She smiled. "These are snacks I've been wanting to try for a long time." Then she took out her phone from her pocket. "My old phone." Sang-gun's eyes immediately froze. Old, an inexplicable sense of unease rose in his heart. "Old? Didn't she say she threw it away?" Chanbi smiled slightly. "Maybe it got fixed today." His heart pounded. "I've cleared all sorts of obstacles today. I was going to confess today." Why did Pandora's box appear? He clenched his fist slightly. Everything Chanbi knows is still in that phone. A moment later he broke out in a cold sweat. "Should I snatch it and run away?" He tried to calm himself. "No, breathe deeply. Chanbi probably deleted everything. She hated me. Why would she keep anything about me?" As she was about to enter the password, his heart pounded. "This is my last chance." She furrowed her brow. Flustered, she thought, "What was the password for this phone? Oh, I can't remember." He forced a smile and tried to maintain his composure, quietly saying, "Don't you have to change for PE class?" She suddenly remembered. "Oh right." Chanbi hurriedly put her phone into her bag. "I'll have to ask my brother later." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, good idea." Elsewhere, Dong-wook was sweating profusely. "I feel like I'm dying. It can't get any worse, can it?" Go scratched his head and grumbled. "We're about to become roast chicken." He held out a bag of chips. "Take this, before it all melts." Just then he remembered Chanbi's bag of chips. "Here." Sang-gun's cold face reappeared in his mind. "Please stay away from Chanbi." Fear welled up and he swallowed hard. "If you can't eat it all, share it with the others." Just then Woo-hyuk appeared and greeted them with a lively morning hello. Dong-wook looked at him irritably, wondering why this idiot had so much energy these days. Woo-hyuk said excitedly, "Hey, I had a really weird experience this morning. It was crazy. My brain nerves were pounding." He held out the chips. "Take all of this." Woo-hyuk was flustered. He had to pretend he didn't know anything. He shouted loudly, "Are you ready to hear it?" Dong-wook was bored. "How much time until the bell rings?" He began to recount when he had coincidentally bumped into Sang-gun. He bowed his head slightly. "I'm sorry." "Oh, it was you." The other person bent down to pick up his earphones. "I was a bit distracted." He looked up. "I'm sorry, Sang-gun," he replied softly. "Oh, me too." Suddenly a faint sound came from the earphones. "I must remember this. Why didn't I answer you back then?" Woo-hyuk was surprised. "What? It's not even mine." But this voice somehow. Just then Sang-gun approached and lightly tapped his shoulder. "Hold on a second, Woo-hyuk." He was surprised. "Oh yeah, I guess so. It's Chanbi's voice." Woo-hyuk was flustered. "Going back to the two of them, I got goosebumps all over." "Seriously? Are they recording their conversations and listening to them all day? I even heard the part where they said, 'I like you, you like me too.' Right, but I didn't want it at all." He listened, shuddering, and said it was creepy. Woo-hyuk added, muttering, "And they weren't even officially dating yet." Dong-wook said, "They must really like each other a lot." Go sat next to him, lost in thought. "I don't want to know these things." At the same time inside the classroom the back door slowly opened. Sang-gun sneaked in. "Good, the back door to this classroom isn't locked." He approached Chanbi's desk and whispered softly, "Chanbi." Then he took her phone out of her bag. "I'm doing this for us too. Just a little change is all it takes." He walked to the lockers and sat down. Sang-gun quickly turned on the phone and first checked the major categories. The phone screen lit up. Call logs, messages, photos, notes. Then he carefully calculated. "That incident happened in November, so I probably just need to delete everything from then until now." Sang-gun hesitated for a moment. "But if I only delete my part, it'll look unnatural, so it's better to clean out that entire period." As soon as everything was unlocked from the sports field, Chanbi spoke. "My brother just sent me the password." Him was surprised. "But you left your phone in the classroom, then I should go through your files right now." She hesitated. "I can do it after school." Him pulled her hand. "No, what are you waiting for? The teachers aren't even teaching right now. Let's cut class," she said excitedly. "What do you think? Let's go." Meanwhile, Sang-gun had just finished deleting everything. "Is that so?" Sang-gun scanned the last remaining data on the screen. "Good, call logs and message history are done. There are no notes, so I can skip that." He didn't take his eyes off the screen. "Now I just need to check the photos." Then he opened the album, which contained 20,982 photos. Sang-gun slowly exhaled. His expression was heavy. "Among them, some photos might be screenshots of what I did. I have to delete everything from last November, but I don't have time to check each one individually." As he was lost in thought, his gaze suddenly fell on the photos. As the photos appeared, he unconsciously smiled. "Chanbi really seems to like taking selfies. How cute." He felt a little regretful. "I don't want to delete these photos," Sang-gun urged himself. But I have no choice. Suddenly his gaze stopped. There are Go's photos too. Immediately tension flowed. This is bad. Not only my evidence but Kongo's too is a problem. He made up his mind. Alright, there's no limit of November. I have to delete the entire album, he casually thought. Still have time. Then a voice came from behind him. Hey, what are you doing here? On the sports field. Chanbi hesitated for a moment. She looked up. Now? No. Chanbi looked at the teacher with worried eyes. Now's not the time. The teacher is still watching us. Woo Hyuk, who was nearby, asked curiously, what are you two doing? Chanbi smiled and replied, we need to go back to our classroom, so don't do anything to catch the teacher's eye. He raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. If you two keep quiet, that is. Him glanced at Chanbi. We're going right now. Let's go. She immediately nodded. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Then she took his hand and ran off. She ran and bumped into him, and the person in front splashed water on her. Chanbi stood blankly, drenched all over. Woo Hyuk couldn't understand. Idiot, why did you do that? Him looked around worriedly. We're in big trouble. In the hallway, the teacher's voice resonated majestically. Hey, what are you doing here? And you, behind you. Isn't it class time right now? Why are you loitering here? A student hastily replied. Sorry, teacher. We were on our way to do something you asked us to do. Meanwhile, Sang-gun, who was nearby, quietly muttered, why is everyone wandering around? He carefully looked around and stood up. Then he went outside. I should have done this in the restroom. Do they think I'm free all day? He opened his phone and stared at the remaining photos. How many more are left? A sigh escaped his lips. This is driving me crazy. Just then, Go and Dong-wook coincidentally passed by. Dong-wook glanced over and asked, what are you doing here? Sang-gun was surprised and forced a smile. I was on my way to the restroom, he nodded. Yeah, the restroom on this floor is cleaner though. He calmly reassured himself. Relax, act natural. Dong-wook tilted his head. We just got caught here, but you didn't get caught. Sang-gun quickly replied. No, nobody saw me. Anyway, I have something urgent to do. He waved his hand. Oh yeah, go ahead, Dong-wook added. Don't get caught. Sang-gun inwardly gritted his teeth. You two better disappear quickly. Then he hurriedly ran down the stairs. His heart pounded. It's all done. And he ran up, breathing heavily. It was close, but I did it. He felt relieved inwardly. Chanbi and I are nothing. Now to secretly return this phone. As Chanbi prepared to answer the question he had waited for so long, Sang-gun quietly bit his lip. A month of my life. At the same time, Chanbi had just arrived in the classroom and he approached her. Chanbi, you're early. She smiled slightly. You too, I guess. Oh, I got the password from my brother. He tilted his head slightly. Good. But why are you all wet? She hesitated. Oh, I just had to use some water, Chanbi asked again. But why are you early? He smiled. Do I need a reason? In his mind, he thought he needed to find a way to return this. Suddenly, someone ran into the hallway and grabbed his hand. You, Sang-gun, I'm sorry, but can I briefly look at that phone? His whole body stiffened and his expression changed dramatically. What? Go's voice was still calm. I just need to quickly check a few things. Tension spread through his head. This bastard, what does he know? He narrowed his eyes. What are these few things you're talking about? Sang-gun's heart pounded. I only have Chanbi's phone on me right now. He reacted quickly. What do you want to check? Go's voice dropped. It might sound strange, but can I just look at that phone for a moment? Chanbi turned her head towards the phone. She frowned slightly. That phone you're talking about, is it that phone? Dong-wook immediately interjected. Hey, what are you doing? Why do you suddenly have to take that phone? Is something wrong? She looked at both of them, her eyes confused. Chanbi seemed to realize something. She approached. Hold on, move your hand. With a swift movement, she took the phone out of Sang-gun's pants pocket. She stared at the object in her hand. Why do you have this? His expression immediately became extremely tense. He forced a smile, and she stammered. Oh, do you remember when you were in a hurry for PE class? That phone was in the pile of snacks you gave me, he added. You looked busy then, so I just took it to return it to you. Chanbi tilted her head slightly. I thought I put it in my bag, was it not? Go said in a low voice. But that phone was unlocked then. When you met us in the hallway, he pressed. How were you able to unlock it before Chanbi? Sang-gun was startled inwardly. So he knew everything from the beginning, Dong-wook remembered. Right. I also saw you looking at photos then. Sang-gun gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, did he see that much just from a quick glance? I need to get out of this situation right now. He was flustered. I don't care about losing face as long as she doesn't know about the past. Thinking that, he quickly explained. I remembered the password because I saw her unlock it a few times. I was just afraid to tell her because she might misunderstand. Sang-gun bowed his head. And I couldn't resist my curiosity about the photos. Anyway, there was nothing to see since it was empty. But still, I shouldn't have given in to my curiosity. I'm truly sorry. Chanbi immediately confirmed. Right, I saw it was empty too. She paused. Wait. Go asked again. Nothing there. Dong-wook was surprised, but he was clearly looking at photos. Maybe it's a different phone. He shook his head. No, it's definitely this one. Chanbi immediately said. You two must have seen wrong. There's nothing to see, right? I mean, how could he have deleted everything? She frowned. Why would he need to do that, Chanbi? Unless there's something in there that he doesn't want me to see. He raised his voice slightly. I told you there's nothing to see. She turned back slightly. Okay, you two heard it right. There's nothing, but anyway, don't ever touch my things again. The atmosphere quieted down at those words, but Chanbi's mind was still complicated. Where did my photos go? I really wanted to see them again, but the album is empty. Wait, maybe that's still there. He froze. What? She opened her phone. I didn't have the courage to look at it again, but there was a folder full of things I didn't want to delete. Chanbi opened the hidden photo album, hoping that at least a few photos remained. She scrolled through the photos. Sang-gun stood motionless. In his heart he was helplessly defeated. She had something like that too. She scrolled through her old text messages and couldn't take her eyes off her conversation with you, Sang-gun. Chanbi, I really can't give up on you. Please, give me one more chance, please. I mean, you've never had a boyfriend before, so try dating. I'll treat you so well that you'll forget everything else. I'm the easier path. Choose me. Why do you keep choosing that path? You'll get hurt, she replied coldly. I said no, that's enough. Don't forget we're in the same class, he continued to plead. Chanbi, please answer the phone. I just want to talk. Don't ignore me. She replied, I don't want to talk to you. I really hate you, so please, leave me alone. The story goes back to before Chanbi lost her memories. At that time, Sang-gun found Go in a secluded hallway and frowned slightly. Kongelo, what are you doing here? He was surprised. You, Sang-gun? I almost didn't recognize you. He forced a smile. Did you do something wrong? Why are you so surprised? Sang-gun's mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't believe he had to hear about Chanbi from this guy. His eyes sharpened. What does Chanbi like about that strange guy? I can't understand it. Go looked at him cautiously. Chanbi lost all her memories from the past year due to that accident. Hearing this, Sang-gun was surprised. So she doesn't remember anything that happened in the past year? At that thought, he smiled faintly. So she doesn't even remember that I dumped her. And she doesn't like Kongo anymore. If I play my cards right, I shouldn't miss this opportunity. However, as reality dawned, his face grew paler and paler. At that moment, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Chanbi said angrily, What is this? She clutched her phone tightly. All these things you sent me. Her eyes trembled and she continued to read the messages. Chanbi, I know you decided to break up with me, but I'm going crazy right now. Her breath caught. You broke up with me. Does this sentence mean I broke up with you? Her voice dropped. Then why did you say you never gave me an answer? This alone is an answer to me. Go and Dong-wook froze and her voice still didn't drop. I'm asking you that question. Cold sweat ran down Sang-gun's spine and his throat choked up. She still waited for an explanation, but what he gave in reply was an unpleasant silence. Dissatisfaction surged in his heart. Why did such clear evidence appear? His gaze immediately turned to Go. Dong-wook quietly asked, You knew all along, he sneered and suddenly blamed Go. Everything's a mess, it's all your fault. I thought you'd given up a long time ago. His breath grew ragged. It turns out your feelings were genuine. Chanbi frowned. What are you talking about? Go cursed himself inwardly. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? He waved his hand slightly. Hey, just then, two figures ran from afar. Hiram exclaimed excitedly. Tada, cute Hiram, she's coming with her. Charming Wooyik is here, but no one answered. The atmosphere at that moment was too suffocating. In the end, everyone dispersed silently. After that, Chanbi met Sang-gun privately in a secluded place. Her eyes were cold. Before you go crazy from being properly rejected. She spoke each word with emphasis. And you made up all sorts of lies to deceive me just because I had amnesia. Her voice trembled. And now to cover up those lies you've even completely wiped my phone clean, am I right? Sang-gun bowed his head. Yes, a bitter smile spread across her lips. Remember that these photos saved me from falling for your lies my whole life. How hard must I have tried to keep these photos? Sang-gun said in a cracked voice. I'm really sorry I liked you too much to control myself, but you hated me so much, I really don't know what to do. Chanbi turned her head. Disgusting. Is that all? Is that all? The question pierced Sang-gun like a knife and he shouted, What's wrong with my feelings? I liked you so much, so much, so much. His voice choked. In the end, you ended up hating me to the core, all because of one mistake. This is the only way you can look at me again. His breath grew ragged. Go on, I said. Sang-gun, the person you met recently wasn't that bad, was he? I tried to fix everything you hated. His eyes watered. Can't you forget the past and just look at me as I am now? You know things used to be really good between us. Chanbi, please. The atmosphere grew heavier. Sang-gun gasped for breath, but Chanbi's reply was as cold as steel. I think we've grown too far apart, she said firmly. Are you even listening to what you're saying? And she shouted. Do you want me to keep living in those fake memories so you can control my life? Are you crazy? She clutched her head. I was crazy to think I could have a proper conversation with you. A long sigh escaped her and she said in a low voice, One last question and let's end this here. She looked him straight in the eye. You said I was taking the difficult path and that you would treat me well enough to make me forget everything else. What does that mean? She paused. I didn't break up with you simply because I hated you, did I? He was silent, and fragments of memory came to mind. In that gray afternoon, Sang-gun approached Chanbi. Chanbi, think again, he was scornful. Kongo doesn't even know you have feelings for him. You won't gain anything by clinging to such a foolish guy, he sneered. Maybe you don't understand anything because you've never been in love. Chanbi crossed her arms. Have you been bothering me all week just to say such meaningless things? Sang-gun gritted his teeth. What do you like about a guy like Kongelo? Why do you like such a foolish and weak guy? Snap out of it, she said firmly. Stop it. Chanbi looked him straight in the eye. I'm perfectly fine right now. These are my feelings. Do you think you have the right to interfere? Then she said coldly. Honestly, I think you're worse than Go, much worse. So please shut up. Her voice was dry. You really disgust me. Back in reality, Sang-gun desperately tried to explain. I mean, I thought you'd be less bullied if you had a boyfriend. That's all it was, he spoke quickly. So I wanted to treat you well so you wouldn't feel left out from others. That's all. Chanbi tilted her head slightly, half believing, then turned away coldly and said, That's truly meaningless. He tried to hold her back. I'm really sorry. I had such a hard time when you couldn't even stand to look at my face. I was almost out of my mind. Sang-gun bowed his head. I was truly irresponsible for hurting you like that. I mean, I think you must have thought a lot before deciding to confess to me. Chanbi paused. What other nonsense are you talking about? You didn't hurt me at all. She bit her lip. I'm just feeling guilty about something unrelated. I never had feelings for you, not for a single moment." Her breath hitched. "Enough, stop it here. The more you dig, the more I'll look like a fool you're playing with, so let's end it here." Her voice was firm. "Consider this an ultimatum and get out of my life forever." Sang-gun still pleaded, "Don't you want to hear more about the past?" She turned her head. "No need," and she left angrily. Chambi was so disappointed that her voice caught in her throat. From afar, Hiram shouted loudly, "Chambi!" She ran over. "What kind of lies did that jerk tell again this time? He went crazy and said weird things again, right?" She gritted her teeth. "Isn't that guy really a psychopath?" Hiram frowned. "But why didn't you tell me? That crazy guy was tormenting your life. Why didn't you tell me?" Her breath hitched. "I know, you kept everything to yourself again. I was right next to you and I didn't know anything." Chambi grabbed her friend's trembling hand and suddenly hit her own head. "Hiram hit me." Tears streamed down. "I want to erase my memories one more time." Hiram gripped her shoulder tightly. "Yes, that bastard." Chambi buried her face in her shoulder and her voice choked. "What crazy thing did I do to end up like this?" At the same time, behind the wall, 3 people were still listening quietly. Hiram gestured. "He's gone." Dongwook sighed and asked, "Why is she like that?" Week's eyes widened. "So everything is 100 true," the other person quickly replied. "Are you asking again? You've already seen everything." Weik uttered a small curse. "Damn it, you Sang-gun, that crazy bastard." Elsewhere, Sang-gun was walking with difficulty down a dark path when a voice called from behind him. "You're late, Go, let's talk a bit." Sang-gun glanced at him and indifferently turned to leave. But Go didn't give up. "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" Sang-gun said in a cold voice. "Yes, go away." Gello blocked his path. "Why are you doing that to her? You know she's already having a hard time." Sang-gun's eyes widened and he said through gritted teeth, "Because for me it was the perfect opportunity." He clenched his fist. "Because before she only had eyes for you and I only had eyes for her." And with a heavy gaze, Sang-gun said firmly, "Because I had to do something to prevent everything from going back to how it was, to erase you from that picture forever. That's how it is. Are you satisfied now?" Inside the tech room, a technician exuded a dark aura. Chanbi sat dejectedly, covering her face with both hands in discomfort. After a moment she lamented, "Someone please hit my head." Dissen, sitting next to her, was already pale. Hiram, selecting a song, retorted, "The one who should be hit is that bastard." Hearing that, Dissen remembered Hiram shaking her awake. "So that's the whirlwind that swept through when I was asleep. Damn it, why didn't we suspect that bastard at all, Hiram? We went along with his ridiculous story." She too slumped down on the other side of Chanbi, replying angrily, "You're right, we were so stupid. Thinking about it now, that bastard just appeared out of nowhere. And for us to even tell you to date him, we must have been crazy." Both of them felt more and more guilty the more they spoke. "We're really sorry." Chanbi, having calmed down, opened her mouth to reassure them. "It's okay, I should have told you guys sooner," she said, then picked up the remote control and stood up. "Forget everything, and now it's time for us to party." Chanbi turned on the song and said sternly, "Never mention that bastard's name again. Let's completely erase him from our memories." And so the 3 of them shouted and relieved their stress together in the tech room. Meanwhile, Chanbi's phone kept ringing and 2 messages arrived from her contact list. At the same time, a voice echoed from outside. "Because she only had eyes for you, and I only had eyes for her. Because I had to do something to prevent everything from going back to how it was, to erase you from that picture forever. That's how it is. Are you satisfied now?" Go, his face flushed, asked blankly, "She always had eyes for me." Sang-gun narrowed his eyes and looked at him helplessly. "Why are you reacting like that? Where has your mind been all this time?" Seeing his still blank face, he sneered, "Damn it, why would Chanbi like a guy like you? Did you give up on her?" Go was inwardly angry at these words. "What are you talking about?" But he suddenly came to his senses and asked cautiously, "Wait, so you knew everything from the start and tried to deceive me too?" Sang-gun turned and walked away, replying, "Yeah, who would be as stupid as you?" Go hastily chased after him. "Where are you going? We're not done talking yet." Sang-gun didn't look back and dismissed him with a cold voice. "I told you to get lost." Go didn't care and continued to press. "Chanbi just has to say one word about breaking up and you're done. How dare you do such a thing?" He glanced back slightly, his face pale. "I thought you'd hit me. I didn't expect you to be talking to me here." "I knew she wouldn't say anything." Then he started walking again and pulled out his phone. "She doesn't have her old phone and she's surrounded by idiots like you, so I had no choice but to take a gamble." Go heard that and broke out in a slight cold sweat. "So you gambled with someone else's life?" Sang-gun, still focused on his phone, sneered. "You're too kind to be easily used. So I thought you'd easily believe it when I said she was too timing." He suddenly stopped and turned around, saying, "And I thought you weren't the type of person to get revenge or die, understand?" Go couldn't refute such accurate words. Immediately after, the 2 silently opened the door and entered the store. Yellow followed Sang-gun, still questioning. "Why did you think that about me?" He didn't answer and went straight to the counter. "Hello, I'm here to pick up my order." Gello didn't give up and continued to press. "What did I do?" Sang-gun shouted in annoyance. "Seriously, I've been watching you for a long time. I could tell right away that you're a pure-hearted guy. Enough, don't ask any more questions and don't follow me." He glanced at him, receiving his food as if he didn't care. "But you have to clearly tell me everything that happened to you, even that Chanbi only had eyes for you." Sang-gun ignored him and walked past him. "Do you think I'd tell you?" Even after leaving the store, Go continued to wonder. "You were wrong from beginning to end and now you're trying to hide everything?" His voice constantly followed Sang-gun's back. "I don't care if you think I'm pure-hearted, but you liked her and did such a terrible thing. This was too much." The more he listened, the angrier he got and his eyes became bloodshot. Sang-gun irritably turned his head and shouted, "Get lost! Don't lecture other people." He took a step closer to Go, angrily saying, "I did that because I genuinely liked her. What else could I have done? Anyone in my situation would have done the same." When he tried to ask something else, his hand pushed him away. "Hey," Sang-gun grabbed Go's shoulder and muttered gloomily, "you don't understand how happy I was when I saw Chanbi return to how she was last November." In his mind he recalled the day he sat forlornly by the roadside. She had returned as the angelic Chanbi. He had come to him in the white snow, and he remembered her saving him when he was in despair, when he was abandoned by his ex-girlfriend. But her disgusted eyes suddenly came to mind. "But now she looks at me with those eyes," Sang-gun, his eyes red, glared at Go. "A guy like you wouldn't understand such feelings." The more he spoke, the paler his face became. That lucky bastard. Thinking of despair, a dark aura emanated from Sang-gun's entire body. Why couldn't I have waited just one more week? Then I could have dated her for 2 weeks. But in the end nothing worked out. Go just stood opposite him, listening to him mumble blankly. "And I only held her hand once, just once." But the more Sang-gun spoke, the more out of his mind he became. "Why did I have to act like a gentleman? I should have done what I wanted. But I didn't know everything would turn out like this. I could have even made her feel guilty and accept everything." As soon as these despicable words came out, a fist landed violently on his face. Sang-gun was hit by Go. His face contorted and he stumbled and fell. He eventually collapsed at Go's feet. Go looked down at him from above and said, "Calm down, let's talk this out properly." As soon as Sang-gun was hit, he cursed in a trembling voice. "You goddamn bastard." He groaned in pain from the blow to his right cheek. Just then Go bent down and moved closer to him. "But Sang-gun, to me you look like a dangerous guy with glasses right now. Even though Chanbi couldn't remember anything, she was sincere with you and even tried to cover up what you did, if you truly liked her. You shouldn't have said those things. You looked gloomy all day. I thought you were regretting what you did." As he listened to Go's lecture, the food bag he was holding fell and got dirty. Sang-gun reluctantly admitted, "Yes, I shouldn't have done that and said those things." A moment later a new food bag arrived. Go handed it to Sang-gun. Go felt sorry looking at his swollen cheek. "Sorry I hit you." Sang-gun didn't blame him and just asked, "Aren't you going to tell Chanbi that your feelings were genuine too?" Go replied sincerely, "No, I'm not. Besides, I don't think she'd believe me." "I don't know whose fault that is." Hearing that, Sang-gun slightly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "But if you tell her yourself, the situation might change. She really liked you since last year, but you had no idea, did you? My goodness, every time I badmouthed you she got angry like a lion." Sang-gun couldn't hold back anymore and covered his face with his hands. "That's why I'm worried. People are easily swayed by what they once liked, and every time I can't reach her. I wonder if her memory has returned." Go just watched him continue to mumble. "And just imagining those eyes looking at me again, I suffer from Chanbi's gaze trauma. My hands tremble and—" Go turned his head, thinking inwardly, that guy is truly hopeless. Outwardly he interrupted him. "All right, I've heard enough." Suddenly Go paused. "Oh, I almost forgot." He turned around, pointed his finger and said to Sang-gun, "Delete all your voice recordings." Sang-gun stammered, thinking of Wuyek. "How did you know?" Nevertheless he lowered his head, took out his phone and thought, if he knew I did this behind Chanbi's back I'd get hit again. Nevertheless Sang-gun tapped his phone a few times and said, "I was going to do that anyway." Then he held out the clean phone screen, feeling good. Go, deceived, immediately pressed the list. But there were still 77 recording files left. "Don't mess with me." A moment later at the convenience store, Go stood alone in front of the beverage display, lost in thought. "I just wanted to hear a little about what happened." But that damn bastard wasn't cooperative at all. He reached out and pointed to a row of beverage cans. "Anyway, it's a good thing I kept tracing this out of curiosity, or everything would have been buried forever." Go, unable to concentrate, tapped the display glass a few times. So it was mutual feelings after all. Just then a finger poked his back from behind. Go, startled and getting goosebumps, turned around. "Go?" Chanbi looked at him with a bright smile. "Fancy meeting you here." Go, blushing, stared blankly at her. "What?" "Seems she's calmed down." Go observed Chanbi's mood for a moment and guessed, "She looks happy. It seems she came from hanging out with friends." She also happily admitted, "That's right, my headache is gone, so I hung out with friends." As Chanbi spoke, she reached out and picked up an item. "I feel really good now." Suddenly she glanced sideways at him and suggested, "It's all thanks to you, so I'll treat you. Choose anything you want to eat." Go was flustered and tried to refuse. "No, it's okay, you've been paying for me lately." Chanbi's voice was heard. "Because you've done a lot for me. Come on, pick anything." A moment later the two emerged with bags full of items. "Why did you pay for ice cream too?" Go, holding the bag and eating ice cream, opened the door a little shyly. "I wanted to buy more too." Chanbi, holding another ice cream, tilted her head and looked at him. "Oh, I was going to ask this too. How did you know he had my phone?" Go, flustered, scratched his head. "Oh, that, I heard you talking about your old phone during class." He remembered the heart shape on the back of the phone. "And that blue sticker too." Go explained clearly and distinctly, "You put it on when you were playing with my niece, so I recognized it right away. Besides, that guy was acting suspiciously too." Chanbi was a little surprised. "I see," she reacted, then became a little awkward. "I don't know how to thank you, or should we buy something else?" Go, flustered by her enthusiastic demeanor, refused in a trembling voice. "No, it's okay, this is enough." Chanbi was satisfied and didn't insist further. She raised her head and asked cautiously, "Have we met at this convenience store before?" Go thought for a moment, then confirmed, "Yeah, quite often." Chanbi asked in surprise, "Often?" Hearing that he looked back at her, slightly disappointed. Don't you remember? Then he received an even more heartbreaking answer. No, I don't remember anything. As Go made a face as if he was about to cry, Chanbi smiled softly and encouraged him. But it doesn't matter if you've forgotten, does it? We can start meeting more often from now on, can't we? His eyes immediately brightened. He didn't even notice the ice cream melting in his hand and thought inwardly, finally, from now on, Go said contentedly. Yeah, the person under the blanket secretly took out Chanbi's party photos and looked at them. Just then an alarm suddenly blared loudly. Go looked at his phone and mumbled in surprise, "It's 7 o'clock already?" Suddenly the sound of a door opening was heard and small footsteps tiptoed in. Go no longer delayed and slowly supported himself with his hands to sit up. Immediately after, he suddenly threw back the blanket, startling Disan. Seeing her surprised and frightened, he picked her up. "You're up," Disan, still not calm, stammered and asked, "How?" Go laughed, holding her in his arms, and replied, "Because school is waiting." Before long he headed to school in a refreshed mood. As Go walked into the classroom with a bright smile, a voice was heard from beside him. "Oh my, what's this, you're early today?" Dongwook, holding a water cup, looked at him in confusion. "Coming this early is not like you." Go walked ahead into the classroom and replied, "I stayed up all night, so I came early today." The person following him asked curiously, "Couldn't you sleep because of what happened yesterday?" Hearing that, he spoke honestly. "I was just fiddling with my phone." Dongwook approached him and said irritably, "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I was such an idiot to believe him so readily. I wonder how Chanbi is today." Him said she went to heal with him after school yesterday. As the two were talking, Chanbi entered with a dark expression. "Haven't you seen the photo Chanbi posted on Instagram?" "No," she approached, happily waving, and said to them, "Hi, you guys are early." Dongwook shuddered as soon as he saw her. A moment later someone walked by bouncing a ball and said, "It seems the healing worked." Wook walked between Go and Dongwook, asking curiously, "But is that how it works? Can you overcome such a terrible thing in one day?" Go hesitated upon hearing that and replied, "You could say it's a good thing." As soon as they reached the corner of the stairs, Wook noticed someone coming up. "I just don't know if he's the same as the Chanbi I knew." As soon as they saw him, Wook and Dongwook were startled and their faces turned pale. They whispered in low voices, seeing his swollen cheek. "What's wrong with his face?" The ball at Wook's feet bounced and fell down the stairs. "Did someone hit him?" As the two talked curiously, Sang-gun looked up at Go. Suddenly he smiled brightly and meaningfully. Sang-gun recalled last night's dinner. Go was deleting all the recording files. Then he called Go. "Kong Go." Sang-gun took the phone from his hand. "I'm sorry I used you." Go was a little suspicious upon hearing that. "Why is he acting like this all of a sudden?" Sang-gun, with tears in his eyes and a regretful expression, said to Go. "From now on I'll go back to my place. But can I ask about Chanbi? She blocked me on Instagram and everywhere else." In the end, he suggested, "I won't ask for much either. Just answer in detail if I ask." Sang-gun, seeing his suspicious gaze, hastily explained, "I mean, when it comes to women, you and I are pretty similar. You can ask me if you need to. In short, since we both like Chanbi, let's form an alliance." Back in the present, Go looked at Sang-gun's lively face and cursed inwardly with a dark expression. "This is driving me crazy." Meanwhile, Chanbi was happily amusing herself without a care. "I remember everything," she hummed happily and boasted to Hiram next to her. "It's like I've gotten my life back. Now if I just study a little more, I'll be fine." Hiram heard that, pouted her lips slightly, and asked cautiously, "So you wrote down and memorized everything people told you?" Chanbi also pouted her lips and replied shyly, "Well, just everyone's names and what happened during the past year when I had amnesia. I hated people constantly asking me over and over again." Hiram was a little surprised to hear that. "I didn't know you cared so much about that." Chanbi smiled brightly again with a relaxed expression. Solving all those complicated issues yesterday was a real turning point. But she suddenly blushed, covered her mouth with her hand, and stared intently at her phone. "Chanbi, long time no see. Did we perhaps meet before? If you saw me at the bus stop." She received this message. Chanbi, excited, grabbed Hiram's shoulder and shook her. She said she didn't wear her contact lenses that day, so she didn't recognize me, which means nothing bad happened between us at all. She avoided Hiram's gaze and forced a smile. "Well, if Jung-ae, who you said you liked, misread it, that's believable." Just then, other classmates from below the sports field shouted, "Hey, come on you guys." Hiram immediately excitedly pulled out a penguin-shaped water gun. "Chanbi, you brought your water gun, didn't you? Let's quickly load it and go." Hearing that, she also pulled out a pelican-shaped water gun. "All right, I'm ready." A moment later, Chanbi, holding her water gun, went towards the sink and met Go, Wook, and Dongwook. She greeted them at length. "Hi, my friends, why are you standing here in a line?" Wook, getting goosebumps as soon as he heard her tone, said, "Oh my, please speak normally." Chanbi loaded her water gun and said sullenly, "What? I was just trying to act cute." Dongwook looked at Hiram playing a prank, laughed, and asked, "Are you guys having fun?" Wook immediately said, "What's so fun about a tiny water gun like that? It's only fun if you douse someone with a whole bucket of water." Dongwook, holding a water cup, agreed. "You're right." Suddenly, Wook pointed to his own face and asked curiously, "Oh Chanbi, have you seen Sang-gun's cheek? It was really swollen. Did you hit him?" Chanbi glanced sideways and replied cautiously, "What are you talking about? He probably got hit for doing something weird somewhere else again." After saying this much, she suddenly remembered something. "Oh Wook, I told you not to mention that bastard's name again, don't you remember?" Hearing that, he scratched his head and forced a smile. "Oh, did I?" Immediately after he got drenched in water, Chanbi, holding her water gun, smiled and teased, "Friend, wake up." After speaking, she turned around, grabbed Go's hand and ran off. "Let's go." Behind them, the water in Dongwook's cup simultaneously splashed up. Chanbi and Go luckily escaped first, and Wook got drenched by Dongwook. Seeing that, she laughed loudly, seemingly very pleased. "Serves you right, Wook." Go, looking at her bright face, also felt joy. Suddenly his gaze slightly darkened. Go saw Chanbi's hand firmly gripping his wrist. He was pulled by her and kept running under the warm sunlight. The romantic atmosphere between the two was suddenly broken as two streams of water splashed onto their faces. Hiram and Dissen stood in front with water guns. "Oh my!" Him looked at them and asked, "Where are you going?" Immediately after, Chanbi's angry scream erupted. "Hey!" Water splashed everywhere like that. Before long, Go took off his white shirt and wrung out the water. "It's all wet." As he entered the classroom, he saw Chanbi's pelican water gun on the desk. Her initials BCH were engraved on the pelican's beak. Go's gaze lingered there unconsciously. "Chanbi liking me again." At this thought, he became gloomy and despondent again, lost in thought. "I wish I could decide that easily, but I can't. Besides, I don't have the courage to confess to her either. It's not the right time yet." He went to hang his wet shirt on the chair. "Honestly, I didn't try very hard either. As Yu Sang-gun said, I was just lucky." As his hand rested on the chair, it paused slightly. "So now I need to start something." Thinking this far, Go closed his eyes. The first thing is to stop thinking of himself as insignificant in her eyes. I need to stop telling myself she couldn't possibly like me. I need to stop these thoughts that lower my self-esteem. But he picked up his shirt again, turned around and walked. "And I shouldn't wish for everything to go back to how it was. Instead, I will." Go went towards the classroom door and stared blankly outside. "I'll keep these feelings to myself and continue to be by her side as a good friend, just as I am now." Thinking that, he left the classroom, and his eyes suddenly filled with determination. "If I do that, maybe I can have a good ending later." Go just stood blankly in front of the classroom door. It was easier said than done. Thinking that, he sighed powerlessly and walked away. "I'm so lonely. Life is truly a series of unpredictable events." Go constantly recalled his past relationship with Chanbi. Could he overcome it? Would everything turn out well, or would there only be more waves? I don't know. Just as he was lost in thought, he ran into Dongwook. "I don't even know what will happen a few seconds from now." Suddenly, with a mysterious expression, he leaned in close to his ear. "Go, do you like Chanbi?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Go froze blankly. Alarm bells rang loudly in his head. Go, flustered, shouted, "Why?" Suddenly his heart rate continued to rise and he, in a panic, silently questioned himself. But how did he know? Could it be that he was exposed just as he decided to give up everything? Go's eyes spun erratically. "What are you doing? If it were just Dongwook, it would be fine." Just then Dongwook's voice cut in. He sighed and asked cautiously, "No, right?" Go was silent for a moment, hesitating, and then finally smiled and lied. Of course, Dongwook heard him and believed him. "Ha, I knew it." A moment later, in front of a vending machine, someone put in money, but a second later the bill was spat out. At the same time, a voice said, "Buddy, I thought you weren't supposed to ask things like this." Dongwook looked at Go and said, It seems like you two are finally getting along." He heard that and forced a smile, saying, "Oh, don't worry about that." He watched him straighten the bill and thought to himself, "That's really surprising. Why does he care about something like this? This is making fun of Dongwook. He wouldn't care about something like this." Just then, Dissen cut in from somewhere. "Dongwook, you idiot, do you know what you just did? You asked if he liked Chanbi, and then you persuaded him not to." "My goodness, I should have asked first." She turned to him, who was suddenly standing next to her, and asked in surprise, "Wait, when did you start following us?" Go said no. "So that won't happen." Dissen pointed accusingly, annoyed. "But you told me Yu Sang-gun said he liked Chanbi. So no isn't enough of an answer." He heard that and recalled what Sang-gun had said before. "I think your feelings are genuine." It was then that he finally realized. It was from that part. Dongwook heard her words but didn't believe them. "Dissen, I told you no. You also know that I kept sticking with him. If I didn't feel anything, then there's really nothing." He was completely unaware that Go's face was pale with suspicion. How could he misunderstand just by listening to the nonsense that idiot spouted? Besides, if you keep exaggerating everything, how can I tell you anything? Dissen stared at him, probing. "Because I keep having a strange feeling." "So you really don't like her?" Go, stiff, denied it. Dissen immediately asked, "Then why did Yu Sang-gun say that?" He flustered, tried to explain. "Because he just—" Before he could finish, Chanbi appeared from somewhere. "What? Who likes what?" Go immediately froze like a stone. Chanbi approached and asked curiously, "Who likes what?" He glanced sideways at her, exploding inwardly. Go's hands and feet went cold and his whole body turned pale as he heard Dissen reply, "We were just trying to clarify a few things that neurotic Yu said the other day." As soon as she mentioned his name, he was startled. He said, "Go." His eyes shifted to him beside him in fear. Before Dissen could finish, he suddenly shouted, startling the two. "That neurotic Yu." Go hastily stood in front of Chanbi and explained, "He's been telling me all sorts of stories about you all day. He kept rambling, so I thought something was strange." He nervously wiped his sweat looking at her and forced a smile. "That's all, we were just talking." After speaking, he waited nervously with a pale face. A second later, Chanbi finally reacted. "Oh, I see." At this point, she walked past the three with a disgusted expression. "Anyway, I don't want to hear any more about that guy, so you guys can continue without me." As Chanbi left, Dongwook and Dissen stared at Go with suspicious eyes. "Oh dear buddy, what did you just say?" Both of them listened to his incomprehensible mumbling, understanding nothing. Huh? A moment later, Go's face flushed red and he stammered, admitting, I like her, so please be careful what you say. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongwook's bill was spat out of the vending machine again, but this time no one caught it and it just fell. After that, they moved to a gazebo and sat down. Dongwook and Dison sat facing Go, and the atmosphere was so quiet that only the sound of crickets could be heard. After a long time, Dison broke the silence and spoke. Since when? Go, embarrassed, avoided her gaze and replied, since second year last year. Dongwook heard that and his face turned black as if he was shocked. Why didn't I know at all? Dison calmly rubbed her chin and admired. I had no idea. My goodness, you really hid it well. I thought boys would definitely show it if they liked someone. Even now, Dongwook couldn't accept it. He recalled the moments he had spent with Go. You always kept your eyes on her and you started hanging out with us. After Chanbi joined our group, the more he thought about those details, the paler his face became. All this wasn't just about wanting to be friends with her, but he really liked her. Dison sat beside him, glancing sideways with a scornful look. My goodness, your intuition is still terrible. Dongwook immediately retorted, I just tend to be too sensitive or think too much, that's why I didn't know. Dison heard that, sighed and evaluated with disgust. My goodness, you and Hiram really infected me with that stupidity. While the two were arguing, Go quietly evaluated them. It seems these two are more shocked by the fact that they didn't notice I like Chanbi than by the fact that I like her, so they won't notice that we liked each other. Suddenly, one of them asked a question, slightly startling him, but how did you Sang-gun know? He lowered his eyes slightly, hesitated for a moment and then replied, I once got involved in Chanbi's affairs and that guy immediately noticed. Dison had no choice but to admit, he's an idiot but he's quite perceptive. Dongwook also calmed down. If that guy hadn't said anything that day, I probably wouldn't have known anything until now. After speaking, he looked directly at Go and said, you're not going to tell Chanbi about this, are you? Then we'll keep it a secret too. I mean, I also told Hiram what you Sang-gun said, but she, like me, dismissed everything at first. Dongwook was so confident, completely unaware that him was behind him. So you don't have to worry about him noticing. As soon as he finished speaking, him's 1,000 questions poured out. Then you really like Chanbi? Really? It's not something that guy made up? Really? Really? The more she asked, the brighter her eyes shone. I can't believe I'm only just hearing this shocking news. As soon as Go saw him, he said powerlessly, where do you guys keep coming from? Just then, she suddenly fell silent as if something had occurred to her. Immediately after, him suddenly gasped in surprise and covered her mouth. Oh my, she rushed to Go, clutching her hands to her chest. Then the awkward atmosphere between you two was because you had feelings for her. Poor you couldn't do anything, even though you're in the same class, my goodness. Saying this much, she pointed directly at his face and shouted, then you're really lucky. Go, unable to understand, asked in a trembling voice. Why? Him smiled and explained, Chanbi doesn't remember that you didn't do anything. You're lucky. Dison also realized with wide eyes, it went from 0 to 0, congratulations. These words immediately hit Go's head. He, discouraged and powerless, admitted, yeah, there's nothing, so don't ramble anymore. Keep it a secret among us. Dison at this point solemnly vowed, don't worry, but now only Wooyik doesn't know. Won't he feel left out? Dongwook heard her words and grabbed Hiram's head with a tired expression. We have to keep an eye on this person too, so she doesn't do anything wrong. Meanwhile, she smiled slyly as if something had occurred to her. Oh, that'll be really fun, Dison agreed. Yeah, it's best to keep it a secret at this time. After that, Go just sat quietly, listening to them continue to ramble. Who knew Go liked Chanbi? I believe you'll find a way, buddy. I'll cheer for you. I'll help you too. Back in the classroom, he sighed tiredly. Gello closed his eyes powerlessly. His gaze fell upon Chanbi, who was slumped over her desk looking at her phone, and Go, slightly tense, slowly stood up. He picked up his notebook and went over to her, looking down at Chanbi and cautiously asking, do you want to review what we talked about? But what met his eyes was Chanbi dozing off. Go said nothing more and quietly looked at her. She's sleeping, he blushed, thinking inwardly. It's been a really long time since I've seen her sleep at school. Suddenly, he became a little blank. Just then, Go sensed something and suddenly came to his senses. He hastily turned and left. No, don't be discouraged. Just then, Hiram approached from somewhere and tapped his shoulder. Why aren't you looking anymore? She excitedly pointed to Chanbi. Or should I wake Chanbi up? Go saw that, quickly lowered his head and just walked away. Hiram hastily chased after him, complaining, Gello, your wish is my command. What should I do for you now? He replied in a cold voice. Nothing. At the same time, a powerless thought suddenly came to mind. Nothing is going my way. My goodness, what should I do now? Going back to last October, it was a math class at school. Go's eyes kept faintly closing. A second later, he swayed and almost fell. But Go immediately came to his senses and said in a trembling voice, Oh, I'm sorry, what? Chanbi sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, and looked at him curiously. Are you that sleepy? She fiddled slightly with the pen in her hand and advised in a gentle voice, Then get some sleep for a bit. You won't be able to think anymore, no matter how hard you try right now. Go was still a little blank but still tried. But this is the only time now. Before he could finish, Chanbi cut in. Then come to my class after next period. Gello tiredly rubbed his head and apologized. He couldn't hold back any longer and slowly collapsed. I stayed up all night playing too many games. In the end, Go was completely slumped over his desk. Chanbi just sat beside him, watching him sleep soundly. Her eyes held a slight curiosity as she looked at him. Chanbi slowly observed the unresponsive Go. She sat there, looking at him for a very long time. A moment later, Hiram called loudly from outside the door. Chanbi, vending machine, are you coming or not? She turned her head and refused. I'm busy, you guys go first. Time slowly passed and people kept coming and going. Chanbi pressed the tip of her pen with her hand. The clicking sound kept ringing. Chanbi once again glanced sideways in curiosity, but was still sleeping soundly at this point. She rested her chin on her hand looking at him and thought to herself, I've never seen him like this. How many nights did he stay up? Did he stay up all night playing games? What game could it be? Baseball? Seeing him often talk about baseball with his friends. Thinking this far, Chanbi slightly curved the corners of her mouth. She quietly smiled as she looked at Go's drooling face. So this is what he looks like when he's sleepy. At the convenience store's triangle kimbap section, a suspicious sound suddenly came. Gelo reached out and chose, mumbling, My goodness, who keeps taking all the tuna mayonnaise flavor? A passing store clerk heard that and replied, that flavor has been discontinued. He heard that and his eyes widened in surprise. What? Something's been strange these days. Another day, Go was flipping through a comic. My goodness, what is this? But a moment later he heard bad news. Notice of publication suspension. Gelo's head spun and he couldn't believe his eyes. The things I like are slowly disappearing. On another day he heard similar news. This online game service has been discontinued since last month. His friends saw that and laughed, teasing him. I knew that trashy thing. I knew it would end up like this someday. It's time to start another game now. Go, lost in thought, glanced sideways at Chanbi. Chanbi is the beginning of everything. He happily looked at her, munching on snacks. No, at least she's still here, so I should be grateful for that. Just then, Chanbi's voice was heard after she finished watching a video on her phone. She's really pretty. Who is she? Her eyes shone and she praised endlessly. She had amnesia for a whole year, and she made 3 comebacks and got prettier and prettier, plus she's going to have a baby soon. My goodness, the timing of her amnesia was so good. Suddenly, Chanbi excitedly looked at Go and asked, Go, what do you think? Everyone's pretty, right? You said you only knew the group name. He, embarrassed, lowered his eyes and replied, Yeah. Him saw that, picked up her phone and pointed at the screen. Go, this is the one, right? Go, with his straight long black hair, looked directly into her eyes, but before he could finish speaking his face was covered by a book. At the same time, Go's urgent voice rang out. All right, let's start. He was watching Chanbi focus on her assignment, breaking out in a cold sweat. Him is like that every day these days. Fortunately, it's not too obvious though. Then suddenly he seemed to hear something and Go looked towards Hiram out of curiosity. She was visibly annoyed, thumping her chest, expressing herself openly. You're hopeless, she glared at him and continued to express herself with her hands. Is that all, or are you always just studying math? Him pouted and shrugged. Really? Do you really like her? Go seemed to understand what she was trying to say, so he was startled when Chanbi spoke up. This problem is too difficult. I probably can't do it alone next time. He stiffened, looked to the side and replied in a daze. It's okay. Suddenly Chanbi turned her gaze, which had been elsewhere, to him and said, We need to reserve movie tickets, don't we? If we wait until the weekend they'll probably all be sold out. As soon as she heard that, she quickly pulled out her phone. You focus on math, I'll book the tickets. Go, seeing her choose seats, asked curiously, Are you going to the movies too? Hiram answered casually. Yeah, and then he was immediately invited. Do you want to come too? Hiram was reading him like a book even without looking. No, it's okay. You were going to say that, weren't you? The more she spoke, the more bewildered Go became, with an expression of disbelief. He always missed opportunities, clicking his tongue, and mumbled about why people kept interfering. While she continued to mumble, Chanbi was still concentrating on the problem. Then suddenly Go asked, Are you two going alone? Him immediately replied, Yeah, tomorrow. A momentary conflict flickered in his eyes, but eventually he smiled faintly. Gelo immediately made a decision. I was thinking of watching that movie too. Can I come with you? Hong Dong-wook? And Woo-hyuk too. Him couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing that. She tapped Chanbi's shoulder next to her and said, He says he's watching it too, and I didn't even tell him what movie it is. How about it? Can he come along? She, who was solving problems, lost concentration and answered casually, Oh yeah, it's fine. Upon hearing that, Hiram burst into excited laughter. All right, she was quite looking forward to it inwardly too. It's definitely going to be fun. Afterward, when they asked Woo-hyuk, he immediately refused. I can't go tomorrow, Go grumbled, pressing his phone. Why do you always have plans? He was lying stretched out on the mat and replied upon hearing that. But tomorrow is really tough, and are you calling Dong-wook too? He'll just fall asleep as soon as he comes in. Why don't the 3 of you go together? Go shouted, a little flustered. That's a bit. His mind continued to grow more complicated. Dealing with Chanbi alone was overwhelming, and in a different sense, sweat began to pour down his forehead. The more Gelo thought about it, the more he regretted it seriously. Damn it, Go, you idiot, what can you do by yourself? I shouldn't have said anything at all. Suddenly he called out in a subdued voice, Hey Woo. But Woo-hyuk replied without taking his eyes off his phone, What? Why are you calling my name suddenly? His fingers kept tapping the screen, and next to him, Go's dejected voice was heard. Do I look that stupid? Don't I act like a complete idiot? Woo-hyuk immediately burst out laughing without even thinking and said, Absolutely. Upon hearing that, Go's morale immediately collapsed. I guess so. Everyone says that. Only then did Woo-hyuk notice his expression. He quickly got up and asked, But why are you thinking such useless thoughts? It's just tiring. Come on, stop that and let's go out to the sports field. Just then 2 people approached, looking at those addicted to games. Have you guys tried that game I told you about last time? Woohyuk immediately replied, I just tried it. He raised the phone in his hand and asked, this such and such game is fun, but don't you think it pushes too much for in-app purchases? He said with a smile as if encouraging, just try it a bit more. Just then a call came, and Woohyuk abruptly stood up. I'll be right back. Junmo glanced at him happily, running out, a little curious. After that he looked down at Go again and asked, Gello, haven't you heard anything from Dongwook or Woohyuk? Like why Yu Sang-gun isn't coming to our class anymore? The kid next to you was also curious about the same thing, right? I thought he was dating Park Chanbi. Junmo immediately agreed. To me it looked like nothing was happening either. Chanbi is always passive, isn't she? On the other hand, Sang-gun does everything for her. It looked like a completely one-sided relationship, didn't it? Gello didn't respond to that and just kept looking at his phone. Junmo and the friend next to him kept chatting with each other. But seriously, I wouldn't want to date someone if neither of us had any memories of each other. What she said was true though. As she said that, he turned his gaze back to Go. So, have you heard anything? He turned off his phone and slowly stood up. I haven't. Suddenly, Dongwook pushed open the door and everyone was surprised. Go glanced at the tip of the warning hat in his hand and thought, why did you come out from there? He replied nonchalantly. To deliver equipment. Only then did Go remember and ask, oh right Dongwook, are you going to the movies tomorrow? His voice echoed. Him invited me too. Go looked at him with a slightly hopeful gaze. So you're going? Dongwook looked at Go's excited expression without a word. Go, seeing that, sincerely advised, don't be like this tomorrow. Go seemed not to understand. Only then did Dongwook clearly say, you look like a complete idiot just now. The next day a video showing how to style hair by sweeping it up was playing on the phone on the desk. Go stood in front of the mirror, continuously touching and styling his hair with his hands, but even when it was shiny and complete he wasn't satisfied. Where did I go wrong? It looks like I haven't washed my hair in days. He couldn't help but rub his hair with his hand. He had to wash his hair again now. Gello checked the clock, saw it was 1:04 p.m. and mumbled to himself, I have to arrive by 3 o'clock so I need to leave right now. Just then a call came from Chanbi. Gello was startled, his eyes wide and leaned in to look closely. His body trembling he answered the phone. Why is she calling? Gello coughed slightly. Then barely managed to speak. Hello. Immediately Chanbi's voice echoed from the other end. Hello Gello, you haven't left yet, have you? He replied in surprise. No, Chanbi hearing that suggested, then let's go together. Go clenched his hands and stammered in reply, From the other end her voice continued. Let's meet at the bus stop in front of the school main gate. We'll go straight to the cinema from there. I'm leaving now. Only then did Go in a daze suddenly snap to attention. Oh wait, are you leaving now? He checked his phone's time again, looking at it as if he was doubting life itself. It's still 1:06 p.m. Didn't we agree to meet at 3? It'll probably take about 30 minutes. Hearing that, Chanbi delivered a cold punch. We agreed to meet at 2 o'clock, didn't we? Go was silent for a moment, then barely managed to reply, oh yeah, that's right. I'll leave right away too. After hanging up he stood there blankly. In an instant, Gello hastily grabbed a decorative hat from the cabinet and rushed out the door. I have to hurry. Before long a message arrived from Chanbi. I've arrived at the bus stop. Gello also arrived there quickly. He was out of breath, his face red. I shouldn't have made her wait. At the same time, Chanbi was already waiting at the bus stop. Seeing her lively appearance, Gello's face flushed and he pulled his hat lower with his hand. Somehow I can do this. Just then he saw another boy talking to Chanbi. But who is that person standing next to her? Go looked at the person in front of him. Who is that person next to her? A question flashed in his mind. Do we have a new person in our group? It could be. He made a small cough sound and called out, Chanbi. She smiled faintly and excitedly ran towards him. You were wearing a hat. I almost didn't recognize you, he replied. But who is that person? The man next to her scratched his head, looking awkward. Chanbi quickly averted her gaze. Our bus is right there. It came just in time. She turned around. Sorry. Following behind Go, she refused the man. But I have a boyfriend. His eyes widened and his face suddenly flushed red. He unconsciously asked, Did that guy ask you for your number? She nodded. Yeah, he asked for my Instagram, and when I said I don't use it, he asked for my personal information. Never mind, just forget what I just said. She pouted and said, I just wanted to avoid that guy. He nodded slightly. All right, Go mumbled to himself. I see her every day at school, so I didn't really pay attention. As he thought, he unconsciously glanced at her, but to others she must have looked very beautiful. He looked up, let out a small sigh, and self-deprecatingly chuckled with satisfaction. This is too hard. The two fell into a brief silence. After that, he happily turned around and said, So about the movie we're going to see, you definitely wanted to watch it before, didn't you? She tilted her head slightly. So they say. Apparently I really wanted to watch it before I got Amnesia. I even checked when it would be released in Korea. It's strange. I'm not even a movie buff. Heaven only knows what I did that whole year. A hint of sadness was in Chanbi's voice, and she felt a sense of disappointment at the thought of having loved something so much and forgotten everything. He thought to himself, Then she never liked movies, but we talked a lot about that movie a few months ago. Fragments of memories about a joke echoed in his mind. Chanbi, you too, I really like horror movies. He slightly curved the corners of his mouth. Then it's a shame you used to be a movie buff, especially horror movies. You even recommended a few to me. She frowned. Horror movies? Are you sure? I can't watch horror movies. He looked a bit dazed. Really, but you told me you liked them a lot before. Our group even went to see one together. Chanbi shook her head. I wouldn't watch it even if you paid for it, he sighed. Really, she continued, if I were to watch it I'd cover my eyes and ears from beginning to end. He looked at her and retorted. You sat up straight and watched intently. Chanbi frowned, half surprised and half flustered. What was I thinking? And how do you remember it in such detail? I just thought I was impressed. She sighed and shook her head slightly. Goodness, you seem to be easily moved. The road was crowded at this time, packed with vehicles. Chanbi leaned over and looked out the window. It's a bit congested, but we're almost there. He mumbled to himself. Really? She opened her phone to check. We'll arrive a little after 2 p.m., Go asked. What time does the movie start? She quickly replied. Let's see, there's about a 10-minute preview, so still have some time. But as soon as she looked at the clock, she paused slightly. Current time 1:56 p.m. She mumbled, then I was wrong. You're right, we agreed to meet at 3. He looked at her and Chanbi was speechless. We arrived an hour early. Just then her phone rang and Hiram's voice echoed through the speakerphone. Then you two can have fun before we get there. Here, she suggested they wander around or look at things. Chanbi nodded slightly, agreeing. She walked ahead, looking around. Wow, it's changed so much in a year. He hesitated. How should we pass the time? She turned around and said, what are you talking about? There's so much to do. Before he could react, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Let's go here first. He ran after her and sweat beaded on his temples under the colorful lights. She stomped her feet hard on the floor. Lively music echoed and she confidently stomped on the dance floor with all her might. You're pretty good, aren't you? Even difficult mode is no problem. He praised her. You're good too, she laughed. Maybe I practiced too much before, so my body remembers the movements. He lightly wiped the sweat from his forehead. I've played this a lot too, but I've never cleared this level. She was surprised. You like these kinds of games too, he explained. I didn't go with friends. My older sister often took me. His older sister took him to an amusement arcade. Go, you like this too, right? Don't tell mom and dad, this is our secret. Chanbi continued. Oh, my older brother was like that too, she said enthusiastically. Then let's start our trip down memory lane. Let's try all these games. Anyway, we have plenty of time. She pointed to one side. Have you tried this? Go couldn't take his eyes off her and Go's heart began to pound, but it didn't last long, and the two played a fighting game together. A few minutes passed and Gelo lost to Chanbi in every game in table tennis, and in the shooting game too. He looked at her with wide eyes. He spent the next 50 minutes playing games with a humble heart. Just then, Dong-wook and him also arrived and he said to Chanbi, all right, let's buy popcorn and wait for the others. He also asked himself inwardly at this point, we've been playing here for an hour, were we too thoughtless? Go left this place with her. The important thing is that we had fun. The two suddenly heard a sound and turned around in surprise. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. What was that? After buying water and popcorn, Chanbi became anxious. They said they were here. Why can't I see them yet? Just then a message came from Hiram. We're on our way, go on in first. He saw that and scoffed. They probably got held up by someone again on the way. She said nonchalantly, it's always like this, they'll be here soon. He looked at her and mumbled to himself, we mostly just played games. I didn't really think about losing as usual. Go was satisfied. Just being next to her is truly great. He thought that since they weren't at school there was no need to try too hard. Go felt at ease and the awkwardness between them was gone. He sighed, deciding to just relax and enjoy himself. Go gazed at her for a long time, then lowered his head slightly and smiled. Deciding to come together had been a truly wise choice. Just then she happened to look at him too. He offered her buttered popcorn. Want some? She shook her head slightly. I'm okay. Chanbi hesitated. Then she said softly, you know, I kept thinking. Chanbi was flustered. Everyone said there was nothing between us. She clarified, but I don't think that's the case, Chanbi said cautiously. I mean, you might not have said anything because those things might not have been important to you. But his face was blank for a moment. Chanbi complained, I don't like being the only one who doesn't know anything. You've been telling me everything from the beginning until now. I feel really disadvantaged, you know. She clenched her fist. So I want you to tell me everything you remember about us. The space suddenly went quiet. He was ashamed and apologized for keeping everything a secret. She shook her head, her eyes light. I wasn't trying to make you feel guilty by saying that. He replied, but it's absolutely not true that those things weren't important to me. Go was flustered. I'm sorry. She looked at him with a slight smile. He lowered his head in embarrassment. At the same time, the movie theater lights went out. She looked up and said in a surprised voice, why did the lights go out so fast? Hiram and Dong-wook had just arrived and hurriedly rushed into the theater. They entered the theater 10 minutes late. The movie continued to play and the cold rain poured down. The female lead sat in a corner of the stairs and the male lead approached to comfort her. Go focused on the movie and his eyes held a hint of emotion. Go concentrated, thinking to himself, I wasn't sure when I only saw the trailer. He glanced at Chanbi and admitted, but now I understand why she wanted to see this movie so badly. Go was surprised to see 2 streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. He was flustered and awkward. Chanbi tried to hide her tear-stained face. Hiram and Dong-wook watched the movie calmly. When the movie ended, everyone left, not forgetting to praise it. The movie's really good, he said with admiration. I watched it from beginning to end and I know how worthwhile it is. She smiled from behind, agreeing. And the acting was truly beyond imagination. I'm sure the male and female leads will become a couple after filming this movie. Hiram looked at Chanbi and asked, right? She was startled and stammered, probably. Dong-wook saw Chanbi's expression and smiled, teasing, you cried a lot, didn't you? She immediately agreed. Now you understand why I wanted to see it so much, right? Chambi's face stiffened as if she had been hit right on the mark. She glanced left and right, hesitating. Probably. Anyway, Chambi sharply noticed the scratches on Hiram's body. Everyone asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" She sat quietly on the chair and Chambi asked anxiously, "Did you fall? Your legs are all scratched." Go keenly noticed that the wounds had been disinfected. "Is this why you're late?" Hiram pointed at Dong-wook as if aggrieved and explained everything. "This guy kept playing around on the street, so I fell while carrying ice cream." He felt a little guilty and stood silently. She cried from the pain. Chambi saw that and suggested, "Let's go to the hospital. You need bandages and antibiotics." Hearing the mention of the hospital, Hiram's attitude did a complete 180. She smiled brightly and said, "No, it's not that serious." She asked again, "Are you really okay?" Everyone started discussing their next plans. "We can't go eat right now. Most shops are probably closed at this hour, right? So we'll have to spend time after class." Dong-wook looked at Hiram and suggested going to the PC room. She leaned over and thought, "We should only play for 30 minutes at the PC room." He spoke, "Then let's take a walk around here." Go continued, "We were going to do that before the movie but didn't in the end." She immediately replied, "We'll just end up circling the same place." He and she watched them talk in silence. Chambi recalled Hiram's miserable appearance amidst deadlines, thinking it was like going out after a long time. Hiram absolutely agreed. "Then let's go." They entered a souvenir shop. Dong-wook held a bottle that looked like it was used in a laboratory and showed it to Go, saying, "Look at this." He held the bottle in his hand and asked, "What is this, medicine?" Dong-wook also had no answer. "Where is this place? They sell everything." Dong-wook admired the stairs. "There's a second floor too, it's huge." He held a wooden deer and kept wondering, "What kind of creature are you?" But he looked elsewhere where Chambi was laughing and talking with Hiram. Go ignored him and quickly approached her. Chambi was still busy looking at earrings and didn't notice anything. Suddenly Go spoke to her, startling her. "Want to buy earrings?" Go was very romantic. Chambi replied honestly, "Just looking. I've never had my ears pierced, so I can't wear them." She put them back in their place and said honestly, "But when I see Hiram or other girls wearing them, I think they look good on me too." Chambi touched her ear, a little worried. "And I don't like pain." She kept looking at the earrings. "Other girls look pretty wearing them, and it tempts me, but then I flinch again at the thought of pain. I keep hesitating." Go listened intently, embarrassed by Chambi's words. He smiled and replied, "Actually, I have a friend who has a lot of piercings and she said it doesn't hurt that much. Probably enough to relieve the pain." She asked, confused, "You mean pain is good?" Go agreed, adding, "She also has quite a fiery personality." Suddenly Chambi brought the earring she had just picked out close to his face. Chambi smiled joyfully and suggested, "It looks good on you, won't you wear it for me instead?" Go laughed with joy. He shook his head. She had a very happy face. "That's really funny, Chambi," and he kept laughing. Suddenly she widened her eyes in surprise. Her face looked quite serious. Chambi pointed with trembling hands beyond the glass. They noticed their friend walking with a woman. "Isn't that Song Woo-hyuk who's the person next to him? Do you know?" The two were very affectionate, not sparing sweet hugs. She and Go froze at this sight. Suddenly he laughed and Chambi followed his gaze, confused. Go said expressionlessly, "Such polite behavior can't be Song Woo-hyuk." Dong-wook, standing in the corner, mumbled, feeling unwell. "Of course not, definitely not." His head was all cloudy and confused. "Why do you think that?" Everyone gathered in one place and the light slowly brightened. Hiram leaned on a chair, languidly said, "Snap out of it. I think everyone's having a collective hallucination." Suddenly she picked up her phone and said, "It's almost 6. Can we go now?" He insisted. "Let's wait 5 more minutes then go." Go watched Chambi from afar, wanting to let her look around a bit more. He kept looking at her. At this point she asked him, "Kong-gelo, was the arcade fun earlier?" He hesitated for a moment. Go, slowly realizing something was strange, turned his head to avoid their gaze. Before he could answer, Hiram said firmly, "You two played like complete kids. Do you have time to play like that now as friends?" Too excited it affected her wounds. "Oh my knee." Dong-wook, sitting next to her, was also startled. Go calmly retorted, "What's wrong with playing games? It's really hard to find someone to play this game with these days, so I was really happy to find someone with similar tastes." Hearing him say that, she sighed and was speechless. Suddenly Go stiffened, looking confused. "But wait, how did you know what we did? Did you two secretly follow us?" Both answered simultaneously. She was so angry it affected Dong-wook. She advised seriously, "My goodness, you should have left a good impression on her." Due to vigorous activity, the wounds opened again. Hiram groaned with a trembling voice. "If I had even half my usual energy, I would have come up with a really fun scenario," he says bluntly. "Weren't you the only one who enjoyed it?" Go sighed, said firmly, "I'm satisfied enough, so please just leave everything as it is." Besides, his goal in his mind was to let everything proceed naturally. Go declares firmly to them, "I don't want her to think, why is he like that? What's wrong with him?" His face paled. He pleaded with his two friends, "Oh please, don't make it too obvious. I've only taken one step forward. Don't make her take a big step back." He says silently, "Just listen to him. Let him handle it alone. Think again how many people suffered because of your scenarios since middle school. Now is the time to sit back and watch." Dong-wook spoke so correctly that Hiram had nothing to retort. At this point Go picked up his phone and asked everyone, "By the way, what are we eating now? This is the problem we should have been talking about earlier." She and Dong-wook list numerous demands. Spicy, not greasy, not oily, nothing that makes you bloated, no steak or anything like that. He's flustered and awkward. That suddenly Go's phone keeps ringing and he remembers something, his eyes wide in surprise. "Damn it." Hiram and his friend look at him, understanding nothing. Go asks everyone in a hurry, then you guys look for that kind of food online and ask Chanbi what she wants to eat. He puts on his backpack and says, I have to give this to my friend, she's standing in front of that store. I'll be right back, she shouts. Go away. Go hurries to his friend. Opening the door, he realizes. Gello approaches her and asks, why are you here? Did you really walk all the way here? She replies firmly, I told you I was at that cafe. He opens his backpack and continues, you mean the cafe 1 block from here? I thought you said it was a farther point. A wallet slowly emerges from his backpack. Go says honestly, Song Eun-jung always drops things on the street. She takes back her wallet grumbling, what, is there a problem? Go hesitates. No, I mean, Jung-a looks at the shop he just came out of thinking it's a bit strange. She pouts, confused. Jung-a frowns, asks him in detail, why did you go to such a shop? Who did you go with? Go puts his backpack back on and tells his friend honestly, we just wandered around this neighborhood. She listens annoyed, spending time while waiting for dinner. Jung-a complains, my goodness you. She takes his backpack and says, give it here, I'll look. Go replies, thanks. Suddenly Chanbi opens the door, her eyes wide at their intimate appearance. Hearing the door open, he and Jung-a reflexively turn their heads and unconsciously shout, huh? Jung-a and Chanbi unexpectedly make eye contact, both saying simultaneously, huh? Go's face is full of fear. Jung-a frowns, confused. Then Kong-go went with me, she slowly realizes, seeing his flustered expression. Just the two of you with Chanbi, just the two of you, I know. But why? The atmosphere is very quiet. Numerous thoughts keep floating in Jung-a's head. There's nothing between them now, she doesn't remember liking him, so why? Chanbi's surprise makes her suspicious. Wait a minute. Jung-a looks at Go's awkward face, wondering what happened after the fight. From Chanbi's perspective, she frowns at their happy appearance. Chanbi thinks to herself, the girl standing next to Go isn't that Song Eun-jung? So they know each other? Suddenly she turns and mumbles, anyway. Suddenly Jung-a's expression changes. She talks to her cheerfully, Chanbi, long time no see. Jung-a bumps him, smiles and says, so you went with Chanbi without telling me anything? Go freezes awkwardly. She also stiffens, hesitates. Long time no see. She runs to Chanbi and gently takes her hand. Jung-a blames herself, right, we met that day, didn't we? I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Are you okay? She unconsciously recalls the moment she ignored her, and now Jung-a grumbles and apologizes. Those things happen often. I should have been more careful. Chanbi smiles, denies. I don't care, it's really nothing, but she gets to the point. Do you know Go? I didn't know. These words freeze her and him. Jung-a is silent for a moment, then suddenly her face turns pale and she shouts, you had an accident recently, didn't you? Jung-a keenly notices the wound on Chanbi's forehead. The bandage on your forehead must be from that too, my goodness. She gently asks about her memory, hasn't it returned yet? Chanbi replies cheerfully, it's only a year's amnesia so I remember who you are, Jung-a. She sighs in relief. That's a relief. Turning back to Go, he is very awkward and flustered. Suddenly Jung-a bumps Go and says, oh right, were you curious about us? She puts her hand on his shoulder, explaining very intimately. We told you everything when the three of us went volunteering together. We went to middle school together, Eun-jung continued. But it was earlier this year so you probably don't remember it. Chanbi replied, really? Eun-jung kept asking. So the last time you remember me is in your last year of middle school? We met at the academy. Chanbi tried hard to remember, saying, I guess so. The day I quit that academy your hair was a bit long back then. She reached out and touched Eun-jung's hair. You cut it short, it looks good on you. Eun-jung's eyes widened in surprise at this action. Eun-jung looked at her hair, which Chanbi had touched, with a slightly scornful expression, but she didn't show it and replied with an awkward smile, thanks, I'll probably keep this style. Go asked Chanbi with a slight worry, where did everyone else go? Chanbi replied as if she didn't understand, I thought they weren't there so I went out to look for them. Seeing Hiram and Dong-wook sitting lazily in chairs ready to go for dinner, he wondered, didn't they look for you? Chanbi immediately replied, no, Go complained. Oh man, I told them to ask you what you wanted to eat. Chanbi said, I'll call them. You two keep talking. Eun-jung also bowed her head and bid farewell to Chanbi. He smiled and tried to go inside with Chanbi. Actually, our conversation is over. But unlike Go, Eun-jung wanted to be closer to him. Take care, Chanbi. See you next time. Chanbi said from a distance, thank you. Chanbi quickly went inside and closed the door. The street was now brightly lit with all the lights. Go hesitated and continued, thanks, see you next time. Wow, you're really acting after a long time. Are you too close? Eun-jung lowered her head and thought about the silly fight they had just had. Then she covered her flushed face and admitted, he's still really handsome. Eun-jung looked up at the sky and lamented, I almost fainted seeing him up close. Seeing his abnormal behavior, Go asked worriedly, aren't you going to tell him about that fight? Eun-jung turned to him and replied nonchalantly, of course not, but what were we fighting about? Go remembered the 2 plates of fried noodles and replied, I think we fought over food. Eun-jung smiled and admitted, that was childish, he muttered. I knew it. Before Eun-jung could finish speaking, she changed the subject. So you didn't go out with Chanbi alone? When did you start talking to him again? Go smiled awkwardly. Well, we're in the same class and have a lot of mutual friends, so he firmly said. But it's not like before. Eun-jung frowned and agreed. Besides, without those memories, Chanbi isn't the Chanbi she used to be, so of course everything has changed. Eun-jung smiled, pleased, but I think this is better. Eun-jung reached out, pulled him closer and reminded him, don't get caught, okay? Go stiffened and replied, all right. At the same time, Eun-jung thought to herself, just let her not know anything. Chanbi opened the door and loudly called Eun-jung's name. Hiram, she looked around then kept calling Dongwook's name. Dongwook, Chanbi suddenly spotted them. In front of her, Dongwook was rubbing Hiram's arm. Chanbi asked them as if she didn't understand. What are you two doing? Hiram honestly said, I don't know, it feels like my arm or maybe my left side suddenly tingles. Chanbi looked at the wound and said worriedly, but that's not where you got hurt. I think we need to go to the hospital. Before she could finish speaking, she firmly refused. I'm not going. Hearing that, Chanbi frowned, displeased. She stepped back and revealed an interesting fact. I just found out something really fun and I'm not going to tell you, Dongwook complained. Oh my, just say you'll go, Hiram hastily replied. Alright, I'll go, but I'll go tomorrow. Chanbi revealed the story that had just happened, but you know I saw Sun Yoonjung standing in front of that shop. But guess what, she was with Go. Their eyes widened in surprise, and Chanbi told everything without holding back. They knew each other. But you wouldn't have known, would you? Yoonjung mumbled in shock. What? Hiram wondered blankly. Are they still there? Chanbi replied awkwardly, probably. Before she could finish speaking, Hiram ran off almost at the speed of light. He thought in disbelief. She can run? Chanbi suddenly burst into laughter and Dongwook turned his attention to her. She looked up and said with a joyful expression, they really suit each other. They'd be good close friends too. Both are good people, Dongwook wondered gloomily. But why are you happy about that? Chanbi frowned, slightly annoyed. I should have asked Go about Yoonjung earlier. Then there wouldn't have been any misunderstanding and I wouldn't have lost sleep all night. After pondering her words for a long time, Dongwook asked Chanbi, then why did you go with Go a while ago? She was startled by his question about what happened an hour ago. Chanbi slowly replied, twisting the ends of her hair slightly. Maybe my mind was a little confused. It was my first outing in a long time, Dongwook firmly retorted. You mean even though your mind was confused, you still thought of going with Go? Chanbi looked at him as if she didn't understand and continued to explain. We live close, so it's convenient to go together. Dongwook stood up, shrugged, and complained lazily. Oh my, I suddenly feel sorry for Sang-gun. He lived in the same apartment building back then too. He started walking towards the door and Chanbi continued to make excuses. You know that, his personality. She recalled the days when Sang-gun used to approach her. Chanbi pouted her lips and asserted that he had been too good to her. Dongwook retorted with a cold expression. Then Go isn't. She lowered her voice and emphasized. But the way is different. The two went downstairs together. Chanbi admitted that Go had been good to her. Then she retorted to him again. But he's good to everyone too, that's different from Sang-gun or guys like him. Chanbi walked quickly, leaving Dongwook behind and said firmly, besides I just like going with him. She passed through the door slightly, then called Hiram's name. Hiram? Did you meet Gello? Dongwook suddenly stiffened and realized. She says she likes going with him? Dongwook tried hard to recall past moments. Did she ever say that before? He suddenly bit his lip, trying to accept reality. They're just friends, it'll be fine, Dongwook thought to himself, watching their joyful appearance. At first I thought there was something special. My poor friend, you have a long way to go. The three girls were sitting in the classroom talking together. Did you have fun last weekend? Hiram said painfully, her fingers broken. While you were being affectionate with your boyfriend, I went through this. Chanbi left right after dinner, so I didn't have much fun. Chanbi touched Hiram's hair and asked, but why? We had a good time. The movie was good too. Hiram was disappointed that things didn't go her way, but I wanted to have my own fun too. Disun also felt helpless with Chanbi and her friend. Oh, so that's why, so there weren't any pranks? Hiram pouted her lips and tearfully pleaded with Chanbi to show her the hidden folder. I think I'll feel better if you show me the hidden folder. Chanbi stiffened her face and shouted at her. Dream on, I told you, absolutely not. Remember? Hiram tearfully explained pitiably. That's my precious laughter button. Because of that damn guy I lost access. Disun tried to comfort her friend. Calm down, eat. Disun was about to open a cup of ramen when she suddenly remembered and asked the person she didn't know with a suspicious expression, oh, I almost forgot. So who was that person after all? A wounded hand was raised on the phone screen. It was a picture taken during outdoor activities. The mysterious person was sitting next to Chanbi. Disun asked Chanbi, you said this person was a friend from another school, right? The three of them put their heads together, staring at the photo and asked competitively, then that must be it, it's not important anymore. Hiram opened her bowl of ramen. But that school is an all-boys school. Hiram scanned the screen and asked suspiciously, really? I thought it was an art school. If it was an all-boys school, I would have questioned him about it earlier. A hand was placed on Chanbi's head. Then who could it be? Sejin took a bite with a happy smile on his face. Disun, give me a bite. Disun turned to him with a disgusted expression and refused to give it to him. Go find your own. A couple was affectionately hugging on the roadside, and a friend in the group thought he's blind and foolish. The three boys stared at the three girls. No, it's definitely not him. Sejin rubbed his stomach and kept thinking only about food. I'm hungry. Disun took out her phone and showed it to the boys. We're trying to figure out who the person in our photo is. You don't know either? Gello spotted her and unconsciously looked at her phone screen. But why are they trying to figure it out? He leaned back to avoid being seen. Hiram placed her hand on her chin like a serious detective. Girls, look closely. Judging by Chanbi's clothes and the bandage, it must be after the performance. She pointed at Chanbi and shouted, you said you'd change and come back, but you never showed up. So yes, this photo was definitely taken then. He was flustered that she had caught on to his thoughts. She saw us? His face darkened and he placed both hands on his thighs, ashamed and worried. I thought you didn't come back because you were too embarrassed. But what were you doing then? Is this photo important enough to be posted on Instagram? The boy on the left frowned and pointed out. Hey, don't exaggerate so much. It's just one photo. Seijin gritted his teeth. Do you really think there's an answer? A hand tried to grab the phone. I don't know, who knows? Seijin grabbed the phone, smiled and pointed at it, suggesting they watch a video together. Forget that, let's watch the stage video taken by our cameraman again. At the thought of watching it again, a like icon appeared on his face showing an excited and playful expression. It's already been 2 months, Chanbi was really the best that day. The boy tilted his head past one person and reached out to Go's seat. Really, I only remember this. Chanbi trembled with anger. These guys, Disan asked Chanbi, did Go film that day? I thought it was someone else. Hiram turned her head and answered her friend's question. At first we asked him since he's good at filming. But that day I don't know why he filmed so badly that someone else ended up filming. She shouted in surprise that no one was doing anything and she had to step in. Hey, wait a minute. Why am I suddenly the only one dancing and no one else is doing anything? Chanbi quickly snatched the phone Seijin was holding. Stop looking, it's gone. The video showed a dance party scene with Chanbi dancing on stage. Found it, Chanbi quickly ran off and he held the phone, watching her every move. I told you it was gone, she passed him. She was really fuming. He looked at her, feeling moved and excited. That day on stage she danced with a shining aura and a pure beautiful aura. He couldn't take his eyes off her for a single moment. Oh my goodness, Chanbi is really amazing. Everyone passionately cheered and praised her. She really needs to become a celebrity. The boy and his friend next to him were talking to each other. He put the phone to his mouth and said, but not everything is okay. He unconsciously looked up at Chanbi and his cheeks flushed as his eyes met Gello's. They met each other's eyes shyly. While dancing, she accidentally slipped on a spilled drink on the floor. He dropped his phone and recalled old memories. Oh, that's right, it wasn't okay back then. Seriously. Hiram looked at him and continued the story. Hey, do you guys remember Chanbi during the outdoor activities? She was so dazed that she even stumbled on stage. Dongwook agreed with an indifferent gaze. Yeah, I remember you were happy that she had forgotten something. He patted his shoulder and recalled, oh that's right, the makeup pouch. He was lost in thought. I want to ask her why, but I probably can't. Disan, wearing a flashy cape and holding a water cup, frowned and pointed upwards. Don't let anyone know how much fun we had during the outdoor activities. She'll be sad, she said. All right, I know. The bright light of the blue sky beyond the window. How nice it would be if we could go one more time. The library scene. He sighed, closed his eyes and leaned against the bookshelf, lost in thought. But why should she know that? She doesn't need to know. She doesn't need to know that the person in the photo is her. He grabbed Seijin by the scruff of his neck and dragged him outside with a serious expression. As he held Seijin by the scruff of his neck, Chanbi asked him, did that guy run all the way here? The two were walking towards the library door. Dongwook oppa, why do you keep making her mad? Suddenly, Seijin broke free from her control and moved forward. Kongello. She held out her phone and returned it to him. It's your phone. His face flushed. Oh yeah. The two reached out to take the phone back at the same time, but she said she wanted me to tell her. He clenched his fist. Maybe that's one of the precious memories she doesn't want to lose, he asked worriedly, fearing she wouldn't believe him. The person sitting next to you in that picture. If I say that's me, will you believe it? He let go of her hand, feeling fear and confusion at his foolish question. It was strange. I should have told her it was me earlier. She looked at the photo, surprised, as if she couldn't understand. She shouted in surprise and asked him again, that's you? Oh my goodness, why did I tell everyone that person was a friend from another school? But why didn't you tell me sooner? He was relieved. Fortunately, she believed him. He lowered his head and explained all the sources to her. Sang-gun kept insisting it was him, so I might have thought he was right, but now it's confirmed that it was a fabricated story. A small image illuminated the two through a gap between the books, revealing that the bastard had ruined everything. But what was it then? What were we doing? Oh, I met you at the hotel after the performance. And the elevator was showing the 5th floor. He froze at the sound of a voice from outside the elevator. Yeah, it's cold. She was still putting on her top with her head not yet fully in. Everything was a mess. As he stood blankly for a few seconds, she appeared before his eyes. She was surprised to see him appear at the elevator door. She suddenly remembered that she wasn't fully dressed and her face turned crimson. She asked him why he was here. He turned his head and explained that he needed to get something. I came back to my room to get something. She tried to finish dressing, embarrassed. I'm sorry, did I mess everything up? The elevator door closed and it seemed to be the next stage. She moved away from the elevator door. She ran inside, rubbing her backside, and he had to step back. When Go slightly touched Chanbi, she winced. Are you okay? She stammered in reply. Am I okay? She cried out, tears streaming down her face. I'm not okay. She covered her face with her hands, too embarrassed to speak, and cried. How can I ever go back now? People will tease me all day. I'll have to endure their pitying glances. What should I do? He thought, worried about her. So that's why I came to see how she was. All her hair was falling onto her face. The situation is worse than I thought. He brushed some of her hair aside to assess the situation. Wait, is she crying? Really? She swept her hair to both sides with her hands, her face pale. People said it was okay, but it's really okay. The elevator door opened, signaling its arrival on the next floor, but I don't think I can go back, at least not yet. Please, please, can you stay with me a little longer? She tilted her head, resolving all her doubts. Now I understand that photo. That day I kept complaining and confided everything to you, right? She leaned against the bookshelf with both hands behind her back and talked to him. And I took a picture of my injury and just liked it, so I uploaded it. In the end there was nothing special. He looked at her with concern but also a slightly unreadable surprise. So we just sat for a while and then came back. He closed his eyes and told her. Not exactly. Go was standing with Chanbi in the school library talking. So we just sat for a while and then came back. His hesitation was not exactly. He sat on the stairs with her talking and asked, are there any other painful spots? She was rubbing her injured hand and he asked worriedly, no, just my right hand and knee. Chanbi had a flustered expression. But you also hit your face. She raised her hand and touched her cheek. Ah, my face is fine. She clenched her fist and stared at him. So you saw everything. A faint light flickered on the stairs. Gello closed his eyes in anguish, thinking, what should I do? I want to encourage her. The young girl jumped into the arms of the older girl, but he couldn't use the same approach he used with Da. He looked sideways and asked her. He squinted and thought. He keeps repeating, are you okay? His concern was evident in her cautious posture behind him. She shyly raised her head. Go smiled brightly and offered her snacks. Want some? He tore open the snack bag and asked her because it was Chanbi's favorite. You like this, right? He handed her the snacks and her hand moved slightly. Chanbi chewed shyly. He looked at her sideways. Delicious. He widened his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed. Still here. He placed both bags of snacks in her palm and clasped her hand tightly. Take them all. Chanbi's face turned red and she looked surprised. I know you don't like orange flavor, so I just brought the rest. Her face was as red as a tomato. Thank you. She tore open the snack bag and both were embarrassed. Don't think too much about past events. Her face darkened and she looked gloomy. Everyone was amazed by your performance. Even Yoonhee and Dong-wook said so, understand? She looked sad and tired, but she thought it should have been perfect. It was the emergency exit. But you got up and did it again right away. I mean, you finished the stage even though you were hurt. He explained his concern to her. I think that's beyond perfect truly. On that stage I only saw you. You were really amazing. Chanbi was quiet, so don't blame yourself anymore. She pouted her lips as he explained, relieved and a little embarrassed. Suddenly a notification popped up on his phone. He looked at his phone and checked the message. Him is looking for you. So shall we go? She grabbed his arm and pulled him. She turned around, grabbed his clothes and asked him to wait one more minute, just 1 minute. She sighed for a minute. Her eyes were pure and captivating. He widened his eyes in surprise. She grabbed his arm and awkwardly said, huh? The two looked directly into each other's eyes, waiting for the other's answer. Huh? Suddenly a flash of light appeared before their eyes. Two people were rushing towards the emergency exit, punching each other. Did you just touch my father? Go, and Chanbi turned around in surprise and she gaped with a startled face. What is this? He was expressionless, as if he didn't want to speak. He staggered, his face pale, and explained the situation to her. Sejin got into a fight with a guy from another school. He fell down the stairs and was covered in blood. Really? She asked in surprise. Sejin, you mean Sejin? She placed her hand behind the bookshelf. He's been like that since middle school. Has he still not changed? He replied tiredly. Probably. I heard it's not the first time. She rolled her eyes and rested her hand on her elbow, looking exasperated. Everything's new to me. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? He got punched in the face. Actually, I went out to stop it. He went to stop the guy who deserved to be hit, and she hastily went out to call the teacher. You went to call the teacher, he said with a gloomy and tired mind. In the end, everything was resolved, so no one else knows. She lowered her head and listened to his story. But that was really crazy. He flinched slightly. Why? Chanbi leaned closer and asked him. Oh, seriously. Why do you keep everything to yourself? You should be recognized, shouldn't you? He rubbed the back of his neck with his hand, clearly embarrassed. Was it too obvious? She put her hands on her hips, pointing at her own body, and shot back. If it were me, I would have told the whole school how much you struggled. Who knows? Join heard that and realized something. She smiled gently. Actually, it wasn't that bad. The two were sitting leaning against the library bookshelf. But if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known anything about those things. And I probably would have missed everything again. Beyond the window, a clear blue sky and white clouds were visible. Why didn't you tell her the truth? He spent a whole week trying to persuade her to dance and eventually gave up. Him frowned, closed her eyes, and yelled at Dune in a serious and annoyed voice. Hey, that was a bit much. My arm was broken. You guys remember, right? There was no other way, Dune replied indifferently, casually. Probably. She casually turned her head and asked him. So you asked Go to film the stage? Hiram walked alongside Dune, hands in her pockets. No, I just wanted to enjoy the stage myself. Dune walked slowly and indifferently, carrying pajamas. I'm sure that Kong guy would have liked it more too, but that selfish bitch ruined everything. What a shame. She looked at Dune, eyes wide and surprised, but thanks to that they started talking to each other. Maybe my intuition knew Kang's feelings from the start. Don't you think so? Dune's lips trembled slightly as if she couldn't understand. You were the one who told the whole school that you two were awkward. She was touching her clothes with her hands. Anyway, what do you think? Does Kong have a chance? She stared at the object in her hand. Probably not. Hiram looked sideways. Why do you think not? They suit each other well. Hiram widened her eyes in surprise and shone brightly. They're definitely closer than before, but that's all. He wasn't the first person she got along well with. Do you understand what I mean? Dune walked, examining her clothes again. I feel sorry for him, so stop teasing him and leave him alone. Hiram, hands in her pockets, walked and talked to her. You misunderstood. I'm still cheering for him. Hiram looked up and saw two people walking towards her. All right, do what you want. The two boys walked and talked, casually passing the two girls. She told Dune, Dune, are those two close with Chanbi, or is it just me who thinks they're close like they've known each other for a long time? Dune asked her with a curious expression. Who? The two boys who just passed and were heading to the classroom door. And Songbi and the person who's always with him. I don't remember the name. It was break time in a classroom hallway. He was Park Junmo. Those two were in the same class. Why, what's wrong with greeting each other warmly? Hiram leaned out from behind, eavesdropping on the conversation. How can you tell if that behavior is suspicious or normal? You don't know 100 of Chanbi's life, do you? Chanbi was coming down the stairs, joyful and energetic. But something feels off. She waved to a friend. She noticed who was calling her. Sejin stood by the window with his hands in his pockets. Do-sun. She came down the stairs, approached him and greeted him. Hey Angry Bird, long time no see. We're on different floors, so I haven't seen you much anymore. He stood in front of the classroom door watching her approach. Or did you deliberately ignore me? I come down to your floor quite often, she asked in surprise and worry. Anyway, I heard you got into a fight with a guy from another school during the outdoor activities. Why didn't you tell me? I heard I was right nearby then too. He widened his eyes, exasperated, and listened to his friend talking to Chanbi. Wait, did Kongo tell you? He sighed. Gosh, I should have told him to watch his mouth. She thought about why she hadn't known. Why didn't I know? Oh, his face grew gloomy and his lips pouted as he blamed her. Ever since that incident you've been teasing me every time we meet. He clapped his hands together as he told the story. I'll tell you, I didn't even know you were there that day, okay? Besides, I don't even remember much of what happened then. Jin shouted at Chanbi. So stop it, okay? She was flustered, disbelieving. What did I do to you? He and she widened their eyes, exhausted and bewildered. You kept coming at me and glaring at me like you wanted to kill me. With his whites of the eyes large and pupils small, he staggered and recounted the process. It wasn't just for a day or two, but for over a month. It was a real nightmare. She seemed intimidated and scared by his words. Did I hit you too? Behind him was Sejin. Hey, I wasn't that bad, she explained to him. Besides, I'm not the type to hate others. He begged her to apologize. You really are the type to hate others. She uttered those words in an infinite space, worried and flustered. But why? At that moment the number 60 appeared precisely on the screen and the teacher immediately informed the whole class of the time. Kids, there are only a few minutes left. Shall we change seats? The pen in Go's hand kept shaking and the other students immediately started chattering loudly, drawing his attention. Suddenly, teacher, please change them. The teacher's announcement successfully brought quiet back to the classroom and Go flinched slightly too. Quiet down, kids, 50 seconds left here. Now, through his glasses he only paid attention to Chanbi, who was worrying about her friend sitting next to her. Students quickly got up, changed seats and talked to each other. My seat is terrible. This new seat is better. Hey, don't cheat. He also hastily got up and grabbed the desk with his hand. Go looked at the desk and thought to himself. Now I'm cornered. This new seat made it harder to see. He could only see half of the blackboard. Suddenly Junmo called him, carefully pulling his desk closer to Go. Go. Seat is terrible. The teacher will be walking back and forth all day, he asked him. Are you sitting next to me? Junmo replied casually to Go. You still haven't checked who you're sitting next to. He held up his phone and asked him with a curious expression. You're still playing that game, right? How far have you gotten? He smiled slightly and replied. Yeah. Go immediately took out his phone and clicked on the game Junmo had just mentioned. Is that game sponsored? He keeps asking me how far I've gotten every day. Understand? He was no different from him, and the more he spoke, the more focused he became on the screen. I was just curious about how weak you are. Go held his phone horizontally, waiting for the game to start. Suddenly a slender finger poked his back from behind and he instinctively flinched. Go's cheeks instantly flushed red and he turned around with a flustered expression. Chanbi was showing Go his seat with her hand. I'm sitting behind you now. He tried to hide his embarrassment with a slightly hesitant reply. I'm okay. She kept pulling her chair over and sitting down, then casually asked a question. But why did they suddenly switch seats? Chanbi's round eyes turned slightly upwards as if she had discovered something. She asked another curious question and Junmo broke out in a surprised sweat. Is Junmo a classmate of Kongo? He stammered, affirming her question. Yes, Chanbi pointed at Junmo with an incredulous expression. But why did you pretend not to see me when I said hello earlier? He hastily returned to a friendly demeanor and explained to her. Oh really? I guess I didn't see you. Sorry. She didn't believe him and continued to press. Didn't see me? You clearly looked right at me. Junmo awkwardly laughed, seeing Go's bewildered expression. Really? I'm sorry. He was now quietly sitting by the window where sunlight streamed in. Go unconsciously looked ahead and thought to himself. This spot is a bit cold. The window was closed, but somehow a cold wind kept blowing in. The curtain opposite didn't budge as if it hadn't experienced any wind. Go suddenly stood up and left his seat. Chanbi was sitting behind him solving problems and lost concentration at his action. She slowly spoke to him first. Did I ask you anything, Kongo? Gello smiled and replied at the same time his gaze was fixed on the problem book in Chanbi's hand. No, I was just about to ask if you needed any help. Her voice was calmer than ever. No, not right now. As Chanbi's words continued softly, he blushed slightly without a word. But now I understand a bit more, so I'll probably be less of a nuisance. That's good, isn't it? Immediately after, as if remembering something, she flipped over the problem sheet in her hand. And I have more good news. Chanbi smiled brightly and presented the test paper to Go with a radiant face. I got a perfect score on my social studies subject for the first time. I think I've caught up to the second semester of sophomore year level. His long English words echoed as if praising her. Wow, that's amazing. You must have worked hard studying lately. Chanbi gazed intently at the score on the paper, looking satisfied. So my effort paid off." As she spoke, she took out a notebook from the drawer under her desk. "Do you remember the workbook I borrowed last time? Now I can solve them myself." Chanbi placed it on the desk and said, "I solved all of them." Go looked down and quietly praised her. "Well done." His eyes suddenly widened as if he had discovered something. Gello hastily raised his head and looked directly at her. His voice was awkward, stammering and unclear. Do you have any plans after school? The teachers have a workshop today, so it might end early." Chanbi tilted her head slightly. "After school?" She thought for a moment, then waited for Chanbi's answer. The wait was so tense that his right hand gripped his pants tightly. Chanbi hesitated and replied, "Me," she emphasized each sentence. "I'm going to be really busy." Go's face showed a slight disappointment. "Really?" Chanbi busily organized her documents and told him her plans for today. "I have to book tickets, so as soon as I finish dinner I need to rush to the PC Bang." Go was curious. "What tickets?" she casually replied. "Concert tickets." He followed her and guessed. "Concert? Are you talking about the idol group you showed me last time?" Chanbi stood opposite him and replied, "Remember? Yeah, I was going with." Instantly her face became even darker and more somber than before. "But they became famous during that year I missed. I like them and I hate them. Maybe someone will help, but I'm not sure if I can get tickets." She lamented her wish, putting everything into her backpack under the desk. "I really need tickets." Then Go recalled the past. "Sis, I did it. Payment complete." "Really?" He quickly raised his head and said to her, "About booking those tickets." He looked up and asked her, "Doesn't it increase your chances of getting tickets if more people participate?" She replied, looking behind him. "Yeah." Gello awkwardly asked for help. "I often book tickets for my sister, so perhaps I could help you." Chanbi tilted her head and asked again, "Really? Won't I be a bother?" He looked at the floor and shook his head back and forth as if answering. Suddenly she screamed in excitement at Go's offer of help. "Then that would be great. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I'll pay for the PC Bang." He politely replied to her, "No, it's fine. If it's the PC Bang right nearby, I have some money left there." Chanbi brought her hands together, expressing her joy to the fullest. "Really? Then let's go there and have dinner together. But since we're going right after dinner, we shouldn't eat too much, right?" She continued to thank him happily. "Oh my goodness, thank you so much," he now thought, immersed in happiness. "I'll get her the best seat." As he put a sausage in the microwave and waited, a voice was heard. "It won't be easy." He opened his mouth and let out a long sound, looking at what was in front of him. Gello helplessly said, seeing him twisting her long hair, "Can't you just click and pay? Isn't that right? At most, stand in line. Just wait a little." She wasn't paying attention to him at all. "Just talk to Go as usual. Give up on good seats. Just getting tickets is a huge problem, almost an impossible mission." He asked the two, bewildered. "I thought you two were going to play games," Dongwook replied to him, and him was busy tying her hair. "Right? She's the only one busy with ticket booking." He sweated on his cheeks and asked worriedly, "How hard is it?" She explained everything one by one, like how they sell out in seconds and servers crash. "Haven't you ever experienced that?" Go replied honestly, flustered. "No, I succeeded every time," him said in a knowledgeable voice. "Then you haven't tasted the true world of ticket booking yet." He forced an uneasy smile. "I'll have to hope that Chanbi or her friends can get tickets. If I can't get them, I'll just have to hope and do my best," she countered him, instilling a fighting spirit in Gello until the end. "Just do your best, forget that. You have to do whatever it takes." The person next to him immediately helped him. "He just needs to do his best, that's enough. He's not even going with her." Chanbi should be grateful for his voluntary help. Him covered Dongwook's mouth and informed him that Chanbi's success rate was almost 0. "So you have to get her tickets no matter what." Her words plunged Go into chaos. "Besides, Chanbi really wants to go to this concert, so this is a chance to score points. Oh, and this friend is helping out." And suddenly someone pushed open the door. Chanbi rushed in with her phone in hand. "I can't go now, it's just the two of us left," she quickly informed them, and only 10 seconds remained. Everything around Go darkened in confusion. 10 seconds. In a few seconds the scene shifted to the PC Bang, and he sat nervously in front of the computer screen. Dongwook and Woo Hyuk cheered him on from the side. 10 seconds left. The countdown turned red. "Gello, I'll leave the next game's ticket booking to you," he excitedly shouted into his ear. He also booked concert tickets. "This concert will be much easier." Go frowned and was disheartened. "Don't expect too much." Woo Hyuk continued to go to the next seat to check on Hiram. Dongwook leisurely put his hands in his pockets and slowly followed behind. Dison said he had ninja fingers. Go constantly lamented, watching every moment. "Oh my goodness, when I booked for my sister I just played around. I really want to do this for her. I can do it. Then this time it feels like winning the lottery. I have to do it. But now the feeling is completely different. I've thought so much that I feel like I'm going crazy." Chanbi finally comforted him then. "Go, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay if it doesn't work out." Her face was now twice as tense and dark as Go's. "You're just helping me. Don't be too nervous. I'm the one who should be stressed. I need to focus. If I don't get them, it's probably fate." Along with Chanbi's stammering words, the clicking sound of the mouse echoed. "So just do it as usual." Although comforted, Go was even more flustered. "As usual, is she making fun of me?" His face instantly turned serious. Next to Go, she was also much more tense and anxious than him. The last second remained on the screen as time counted down in seconds and the mouse clicked. The system immediately displayed in green letters. Queue number 79,337. Her hand slightly detached from the black mouse on the desk, looking at the screen. Chanbi couldn't believe what had happened. She sighed and pushed her body away from the computer with her hand, informing him. Gello, my number is around 70,000, so I guess I'll just have to wait. What about you? No answer was heard, and Chanbi just found someone standing blankly next to her. It turned out Sejin had found her in the PC bang. Chanbi, it really is you. Has it been a month? As she looked at him with bewildered eyes, he laughed loudly, seeing her face. The rumors were true. Oh my goodness, what a shock. Sejin's words were followed by an action, reaching out his hand to Chanbi's seat. So you really don't remember me? He grabbed her cheek very intimately. I heard you had a hard time with amnesia, and look at your face, it's half gone. Sejin narrowed his eyes and laughed. But you're still pretty. Go, who had been watching this greeting scene from earlier, froze in his spot. He kept grabbing Chanbi's cheek and laughing, teasing her without paying any attention to her expression. Come on, Chanbi, we're not the type to just stop. His voice was filled with disappointment. I wanted you to remember me. Go couldn't hold back and asked Sejin. Hey, what are you doing? He kept laughing and casually replied to him. Gello, you didn't see. Gello blocked him and said, take your hand off her. What, you're shamelessly touching her face right now, even though she doesn't even remember you. As he talked to Chanbi, he whispered to Go. Chanbi glanced at him. So it's just the two of you? Sejin turned back to Go. Was something going on when I left? He hesitated. What are you talking about? Numerous questions flooded Go's mind. Is this the person? He's two. On his computer screen, blurry green letters now quietly appeared. Upon closer inspection, the ticket booking system had sent a notification to the server. Queue number 59. The moment she saw those letters, Chanbi was very surprised. Chanbi's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the computer system announce delay. Selecting seats. Queue number 59. As the excitement grew, her words also stammered. Congo, you'll be able to select tickets soon. Feno was still listening to Jane and didn't hear Chanbi's words at all. She kept signaling to him with her hand. He looked at his computer. His arm kept moving up and down, blocking part of the screen in front of her. The system was now constantly sending notifications about Gello's queue. Delay. Selecting seats. Queue number 31. As the numbers dwindled, Chanbi was so nervous that sweat beaded on her forehead. Her voice was now directed at Sejin. Move. Unable to wait any longer, Chanbi immediately stood up and pushed him aside very firmly. You move quickly. She rushed to Go's seat like the wind, and he was still quite bewildered. Chanbi's hand quickly touched the mouse and moved decisively to the right. Numerous notifications popped up on the computer screen, confusing her. Chanbi's slender fingers clicked relentlessly on the keyboard. He didn't say anything, watching her, and just quietly stepped back, waiting for Chanbi. Focusing on booking tickets, she moved closer to Go, and he was startled and awkward. Did it work? Please let it work. Finally, heaven did not betray her efforts, and a new notification appeared on the computer. Success. Ticket booking successful. She turned to Go in joy. I did it. Chanbi was so happy that she grabbed his shoulder and kept shaking him. You did it. You really did it. Her nonchalant action flustered Go. Sweat poured down like rain. His voice trembled as he replied to her. Wow, congratulations. Shinin, who had been watching the whole situation from earlier, suddenly interrupted. Wait, then, did everything progress like this while I was away? He put forward his conjecture. Are you two finally dating? Gello was startled as if struck by lightning. Sejin, seeing his expression, immediately got excited. It seems what's meant to happen will happen whether she remembers or not. Like in the movies. After that, the numerous questions that poured from his mouth attracted the attention of the three friends opposite. Who confessed first? Chanbi, but that can't be. Go's manly nature wouldn't allow that, would it? No, you started it, didn't you? Chanbi swept back her messy hair and frowned at Sejin's incomprehensible tone. What on earth are you talking about? The familiar voice of nonsense was really him. Suddenly something flashed by and a name was heard, and she reflexively stepped back slightly. Wendy, it turns out Go was trying to shut that dangerous mouth up. You're talking nonsense again, just leave him alone. He's always like that. He countered Sejin with a question, starting to change the subject. But how was your hometown? Was everything okay? Sejin casually replied. Yeah. He hastily pushed him outside and added to her. Then talk more. Do you want to go out? Yeah, let's go. Chanbi, I'll be right back. Him's voice was heard by the whole group. What's going on? Chanbi brushed back her hair and replied quite confused. I don't know, they're too noisy. She excitedly continued the story. But why are you and Go sitting so close? Weik interjected innocently. Look at his face, he's about to explode. Hawaii Hiram suddenly grinned slyly and nudged Dongwook's shoulder. Now I understand what stay still, observe and enjoy means. You're constantly stuck in slow motion while he keeps asking questions. But who was that person who just interjected? She exclaimed, then explained. Oh, that guy, the one I mentioned before, the expressionless one. Flashback to Sejin making a clear declaration. I'll sign up too. If she signs up too, Hiram continued. Chanbi pushed him away a few times, but he kept following her. I didn't say anything because you told me not to mention his name. But why is he showing up again now? Chanbi quietly looked at the computer and replied to her. Gello said something about going to the countryside. At the next word, Sanggun's eyes lit up. His name is Wendy. My goodness, his name keeps coming to mind. She leaned closer to her and whispered. Oh, mission accomplished? Chanbi smiled at Hiram. Yeah, Gello got me tickets. What about you? Hiram and Chanbi high-fived, delighted to have secured tickets. Dissen got mine. Now I'm ready to have some fun. Right now. Outside the PC bang, faint cold lights illuminated the street. Sejin followed Go, still chattering. Why are you suddenly so actively involved? It's been a long time, hasn't it? His footsteps paused slightly, but his voice continued to echo. Hey, who confessed first? I can't believe you're dating her. I was already surprised that you liked her. It's really annoying. Go clenched his fists and told Seijin firmly, though not loudly, I'm not dating her, where did you get that idea? He tilted his head, curious. Oh no, you definitely look like a couple. Seijin's face was always cheerful and unwavering, and it's going to be that way soon, right? You two are almost at that point. A slight sadness lingered in his voice. I thought even with Chanbi's amnesia the feelings would still be there, and that everything would naturally go back to how it was before. He suddenly paused, thinking inwardly, wait, did he know everything? I brought him here to stop him from spouting nonsense, but no, he didn't. A thought suddenly occurred to Go's slightly blurry eyes. It would have been good if he had been there when Yu Sang-gun said that, he thought, looking away. It's fine, just leave the past alone, nothing will change whether he knows the truth or not, so let's just move on. So what do you mean by almost at that point? No, he replied to him animatedly. Yeah, it's so obvious, there's no point in denying it. His words brought him another surprise. Chanbi was always focused on you, but your face was always expressionless, so I thought you had no feelings for her. Of course I know that's not true now. He hesitated, bowing his head slightly. Other students also gathered in the PC bang, not caring about what was happening around them. Seijin put his hands in his pockets and whispered, No way, you really didn't know. Go's hand immediately drooped. He pointed a finger at him and asked, This idiot really? Go hesitated. Anyway, it's not like before now. I'm the only one who has a crush on her. Seijin probed Go deeply. But before the accident you two had feelings for each other, right? And you knew it, didn't you? Sweat also beaded on his arm. Hey, that's enough now. Did you tell Chanbi? He replied as if asking what he meant. No, he raised his voice, curious. What, you still haven't told her? That's the truth. Of course you should tell her. Just show her old photos or text messages. Where are all your friends? They should be testifying for you. He refuted his words one by one. No one knew we liked each other. I told them I was the only one. Seijin's face was filled with disbelief. Are you all blind? He immediately turned toward the door and pointed a finger. Then we've got him. Let's go. I'll testify for you. Go was startled. He hurriedly chased after him, desperately trying to stop him. Friend, wait, why are you trying to do that? She doesn't even remember. Seijin always calmly ignored his pleas. Anyway, she should at least know. You two aren't just ordinary friends, he explained to him, nervous. We just became friends recently. I don't want to bring up the past and ruin everything. The more he spoke, the more animated Seijin's expression became. Besides, I don't think she'll believe that I had feelings for her. He sat on a blue chair against the wall and said leisurely, Really? I don't know what you're so worried about. So you're happy just being friends like this? Seijin leaned against the chair, accepting the idea of being one of his friends. It's not a good thing. Can't you see how I look? Seijin continued to tell him. Go stood there listening blankly. Don't let her see you only as a good friend. She should see you as a potential boyfriend. Go all in, friend. An unspeakable helplessness showed on his face. But you went too far, didn't you? That's why Chanbi kept avoiding you. His mind was filled only with Chanbi's cold image from his memory. Why is she so pretty? Yeah, let's hang out after school. No, Chanbi, date me, I'm serious. No, he looked up at him and said, But I'm just living honestly with my feelings, and that's why I have no regrets. To be honest, I failed as a boyfriend and was pushed into the friend zone. Gello spoke softly, so only the two of them could hear. I think you've even been kicked into the stranger zone now. He was silent at his question, but you want to start over now, right? Then when are you going to tell her your feelings? Go's eyes looked tired. When the time is right. Seijin didn't understand his words and kept thinking. Really? Are you still worried that everything will be awkward if she finds out about the past? I don't believe it. He laughed loudly at Gello. Let me tell you in advance, if you keep doing this you'll be forever stuck with the title of good friend, and she might talk to you about the person she likes, about her boyfriend, and even invite you to her wedding. Seijin began to remind him. And I'm serious. I've watched you for a long time and I thought you had no feelings for her. So this time Seijin put his hands on his thighs and shouted as loudly as possible, and the people around him also stared at him. You have to tell her how much you like her. You have to tell her as clearly as possible. Gello, bewildered, asked him to adjust his volume. Speak in a small voice, please. Inside the PC bang's counter, the sunlight no longer streamed in and the reception desk was empty. Finally, Seijin and Go returned to the PC bang. When did you know all that? I didn't know you knew it. Probably since last year's second semester. He turned around and reminded him of a memory. I saw you two kept getting tangled up and then went back to square one. Really? He said softly. Hey, why were you completely gone for a whole month last November? Seijin replied nonchalantly. I wasn't playing around, I went to study abroad. When he saw Chanbi with a dark expression, he quickly asked worriedly, Chanbi, what do you want to drink? I'll buy it for you. Her face suddenly darkened. No, it's okay. Chanbi, with a troubled expression, softly recalled his name. You're Wendy, right? I remember you. So happy. Seijin hurriedly ran and pinched Chanbi's cheek. Really? To remember my name, it's an honor. Her attitude instantly became unpleasant and she shook off Seijin's hand, reminding him, Hey, I don't know how I was before, but don't touch me roughly from now on. He cautiously stroked Go's head, covering his mouth, and joked, Wow, I'm sorry, you hated it before too, didn't you? It's really hard to break that habit. Go's hand couldn't resist and immediately stopped him. He opened his mouth irritably. Hey, that's enough now, listen to her. Seijin chuckled, showing satisfaction. All right. In a few seconds, Chanbi disappeared without a trace. Oh dear, she ran away. He friendly nudged his shoulder and said, Calm down, friend. Seijin subtly revealed to Gello, I'm not your competitor. I have a girlfriend. He didn't care whether she had a girlfriend or not. If she said she doesn't like it, don't do it anymore. He suddenly changed the subject. Forget about me, be careful that other bad guys don't take advantage of her amnesia. Seijin's words were full of innuendo. Nothing happened, right? He hesitated, looking away. What could have happened? He continued the conversation, not caring about the person next to him, who was dressed all in black. Now bring me what you promised. Is this chair mine? Sang-gun stared at them with a dark expression. He slowly lamented, a dreamy gentleman and a terrible guy, you two are really loud. Seijin smiled, pointing at Sang-gun. You're the guy who kept following Chanbi, right? Sang-gun turned away with an indifferent expression and said, a dreamy gentleman and a terrible guy? Go stood there blankly. As soon as he turned around, the person next to him said, you're the guy who kept following Chanbi, right? At this, Go was startled and stared at him. You followed her all the way here. Yes, Sang-gun frowned and retorted, why can't I come to our school in front of the PC Bang now? He also agreed, nodding. Oh, I'm sorry, your face looks better too, he replied curtly. Damn it, it was really hard to get rid of the bruises. Do I have to punch you in the face to make you happy? Go chuckled, embarrassed. Sorry, I should have aimed elsewhere. At this, Seijin interjected excitedly. Then something really did happen. After the three of them gathered, Seijin gasped in surprise. Damn it, can you be that vile? The more he spoke, the more excited he became. To do something like that, Sang-gun rested his chin on his hand and asked back, bored. So this guy also knows the story about you and Chanbi? Did you already vaguely guess everything back then too? Go frowned and reminded him. Speak softly. I told you not to spread what I warned you about. He leaned back in his chair indifferently and smiled, replying, I almost got caught from the beginning. If he hadn't gone to America then, thanks. I still remember that unforgettable memory. His face stiffened and turned pale. Really? But Go, without any emotional fluctuations, clapped him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Damn it, that's enough, right? That's why I said you have to tell the truth. He frowned at his face and leaned back in his chair. Bad guys never stop. You have to admit I hit it perfectly. Then he looked at him again and asked, Gello, despite all he did, are you still talking to him? If it were me, I'd punch him in the face every time I saw him. He chuckled slightly and said, I hit him. Once is enough. Suddenly an old memory came to mind and he urged, hey, weren't you playing a game with your friend? Go deliver what you need to and keep playing. But Seijin wanted to stay longer and explained, we met online so it's fine, but he consistently pushed him forward, hurry up. After that the sound of dragging shoes echoed continuously. This time it was Sang-gun's voice, hey, that annoying gentleman with glasses. His face darkened, filled with fear. Can't you move a bit faster? You saw what he did to Chanbi. What if he takes her away right in front of your eyes? He continued to pour out his feelings, not letting Go say a word. I never liked him, but seeing you still act normally, do something quickly. Get him away from Chanbi. He also started to feel annoyed. This guy's at it again. Go took a breath and stated the shocking truth. Hey, is that enough? I'll tell you, Wendy has a girlfriend. This news shocked Sang-gun, but he eventually tried to refute it. So he won't like Chanbi? He tortured him, so he had no choice but to compromise. Alright, I'll listen to you. Sang-gun's words continued to echo like a warning. You missed her once. And still no warning lights are going off in your head. At this his face stiffened and he understood nothing. Go hastily frowned and asked again, I missed her. At this, seeing him tremble, he was startled. Oh dear, you're not talking about yourself, are you? I can't believe you'd say that yourself. Suddenly he excitedly covered his face and explained in a fluster, it's not me, you idiot, you still don't know, you're really pathetic. As soon as he finished speaking, Sang-gun came up with a bold idea. Alright, since we've come this far, it seems you can't do this alone. Should I help? I can teach him a lesson and help you and Chanbi. Hearing about violence. Go stared at him coldly and menacingly. Stop it right now, don't think like that. Don't do anything. Seeing him nervous, Sang-gun sighed dejectedly and explained, I mean, don't let bad guys get between you two. What, are you going to hit me again? Before Go could say anything more, he shrugged and pretended to be indifferent. Do whatever you want, just don't overdo it like him. He's a bad example. You usually don't do anything. If you go even a little further than that, you'll mess up. He also agreed, nodding. Alright, I'm going now, as I don't particularly enjoy being in the same place as you. Seeing him hurry off, Sang-gun tried to stop him, but Go ran even faster, pulling ahead. Before you go, tell me some news about Chanbi. In the end he was left bewildered, and Go, having given his friend the slip, fell into deep thought. Everyone tells me to do something, you need a turning point. Even Sang-gun cheered loudly. Go! Seijin cheered vigorously and clearly. Just then he once again encountered Shin, who was carrying a pile of snacks in one hand. That guy really needs psychiatric treatment. Are they sitting over there? Seijin followed Go as well. Where did the girlfriends go? Dong-wook was focused on his game and didn't even look up when he heard his voice. They swapped seats to sit next to each other. Come in quickly, Gono. Seeing someone he knew, Seijin excitedly peered in and greeted his two friends. Hi Dong-wook Woo-hyuk. He looked from person to person introducing. Want to try this? It's delicious. Take some, I have plenty. Shin even showed the thoughtfulness of placing a can of soda on each person's desk. Still chatting, he said, oh, and when I bought a drink for Go, I bought one for you guys too. Dong-wook took off his headphones and, accepting a bag of chips, looked at him with strange eyes. You know me? Seijin nodded and said vehemently, of course you're Chanbi's friend. At first Dong-wook's eyes were still full of suspicion, but the next moment he quickly became friendly. Thanks friend, then we have a favor to ask, do you want to join us for a game? But Seijin waved his hand and refused. I have to play with my girlfriend. Another time, he said, and left them, returning to his usual spot. Only after Seijin left did Woo-hyuk finally let out a hollow laugh and bring up an old story. Before I thought he was crazy. He took a sip of his drink and now had a different opinion of Sejin. But he seems okay. Unfortunately, Chanbi didn't choose him. Dong-wook, while playing his game, also agreed. You guys really know how to share and care. Just then he leaned back slightly in his chair and glanced at his friend Go. So you got her tickets? Hearing that, he sighed and was disheartened. Yeah, I broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately it was easier than last time. Woo-hyuk also looked up. Last time? Go, wait. Hearing that name, he widened his eyes and asked again, so you really succeeded then too? What happened? He made him confused too. I thought you knew. Only Dong-wook knew how to take advantage of it. Go, get me game tickets. Just then, several notifications were ringing on his phone screen. Thank you, thank you. Seeing the smile on Chanbi's face, Him peered in and asked, are you done? She nodded happily. Of course. Upon receiving the notification, she became very nervous. Finally, I can see it with my own eyes. I'm so nervous. Recalling what happened earlier, Chanbi's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Sejin's question kept echoing in her mind. Are you two finally dating? Suddenly she froze for a few seconds, clutching her hands tightly. She thought with great embarrassment, do we look like a couple? Chanbi thought and thought, asking herself, are we too close, or do I act a bit differently when I'm next to Go? No, probably not. She started comparing him to Woo-hyuk and Dong-wook. He is a bit different from those two. Gello is really kind and helps me a lot. Chanbi bit her lip and thought more deeply. She was making excuses to herself. I mean, I also said some embarrassing things that day, and I said I felt left out, and today we seemed too close too. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, like a ripe tomato. What on earth am I thinking? And then she turned to her friends. All right, I'm going. Just then Go was dozing off when a soft voice reached his ear. Cheer up, Gono. The voice grew closer. Are you sleeping? As he vaguely came to his senses, Chanbi's face was standing next to him with a questioning expression. Wake up, I have something to tell you. Gello, just woken up, was still a bit sleepy but agreed. All right, what is it? Chanbi opened the door and tried to take him outside to talk. Let's step out for a moment. He frowned and his voice sounded uneasy. What is it? Is it serious? She suddenly turned around, seeming a little guilty. No, not exactly. I was going to tell you on the way home yesterday, but Chanbi still wanted to pull him outside. Let's step out for a moment. Suddenly, a sound from outside caught her attention. Chanbi smiled brightly, her cheeks flushed, and hurried out. Then she grabbed a burly man's arm and hugged him. Lee Jin smiled and said, I was just about to tell him. Just then, Chanbi announced the shocking news. He's my boyfriend. This news was so shocking that it completely woke him up and turned his face pale. Gello clutched his head worriedly. What is this? Why am I having such a dream? Sejin's words echoed again like a warning. She might talk to you about the person she likes, about her boyfriend, and even invite you to her wedding. He thought about that all day. The realistic scenes he had just seen in his dream made him feel even more suffocated. What is this? It's suffocating and uncomfortable. Go squeezed his eyes shut and tried to calm himself. Why does it feel so real? The recent images of the two of them getting close kept flashing before his eyes. Gello rested his chin in his hand and thought. He unconsciously clenched his fist. It was because he didn't want to accept this extreme fate. Being a good friend isn't enough. The next morning, Go went to school with a heavy heart. His face was still flushed and he was still lost in yesterday's thoughts. I have too many feelings for her. In the end, he approached and greeted her. Chanbi waved and greeted him as usual. Hi, Chanbi turned around in surprise. Oh, you're early today. She stopped and looked around curiously. Aren't you walking with Woo-hyuk anymore? He scratched his head shyly and explained. I've been going too late since last year, you see. Chanbi said, oh, I see, that's right. Go grinned. It's been quite a while, but even after he took a few more steps, she was still standing in one spot. Aren't you going? Chanbi shook her head and pointed behind her. Oh, you go first, I'm waiting for a friend. When she said that, Go just nodded. Oh, okay, see you in class, alright. Only after he left did Chanbi's cheeks finally flush with embarrassment. What was that just now? Not only her, but Go was also awkward. Chanbi stood in one spot, lost in thought. Did I say to him earlier, you go first, I'm waiting for a friend? Just then she buried her face, blaming herself. Why did I say that? Chanbi stood in one spot, bewilderedly scolding herself, with bewilderment clearly visible on her entire face. I'm not waiting for anyone. Suddenly a sharp sound reached her ear. What is it? Woo-hyuk yawned long and sleepily. Aren't you going in? Sejin also peered in and greeted Chanbi. As soon as she saw him, Chanbi was surprised, solely because of what he had said yesterday. She looked at him with an uncomfortable, bewildered expression. He keeps making me think strange things. The soda can on the desk was still there. Go looked down at the desk silently. It was empty, he sighed. I haven't seen her all day. All day long he was lost in thought about Chanbi, looking dazed. She's probably busy, but from outside the window she was secretly peering in. Chanbi herself didn't understand what her actions meant. What on earth am I doing? The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Surely I don't think he likes me, do I? As soon as she passed by this side, she was surprised by a sound coming from this direction. Sustainable. Sustainable? I haven't memorized it yet. Keep going. Dong-wook and him were whispering English words to each other. Why am I the only one answering? It's your turn now. Conspire, one whispered. Means can't imagine. Hiram looked at the book, shook her head, and dismissed it. That word doesn't even exist. Your pronunciation is terrible. Just then she approached, carrying a book and looking bewildered. Haven't you finished the vocabulary test yet? She replied vigorously with a confident voice. I have to retake the test. I'm on my way to the teacher's office now. I'll definitely pass this time. And then him grinned and disparaged her friend next to her. Dong-wook will probably have to retake the test again, the idiot also replied with a scoff. Says the one who pays to go to an academy. Chanbi also smiled and hastily bid farewell to her friends. Good luck, you two idiots. Oh, I have to go to the teacher's office too. She quietly uttered a few words. I have a question, but Dong-wook glanced at the math book in Chanbi's hand and was full of suspicion. He immediately asked, why don't you ask Go? After a moment of silence, she finally replied cautiously, I think I've bothered him enough. The pen clicked and she kept gripping it tightly, lost in thought. Can I solve this? Chanbi's head ached from the math problem she absolutely couldn't understand. The math teacher must be a genius, the solution methods are really complicated. I've become an idiot this time. Suddenly she looked up and gazed suspiciously at his back. Before, how did Go make me understand these things? Suddenly Chanbi was startled. A friend next to him vehemently criticized him. Are you playing games and making it annoying to carry that? Go covered his face and sighed. Alright, I can't play games. But he still excitedly held up his phone and boasted, but I leveled up. But Junmo still annoyingly didn't acknowledge it. What's the point of just leveling up if everything else is terrible? It's all the same. He shook his head vehemently. You're really hopeless. Just as he was about to say something, the class bell rang loudly 3 times. The teacher quickly entered and handed out test papers. Alright kids, it's time for the next presentation. All group members come to the front. Everyone received the test papers, looking bewildered. Present the assigned section in the textbook. Imagine you're the teacher. And don't forget to use PowerPoint. The teacher clapped her hands to get their attention and reminded them once more. This part will account for the largest portion of your presentation grade, so try to do well. She smiled again and comforted them. I know you prefer individual work but don't dislike it too much. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire classroom atmosphere became heavy. The sound of turning pages echoed loudly. Go's group, consisting of 4 members, was assigned from page 87. There was he, Chanbi, Junmo, and their friend Ina. We're the first group, so let's start right away. When they reached the page, he said, but it's too much, let's write down all the main points first. Chanbi also agreed, nodding. Yeah, once we've written everything down we can divide it up later. Just then she was still engrossed in the story. I really didn't see it, I didn't know that hole would open up like that. She tapped her shoulder and divided the parts. I'll write down the text first and you can tell me the rest later. A name had already come to her mind but she couldn't utter it aloud. You too, on page 87 there's Anime. Suddenly, Go, he pushed the paper forward to his friend urging, Junmo, you write it down, we'll have to submit this part too. He nodded. Alright, but seeing Junmo hesitate with his pen he coincidentally noticed. So Go didn't hesitate and handed a pen to his friend. Is your pen not working? Then use this one. Thanks. After finishing he said to everyone again, tell me what parts you all want to do, I can do any part. Junmo leaned back in frustration and replied, I need to understand what this guy is saying to know what part to do. He always makes us do the most boring subjects. Chanbi saw that and reminded him, if you read it once you can generally understand it, so try to read it. And then he also tried to concentrate and read it once. As soon as class ended, Ina quickly stood up from her chair. Junmo was still standing with him in one spot talking. So when do we present? He immediately replied, Friday. He looked displeased. This Friday, only 3 days left. How can we prepare? If I don't have time, can you do it for me? Chanbi interjected. What are you talking about? Of course everyone should do their own part. But Junmo kept whining towards him. It's okay, he'll do it for me. I'll count on you, Gono. Chanbi looked at his back silently. Her mind filled with countless thoughts. The basketball went into the hoop again. The teacher seriously held a notebook and drew a few lines. Next, Group B, the kid over there ran out and sighed. B, you're grading too harshly, teacher. Just then, Chanbi held a fan, feeling hot, and kept thinking, it's hot. What's wrong with that guy? Is he acting like that, or is he too kind? So Junmo is taking advantage of Gono? Yeah. She sat silently in one spot, full of questions. Was it like this before? Just then, he was approaching where Chanbi was sitting. The others were a little slow. His cheeks were flushed, and it was unclear whether it was from the heat or from embarrassment. This test, that test, how are you doing? Chanbi also looked up and replied firmly, I only got half marks. Go slowly sat next to her, smiled and praised her. Well done. Chanbi frowned and thought to herself, well done? She glanced sideways full of discomfort. And why is he sitting on the floor? The chair is right there. Chanbi thought blankly for a long time. Her eyes occasionally glanced to the right and in the end she couldn't hold back and opened her mouth. Gono. As she spoke, Chanbi paused again, not knowing how to say it. Oh, about Junmo, is he always like that, cursing during games and hitting others? Go simply defended him, saying, oh, he's loud, isn't he? It's probably because I'm not good at games. She gently put her fan down on the back of the chair and asked again, I mean, is he only like that to you or to everyone? Chanbi turned away decisively and questioned him as if accusing him, even with that presentation team assignment. Why do you have to take care of that guy who does nothing? Are you his babysitter? Why do you have to do that? He just listened to her blankly. And what's with that? It's all thanks to you remark. Did that guy really think you'd do his homework for him? Go tried desperately to make excuses. He was just joking, but as soon as he turned his head, her arm landed on the top of his head. Look at me. Chanbi frowned, emphasizing each word. Don't even dream of doing his homework for him. Does he think he's using someone? Due to the close proximity, his cheeks turned redder than before. He cautiously replied, of course he has to do his own part. Only then did she relax. Exactly. Chanbi cast a warning side glance one last time. Don't let him get away with everything. If he crosses the line, you tell him directly. Go constantly agreed to her endless nagging. Alright, I'll do that, but honestly, Chanbi didn't really believe him. I don't think he'll actually do that. Suddenly, joyful shouts echoed all the way over here. Him jumped for joy and the teacher was startled too. Chanbi also watched, enjoying herself. She got excited every time she scored. The teacher had a look on her face that said, "What's wrong with this child?" Suddenly, she turned and softly called his name. "Go." Chanbi herself was really curious. "How did you get all those goals?" Gono said blankly. "You saw," she nodded repeatedly. "I did." Hearing the praise, he was embarrassed and didn't know what to do, explaining, I don't know either. I guess I was just lucky." Chanbi also smiled slightly and thought, what am I thinking? There are no special feelings here. It's just me thinking too much and embarrassing myself. She thought inwardly, I almost ruined a good friendship, but deep down Chanbi wasn't very happy either. Yeah, it's just a friendship. Yeah, that's really how it is. This time he failed again. Hiram cried out in agony as if she didn't want to accept this cruel reality. No? Him looked at Go and Chanbi laughing and talking to each other and said, "What's weird about them? They look the same as usual." Dong-wook placed a basketball on Him's head and looked at the two. "Yeah, they even look happier," Hiram said. "Maybe we worried too much. And get that ball off my head." She widened her eyes and wondered, "They're sitting closer now. Don't they have a lot to talk about?" Hiram was about to jump straight between the two. "I think it's time for me to intervene." Dong-wook hastily grabbed her head and stopped her. "Just observe, young lady, just observe," Him retorted and ran. "I've observed enough. I can't take it anymore." Dong-wook immediately chased after her. "Stop!" Under the blue sky, warm sunlight illuminated the school walls. The playground was bustling with students. Dong-wook asked Gono if he had fun. Gono smiled brightly. "Yeah, I really had a lot of fun." Dong-wook teased, "You owe me." Wook walked, staggering and sweating. Dong-wook looked at him with pity. "Look at that outdoor exercise in such hot weather," Go said with a worried look. "You can easily get sunstroke doing that." Dong-wook laughed teasingly. "It's fine, he's still breathing." Wook was almost fainting but still shouted loudly, "That's for weaklings." He bent down to wash his face and a notification sound from his phone caught Dong-wook's and Go's attention. Messages from Heejamin were on the phone screen. Then I can't see you today. Should we meet briefly after class? I miss you." Dong-wook and Go read the message and widened their eyes, frozen blankly. The two whispered, staring at Wook. "Is that his girlfriend?" "Do you think it's his girlfriend?" "Nah, he wouldn't be secretly dating. If he had a girlfriend, he'd be bragging about it to everyone." "Then what's that message? Who knows?" Wook still had a clueless expression. He brought his lunch tray to the table where Dong-wook and Gono were sitting. "I have a ton of things to do for the next presentation. Do you guys have to write scripts too?" Dong-wook and Go couldn't take their eyes off Wook. "Yeah." Then Dong-wook couldn't hold back any longer and immediately asked, "Hey, don't you have anything to say?" He pressed him. "I mean, it's time to tell us. Why have you been grinning foolishly lately, messing up our happiness?" Wook froze blankly for about 3 seconds. He seemed to understand Dong-wook's words, so he bowed his head, scratched his cheek and was embarrassed. "It's been about a month, so I guess I can tell you now." "Yeah." Go smiled triumphantly and boasted. "I have a girlfriend." Dong-wook and Gono shouted as if exploding. "A girlfriend? Why are you only telling us now?" Wook was still grinning. Just then Chanbi and Him suddenly appeared. They started asking, "I just heard the word girlfriend, and it's even been a month?" Outside the school gate, the wall was made of beautiful bricks. Him continued to list Wook's offenses. "You dig into other people's dating lives and now you're trying to hide your secret. I wish Dune were here, so you'd be completely exposed." Dong-wook and Chanbi also reprimanded Wook, looking displeased. "You bad boy, look at that, 10 years of friendship gone in an instant." Everyone threw paper at Wook's face. "Why didn't you tell us? Why for a month? You hid it from us for a month." Wook had no choice but to explain. "Guys, I really worked hard to win her over. Can't you even congratulate me?" Dong-wook twisted the corners of his mouth and said angrily, "We're asking why you hid it. How many more times do we have to ask?" Wook glanced sideways and continued to explain. "I had no other choice, because my girlfriend didn't want to go public until everything was clear." He held up the paper and continued. "And after we started dating, she asked me to keep it a secret for at least a month to solidify our feelings and relationship." Him was now a little mollified. I understand, so looking back of course she needed time to think. But how could you keep your mouth shut for a month?" Wook seized the opportunity to boast again. "I'm a man of my word, you know." Chanbi was still unpacified. "Talk about promises. Since when?" Seeing your serious expression, "You must really like her." Go, standing next to her, also agreed. "I know." Him seemed to remember something. "Wait, Wook, this is your first time having a girlfriend, isn't it?" Wook was about to tell the truth. "Actually, in middle school." Him cut him off. "Forget about childhood puppy love." She looked at Chanbi and Go. "Then only you two are left as eternal singles in school now." Chanbi wondered. "What are you talking about?" she said irritably. "There she goes again. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything. Everyone's hiding all sorts of things from me." Chanbi looked at Dong-wook. "I don't know anything. Why do you look so angry?" Dong-wook was still unpacified. He mumbled, reprimanding Wook. "How could you do that? He really went too far." Gono thought inwardly. My friends were also hiding that from Wook. Junmo approached from afar, looking tired. "I'm so hungry." "Gono, let's go. We have to do it right away now." Gono hastily asked. "Right now?" Chanbi wondered. "Where are you going?" Go smiled and replied, "Oh, Junmo and I are going to prepare for the team presentation." Chanbi wondered. "Right now?" Gelo replied. "Yeah, we have to do it when he's in a good mood." Junmo watched Go walk and followed, saying, "Can you get my textbook? And get the notebook from my bag too." Go replied happily. "Yeah." Dong-wook angrily shouted at Junmo. "Hey, is he your servant? Go get your own stuff." Junmo flinched and stammered. "But I don't need a textbook." He approached Go and asked him, "Why is Dong-wook like that? Why is he suddenly angry? Go immediately explained. Wook hid the fact that he has a girlfriend, so he's angry, Junmo said nonchalantly. I saw him with his girlfriend the other day, then none of you knew? Go said he never mentioned it. Before he could finish speaking, Junmo continued the story. Hey, did you see Wook's girlfriend? She's super pretty. But he always hangs out with girls who are above average, so his taste is pretty high. But how did you get into that group too? We've been curious about that for a long time. Go froze slightly. Oh why? Junmo bent down to take a can of soda from the vending machine and replied to Go's question. Just think about it. They've all been together since middle school except for you. Honestly, before I couldn't even dare to greet anyone but Wook. Everyone seemed hard to approach. Understand? Go seemed to completely misunderstand Junmo's words. Even Hiram, Junmo quickly replied. Especially Hiram, but it's much easier to talk to Chanbi these days. Don't you think so? Go kept asking questions. You mean it wasn't like that before? Junmo said. Not at all. I started talking to her after she got amnesia. And when she came back to school I said hello once, and it worked. Oh hello, she probably thought we were friends from before, so after that I kept talking to her casually. She even asked me if there was anything special about her, and those idiots made up all sorts of ridiculous stories and told them to her. Can you imagine? Gono smiled. So she believed all those things? Junmo felt that what he had done was just an ordinary thing and not that serious. She didn't just listen to us, right? Go's voice suddenly became much more serious. But don't do that anymore. I saw her recording everything she hears. She feels guilty about not remembering anyone, so she's trying to remember everything. She takes every word someone says incredibly seriously. So don't make up stories and make it harder for her. Junmo stiffened at Gono's attitude but still tried to make excuses. But thanks to that we became friends, so isn't that a good thing too? Gello said nothing, just smiled friendly. Him appeared from somewhere, her voice sent shivers down his spine. Good thing. Him looked as if she was about to punch Junmo. You think that? You think it's good that Chanbi pays attention to you and your gang? Do you really think it's great that she spends her time with trash like you? Hiram's voice made Junmo freeze. I always wondered why nameless guys kept flocking around, she shouted. It turns out you guys just thought of her as entertainment. Chanbi hid behind the wall and listened to everything. Her eyes widened in shock. She thought inwardly, then that guy was the one who was giggling at me that day. Wait, so all the stories I heard from those guys were made up? Chanbi looked in that direction and Hiram continued to reprimand Junmo. Then how can I trust anyone now? I can't trust anyone without suspicion anymore. Go reached out to stop Hiram. Calm down, no violence, she said to him too angrily. You just disappear. Chanbi moved slightly about to leave. She turned around and walked. Him was still screaming. Oh my poor toothbrush. Chanbi walked towards her classroom and when she slammed the door the two friends sitting in the classroom were startled and looked towards the door. Chanbi held a book and said with a bright smile, Can I sit too? The three of them sat together and wrote the script. They finished the script before lunch ended. Chanbi looked at Hiram next to her who was looking in the mirror and applying lipstick. Your hair is all messy. Hiram said nonchalantly. Yeah, it always is. Chanbi reached out and said kindly, I'll fix it for you. Hiram suddenly felt a strange feeling and suspected her friend. Did I do something terrible again? Chanbi stood up and tied Hiram's hair. Your arm is hurt. Hiram couldn't take it anymore. In just 2 days she had listened to Dong-wook's advice not to intervene when the two were alone, and even seriously considered what it meant to just observe. The result was too boring, truly boring. So just act like other people, make a little fuss or play a prank. Anything is fine as long as she acts. Hiram lay blankly on the bed holding Chanbi's phone. Chanbi, quickly wake him up. After school classes in 10 minutes and give me back my phone. Him looked at Chanbi with very pitiful eyes. But I'm not going today. Chanbi looked at her phone and saw a horror movie playing and her face turned pale. My goodness, I told you not to watch things like this on my phone, it messes up the recommendation algorithm. Chanbi reprimanded her. I asked you to charge it and you were doing this, but him was calculating something inwardly. How can I make everything more interesting? I have no good ideas these days. As she walked towards the door, Chanbi said, Have a fun class today. She stroked Him's cheek with her hand. There will only be a few people today. You said today's class isn't in the classroom, right? So where do I go? Him recalled the teacher's words. Everyone pay attention. Our class will be taking a test today to prepare for the exam held at school this weekend. So today's after-school class will be moved to the tech room. Finally, she shouted, Totally awesome, 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 Chanbi said to Go. Him told me that. He replied, Really? A friend approached Dong-wook and said, Dong-wook, today we have class in the tech room. Dong-wook gave a short, languid reply. Got it. As his friend walked away, he asked where Go was. Dong-wook tiredly answered, He'll be here soon. Everything started from that moment. In the classroom, only Go and Chanbi sat at a single desk and the space was very quiet. An hour later, Go mumbled in confusion. Wait, why are we the only two here? He thought to himself. I was so caught up in the idea that we were the only two that I didn't notice something was strange. Chanbi also felt something was off. Are we really the only two here today? Go thought that couldn't be right. I don't think so. I mean, the teacher didn't even take attendance, Chanbi agreed. Yeah, but sometimes that happens, so I thought it was like that today too. Go suddenly suspected him. Could him have given me the wrong information? Go rummaged through his bag and said, Hey, call those kids. Chanbi picked up her phone and only then realized the battery was dead. You call them, my phone's dead. Gello hadn't found his phone yet but still spoke politely. I'll look for it. He finally found his phone and picked it up. Go looked at his phone and eventually said, My phone seems to be out of battery too. Chanbi felt the atmosphere was very strange and looked up thinking this is weird. Then the ghost photo him had been looking at on her phone yesterday came to mind and Chanbi's face turned pale. She trembled all over but tried to calm down. Let's just finish what we're doing, Chanbi spoke to Go to alleviate her fear. We finished our presentation part except for Ina, right? Go replied. Yeah, we finished it during lunch break, remember? Chanbi struggled to keep the conversation going. Right, Junmo did well. Go also happily continued the conversation. Well, you just have to pique his interest. He also likes the topic we're doing. Chanbi was curious. So you kept talking to him in alien languages? Go laughed and explained. Yeah, I used game examples to help him understand better. Chanbi was speechless. My goodness, I thought all those things were made up, for example. Things I don't remember. Suddenly, the classroom lights went out, plunging the space into darkness. Chanbi screamed. Ha! Her face looked completely flustered. Gono mumbled, what a power outage. He looked up curious. What on earth is going on? Chanbi immediately sprang to her feet. She walked straight to Go. This doesn't feel good, don't you think so too? Should we get out of here? Gello showed no sign of fear. I think there's going to be an announcement. Something made a sound on the wall above. The two stared at it. And the classroom lights went out completely. It was so dark around them that nothing was visible. Only their eyes shone brightly like car headlights. Go sighed. Oh dear, it really is a power outage. His face was frowned. No flashlight and my phone's dead. Go looked out the window. The whole school is out of power. Chanbi was sweating. She gripped Go's shoulder tightly. This is weird, so weird. Let's go right now, please. I don't want to be here. Let's go find the teacher and the others. Go also agreed. Since you say that, I also feel it's really strange. Let's get out of here. Outside was also dark and empty. The two left the classroom together. Chanbi still held Go's shoulder tightly, not letting go. What if we're stuck in another dimension? Go laughed, reassuring her. It's okay, we're still in school. Our eyes have adjusted to the dark, right? Chanbi replied with some hesitation. A little, Go whispered. I wish I had a flashlight. Chanbi suddenly spotted a light and felt a little more cheerful. Look, it's brighter outside. Then she noticed something strange again. Why are there so many empty classrooms? Go reassured her again. Oh, that's because only second graders are in school today. He thought helplessly. She's terrified. Seeing her gripping his shoulder tightly, he thought, I'm being hindered by the fact that she's holding me so tight. Calm down, pull yourself together, Gono. Chanbi pointed forward with her finger. Go, do you hear that? It sounds like it's coming from that classroom. Go looked in the direction she was pointing and found light in the front room. I think so. He pushed the door. It's probably locked. No, it's nothing. Go approached the desk where a clock was placed. Is this an alarm clock? Chanbi frowned, looking confused. But why is it ringing now? It's creepy. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a thump, making Chanbi's heart leap. Gono asked in surprise. What? Chanbi asked, trembling. The door closed by itself, right? Go replied calmly. Yeah, his eyes began to look tired. Go thought to himself, I have a hunch. He continued to reassure Chanbi. Chanbi, it's okay, I think someone's messing with us. As he pushed the door open and stepped out, he thought his last words were too absurd. Who would do something like this? Chanbi let out a slight sound which caught Gono's attention. She looked half gone at this point. It's too strange. There were a few identical situations in what I just saw. Gello tried to reassure her. Nothing strange, trust me. The teacher and the others must be somewhere. We're not alone, really, it's okay. Chanbi was still not calm at all. Maybe, Gono suggested. I don't think there's anyone on this floor. Let's go downstairs. Chanbi now had no choice but to rely on Gono. Okay, and on the way to the stairs they encountered numerous strange things. First, there was a black object lying on the floor. Go stepped on it and thought, damn it. Next, a bizarre human figure stood there, and someone threw paper at them. Both turned around. Chanbi's face was about to cry and Go frowned in annoyance. They mumbled, really? What is this? My goodness, stop it. Go said, just leave it. In a corner, Wuik and Seijin observed them whispering, is she always that jumpy? Chanbi was so scared she was on the verge of tears. Why are those two on the third floor? The lights aren't even on. The teacher told everyone to go to the fifth floor. Didn't they hear? In the fifth floor classroom, all the students were gathered. The fourth floor classroom was dark. On the third floor, Gono had Chanbi and Wuik and Seijin were closely following behind them. These kids aren't the type to not listen because they're good. Wuik and Seijin watched Chanbi and Gono go down the stairs. Is that really true? Wuik, the two of them secretly dating. So that's how it is. Got it? We just need to keep using the suspension bridge effect. Wuik suddenly asked where the suspension bridge effect came from. Seijin laughed excitedly. Haven't you heard about the suspension bridge effect? He walked and explained. People say that these tense situations make you mistake fear for excitement. Wuik turned back to Seijin and asked, so what's next? Then he immediately hit a trap placed on the desk. Oh no, it's a trap. It fell down the stairs making a sound. Chanbi turned back in surprise and trembled, seeing something flying towards her. What now? She stumbled in a hurry and slipped on the stairs. Chanbi fell forward. Wuik widened his eyes and looked at her with a worried face. He lunged and caught Chanbi. Wuik's arm wrapped firmly around Chanbi's waist. One of Chanbi's slippers came off and fell. She was shy, her cheeks as red as tomatoes. Suddenly a loud sound was heard. Stop right there, Chanbi screamed. I hear voices, so it was all because of them. Go was sweating profusely and asked worriedly, Chanbi, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Chanbi was so scared she was on the verge of tears, but she tried to reassure Go. I'm fine, it's not that dangerous. She looked up at Go and asked, did you hear voices? I think they ran upstairs. Go at this point only cared about Chanbi. Are you hurt anywhere? Chanbi stubbornly wanted to chase after the people who had played a prank on her. We have to go after them quickly. Suddenly she realized something. She closed her eyes and then opened them. Gono's figure blurred. Something seemed to overlap. She called his name. Go, Chanbi asked. Have we been in this situation before? I think we have. Her words froze. Go. What did I just remember? Chanbi asked again. Have we been in this situation before? What did I just remember? Go was blank. You remembered? How much did you remember? He asked urgently. Chanbi looked away. I mean, we were standing on the stairs and you. In her mind, a scene of two male students fighting came to mind. They're fighting. She pointed at Go. That jerk, Gello immediately retorted. Fighting? Who's fighting on the stairs? That jerk. Are you talking about the outdoor activities? Are you talking about Seijin fighting? Chanbi seemed to be half believing and half doubting. Since you're saying his name, it must be true, right? She bowed her head, but her finger was still pointing at Gono. You ran to me. There was a fight behind you, but I don't know if it's a real memory or just an imagination based on what I heard. Gello explained again what had happened. That day, Seijin pushed you towards the stairs and you almost fell. It wasn't intentional, of course. So I think you're slowly remembering correctly, and he hastily explained. Anyway, I hugged you then, just like just now, so you wouldn't fall. So maybe a similar experience stimulated your memory. Chanbi widened her eyes and asked. So that's why I kept getting angry at that friend back then. She pondered deeply. But why can't I remember the most important part? Numerous voices kept echoing in her mind. Are you crazy? Why are you pushing her like that? If you want to fight, go somewhere else, you crazy bastards. You're making it hard for me. Today, I was going to muster all my courage and tell her. I must tell her today. Chanbi honestly told Go. I think I was going to say something that day. Gono was surprised. Really? To whom? Chanbi replied. Probably to you. I mean, you said I was next to you all day that day, right? Gello stuttered slightly. I don't know what happened after that day either. Everything was a mess that day, he encouraged her. Anyway, you've only remembered up to this point about the outdoor activities, right? I hope you remember more, Chanbi said tiredly. I hope so too. But just thinking about it gives me such a headache. Go picked up the fallen trap on the floor and advised. Then you should rest a bit. Chanbi looked up. But what about those kids? Go asked. Do you want to chase them? Chanbi thought it was a given. Of course, they made me look like a scaredy cat. The two passed through the classrooms again. Chanbi rubbed her arm with a spooky feeling and said, This feeling is familiar. Go glanced at her. Probably, since they're also second graders. He found a bright light beyond. Wait, there are people on the 5th floor. So everyone must be there. Before Go could finish speaking, Chanbi's hand covered his mouth. She put her index finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Look over there. Her face was not black with fear but with anger. Very suspicious. The two peered around the door and observed Wuyuk and Seijin in the room. Go tried to defend them. Maybe they were just there by chance. Chanbi's eyes stared at the two like bullets. Then why do those two seem to be whispering like that? It's a rare sight. Wuyuk's face was still flustered from what had just happened. Now those two must be really angry. The stairs just now were a bit dangerous. Seijin still smiled without a hint of guilt. It wasn't our intention. We can just apologize later. Go and Chanbi quietly approached the two. The bookshelf hid them so they weren't discovered. Seijin pressed Wuyuk. Oh, so now you're going to pretend you weren't involved? Wuyuk clucked his tongue and ignored everything. Well, as long as we don't get caught. If we do, we can just say we did it for fun. Go heard that, frowned and became annoyed. So it really was because of those two, Chanbi whispered. So it was all because of those two. An image came to her mind. For fun? When Chanbi's voice was heard, Wuyuk was startled. Oh, why are you two here? She approached and asked. When did you two become close? You're not even in the same class, Seijin replied with a calm face. I'm still close with Wuyuk, didn't you know? Chanbi feigned an innocent, bewildered face. But didn't you two notice anything strange on this floor? Strange things kept happening and the door slammed shut by itself. Seijin still gave a thumbs up without changing his expression. And Wuyuk looked away to avoid Chanbi's gaze, feeling guilty. Does it sound strange? Chanbi continued to put on a pitiful expression. I almost died. I almost fell down the stairs. Oh, then it must have been really dangerous. Chanbi's face suddenly changed 180 degrees and turned cold. She swung her hand and threw something, and it was a bug that hit Wuyuk squarely in the face. He shouted and slammed his hand on the desk, half out of his mind. Shin was just grinning. What, is there some kind of event? Oh my, were we caught? While he was talking, Chanbi put a butterfly in his mouth and an eerie sound came from the room. Coming out of the room, Chanbi smiled happily. Go carried a large backpack and looked cautiously at Chanbi. The teacher asked, Were you two in the math classroom the whole time? She held a notebook and said, So you two didn't know the classroom had changed? The teacher understood. You two aren't the type to skip class. I almost forgot to take your attendance. The teacher wasn't angry at all about the two of them not coming to class. All right, I've marked both of you present, but weren't you scared? The two smiled brightly and replied politely. Thank you, teacher. We were a little scared, but it wasn't that bad. It was proof of how important it was to make a good impression. The teacher reminded them, Kids, pack up. We're ending here because of the power outage. Go glanced at something. Dong-wook was slumped over his desk asleep. Go glared at him. He had nothing to say to his friend. The teacher's voice continued to echo. It's getting dark, so be careful on the stairs. Dong-wook woke up and asked, Where did everyone go? Go grumbled. Did you sleep the whole time? Chanbi wondered. Do you know we had a power outage? Dong-wook replied innocently. Oh, I was wondering why all the lights were off too. Chanbi explained everything. Only Go and I were sitting in that math classroom thanks to his information. Dong-wook even teased. Well done, Go asked. Didn't you hear the announcement? Dong-wook replied, still half asleep. I think I vaguely heard something about someone dying, Chanbi continued. So you heard it, Go complained. Why does some test sound like the end of the world? Everything's a mess. Dong-wook saw the bus coming and quickly headed towards it. My bus is here. Go hastily followed. See you next time. Chanbi waved, but Dong-wook just left. He just left. The two walked dejectedly. Go sighed. You must be tired. Chanbi said in a tired voice. Yeah, those two played a huge prank on us. She seemed still shaken. I was scared to death. My head still hurts. Go looked at her a little worried. You're probably just tense, Chanbi wondered. Weren't you scared? I feel like I was trembling the whole time. Go tried to reassure her. I was scared too. Chanbi immediately blurted out one word, lie. Go finally asked what he hadn't understood earlier. What do you mean by trapped in another dimension? Chanbi was embarrassed. It was just a video I watched before class. At the end of the road, Chanbi asked, You'll be here, right? She turned around, waved and said goodbye. Well, bye? Go's face flushed red and he replied, Yeah. Chanbi still waved and said bye to him. Gello hesitated, barely finishing his words. I am really mustering up the courage to say this. Shall I walk you home? I mean, after everything that happened. Chanbi tilted her head, looking at him as if she didn't understand. She looked at the dark road she was about to take. Oh, you thought I'd be scared? I walk this path every day, so I'll probably be fine. A momentary fear flashed across Chanbi's face. She gripped her backpack strapped tightly. She reached out and grabbed Go's bag. Chanbi, holding Go's bag, pulled him along. Let's go. On second thought, I was really scared too. It's better if someone comes with me. Don't abandon me. Go was immediately excited upon hearing that. Of course, Chanbi asked another question and Go stiffened. But what about me after you go back? I'll be alone at home, Go stammered innocently. Oh, then maybe, he suggested several measures to make her less scared. Or you could try calling a friend, that might help. Or sleep with the lights on, or turn on the TV, or listen to music. Chanbi thought he was just talking to himself, but then realized he was actually trying to find solutions. She said two words vaguely, or else. Chanbi looked directly into Go's eyes and smiled very charmingly. Or else don't go home and stay with me. Go's face grew redder and redder, and his hands gripped Chanbi's backpack straps tightly. Chanbi kept teasing him. Isn't that the best way? Go, blushing with embarrassment, kept walking, unable to say anything. He awkwardly made excuses. I wasn't trying to find solutions. He lowered his head to avoid embarrassment and walked ahead, and Chanbi followed, thinking, oh, he's speechless. She couldn't help but say, I'm kidding, she thought to herself. His face is completely red. Chanbi wondered, does he react like that to everything? She smiled with interest. Chanbi ran up to Go, walked alongside him and said to him, so are you really coming with me? Yeah. How far? Right to your doorstep. They arrived. Chanbi kept teasing Go. Go on in. He kept shaking his head like a mixer. The word exit, often seen above doors, came to his mind. Perhaps the scene of lively laughter in the classroom also came to mind. Memories might return. Stairs in the dark. To the right was the shadow of a bizarre object. The drawing was activated when the pencil felt the paper. Was it due to the drawing of a person with an awkwardly open mouth or a great shock? I'm not sure either. I just like the fact that what she's remembering is related to me. Go smiled brightly, looking at the drawing he made, and suddenly wished he could ask her more. A thin piece of paper was thrown at a male student's face. Chanbi remembered a few things. Weik stood with his legs apart, eyes wide, looking at his classmate. Is it anything important? The classmate standing opposite smiled and said, It's nothing, just a fight she happened to witness during the outdoor activities. I didn't even know there was a fight. Weik suddenly slumped over his desk holding a blank paper and asked, What do other people fighting have to do with her? Oh my goodness. What's the point of knowing that? Why does she only remember those things? Soon after, the person holding the paper replied, The fight was probably a big one. He tilted his head, put his face to the paper and said, Is that all? Nothing else? Dong-wook looked down at Go from above and said with an annoyed expression, I didn't ask much either. Go approached closer and smiled brightly. Maybe there's a reason she only remembers those things? Weik with a tired face held the paper and slumped over his desk. She forgets all the important things, and only these random things are stuck in her head. That's just how life is. At the same time, everyone held their papers and said, Stop talking nonsense and finish writing quickly, then let's go back to the classroom. He glanced elsewhere and smiled slightly, teasing, Life is truly tragic, my friend. A voice quickly came from beside him. Still not up? Then Go closed his eyes brightly, sweating, and smiled. If you didn't know, our group has a presentation tomorrow. Anna, slightly nervous, handed a blue folder to Junmo. I was going to do it tonight. He smiled leisurely. You said the same thing last time and ended up fighting a lot with your group members. Are you afraid it'll repeat again? It was fun to watch from outside. He stood in the middle looking embarrassed and checking for reactions. I really had personal circumstances then, so if you don't know anything, keep quiet. Chanbi stood holding the paper tightly, looking confused from outside. Junmo looked at her, becoming more provocative and calm. What about this time? What's your excuse this time? Ina's face immediately flushed red in a daze upon hearing that. What was it last time? It was some ridiculous excuse. The blue folder was thrown hard onto the desk. Chanbi flinched at the loud noise. Then do what you want. All right, do what you want. I'm not doing anything anymore. I don't need to go to university early. I'll just give up everything. Soon after, Junmo turned back to him, pointed behind him and said, Did you hear that? It's really funny. She said she wouldn't do it, but she probably can't actually not do it. Chanbi said, Shut up, with a slightly eerie smile. 3 spoons clinked together, making a clicking sound. The spoon, angry, was violently plunged into the ice cream tub. Why does he keep making her angry? Dune said something that startled him and her. I was worried that Yuna wouldn't do her assignment, but he keeps poking at her sore spots. His cheeks flushed and his eyes widened. I told Junmo to go and bring her back. Let's just wait. I hope she does at least a few parts. Chanbi immediately sighed tiredly. After school class is almost here and there's still no news, no hope. I'll have to do the rest. Those words made Go hesitate. It's not bad since we can get more points. You take the presentation part. And he looked down at what he was eating, not looking straight ahead. I still have to finish it. When Wuyik suddenly appeared, the entire table fell silent. Dune held her spoon with a sarcastic expression. Seeing you guys, I'm glad I'm not in the same group as you. She squinted and looked up. But what's going on at our school today? It seems like a lot of students from other schools are here. Dozens of students in other school uniforms were visiting the school gate. Upon hearing that, Wuyik sat down and laughed, showing his teeth. How didn't you know? From today until next weekend, our school will be having classes with students from other schools. But she seemed a little surprised. I really lived to see this day. Wuyik explained what was happening at school. Oh, you're smiling as you answer too. That's right, because Hiju is coming too. Gello and Chanbi read the name simultaneously, suspiciously. Hiju, and he overflowed with joy. My lovely lady. As soon as he mentioned that character, Wuyik closed his eyes and enjoyed his rosy life. Hiju will come to our school every day. It's like we're going to the same school. It's amazing. But Chanbi thought it was strange. At this rate, I'm going to hit him early. Immediately, Wuyik's eyes widened and he quickly retorted, I'm serious, so you guys better treat her well. Seijin came running from somewhere with a spoon and scooped up ice cream. Yeah, you guys really should. That guy's girlfriend is scary, you know. Thinking it was strange, he looked up at Seijin. Seijin, did you meet her? He pointed at Wuyik with his hand. On my way home yesterday, I stopped by a convenience store and I saw him and his girlfriend there. The ice cream on the spoon gradually melted as time passed. And I think I saw something I shouldn't have. Passed. When Dune Shin was squatting, she glanced at the young man's store. Do Seijin's statement, 8:40 p.m. last night. She rummaged through her wallet. Is it 9,500 won? She looked at the cashier, a little hesitant and embarrassed, and carefully reached out to take back the item she had just bought. Actually, I'm short 500 won. I'll just not buy this. Surprisingly, Wuyik's finger poked her. Wait, he handed her a coin and looked down. You take that. Then the girl nodded obediently, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, and he said, it's only 500 won, don't worry. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hiram appeared from behind. I know how bad that feels. Wuyik was chastised. Then why did you pay for someone else's? He immediately defended his actions. Oh, I also wanted to use some of my change. In the dark night sky, small stars twinkled and a voice was heard below. Really? Then why don't you take your things and go eat with that girl? Do whatever you want. I'm angry. Hiju, annoyed, left immediately. Wuyik chased after her from afar. Hiju. After finishing the story, Seijin burst out laughing. It's really funny. And then that guy chased after her like an idiot. His face stiffened with embarrassment. When did you see that? The entire table was drenched in sweat. Dune rested her chin on her hand and looked at Wuyik. Did you do something wrong before? He held his spoon and looked up. Oh, she probably didn't like that I gave money to a stranger. I understand. Besides, I was so shocked yesterday that I couldn't pay much attention to her. Chanbi, looking puzzled, held her lunch tray and stared at Wuyik with suspicious eyes. Don't lie, you definitely made her angry before that. How long have you been hanging out with her? I guarantee it. She quickly took her lunch tray, turned around and walked away. Who would get that angry over just 500 won? He waved from behind. What about me? Then the three friends started talking and Wuyik's eyes welled up with tears. Remember, don't act the same way when you're with us in front of her. Some people wondered why she wanted a secret relationship and some even called him a foolish guy. Then suddenly a girl approached Wuyik. The three turned towards the direction of the voice. Hiju looked at Dune in a friendly way. You're here, why didn't you call? Can I come too? Wuyik, grabbing his shirt collar, said with a cold face. Of course. The three sat at the table with annoyed expressions. He looked at her proudly. Hiju, oh, these are my friends. Hiju smiled broadly. He always talks about you guys. She couldn't stop laughing. Hello, I'm Min Hiju. Her friend was no exception. Hi Wuyik, but disappointment was evident on everyone's faces. Hello? Hiju closed her eyes and smiled slightly sadly. The two continued to talk quietly. Is that woman her? Disin frowned. My eyes hurt. Everyone complained and whispered. Footsteps were heard from somewhere. What's wrong with his eyes? Chanbi approached with a surprised expression. Who's that girl? Blank face appeared. She's Wuyik's girlfriend. The friend standing behind her thought worriedly. Damn it, she looks just like a doll. Hiju's expression was scary. Wuyik, you grew up with her, right? Gently turned his head. Yeah, that's right. You must be tired from coming all this way and it's hot. Our school and Moxon High are a bit far apart. She bowed her head. What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you. Hiju's eyes widened and she turned around. What are your intentions? Junmo and Go overheard from outside. Or are you complaining to me right now? Chanbi and Disin did too. Is it because I made you come all the way to our school? Has the atmosphere dampened? Oh no, I didn't mean that, she thought blankly, flustered. Oh damn it, here we go again. It was at this moment. Could anyone lend me a microphone, please? The path from the stairs to the classroom was empty and so was the hallway. There was no one. The air conditioner hummed coolly from the ceiling. Hiram and Dong-wook were sleeping in chairs, feeling cold. She slowly got up. It's cold. She looked at the classroom and it was empty, nobody there. She scanned Dong-wook. Is everyone still out eating? Then she approached closer. Dong-wook, wake up. Just then someone's arm came into view. Hi, him, right? Inga approached, waving and smiling. Long time no see, but your blank face is still the same. She was still covered by a blanket, looking blankly at herself. What am I looking at? she asked in a low voice, but her pristine beauty was clearly visible under the sunlight streaming through the window. Where did everyone go? Inside the classroom, a doll was held in front of Chanbi and Chanbi proudly showed it to her. Disun, look at this silly face, isn't it so cute? Chanbi smiled and added, it's even sweating. How fascinating. But at this moment Disun took a picture, looked at her phone screen suspiciously and said, I think there's a story behind this. But as soon as she picked up her phone she sighed. Damn it, even the kids in the back got in the shot. Should we take it again? But Chanbi shook her head and held out her hand. Let me see too. She gazed at the phone screen for a moment, and just then Dong-wook poked his head out and grinned. How is it? Chanbi shrugged and replied immediately, your face isn't in it. Scanning the phone screen again, she smiled slightly. Go looked good in the photo, so why did he look equally foolish? As soon as she spoke, his cheeks flushed red. She showed everyone the phone screen with the two of them together. You two look like twins. Dong-wook also teased him. Stupid twins. Go's cheeks turned crimson all the way to his face, and realizing he was being teased, he peeled off the paper stuck to his head. Hey, who puts a sticky note on someone else's head? It turned out the culprit was Wook. He lay stretched out on the desk grinning and replied in a low voice, what's so serious, just act normal. Just do that. The two stared blankly at Wook and no one said a word. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was still tense. I could have chosen another school, but I came here because of you. Chanbi flinched slightly on this side. Disun frowned at her friend and asked, what? Go also interjected, guessing he probably made her angry again, but she didn't think so. But she was fine just a moment ago. The moment she scooped ice cream with a spoon, she was startled by her friend's scream. Wook, just a friend? I know, of course I know. Do you think I don't understand? I thought this would just end here. Then Wook hurriedly chased after his girlfriend, not forgetting to thank his friend. Disun, thanks for the meal today. I appreciate it. At this moment, Disun looked up at her short-haired friend. Is she always like that? She replied with a sly smile. Whenever something annoys her, yeah. Outside, Wook was still smiling and worrying about his girlfriend. Where's your class? But Haju's voice was full of annoyance. The library. Nevertheless, he got very close to her, taking care with every step. Your bag looks heavy. Shall I carry it for you? Hiju was still angry about what had just happened. Are you an idiot? Don't make me repeat myself. Wook's face also paled in embarrassment. I'm sorry. This couple made everyone around them feel an uneasy atmosphere wherever they went. Chanbi also felt uncomfortable and whispered softly to him, is she still angry? Really? Do you think that's okay? Go forced a smile and replied, no, in fact his original answer was not okay at all. Really not okay. His mouth kept mumbling the two words, I'm sorry. Suddenly a slight touch came to his back. Go. He paused for a moment and then turned slightly to see who it was. Inga approached with a bright smile and greeted him. You two met? Go was startled and slightly flustered. Inga looked at Hiram next to her with a self-reproaching face. Why did I bring her? She smiled brightly and waved to him in greeting. I go. He crossed his arms and reminded her. You should have told me you were coming. Just then, Chanbi poked her head out in surprise. Inga, are you studying here too? As soon as she saw Chanbi, she made a displeased expression. They're together again, but she still smiled brightly and asked, are you okay, Chanbi? She gently placed a hand on Hiram's shoulder as if to confirm. Last night they were looking for you in class 3, but only Hiram was sitting alone. She looked at her in surprise with an incredulous tone. Hiram, really? Hiram had just come down and didn't know what had happened in the cafeteria. Hey, what's wrong with him? Is that his girlfriend? She looks angry. Chanbi also shook her head and sighed. We don't know either. At this moment the friend who came with Wook urgently called her. In-sun. She pointed forward and asked for help. It's her again. Do something. She reluctantly approached, put her arm around her shoulder and covered her mouth. All right, Hiju, what is it this time? She appeared, pulled Hiju away and also added to Wook, Hiju seems a bit nervous today. She's probably feeling burdened, but you also know her true feelings, don't you? He didn't answer and just kept nodding his head. As soon as she pulled Hiju away, he shouted loudly, wait in the library, I'll be right there. As one problem passed, another problem arose. Wook. Chanbi slowly approached and walked beside him, linking arms. Do you think you're okay? What? She frowned as if trying to see through everything. So that's why you've been muttering to yourself since this morning? At this, he dimly turned his head. So that's why you were lamenting your life? Wook shouted and explained. It's just because of the presentation assignment. He quickly defended himself against his friends who seemed not to believe him. Even if Hiju seems angry for no reason, it's actually because I made a mistake. She's just trying to make me realize my fault. She only had good intentions towards me. But Chanbi immediately retorted, you're starting to talk too much. You yourself must feel something is wrong, don't you? But he still grinned and blamed everything on himself. Anyway, it's all my fault. We're fine. Him sighed and mumbled, my friend is involved in something like this. Chanbi nodded in agreement next to him. What should we do with you? Then Wook trembled and explained more earnestly. Hey, don't jump to conclusions. You've only met her a few times. I just need to handle myself well. Go also thought this was abnormal. Hey, are you sure? Think again. He wanted to advise his friend worriedly. Because what we just saw seemed like a one-sided relationship. If you leave it like this, everything will get worse and you'll be the only one getting hurt. But Wook had a blank expression and Chanbi waved her hand, annoyed. He can't think of anything right now. He still stubbornly clicked his tongue. Tisk, look at the guy who's been single for so long lecturing me. Wook, conscious of Inga standing behind him, dragged her into this matter too. You're Haju's friend, say something. But everyone agreed. What is there to say? Her personality is a bit strange. Inside class 3's classroom, everyone told Dong-wook everything. He looked blankly at his two friends. Wow, I missed all that drama. Him crossed her arms and teased. If you had come with me you wouldn't have regretted it. Chanbi at this moment crossed her arms and couldn't understand at all. Really, if you're next to her, you just worry and get nervous, so why keep meeting her? I just can't understand. Suddenly, both of their eyes lit up. He doesn't understand, does he? Dongwook also grinned slyly. Really, she frowned, looking puzzled. It doesn't matter, I just hope he knows what he's doing. But all three were conscious of the hallway outside. But why are those three standing together? It made all three curious again. Only Inga is standing still. What on earth is she doing? Outside, the evening sun was already setting. Inga suddenly turned her head this way and asked him, "What, that eloquent speech you gave her earlier?" Go just let out a short "aw." "Oh, I was just trying to persuade her a bit." She also nodded, curious. "Really? What happened?" Outside the hallway, Go asked his friend. "By the way, did you know Wook was my friend?" Inga let out a short "oh" and replied in a low voice. "I guessed. He goes to the same school as you, and some of the things he said were a bit suspicious. I was quite surprised when I found out." He smiled awkwardly. "Really?" She smiled and turned around, seemingly having figured something out about what he had told Wook earlier. "It seemed quite private. Did you know?" Go was startled by the words that seemed to pierce his heart. "Did you see myself in there?" But Inga then smiled brightly and said, "But he's different from the you back then. You two are getting along well, even too well." He stood awkwardly, rubbing his forehead. "Wook wouldn't do the things you did." Inga's advice kept echoing in his ears. He's not trying to carry all the burdens because of her. He's not being dragged around like a tail. He's not enduring unpleasant words and telling himself that she's doing it all because of him. He's not being manipulated by her. The two of them haven't gone through a master-servant relationship like you did. Finally, she concluded with one sentence, "So don't worry about him." His mind was complicated, so he just nodded. Inga smiled slightly. "Your friends don't seem to know about those things, do they? You didn't tell them." His voice trembled. "You know me. I'm the type to forget bad things and just move on, right?" It felt like a stone was placed heavily on his chest. Gono's voice trembled even more. "But I still vividly remember everything she said during our 100 days together. No matter how hard I try, I can't forget it. So why should I tell them?" At this moment he felt extreme fear. "What if everyone thinks I'm a miserable failure?" "Absolutely not. I'm not telling anyone." Inga sighed and looked at him worriedly. "But that was a long time ago. Are you still not over it?" Gono bowed his head, disappointed. "I think it's just deeply ingrained in my brain." All those words kept tormenting him. Maybe it's because he keeps replaying them. "Thankfully I like you. Who else would put up with you, right? You can't change your lifestyle, everyone else can." "Why can't you?" Sweat beaded on his arm. "Sometimes I wonder if she did it on purpose, which made me think I was truly beyond repair." But Inga immediately encouraged Gono. "Listen, you didn't do anything wrong." Her voice was sharp. "Those were just meaningless, hurtful words. Do you still not understand?" Inga kept patting his shoulder, trying to shake him out of it and erase that terrible memory. But Go still sadly replied in a low voice, "There are some things that cling to you even if you don't want to remember them." She just sighed. "I don't know what that means either." "Go look at me." When he didn't listen, she raised her hand and painfully flicked his forehead. "Look at me, you idiot." The hallway outside was quiet. She grabbed his hair and sighed. "I thought you had changed. Even after listening to you talk to Wook, you're still the same." Go no longer had the energy to reply. "Yeah?" Inga saw his mood and got even more annoyed. "At first, you should have transferred with me to Hiram's school. Then I would have taught you how to live a purposeful life." His voice echoed faintly. "You're right." From the direction of the stairs, a shadow stood quietly as if watching Go's every move. "Keep telling me I'm right." Gelo was excited. "Chanbi and Ina also said they'd do their part of the presentation, so you don't have to worry." Chanbi asked in surprise. "Really?" Junmo persuaded her. He hesitated. Not exactly. I just talked to her a bit and she immediately said she'd do it." Chanbi looked at Go. He continued, "She also apologized for acting like that earlier. But not you and me." Chanbi patted his shoulder. "Well done, you're amazing." Him suddenly cut in. "Hey," she wondered, "since when did you become so close with Wendy?" Gelo was confused. He replied, "Second year." "Wait, I'm mistaken. It was in the second year. We were assigned to the same class back then." Him grew more curious. "But how did you two become close back then?" "He was really prickly then," Gelo recalled. "He was a bit prickly, yeah. We just talked a bit because we were in the same class," he recalled. "I mean, he knows you too, right?" Him sighed. "Yeah, we just have some friends in common." Chanbi peered out. "Why, what's wrong with him? He used to be nice." Him continued. "Then suddenly one day he completely changed, like a different person." She lamented. "I thought he was someone else." Gono evaded. "Whatever you say, he really did change." His phone vibrated. It was a text message from Wendy. She sent a picture of donuts. "Our school is really rich. Look at the gift boxes we received. They give different gifts every time they come." Go looked at his phone and messages kept piling up. "The budget is really overflowing. If you want to eat, come to the library." Hey, just then Ina handed him a piece of paper. She leaned in. "Gelo, can you include this underlined part in the presentation?" Yuna returned to her seat and whispered, "Chanbi, did you hear the news that students from other schools are coming to our school for a trial period?" She continued, "Word is they give different food every time they come." Chanbi seemed uninterested. "Jongmyeong school is really rich," Yuna sighed. "The classes are fun too. I regret not signing up from the beginning," Chanbi suggested. Shall we go see if we can get some gifts? Yuna was surprised. You think we can? But they went down anyway with Dongwook outside. The teacher struggled to hold them back. Move aside, kids. Students squeezed through, pleading, Teacher, please, just give us some leftover food. The teacher firmly refused. No, students who didn't sign up for the class, get out quickly. Chanbi was gloomy. No hope, him shot out. But why can't we eat? Chanbi saw her charging out so disgracefully. He couldn't help but think to herself, poor thing. Unexpectedly, a dark face approached from behind. Kids, I saved some for the friends who haven't arrived yet. Chanbi turned back, trembling. Oh, I see. The teacher nodded. That's right. Then the teacher handed her a box of bread. Chanbi, you eat some too. Share this with Hiram. Don't let them chatter too much. Chanbi thought the teacher must be an angel. She must have wings too. She glanced sideways. Anyway, those guys are still begging. Another voice came from behind. The teachers are firm. Wendy peered out. Usually teachers give us food. She seemed surprised. Wait, Chanbi, you got a box of bread? Chanbi didn't hide it. Yeah, the teacher secretly gave me a box. She smiled. Those guys are really noisy. I was so embarrassed I wanted to hide underground. Wendy also laughed. It's okay, she thought to herself. Now Chanbi is much nicer to me. She recalled how she used to always be sarcastic. She's become kind now, but it used to be fun doing that too. Wendy looked at Chanbi. Sometimes she was so angry she wouldn't even greet me. But one day she suddenly started talking to me. I thought she was making fun of me. It's pitiful that she lost her memory for a year. She smiled. Chanbi must be sad to have even forgotten her feelings for Gono, right? But it's no use digging up that old crush now. Let's just leave everything as it was before. As if nothing ever happened. Wendy glanced up. Gello has arrived too. What are those people doing? Wendy murmured. My goodness, are those people really here just to get food? Chanbi approached Gono. Gello was surprised. Chanbi, she offered him a piece of bread. Have this. A teacher secretly gave me a whole box. Go stepped back. Really? He flinched. Thanks, Gono. Chanbi offered the bread. Why, my hands are clean. She held it closer. Look here. Go blushed. All right. But his whole body kept trembling. Go lowered himself. He opened his mouth but couldn't eat a single bite. Gello looked at Wendy from afar and said in a trembling voice, Chanbi noticed it too now. Oh, I'm mistaken. You brought it here. Take it. Wendy looked at them, confused. What am I seeing? She looked at Go and thought, why is his face like that? It looks like it's about to explode. Wendy glanced. Why is Chanbi smiling so intimately with Gono? She imagined Chanbi's crush should have been over. But now Go is reacting too. There was nothing originally right. Wendy covered her head and repeated, right, he was like that, but he couldn't express his feelings before. Maybe she really lost all her memories? Gono's face looked like it was about to explode. Who wouldn't blush if a cute person like that made fun of them? I can't take it. She was confused. But since when did those two become so close? They were acting like strangers just now. Go. Lucky guy, Chanbi called out loudly. Hiram, let's go quickly. Wendy glanced at Go. She remembered she had never seen him look like that. Go always acted cold. Even with his girlfriend he wasn't like that. Wendy slammed her hand on the bread box. She called out loudly. Wendy threw the bread box at Go and said, eat it all. Gono was confused. How what? Wendy had her hands behind her back looking at him as he lowered his head like a turtle to eat the bread. Poor thing. Go awkwardly rubbed his neck. Wendy glanced elsewhere. I won't bring up your old stories again. She pouted her lips. Sorry. Gello was blank. Why is she suddenly apologizing? Wendy repeated. I mean, it wasn't a pleasant memory for either of us. On his way home from school, Go was still deep in thought. Why should she apologize when she did nothing wrong, he thought. I overreacted when she mentioned it. A faint light shone on Gello. He suddenly stopped and turned back. Gello was lost in thought. If I had been a little more attentive, everything wouldn't have ended so badly. What a fool. But what about now? He worried. Have I changed? Am I better? Suddenly Gono laughed loudly. These thoughts are pointless, he thought. Why should I torture myself over something no one knows? He smiled. I'll finish the presentation slides and then sleep. When I go to school tomorrow, there will probably be many people who have gone through something like this, just like me. Suddenly, a conversation came from in front of him. Let's ask Wook for dating advice. Another person replied. Didn't he say he would never talk about it and pretend he knew nothing? Go stopped and listened. But if Wook's situation is considered all right, how terrible must Gono's situation be? Hiram held a piece of bread up to the light. She said she made me angry. It must be really toxic. Chanbi asked again. She means he carries her burdens and gets dragged around every day. Hearing that, it seems right. Him was calm. Go is pitiful. He's really trembling these days. You guys saw it too, right? Chanbi also nodded in agreement. She looked up. But why does Go make everything like that? Him was surprised. How, you don't understand really? Chanbi smiled and followed. Think again. Him was biting a piece of bread. Just ask him directly. She turned around. Then you might understand better. Him encountered Go. Damn it. The three of them stared at each other blankly. Gello hesitated. You all heard. As night fell, Him shouted loudly. Yes, we all heard. But what can we do now that it's already happened? She ran out. We were about to go outside to talk to Wendy, but we unexpectedly heard the whole story. But it wasn't intentional. We're really sorry. Him patted Go's shoulder. But why did you hide it from us? Everyone goes through something like that. She consoled him. Look at Wook. He's only 18 but already involved in a complicated drama. You're much more experienced than him. Chanbi cautiously added. We won't tell anyone. Seriously. Calm down. It's not the end of the world. Go typed a line of smiling emojis on the computer. He typed quietly. From behind Gono, someone approached. Chanbi cautiously said, I heard the presentation has been postponed to the third period. She laughed. That's a relief. I had a hospital appointment this afternoon, Chanbi exclaimed. It would have been a disaster if it had been any later. Go looked up, trying to force an awkward smile. Yeah, it would have been. This expression even made Chanbi pause for a moment. Chanbi felt a little worried. He looked at Go's back. He hasn't turned around once all day. It's been a bit strange since this morning. Sometimes when Chanbi glanced at Gelo he would turn his head too, but as soon as he saw Chanbi, Gelo would go blank. He smiled awkwardly again. Chanbi thought to herself, maybe he's still awkward because of yesterday's incident. She thought, I understand, it's not just about his ex-girlfriend but also that we accidentally heard something he would never tell anyone. Chanbi empathized. So I understand, I really do. But Go, why? She walked out into the hallway. Him shouted loudly. Hey Dong-wook, he pushed her away. Get out of the way. Him was still stubborn. No, my first place. I worked so long to get it, Go hastily interjected. Did your ranking drop? Dong-wook laughed. Luckily no, Gelo instructed him. Be serious, don't do that. Dong-wook reminded him. I'm about to cross over. Get that monster away from me, Chanbi murmured. Gelo surpassed him's score. Go looked up. Really? Chanbi was calm. Look here, he's much further ahead. Dong-wook laughed loudly. He even surpassed her score. Him slapped her forehead. My goodness, I practiced that technique for weeks just to get first place. Chanbi carefully observed Go's expression. He was still just smiling awkwardly, and then Go quietly left. Everyone shouted, hey, congratulations. Hey, are you congratulating me? Chanbi was annoyed here. Where is he going? Why is he acting strangely only towards me? Someone asked. Did it take a lot of time to prepare this presentation? Gelo replied, not necessarily. Chanbi glanced. Your part has a lot of information. I feel like you'll be bombarded with questions at the end of class. Gelo was still just smiling awkwardly. It's okay, Yuna whispered. Why is he like that? She wondered. He used to act like a dog going for a walk. Yuna looked up. Not today either. Chanbi also worriedly glanced. Go's back always looks lonely. Chanbi whispered. Really? She recalled Gelo smiling even when he was with Seijin. Chanbi only remembered that incident. Probably. She suddenly encountered Go on the stairs again. Chanbi thought to herself, my goodness, he's sitting right in front of me, but he looks like he wants to run away. Gelo patted Seijin's shoulder. Chanbi was deep in thought. When will he get over that incident? Outside, friends were playing soccer. Gelo joined them. Chanbi watched him quietly. The ball rolled to her feet. Chanbi lowered her head. Someone shouted loudly, hey, throw it here. Everyone was surprised. He's still wearing his backpack. He's probably running away. Chanbi frowned. She kicked hard in anger. I have a hospital appointment, that's why. You guys are too noisy. The ball hit the ceiling hard and bounced back and hit the hallway hard. Finally, the ball skimmed over Gono's head. Chanbi turned away in anger. Don't play soccer in the hallway. Everyone was confused. What the hell? Go was sweating. Everyone turned to him. Hey, you should have dodged it. Your reflexes are too slow, friend, another person reminded him. Shut up, you useless guy. Dong-wook approached and investigated. Hey, did something happen between you and her again? Why do you get so flustered every time you meet her? He repeated. Please don't be so gloomy. Tell me what the hell happened. Hey, Gelo desperately lowered his head. What do I do now? They all heard. Wendy asked again in surprise. Who? Go said about Chanbi and Hiram. Those two heard everything. Wendy was calm. What? Gono lowered his head. What do I do now? I can't even speak properly when they're nearby. I can't even remember how I used to act. What will they think of me? He trembled. My goodness, I really don't want them to know that. Wendy also started to feel that something was off. She asked again, have you been like this all day? Wendy repeated, I'm asking if you've been this blank all day. She clicked her tongue. Wendy pointed. Listen, I know that incident is a terrible memory for you, but those two heard it. They're your friends, right? She pressed. Will they think strangely of you because of that old incident? Or because you're avoiding it like it's such a serious mistake? Wendy shouted loudly. The problem is not to waste time worrying about how they'll judge you. And don't make your friends so awkward. Gelo was also blank. Wendy reminded him, I'm being serious. What if they already know? What can they do? Him was someone who tended to cause harm, but the other person was kind. You should be grateful that they're the ones who heard it. Go hesitated. All right, he lowered his head. I always thought I wanted to hide that from everyone. But that wasn't the case. Go's face flushed. The whole world knowing how pathetic I am doesn't matter. I just don't want that person to know. But in the end it was that person, he recalled. But Chanbi's question, how did Go manage to make everything turn out like this? That question. Gelo helplessly clutched his head and let out a deep sigh. Good heavens, what am I supposed to do? She suggested. If it's that hard, ask them directly what they think of you. Gelo hesitated. That's him remained unfazed. It's no big deal, she repeated. If anything, they'll probably feel a bit sorry for you. Like, oh my, he's even worse than Wuyik, that kind of pity. But do you really need to corner me like this and ask? He twisted the corner of his mouth. She'll go crazy fearing you'll judge her. Hiram nodded. Aha, so that's why. Good heavens, why is it so complicated? She laughed. Anyway, you came to help this close friend, didn't you? Gelo was surprised. No, why do you care so much about what Chanbi thinks of you? Hiram looked up. Gelo, you've asked me everything you wanted to ask. Now it's Chanbi's turn. Gelo just turned his head. Hiram handed him her phone. I don't think she'll care much about what we heard either. So let's just move on, then, she said manfully. Ask him directly what he thinks of you. If you're too timid to press the button, should I press it for you? Gelo jumped back in surprise. Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? Him pressed him. You're not planning on not calling just because she didn't come to school today, are you? Are you going to wait until the weekend is over and ask her on Monday? She pouted. If it were me, I'd resolve it right now. You know, you've been acting strangely around Chanbi ever since that day. Honestly, even around me. Go stood by thinking, have I only been acting strangely around Chanbi? Him said worriedly. Didn't you notice Chanbi was uncomfortable because of that all day? Forget the ex-girlfriend drama. This is what's messing everything up, she reminded him. You can't make people feel this way. He was startled and cut her off. Wait a minute, him brought the phone closer. Hurry up and ask what you need to ask and snap out of it. Go leaned his head back. Just a second. Just then the phone rang. Him turned the phone over. Whose phone is ringing? It's not my phone. It was Go's phone and the caller was Chanbi. Go thought in surprise. Why is she calling me? Across from him Chanbi was also very nervous, trembling all over. Him noticed too. Chanbi's calling. She looked up at Go. Hiram asked curiously. Why is she calling you? Gelo was flustered. I don't know. Him, engrossed in the story, put it on speakerphone. Go also answered the call. But there was only silence on the other end. He looked at his phone again, puzzled. Huh? Go asked again. Who is it? Finally a voice came from the receiver. 10 minutes ago. Standing at the door, Chanbi narrowed her eyes. She thought to herself, suddenly acting so strange, it's taking the wind out of my sails. Chanbi left her house. By Monday things will probably be back to normal. Her vision blurred. If this keeps up. Suddenly a child appeared. The child saw Chanbi. She paused. Tears began to stream down Dissen's eyes. Chanbi was surprised too and approached asking, did you come alone? Are you lost? Dissen stammered, explaining, yes, I need to go to Miracom. Mommy and Daddy are there. I just want to go to Miracom, but I don't know how to get there. Can you help me find Miracom? Chanbi seemed not to understand. Miracom, Dissen continued to explain. Our house is above Miracom. There's also a playground in front of our house. Chanbi thought to herself, where on earth is Miracom? Dissen said, trembling. Please just find Miracom, that's all. Chanbi suggested, but first it's better to find Mommy and Daddy. Dissen's face turned pale. Not Mommy and Daddy. I just want to go home, Chanbi explained. Well, you still need to find Mommy and Daddy first. Do you remember Mommy and Daddy's phone number? Dissen turned her head. No, I don't remember. Chanbi thought, puzzled. She seems to know, but why isn't she saying anything? She pointed to her bag with her finger. Then can Ani look in your bag? Chanbi looked in the bag and thought, parents usually write contact information or something in their children's bags. My family did that when I was little too. Dissen was written on the bag. Chanbi rummaged through the bag for a long time. But the world is chaotic these days, so they probably didn't write down detailed personal information. Dissen was gloomy. Mommy and Daddy shouldn't know, Chanbi thought. Why is she so afraid of Mommy and Daddy? What on earth happened that she's so scared? She put down the bag. This won't do, Chanbi said firmly. Let's go to the police station. Dissen quickly grabbed her. I called, Chanbi asked in surprise. You called? Dissen replied hastily. Uncle is coming. Chanbi smiled with relief. It's a relief if family is coming to pick you up, she thought to herself. If I can't reach them, I'll take her straight to the police station. Chanbi now said, excuse me, are you Dissen's uncle? Oh, shouted in surprise. Dissen lost. Are you with a child right now? It's Chanbi, right? It's Chanbi, right? Chanbi was slightly surprised. Yes, she sighed with relief. Then you're Dissen's uncle. That's a relief, Chanbi said expectantly. I saw the child wandering alone in front of the shopping district. Dissen called you directly. I didn't expect you to answer, Go said flustered. Thank you so much, but why is the child outside alone? It's time for her to be at art class. Chanbi paused slightly. Dissen pouted. Uncle, you won't be angry, will you? Chanbi had no choice but to reply. It seems the child had a reason for crying and looking for Miracom and didn't call her parents. Gelo was surprised. Crying? I need to talk to Dissen for a bit. No, I'll come right away. Chanbi was surprised too. It's okay now. If someone's at home, she also realized. It's a bit far from here to school. Then what about your evening class? All right, calm down and come slowly, Chanbi calculated. Then we'll wait at the cafe. Is that okay? She sighed and put down her phone. Chanbi turned to go. No, Uncle is coming. Dissen jumped down. Ani knows Uncle. Chanbi crossed her arms. Just Uncle's friend. Chanbi smiled and asked, hey. The child's eyes twinkled. It's so hot. Shall we go somewhere cool while waiting for Uncle? Dissen's eyes twinkled. Chanbi looked at the child, puzzled. Dissen suddenly shouted, teacher over there. Chanbi hesitated. Teacher, Go finally ran up. Dissen leaned on Chanbi and grumbled. Other uncles only pushed me on the swing. But only teacher and Uncle really played with me. Chanbi asked again in surprise. Which uncle are you talking about? She suspected. Why can't she remember anything? Go sighed with relief. It seemed she had fun. The child stood up and pointed. This uncle right here. She jumped onto Go. Hello, Uncle Gelo, Go said worriedly. Dissen, why are you wandering alone so dangerously on the street like this, not knowing where you're going? Skipping academy is not allowed. What were you thinking? Dissen pouted slightly. Don't tell Mommy, Go threatened. No, you deserve to be scolded. Dissen grabbed his clothes. I'm scared, Go asked again. Are you really scared? At this moment he saw Chanbi. Chanbi, you must have been surprised too, he said to himself. Thank you so much. As the child jumped down and sat next to Chanbi again, Go also paused. Thank you. Chanbi pulled up a chair and sat down. Drink some water. I told you to come slowly, but you really flew here, Gelo replied. I ordered mine too. The two sat facing each other in silence. Thank you, Chanbi said first. Are you going back to school later? Go trembled. It's okay. Dissen still innocently ate her bread. Go thanked her formally once more. Chanbi thought, besides, Dissen is really smart. She remembers all her family's contact information. Otherwise I would have had to take her to the police station. Go turned his head. Congratulations, Chanbi asked cautiously. It seems Dissen and I have many memories together. I've heard a lot recently. Gelo forced a laugh. Really, Chanbi reminded him. Hey, will you look at me when you talk? Go literally felt a stab to his heart. Chanbi asked, is this how you're acting because of what I found out yesterday? She wondered. Are you still awkward even though I've snapped out of it now? Go bowed his head. He recalled, I'm sorry. Finally, Go admitted. I know it's just old news, but I still feel so ashamed. I kept thinking about how you would see me after hearing that story. I didn't mean to, but it seems that incident made you uncomfortable. Go felt wronged. The problem isn't with you, it's with me. I'm really sorry. Chanbi was also perplexed. I'm not trying to make this apology a heavy matter. She picked up her cup. If it's a big deal to you, then let it be a big deal. Don't ignore your feelings. It's more complicated than I thought. Chanbi was perplexed. What do you think I'll think of you? Are you afraid I'll think strangely of you after hearing that story? In fact, she mouthed words. Chanbi's face flushed as she explained, I don't think much of it, so please, go back to how you were before. Don't avoid me. Don't make me angrier. Go was blank. All right, he handed her a napkin. Are you okay? Here, drink, Chanbi reminded him. I swear, if you're still like this by Monday I won't talk to you. Go replied, I won't do it again, I promise. Dison stood up. Are you two fighting? You shouldn't fight, she interjected. If you fight, you'll start to hate each other. Fighting is absolutely not allowed. Chanbi's eyes widened, seeing Dison speak so earnestly. Honey and Uncle used to like each other so much, remember? Go was flustered. Chanbi seemed not to understand. How then were you pretending back then? Go evaded. I don't know. Dison took both their hands and went back. Chanbi wondered. Then what exactly is Miracom? The child kept insisting on finding that place. Gello replied, that's the study room on the first floor of our apartment building. Chanbi replied, oh I see. She turned her head. Hey, Dison seems to really like me. She says I always played with her. Gello laughed. Yeah, you did play together. We often had dinner outside our school. Other people sometimes played together too, he recalled. But usually everyone left early and only Chanbi and Du remained, so the child would only go home when she was tired of playing. Both of you really enjoyed yourselves too. Chanbi smiled. She squatted down. Chanbi asked, let's play together next time we meet, but don't let Unnie see you wandering dangerously on the street again. Promise, the child replied. Unnie, you promise to remember what I said today. Chanbi tilted her head and promised, okay, I'll remember everything you told me. Then that's it, see you next time. When only Dison and Go were left, the child spoke. It seems Unnie doesn't remember anything about Uncle. Dison was sad. Unnie doesn't remember playing with Uncle and I had to tell her everything for her to remember. At first I just thought she was someone who looked like him. Go was surprised. Really? Dison hugged him and said, it's okay though. I'll still like Unnie just like before, the child whispered. But did you two fight earlier? Dison threatened. Mommy said Unnie shouldn't stay away from Uncle, so Uncle shouldn't fight with Unnie. Understood, don't fight, the child emphasized. You have to treat pretty Unnie well, Go smiled. All right, Dison said, trembling. Will Mommy scold me when I go home later? I don't want to be scolded, Go scolded. Then you should have been more careful. In the classroom where everyone was gathered, Go sat quietly. She thought to herself, so he really likes her. Go recalled. I asked, are you going to see her right now? What are you talking about? Class is about to start, Go exclaimed. Besides, Dison is lost, so I'm with her right now. Go was surprised. Her, you mean Chanbi? She hesitated and her lips parted slightly. Go said yes, Go reminded her. Then Go quickly. Go hurried away. Him was shocked. Good heavens, what perfect timing for an entrance, Go reminded her. Hey, about your hair. The child is lost, she wondered. But doesn't Go only act like a fool when he's next to Chanbi? Hiram laughed. Yeah, it's totally Chanbi syndrome, Go frowned. But you heard everything too, he said calmly. He likes Chanbi, but he's so caught up in his thoughts that it's pitiful he can't even talk normally with Chanbi, so what can he do? Go's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, then there really is a chance. Go stroked his head. Chanbi really pulled it off. She recalled Chanbi almost crying. I'm going to trip her, just you wait, Go thought with a sarcastic smile. Look at that gaze. She hugged her head and I'm laughing at it. It's a bit much, seeing Hiram rub her ear. Did they used to like each other and now only Gono has a crush? Her ear turned red. Chanbi liked him first. Then they liked each other and now only Gono is left. Hiram patted his shoulder and said, your friend's here. She looked up at the person wearing glasses. Right? Hiram replied, yeah, that's right. She thought to herself, he's probably back. Go sent some kind of signal. Hiram whispered, what is it? Go just mumbled, sending signals. The two exchanged something, but no one understood. Go leaned closer to Hiram's ear and said, her ear is bright red. Why do you keep teasing her about that? Hiram looked blankly, then clicked her tongue and said, just leave her alone, it's a habit. Gono reminded him, don't do that anymore. Hiram asked, didn't you get caught skipping cram school? He replied, no, I told them Dune got lost and that was the end of it. Hiram tilted her head. That's reasonable then, she complained. Since Chanbi was there, you should have resolved that issue right away. Gono laughed and Hiram looked confused. What's so funny? Gono said cheerfully. We talked about all of that. He smiled happily, saying that thanks to that he could now talk to Chanbi normally, which was much better. Honestly, if you hadn't pulled me out, I probably wouldn't have said anything. Thank you so much. Hiram looked at his sparkling eyes. You always save me, Hiram said calmly. Well, I'm glad you didn't drag it out too long. Don't do that again, she thought to herself. This way I've found a solution for him. The two left together as always. Still foolish and I had to fix it again. So this is the end. Go walked first. Gosh, it's as hot as an oven. Hiram was still a little confused. Is it really over? Is it really over? Go gently touched her ear. He frowned. Hey, stop it. If you keep touching it, I'll rip your ear off. Now Hiram looked at him quietly. She finally lowered her hand and Hiram felt a slight discomfort in her heart. The neighbor's sister kicked an empty can in the hallway. She was carrying a lot of luggage and let out a low cry. Chanbi picked it up from behind. Here you go, the neighbor's sister nodded. Oh hi, long time no see and thanks. The door slowly opened. Chanbi returned to her room. She reached out and turned on the light herself and the room brightened. Chanbi opened a drawer and took out an old phone. She compared it to a new phone with a blue heart sticker. Gelo said Disan put it on, but this time there were more. Chanbi opened the phone and checked the hidden folder that appeared in the album. She saw a picture of Gono. So Disan took this picture. The playground is visible, so the angle is too low. Maybe I accidentally saved it to a hidden folder. Or did Disan do it? Otherwise, why would it be hidden like this? The subsequent pictures were all bizarre. Chanbi was silent. Gosh, did I do all these things? Hidden things surely have a reason to be hidden. If a friend saw it, they would definitely tease me for life. She suddenly found something in the gap of the closet. Huh? Chanbi looked blankly, then lowered her gaze to see another beam of light coming from the opposite side of the closet. Go asked, Sis, did you tell Disan anything? Her sister's face darkened. That kid deserves a scolding. That stubborn kid caused a ruckus all day even with the cram school teacher. His sister sighed. Fortunately she met your friend. Please thank your friend for me. His sister asked suspiciously. Disan said a pretty unny. Are you talking about that girl we met last time? Go turned his head. No, his sister teased. Gosh, little brother, you have so many pretty girlfriends, his sister said in a soft voice. Gelo, can you buy me some pudding? Go complained. I just got home. His sister trembled and walked out. But this pudding is really hard to find. I was going to check every convenience store after work, but I rushed home because I was worried about Dune. They sell it at the convenience store in front of our house. I just checked online. Please, I beg you, look at this. Go reluctantly compromised. All right, I'll buy it. Don't beg anymore. His sister made a heart shape with her hands. My brother's the best. His sister looked at Go and said, Are you going to wear those clothes? Gelo was surprised. Why? His sister threw a card. Here's the card. Go change. Go frowned. Gosh, he went down to the convenience store. He scanned the packaging, thinking to himself, I don't know why this is so hard to find. Suddenly, at a sound from behind, Gono turned around. A strange sound came from under the ice cream freezer, and in the blink of an eye, Chanbi was visible. She was carrying a lot of luggage and yelled, Go, in surprise. Chanbi said, We meet again, Go said excitedly. I think so too. He glanced downwards. There, Go recalled the flashy floral pants. Thank you, honey. Chanbi frowned. Can you still not look at me directly when you talk? Gelo was startled. Oh no, I'm not embarrassed anymore. What did you buy so much of? Chanbi frowned. I'm going crazy. It's a disaster. Go was curious. What is it? Chanbi laughed. I'm lucky to meet you here. She placed the items on the counter. You're not afraid of bugs, are you? Go came closer. Not necessarily. Chanbi turned around. Then come to my house and catch some cockroaches for me, please. Go froze slightly. Chanbi turned back and begged, Come to my house and catch some giant cockroaches for me. And a beep sounded. Gelo was still out of it. Gono was flustered. My house, not my house. No, that's not important. He thought giant cockroaches. Catching them is the main goal. Should I accept this? The cashier asked. Do you need a bag? Chanbi replied, Yes, thank you. She turned to go. You're coming, right? Gono froze and pondered. The two took the elevator together. Chanbi swept her hair back. You know, I'm not afraid of petty bugs, but cockroaches are a different dimension. They're really disgusting, she complained. I used a pile of paper to catch one small one, but the boss crawled out from under the table. I can't take it anymore. I really can't, Chanbi said suspiciously. I was going to use spray, but killing it directly would be faster, right? The elevator was going up to the 3rd floor and next was the 4th floor. Gosh, why a cockroach of all things? I can tolerate anything else. She patted Gelo's shoulder and pleaded, You can't run away. You have to get rid of it before you leave. Understood? You can do it, right? Even if it's the boss, you can do it, right? Go trembled and thought, all right. The door opened. My mission is to defeat that monster. I'll take down the boss cockroach and retreat quickly like a true ninja. He resolved. I'll do my best, Chanbi thought to herself. He'll do his best, but she replied, Good luck. She opened the room door. Chanbi held the spray. I'll search that closet completely, she pointed with her finger. You're not thinking of catching it with your bare hands, are you? The tissues are over there. Chanbi looked around the room. Remember, it's huge so you can't miss it. She looked elsewhere. While Go kept trembling, Chanbi turned her head. Since it crawled out from under the table earlier, it's probably still nearby or near that window. Can you check over there? Go ran. All right, his face flushed. Really? What's there to be scared of? Just do your job. It's just finding a cockroach. Simple. Find, catch, retreat. Go fumbled around. Where's this cockroach? He opened the closet. Not here. Go narrowed his eyes. Focus. Look closer. He bent down. Maybe here. Go turned his head. Where did it go? Suddenly he bumped into Chanbi. The two looked at each other. Chanbi asked, Did you see it? Gono replied, Not yet. Chanbi bowed her head. It must still be nearby. Go's face flushed and he looked elsewhere, dejected. Otherwise, why would I be here at this hour? Chanbi also said, flustered. It probably came in from outside, right? Our house is clean. It can't be a cockroach breeding ground, right? Go comforted her. Your house looks really clean. Chanbi asked, Is this your first time here? Gono replied, Yeah, it's my first time. Chanbi fell into thought. I see, she suggested. Shall we look again? Just then, a cockroach flew out from a pile of blankets. Both froze and it crawled in front of their eyes. Chanbi hastily clutched the blanket. She pulled hard and yelled, My blanket. Chanbi pointed with her finger. Kongelo, there are two over there. Catch them quickly. Go quickly grabbed it. He said with relief, Caught one. The cockroach squirmed in resistance. They must be traveling in groups. Go squeezed hard and it stopped moving, he said excitedly. Anyway, I caught both of them in one go. Chanbi peered out and asked, Are they dead? Yeah, they're dead. She suddenly became quiet. But Chanbi hesitated. But it's not the boss. These two are much smaller. Go also fell into thought. It's not him. Just then a black shadow darted under the closet. Chanbi was terrified. That's it. That's him. Gono was blank for a moment. What? He yelled. Light, shine the light. Go turned on his phone's flashlight himself. He was slightly flustered. Gosh, it's huge. Chanbi's face turned pale. I told you it would crawl up, right? She pointed with her finger. Shine the light over there. There's something there, right? Go peered out. It's too dirty over there. Chanbi groaned. If you don't catch it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Gello comforted her. We'll definitely catch it. Chanbi shrugged. It's in that corner. She covered her face. No, I think I was mistaken. Gosh, small ones are crawling everywhere I look. Chanbi looked around. Maybe I'm seeing things. Go's face flushed as he was pushed by Chanbi. But actually I should have seen something bigger, she pointed with her finger. Is something crawling over there or am I seeing things? Something just passed by, right? Did you see it? Go's face turned as red as a tomato. He thought to himself, I have to catch that. The redness spread to his neck. Wait, I have to find it first, but I must catch that so she can sleep. Chanbi narrowed her eyes and looked up. She yelled loudly, Kong Gono, it's up there. Chanbi grabbed his head and looked up. It was very dark ahead. Go asked again, up where? What? He looked up there, he thought to himself. I often say this to people who are afraid of bugs. Go remembered, you know, it's people who make bugs scary, not the other way around. Weik yelled. Gosh, what is it? He cried out. Gosh, why me of all people? I'm going crazy. These guys seem to know all my weaknesses. Like they've been trained. Go widened his eyes and thought, is she serious? Oh, poor bug-fearing people. But right now he too was wide-eyed looking at the giant cockroach in front of him. But this damn guy, or more accurately these guys, didn't know how to be afraid of people. Go and Chanbi turned pale and backed away, clinging to each other in fear, then simultaneously moved aside to avoid it. In the end the two slammed the door shut. The two leaned against the wall panting and Gono sank to the floor. What? Chanbi turned pale. My house is, she yelled. No, this isn't my house anymore. I have to go back to my real house. Go worried right now, but the last bus has already left. Chanbi shed tears. I'll call my brother to pick me up. Gono helped her up and walked. This is the only way. The two staggered together. This house is not okay at all. We have to get out of here quickly. Go said weakly. Yeah, good idea. The next door suddenly opened. The neighbor's sister came out. Mom, trust me, I'm fine, she replied on the phone. Cleaning? Yes, I'm almost done. It's really hard, Mom, she said hurriedly. Yes, Mom, you can come next week and check. But through the crack in the door they saw a pile of trash. Gello and Chanbi stared at them blankly. The door closed. The three of them stared at each other blankly. The neighbor's sister grinned and hurried away. Kids these days, really? The two left behind were still bewildered. Chanbi's face flushed and she frowned. Unnie, it's not what you think, she ran. Unnie, why are you carrying all those bags down the stairs? Chanbi suggested. Taking the elevator together is less tiring. Outside the apartment complex, Chanbi made a call. Brother, my house is a complete war zone. Come pick me up, she complained. Geez, do you think I don't know you'll bail again? You always disappear at company dinners. Chanbi hung up. All right, then I'll assume you're coming. Just you wait, I'll keep sitting here until you come, Go asked. Your brother's coming to pick you up? Chanbi laughed. He'd better come. I always keep my word. Go was curious. What about your house now? They looked up at the lit-up apartment. Chanbi reached out. That's not my house anymore. I'm moving straight into the dorms. She was curious. Do you think that house will just magically get better? Go changed the subject as expected. It must have moved in from next door, right? I've seen similar videos on YouTube. Chanbi gave a wry smile. I didn't expect my neighbor to be like that. Go worried. It's really bad. Chanbi also turned around. You can go now. It's almost midnight. Go smiled. You don't have to wait with me this late. Who knows when my brother will arrive? Chanbi didn't try to stop him. Yeah, then I'm fine with that too. As she walked away, Chanbi earnestly begged Go to hide somewhere or pretend not to know her when her brother came. Go paused. What? Why? Chanbi explained. That guy always spouts nonsense like, oh, do you like that boy whenever he sees me with a guy? I'm sick of it. She blushed. You know, it's annoying every time we meet. Weik and Dongwook kept doing it too. Chanbi herself had previously rushed over to silence Hiram when she was about to say, the two of them, don't say things like that. Chanbi said firmly, don't get involved in this. Go blushed, but Chanbi threatened, if you act like that again my brother will immediately get suspicious. You've been misunderstood once. Do you want to be misunderstood again? Chanbi lamented. He'll just start pouring out absurd questions again. Go nodded. All right, I'll hide well. Chanbi looked at him with a slight unease. She casually raised her head. You're talking to me normally now. You used to be shy, but now you seem okay. Go smiled. Yeah, I'm fine now. Chanbi tilted her head. But not entirely yet, right? She bit her lip. Chanbi said, I'm telling you this clearly so you don't overthink things. When I heard about your ex-girlfriend, this is what I thought. Go flinched and looked at her, swallowing hard. Chanbi had a dangerous expression. The person who made you call yourself a slave, I can't understand them. How badly did they treat you to make you act like that? The more I think about it, the more unbelievable and even angry I get. She got angry on his behalf. What on earth happened to make you so tied up? You're such a good person. Does it make sense for you to be treated like that by people who don't matter? How hurt were you to cry over such small things? Chanbi casually turned her head. I don't know the specifics, but I've thought about this before, she said. Hiram too, but I never think it was your fault, Chanbi consoled him. So don't take on everything and torment yourself. Go just listened quietly and thought to himself. He stopped walking. Had he been bearing everything alone all this time? Go opened his mouth. I won't think about it anymore, thank you. Chanbi also smiled. Yeah, she consoled him. Try being selfish for once. Think of those bad things as just bad luck despite your best efforts and move forward. Every time you feel guilty about things I don't even remember, tell yourself. Chanbi smiled. It couldn't be helped back then, and it's not the me of now. All right, I can just let it go like that. If I don't, my head feels like it's going to explode. Go was always a complicated person. I understand what you're saying, Chanbi. It's even more complicated these days. You feel like you're about to explode, don't you? Chanbi offered a solution. The best thing is to forget everything and start over, but that's not easy, is it? She stroked his head. Or you could get hit on the head with a liquor bottle a few times like me, then it might all disappear, something like that. Go's cheeks slowly reddened again and his eyes were completely filled with Chanbi. Go saw the scar on her forehead and he smiled slightly. Chanbi suddenly spoke. Why did it suddenly get so heavy? Go replied. No, nothing. Chanbi asked. What are you thinking about now? Go turned his head. Nothing. Chanbi was lost in thought. She spoke. Go, I have a question for you. It's nothing with Hiram, but why is it different with me? Why do you act differently towards me? Go was blank. Huh? Chanbi replied. We both heard that story. Me and Hiram, I mean. She asked honestly. But why are you only avoiding me? Why can't you look me straight in the eye and talk? Go froze and thought. Why only me? His entire body began to feel hot. Because I care about your feelings. I like you. You're the only person I care about. Of course, how can I say that? When he remained silent, Chanbi wore an incomprehensible expression. What? She asked again. Why? Go looked down at the ground. How should I say it now? His ears flushed red. Go stammered. I was just too embarrassed to say anything. Chanbi was surprised. That's exactly why I asked why you only act like that with me. Go turned his head to evade, but Chanbi didn't give up. Why? He finally faced the truth. His cheeks were red and his eyes looked straight ahead. Finally, Go opened his mouth. Because you're the only one, Chanbi continued. It's fine with Hiram, right? She asked. Hiram would just brush it off, right? Just in case you forgot, you didn't bring up that story at all today. Go, he was blank. Oh right, a car finally arrived. What, that was fast, my brother's car is here. Chanbi pushed Go. Hide quick, hide. No, just pretend to be a passerby. She let go of his hand. Thanks, see you at school. Go still hadn't shaken off his embarrassment. He walked stiffly. In his mind he thought, I'm alive, but a moment later his body was filled with happiness. The car sped through the night. Her brother spoke. Who's that kid with glasses? He's not the same guy as last time. Who is that guy? Chanbi retorted. Oh, he's just a friend, her brother grumbled. Why do you keep changing people? Chanbi said again. He's just a friend. Why don't you mind your own business? Her brother glanced sideways. This is my house, not yours, understood? Her brother smiled slightly. I talked to the landlord, it should be fine, so we're just living together like this now, right? I should have moved in sooner, her brother advised. That's how it is when you live alone, working part-time, getting hurt. It's all by yourself, Chanbi grumbled. I need to find a dorm quickly. Her brother turned around and said, Why? Chanbi chastised him. It takes over 2 hours to get home. How can I endure that? If the transportation was convenient, I wouldn't even complain. Unless you're going to drive me home every day, don't even bring it up. Her brother turned his head. Look at your personality. Her phone rang just then. Chanbi picked it up and saw a message from Go. Are you okay? She swung her leg and thought. Chanbi recalled Go's scared face. She smiled and thought, surprisingly, he hit the nail on the head this time. Chanbi recalled Go's words, because you're the only one in my mind, she speculated. You mean Hiram is nothing to him, so I've never been at the center of his heart? Chanbi's eyes shone with a deep blue light. She complained. Brother, you came too fast. Chanbi sprang up. Brother, were you in the car earlier? Her brother asked back. Is that a problem? She turned her head. Nothing, Chanbi, embarrassed, spoke. Brother, could you have come a little later? The night sky disappeared behind the cars. Go's sister complained. I didn't tell you to buy this. I never said I wanted to eat this, he grumbled. Good heavens, I'm busy as hell. Just eat this and call it even. His sister exclaimed. But I don't want to eat this. Go compromised. I'll take care of this weekend. His sister finally gave in. All right, Chanbi sent a text message. Hey, what about the pudding you left behind? I heard it's really hard to find these days. Go laughed and replied, oh, it's fine. He smiled faintly, looking at their conversation. Go's eyes gleamed and the entire room was filled with excitement. Go laughed foolishly and happily. Just then, Wook sent a text. Hey Go, what were you doing there earlier? Why did you leave together? The library was crowded and Dong-wook asked. Are you crying? Go sniffled. No, it's just because I had the air conditioner on all night. Dong-wook complained. The weather was crazy yesterday. You're living lavishly, that's nice. Go turned a page and Dong-wook also picked up a book. Hey, he asked, did you go to Chanbi's house yesterday and just caught cockroaches, is that all? Go blushed and turned his head. What else do you expect? The rest is just the mess that idiot son Wook made. Wook laughed. That's funny. You two came out with faces as red as tomatoes. Explain yourselves. Hiram said she thought you two were dating. After all that effort to explain yourselves, now you expect me to praise you for doing a good job. Go gritted his teeth. Are you done with your act? Can we drop the curtain now? He said irritably. Do you really have to blab about it all over town? Did anyone else hear about this incident besides your story? Wook laughed. It just came out while I was playing a game. It just slipped out. Hiram complained and turned around saying, if Wook hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known you went there. I just vaguely heard about cockroaches invading Chanbi's house, that's all. She rushed over. You were trying to hide it from us, weren't you? Go explained. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't think it was a big deal, so I didn't say anything, him complained. If it's not a big deal, then you should have said more. Go seemed nonchalant. I didn't think it was worth mentioning. Dison interjected. Chanbi can handle cockroaches or whatever by herself. Him stopped her. Surely it would have been easier for him to help this time, Dison sighed. Here we go, I don't know about these small things in the future either. This is going to be interesting. Go was immersed in happiness. He laughed. Ha, him replied. Really? Honestly, she's not the type to call someone over in the middle of the night just for a few cockroaches, Go explained. But that cockroach was huge, Wook interjected. Anyway, if a cockroach gets into your house, of course you should ask for help. I almost died. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman helping, right? Everyone was lost in thought. Hiram and Dissen chastised them. If you don't understand, just shut up, please. Wook was suspicious. A cockroach burst into the house. Where do I have time to think deeply about it? He chastised them. You guys don't know what it's like to be tormented by insects, so don't act high and mighty. Get out, Dongwook spoke. Hey, were you okay when you went to her house that day? But yesterday you seemed out of it all day. What on earth happened? Go just smiled. Dongwook turned to Hiram and said, this kid, she clearly knows something but is keeping her mouth shut. Hiram said slyly, I can't say. Go, he thought in surprise. Hiram, are you really going to keep quiet? Why am I acting just like her? He bowed his head and thought. Finally, Go compromised. Hiram, it's okay if you tell them. Him was surprised. Ha, really? Go was silent. It's a bit strange to keep hiding and making excuses. It's okay if everyone knows now as long as that one person doesn't. He was thinking of Chanbi. Him laughed. Hey you guys, Go said he came to his senses after being strung along by his ex-girlfriend. Wook exclaimed, good heavens, his ex-girlfriend really did that. She was truly the best in a negative way, I mean. Dissen twisted her lips. That sounds even more terrible than you. Him covered her mouth. Good heavens, this incident is worse than what I heard. Dongwook asked, are you going to keep dating someone like that? Go was blank. Because back then we loved each other. Everyone sighed, that's the reason. You're not the type to just put up with things because you like them. But Go didn't deny it. And that's how it happened. He straightened his thoughts. I think the kids kept teasing me about liking her and gradually I started to believe I really did. Dissen criticized. Good heavens, you were brainwashed. The two even kept doing the same thing. Go tried to clear his head, but as soon as he started dating he thought, this won't do, I don't really like this person. I'm screwed, but I still thought I might grow to like her later and tried, but it only got worse in the end. Everything was strange and dragged on until the 100-day mark. Dissen assessed, this isn't just a foolish relationship anymore, it's truly over. She's not just one of those girls either. If you don't like someone, just break up. Why torment a person? Him speculated. I think some people just have bad personalities. Go glanced sideways. I guess I'm not her type, he asked. Guys, can you keep this a secret? Anyway, Dissen is doing well in school these days. Go was slightly worried. So I don't think I'm okay yet, Dongwook interjected. Good heavens. You really got over that. If other kids knew, you'd die of embarrassment, he admired. But the kid who confessed to you is avoiding you now. Well done. Go gave a wry smile. I'll never let this happen again, someone exclaimed. Hey, Go, wait, him pointed. You're the experienced one, can't you give Wook some advice? It's pitiful to see him struggling every day. Wook pushed her away. Please, can't you call resolving conflict something other than struggling? I'm confident we have an equal relationship. We respect each other and get along very well. We don't need your advice. Wook called. Oh, who aren't you coming today? He smiled while mopping. You mean today's plan? Yeah, let's go after the exam. So we're meeting today. Dongwook twisted his lips. Right, if you can't come, I'll go to them. Yeah, I'll drop everything and go right away. I'm this equal really, he admired. Why do all the people around me date like this? Go interjected. But you're really cute too. Chanbi bent down. What should I do with these ashtrays? Did they tell me to handle them myself? Really? Go excitedly approached. Do you think they won't do that again? Dongwook stood there alone, dazed. Things spilled out. Heju complained, annoyed. Look at that, throwing a tantrum again, frustrated. Then back to square one, always regretting it. She frowned, thinking, why are they always like that? I'll never be like that. A male student suddenly approached and sat next to her, saying, the male student spoke. Hey, what's your friend's Instagram handle? Gono forced a smile, thinking to himself, what on earth are you thinking? He asked. You don't know the kid from class 2, do you? Tell me Chanbi's account info. Gono glanced at Chanbi. Chanbi's account is private, so you can't follow her unless you're friends, the male student said excitedly. Give it to me, I'll figure it out. We've talked quite a bit, we're not strangers. Gono cursed inwardly. You call that talking? It sounded like you were monologuing. She recalled that terrible conversation. Gono said as if it were nothing. Next week we'll be back in class 2. You can just ask her directly then, she thought to herself. Do you think if he just puts up with it a little, you'll agree to everything? She carefully asked. But why do you need the account? What are you going to do? He explained. I just want to get closer, but every time I try to talk to her, her expression is so cold that it's hard to talk to her directly. The male student worriedly asked. But is it okay to ask her that? What if she has a boyfriend? Someone brought a paper and said, hey, write it down quickly. Gono pouted. Me, I just handed it in. The other person replied, no, not yet. Your paper is still on the table. The classmate reminded Gono to write and submit it. She laughed. Yes. Inwardly she prayed, Senior, could you take this for me? Someone wondered. How I have to submit it right now? Gono quickly left, saying, let's go quickly. Where is Chanbi now? Wook entered the room with a displeased expression and Gono reminded him. Wook, write this down, Wook said. Can I skip club activities because of the exam? I can't go to mocks in class 2 today. I have a ton of things to do. Why does our school have exams earlier than other schools? I'm screwed. Gono reminded him. Can you calm down a bit? Wook leaned against something. I really want to see Wook, but I'm too busy as a top student. No matter how I manage my time, there's not enough time to meet. Gono propped her chin on her hand and said, you told me to come early, but now you're not meeting? Wook buried his face in the table. I'm kidding, Gono laughed. What do you mean? Wook explained. We were supposed to meet today, but I don't have time on the weekend either. Now if I don't go, I'll feel too guilty. Gono frowned. Please just say it properly for once. Why do you keep getting annoyed and avoiding it? Heju grabbed her shoulder and shook her. I like that person so much that I can only think of them. What should I do? Gono cursed. What an idiot. Suddenly, Gono heard people talking. The male student was bragging. I saw those two going together to mocks in class too, and that girl was really pretty, Gono observed. That team is talking about Chanbi? Hiju was surprised. Chanbi, Wuik's best friend you mean, Gono replied. Yes, that's her, Hiju pouted. Hey, did you see those two going to the center together? Gono said as if it were nothing. It seems like you're talking nonsense again, Hiju shrugged. I was almost going crazy, but I saw her going with your friend, the one with glasses. She said she saw them staggering out of the villa and heard that it was the girl's house. Gono trembled. The girl's house when? Hiju replied. Last Friday. Right after school she casually saw the scene. I thought they were dating, but Wuik strongly denied it. Those two aren't in that kind of relationship. Later she learned that he went there to catch cockroaches. That was it, Hiju analyzed. Wait, that girl lives alone, right? Then they must be really close now again. She covered her mouth. I heard they've known each other since elementary school. That girl is really kind to everyone, Hiju said. Wuik swears he's just friends even if he dies. Her mere existence makes me uneasy. I'd be much less worried if that girl had a boyfriend, she thought. Or maybe I should set her up with a decent person and push her to date, Gono advised. Introduce her properly. Trust Wuik for once. Gono suddenly felt guilty. She thought of one person. Chanbi wouldn't make a bad choice, would she? Gono smiled broadly. Really? Then I'll introduce that girl to a decent person, Go approached. I'll carry it for you. Chanbi refused. No, I think I should carry it, Go asked. It's hard, right? Chanbi nodded. I can endure it, it's not that bad. She put down the trash can. It takes an hour and a half to get to school, it's ridiculous. Gono asked. What happened with the dorm? Chanbi turned away exhausted and said, there are no empty rooms. I guess I'll have to live like this until summer vacation. Did I rush out of my old house too much? But I can't stand it anymore, she complained. I'm so tired. I need to eat something delicious, Chanbi asked. Wanna go for pho? I tried the one you mentioned, it was really delicious. It must be your favorite kind, right? Gono smiled. How you tried it too? The sky was high and blue, he shouted. Are you okay? Hiju frowned. Really? She said in a low voice. Hey, we really need to find a decent person for Chanbi. A wow sound came from behind and her vision blurred. Do that, Hiju approached and said. We really need to find a good person for that girl. Gono, this is your specialty. Gono stepped back. Really? Hiju approached. Connecting lost hearts, Hiju hesitated. But Chanbi seems too picky. What kind of person does Chanbi like? Gono thought. Wait, a blind date? She analyzed. Even though I know Kong Gono likes Chanbi, why am I the one who has to decide what's good and bad for Chanbi? Gono was sweating. Why did I say that back then? Hiju pinched Gono's cheek. Gono, what kind of guy does Chanbi like? Gono replied. Someone polite, calm, not noisy. Someone with a pure vibe, not fake. Hiju was surprised. Wow, you know her taste well, Gono replied. I know because I heard it, Hiju frowned. Pure, that's Chanbi's taste, really? So a kind and obedient male type, Hiju said. I look at appearance first. Gono thought I shouldn't say that, but he just said it vaguely, Hiju thought. Hey, I just thought of someone. Gono said in a low voice. I thought so too, Hiju said excitedly. Aren't we both thinking of the same person? She hit the table and got straight to the point. Ha, that person is Kong Gono. Gono suddenly pushed his hand away. Hey, no, she cried out, flustered in a low voice. It's not him. This is no different from uselessly meddling. Stop it right now, Gono worried. Do you think Chanbi is single because no one likes her? There must be a reason, she reminded. I'm telling you in advance, Chanbi is the type to solve things herself. She hates it when someone does it for her. Hiju said. Let go. Gono still added his last words. Don't tell her anything, she added. Trust your boyfriend a bit. How can you live if you worry about everything? Hiju repeated. Let go, but Gono continued to say. Chanbi lives by principle, so don't worry unnecessarily. Hiju was annoyed. What if I worry? But since when did we start setting up complete strangers? I'm doing this for Chanbi too. This isn't just your problem, it's mine too. Gono interrupted. How do we know who's a good person for that girl? I told you it's a forest, Hiju shouted. If you don't do it, I'll do it myself. Gono was blank. Wait, why should I benefit from this? Hiju bowed her head. Don't pretend you don't know. You also benefit if we separate Chanbi from that guy with glasses. Gono was surprised. Hiju threw something. Do you think I want to see those two getting tangled up? Hiju was angry. You want to be with that guy, don't you, Gono? You like that guy with glasses. I knew it, she shouted. I suspected it ever since you kept insisting on going to mocks in class 2 back then. Gono was blank, getting reprimanded. You kept finding excuses to meet him and you even lured him with food. When you two sat together, your eyes looked like the end of the world was coming. It was truly pitiful. Hiju was annoyed. You were as worried as I was. Did you think I wouldn't know? Gono was terrified. This is ridiculous. Hiju didn't give up. If we separate Chanbi from that guy with glasses, Gono will have a chance, right? Gono blushed. No, on the bus. Gono was deep in thought. She's a master at making up stories, she pouted. I like him. Why do you think that? When did I say those two look like they liked each other? Gono suddenly approached the window and saw Chanbi and her friends. Gono thought, I don't dislike those two being together to the point of not being able to stand it. Are my eyes fixed on them? She was silent. I saw them, but not in a positive way. But Gono was lost in thought. Seeing them constantly together reminds me of middle school Chanbi and that useless guy. She recalled Go's face. Gono sighed. Everything is overlapping, she worried. Overlapping? Gono looked out the window. It's not exactly the same, she thought. Even during class, what on earth is going on? Go approached Gono. What are you doing? He was surprised. What? Gello seemed to understand everything. So that's why you said you were lonely earlier today, because none of your friends were coming to hang out, right? Gono replied. Maybe, Go took off his coat. Maybe no one's free because it's exam season, Gono asked. Wow, do you really think skipping one class here will help your studies more? She tilted her head. Wait, do you have a cold? Go laughed. Maybe I slept with the AC on all night so I caught a cold, Gono thought. A cold? She suddenly realized he was wearing pajamas. Gono recalled Haju's words. You like that guy with glasses, don't you? She thought. This is really strange. I can't say anything. Gono suddenly laughed. Hey, what's wrong with your face? Gono suddenly laughed. Hey, what's wrong with your face? Go was surprised, thinking, why is she like that? He replied. I hit the wall. Gono was blank. The wall who puts their face against a wall, Go complained. I was just distracted for a moment, Gono worried. Are you really just catching a cold from behind? Chanbi said softly. Hey Gono, she smiled and approached saying, when you're done, let's take the bus together. The bus transfers right at the school gate. Hey, Chanbi asked, are you taking this bus too? Gono laughed. But it's not my bus route. I don't get off near school. Chanbi was disappointed. Really? Gono laughed. But where are you going? Why are you taking the bus already? I thought you lived nearby. Chanbi rolled her eyes. I don't live there. The cockroaches have taken over. Gono looked up. Go smiled brightly like a flower. Gono felt guilty. He's staring at me intently. She recalled Haju's words again. Do you think I dislike those two being together to the point of not being able to stand it? She looked at Chanbi again. Do I like him? Gono erased it. Absolutely not, absolutely not. Everything is suffocating, right? She thought. Knowing everything that happened in the past, seeing those two constantly getting nowhere, is that why I'm annoyed? Gono compared. It's like movies currently showing getting cut off in the middle. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. Where's the remote? She realized. That's what it was. Until the streetlights came on, Gono was puzzled. I almost released this frustration in the wrong way. Was I trying to create a new drama? Crazy, I'm out of my mind. Go also went home with his friend and Chanbi got on the bus. The bus also departed. The car moved and left and Chanbi got off at the bus stop. She almost did something useless instead of truly helping. She yawned widely. Just then people were talking at the bus stop. Alright, let's just study. Hiju was waiting at the bus stop. How about Wednesday? The person on the other end of the phone replied. Yes, Wednesday is fine. Ha, Hiju smiled. Hello, as night deepened. Hiju called again. Hey, she smiled. Are you really going home? Chanbi hesitated. Yeah, Hiju pointed to the side. Sit down. Chanbi sat down silently and evaluated. That impatient kid, Gono's friend. I've never been alone with him. She suddenly paused. Chanbi asked, wait, how did you know I was on my way home? Hiju replied. Wuyik said you live near school. Chanbi laughed. Aha, they silently looked at each other and cars whizzed by, but the silence continued. Hiju called again. Hey, she smiled. Are you really going home? Chanbi hesitated. Yeah, Hiju pointed to the side. Sit down. Chanbi sat down silently and evaluated. That impatient kid, Gono's friend. I've never been alone with him. She suddenly paused. Chanbi asked, wait, how did you know I was on my way home? Hiju replied. Wuyik said you live near school. Chanbi laughed. Aha, they silently looked at each other and cars whizzed by, but the silence continued. Hiram approached. Anyway, do you have plans for Wednesday? Chanbi's eyes widened. I'll go to cram school as usual and then go home, Hiram laughed. But it's a day off, Chanbi hesitated. Oh, then I guess I'll be at home, Hiram invited her. Jang-ga and I are going to Yusu Park tomorrow. Would you like to come along if you have time? She explained. It's a picnic. Oh, Yuri will come too. A few others might be able to make it. Chanbi vaguely imagined that a picnic at Yusu Park would be really fun. She recalled the time they went camping. Chanbi asked worriedly, is it okay if I go? Hiram laughed. Of course, the more the merrier. Chanbi hesitated, thinking, but I'm not that close with him. Hiram narrowed her eyes and said, please, agree. Jang-ga and Yuri are with us too, she suspected. Or is it because of me? She moved closer. Actually, I wanted to get close to you, but because of Woo Hyuk I couldn't find an opportunity. Hiram forced a smile. You know, Woo Hyuk can be a bit clumsy sometimes. You've known him since elementary school, so you know what I mean, right? No, I seem to act a bit exaggerated whenever I'm near you guys. But since our schools are different, I always worried about him a lot. Chanbi replied, yeah, I understand. She grumbled inwardly. HMPH, she talks as if she knows everything about everyone. Hiram continued, all right, if things had turned out differently, we would have talked more. Honestly, seeing Yuri close to you, I'm a little jealous too, she smiled. So let's hang out tomorrow. Think of it as giving me a chance to get close to you. Please. Chanbi seemed unable to resist the charm. She bowed her head embarrassed. You must be tired from everything too. Yeah, I'll go hang out with you. Hiram admired inwardly. Wow, Jang-ga's acting like a man routine really works. She repeated. All right, don't forget you promised. Hiram said. The bus will be here in a few minutes, she thought to herself. Woo Hyuk, I'll get your precious friend home safely. Chanbi hesitated. What color should I choose tomorrow? Hiram shouted loudly. Hey, come hang out with us tomorrow, not with them. I mean, why would you specifically want to go with them? Chanbi sighed. But I already promised. She didn't care. Besides, I called you too. You refused. Hiram's eyes widened. That's because I didn't want to hang out with Sun Jang-ga. She pouted. So you're going to Yusu Park? Wait a minute, Yusu Park. Hiram lunged forward. You're not going to drink alcohol, are you? Chanbi was startled. What? Absolutely not. It's just a picnic. It's very wholesome, Hiram explained. Everyone there is like a police officer. If you dare to drink alcohol, you'll be reported immediately. Chanbi didn't really care. Oh, then that's good, Dune just laughed. Listen to her. She's speaking from bitter experience. Hiram was silent. No, I'm not, Dune teased. I heard you clearly. Chanbi smiled slightly. Anyway, look at my eyes. She covered one eye with her hand. How about I do my makeup like this tomorrow? No. Hiram was speechless. Really? She's going to do makeup again, Dune reminded her. If you go like that tomorrow, don't forget to send pictures. As Chanbi removed her makeup, Hiram kept talking beside her. So Dune, are you ditching your boyfriend to hang out with me tomorrow? Dune replied, yeah, we don't talk much these days. Hiram was excited. Yes, finally someone who won't abandon me, Chanbi criticized. Can you call that good news? She looked at the mirror boredly. Oh my, it won't come off, Hiram smiled. Dune, let's make plans for tomorrow. She excitedly suggested calling a few more people. Chanbi shouted, hey, where are you going? At this moment the phone was in standby mode and a small voice was heard. Go covered his head and looked at his phone. He was startled by the call and woke up. Hiram scolded Go. What did I ignore so much? Did you hear me? Let's go hang out tomorrow. Go was blank. What do you mean hang out tomorrow? Hiram pointed with her finger. It's a day off. She pointed towards Dong-wook. There, he'll come too. Gono was not very interested. What's the plan? Chanbi said nonchalantly. Yeah, that what plan? You already invited everyone. Gono flinched. Hiram turned around and chuckled. She asked Go, what's wrong with your hand? Chanbi said, oh, I tried a few shades of lipstick but I don't know which one to choose for tomorrow. She asked, what do you think? Hiram and Dune didn't tell her which color to choose. Chanbi suggested, I'll put it on my lips, you watch. Go's face flushed as he thought, is she going to put on a full face of makeup again? If she likes it, that's fine. But some male friends said in low voices, oh my goodness, did you just see that? Oh my, it's really creepy. Go sighed. Someone always teases her about her makeup. It's annoying. He lowered his voice. Show me something else besides those two. Chanbi rummaged. Something else? Yeah, but those colors are too light. I don't really use them when I go out, Gono replied. I heard that these days people wear natural makeup like they're not wearing any. Go recalled that his sister worked in the cosmetics industry and always nagged him about beauty. His sister would say these colors were trendy, aren't they pretty? Gono protested. But this is my room, he laughed. My sister said that, so I thought you'd want to try it too. He bowed his head thinking, what am I saying? She always stuck to one style, no matter what others said. Maybe she liked it that way. Yeah, forget about trends, he corrected himself. But I understand everyone has different tastes. Go was blank. Besides, you don't even need to follow trends because he recited the lines in his head. You're already beautiful whether you wear makeup or not. The words lingered on his lips and then stopped. I mean, Go was embarrassed. I think light colors would suit you well too. Chanbi took out all the lipsticks. Then I'll use your sister's secret. Pick a color for me. I'll wear it tomorrow, Gono pouted. I'm not an expert, Chanbi urged. Come on, choose. I'm not in the mood for a change right now. Gono hesitated. Then how about the light pink one on the far left? Chanbi asked again. Then what about these other ones? She couldn't help but think, yeah, he definitely has a preference. She took out this lipstick and that lipstick. These two, Gono replied to all of them. That one, that one. Finally, they picked them all out. These few right here. Go pointed to these few with his finger. He thought to himself, I hope my choices are okay. Chanbi tilted her head. Oh, that's really interesting. All the colors you picked are ones Jong-ga gave me. Jong-ga had once gotten angry. He's abusing his pretty face. I'm going to reform him again. I'll even buy him new makeup if necessary. Go was startled, thinking, so Jong-ga really gave him those things? Chanbi said he gave them to me one day and told me to use them. I've never even touched them. She fiddled with the items. I guess I should start using them now, Gono interjected. He'll probably be happy if he sees you using them. Chanbi asked again. Weren't you going to the library to meet him today? Go thought deeply. Actually, I haven't thought about it yet, but if he calls, I'll probably go. Chanbi moved closer. Why don't you surprise him? She smiled. It always feels good when someone visits unexpectedly. Go's face flushed and he seemed not to understand. He blurted out, really? Go thought to himself, now that I think about it, I always went there just to get snacks. He saw Jong-ga and a male friend in the library. Gono was curious. Who is he talking to? He hesitated. Or should I come back later? Oh my goodness, Jong-ga's face was then angrily trying to suppress it. Gono heard Jong-ga saying, please, please, he complained. I'm just asking you to break the awkward atmosphere, the friend pleaded. He was standing out here all this time, please. Come with me, Jong-ga angrily thought to herself. This bastard keeps talking boringly about Chanbi. She maintained a standard smile. You want me to introduce you to Chanbi? Dream on, why don't you just disappear? Are you unable to understand human language? Gono tapped Jong-ga's shoulder from behind. He pushed her. Let's go, everyone's waiting. Jong-ga was surprised. Huh? Gono looked at the friend. I'll borrow him for a moment. I'm busy. Oh, sorry for interrupting. And then they ran off. What? Jong-ga was curious. What? Why are you here? Gono replied. I just stopped by, he explained. You look like you were about to explode. What's wrong? Gono praised her. You really put up with it well. That's amazing. Jong-ga angrily pushed him away. He keeps tormenting me with that issue. Gono asked. Is that the name you mentioned before? The fiery one? Jong-ga pouted her lips. You have a good memory, she admitted. Anyway, I'm trying to stay calm because I don't want to fight. Gono was surprised. That's a big improvement. Jong-ga crossed her arms. Didn't you tell me to just smile if I didn't want to get involved in drama, remember? But now he keeps following me. I don't know what to do. Go replied. Smiling is good, but when you refuse you have to be firm. He laughed. I guess I'll have to stop by more often to prevent myself from becoming a disaster. I mean, you look like you're about to explode. Jong-ga coldly turned her head. She said in a soft voice, I'm only here for a few more days anyway. Yeah, stop by often. Go asked. Oh, but not tomorrow. You know why, right? Jong-ga replied. Yeah, in the hallway. Hiram also greeted him. See you tomorrow. She said goodbye to Dune and left. The train station was crowded, and the announcement said doors will open on the right. Hiram looked at her phone. Yuri had already bought a picnic mat. She opened a small notebook. Hiram admired. He's really thoughtful. Good, you should learn from him too. Jong-ga frowned. Weren't you trying to spend time with us? Hiram didn't really care. A day off will be fine. Her phone happened to ring just then. Oh, Hiram reminded her, Chanbi will be here soon too. Jong-ga was blank. Chanbi? What? Hiram smiled slightly. She explained, you're going to hang out with us today. A few more people will come too. Hiram covered her mouth and laughed. Don't you remember I told you to just leave it to fate? So I prepared a special experience package that perfectly suits her taste, guided by fate. Isn't the stage one prepared perfect? She sighed. So don't mess it up anymore. Just enjoy the performance. You'll thank me later. Jong-ga gritted her teeth thinking, oh my goodness, she's really going to do something like this in a nature reserve. Hiram's friends were waiting. 2 more people are coming. Should we order more food then? Hiram smiled. They said they'd bring some food, Jong-ga whispered. But why are 12th graders here? Hiram pretended to be worried. Oh my goodness, don't say such unpleasant things. Can't 12th graders go out and play? And don't frown like little kids. The short-haired girl frowned. That's enough, ladies. They looked at the few items they had. Hiram poked her head out. You said you had to study first yesterday. Hiram smiled and took a picture as she walked past the classroom door. That's how a picture of Chanbi was taken. He literally said, forget about studying. Hiram laughed and patted Jong-ga's shoulder. He changed his mind as soon as he saw Chanbi's picture. Jong-ga frowned. That's a privacy invasion, you crazy. Hiram retorted. But Chanbi said it was okay to send it to that person, Jong-ga admired. He's not easy to please, Hiram smirked. But who knows, besides I'm just creating an opportunity to meet, she said nonchalantly. Anyway, that person you said was Chanbi's ideal type. That's him. I'm dying to know his reaction, Hiram winked. This will benefit Woo-hyuk and him too. And you'll meet the guy with glasses soon. Jong-ga drank water, annoyed, thinking, oh my goodness, I shouldn't have let her start this plan. The water was getting lower. I'm not too worried about Chanbi, she thought of Gono. What if that foolish guy misunderstands that Chanbi has someone else? After a long wait, spring flowers bloomed brightly. A foot stepped on Jong-ga, and seeing the children playing, she couldn't help but think, it's really a shame. Suddenly a sound came from behind and someone approached. Chanbi appeared. Guys, I'm late, she panted. Sorry. The 3 who were sitting were all silent. Hiram quickly said, it's okay. Here, sit down. The short-haired girl waved her hand. You're not that late. She held out her hand. Here, we ordered some food. You can eat some. Hiram whispered. Her makeup is a bit strange, isn't it? She covered her mouth and said, I mean, you're pretty anyway, so it's not bad. Oh my goodness. I heard she cares a lot about looks, so since she saw your picture, it should be fine. Jong-ga's eyes widened and she thought, how did this happen? She shouted inwardly, why did she appear so beautiful? The water bottle was also empty and rolling around. Hiram looked around. Chanbi must be somewhere around here, Dune replied, probably. Hiram smiled. It's good that it's not that hot today. But there are too many clouds. She didn't care. It's okay, less sun is better. Let's go find Chanbi in a bit. Hiram looked across. I hope those 2 come to their senses by then. Dong-wook, so hungry he felt like collapsing, laboriously got up. What on earth is taking so long? Let's eat quickly. Hiram chided him. Wait a minute, don't touch the food. I need to take pictures for Instagram, Dong-wook protested. But I already took some. On the table there was a box of food and another large tray. Woo-hyuk drooled. My goodness, these pigs ordered so much food. Him checked the dessert. Dong-wook reached out. I don't care, let's just eat everyone. They started to dig in, but I haven't taken a picture yet. Gono quietly picked up his chopsticks. Disin glanced sideways. Why does your face look so gloomy? Just my luck? Is it because Chanbi isn't here? She pointed behind him. She's right there nearby, just eat. Gono blushed. No, it's not like that. Him spread her hands. You all know, right? Lately you're too obvious. How many hearts are floating around you? Disin widened her eyes and said, hey, talk like a normal person. Him hit the table. What I mean is you're clearly flirting with that person. Disin tilted her head. You're right. Someone asked me about that. He lamented. Everyone knows except Chanbi. Disin wondered why he didn't notice. To him she's just a kind best friend, but that's also just the beginning. Gono recalled Woo-hyuk's words. Being stuck in the best friend role in a group isn't a good thing. Listen to me. Then you'll remain just a best friend for life. Gono twisted open the bottle cap. Yeah, just a best friend. His eyes shone and his whole body tingled. Gono stiffened. He pursed his lips and thought, damn it, my body feels too uncomfortable. Gono stood up. I'm going to buy some more water. You guys eat first. I also need to take my medicine. Him reminded him. Don't take too long. She held up her phone screen. Chanbi had just replied. Him was excited. Mission to surprise him accomplished. The screen displayed, I'm here, she suggested. Let's go meet her after we eat. She'll definitely want to see us. Disin pouted. I don't think so. Woo-hyuk was surprised. What I mean is we see her every day. Please don't ruin it, Disin said calmly. Ruin what? From over there. Gono clutched his head. The more steps he took, the more exhausted he became. I can't think of anything. My ability to quietly endure is no longer there. Gono looked at the sign, lost in thought. Should I go home? Gono bowed his head. But I want to see Chanbi. He suddenly turned his head and spotted Chanbi sitting on a mat among the people. Gono's eyes lit up. I saw her. Inga was already looking at the subject. She thought to herself, my goodness, he's here. Something's about to happen. Chanbi was sitting facing the opposite direction, so she didn't know what was about to happen yet. Inga had already observed, he's here. He was the boy with his back turned. Inga glanced sideways at Gono, But why is that guy here? She prayed inwardly. Please don't come closer, don't come closer, don't come here. When Gono appeared before her, Inga couldn't help but show signs of embarrassment. Her cheeks turned as red as tomatoes. At the same time, a friend sitting next to her casually said, "It's the Oppa with glasses." As soon as she finished speaking, someone asked again suspiciously, "The Oppa with glasses?" Soon after, Gono stood behind Chanbi. He whispered softly, "Fancy meeting you here," but he still politely smiled gently at the others and waved. "Hello everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Haju's friend from across replied kindly, "Hi." Hiju couldn't hide her surprise and casually said, "Did you two know each other?" Her words received no answer from anyone. Instead, when Chanbi's soft voice was heard, she asked Gono, "Where did everyone else go? Why did you come alone?" As soon as she finished speaking, he showed signs of embarrassment and hesitated. "I went out to buy some miscellaneous things and happened to see you guys." Suddenly, a surprised sound interrupted his words. "My goodness, I forgot to buy water." As soon as Go sat down, he quickly reassured the other person. "It's okay, I bought it." All this scene coincidentally entered Gio's field of vision. This raised questions in his mind, and suddenly a surprised voice was heard. "It's Gio Oppa." Following that, when a clear female voice was heard, Gono casually blushed. "It's okay to sit in the empty spot next to Chanbi." Just as Gio was about to sit down, Gono casually thought, "There are more people than I thought." Feeling a slightly tense atmosphere, Hiju quickly spoke, trying to lighten the mood. "Did you two say hello? Let me introduce you." Her friend was startled by the words she uttered. Sweat poured down her face like rain, and her voice even became urgent. "Not now. If you're planning something, do it later." While Chanbi and Gono were acting intimately with each other, Hiju quickly reassured her, "My goodness, it's fine. Calm down, Ajuma." But Inga still couldn't hide the uneasiness in her heart and continued to argue. "But he came too early, didn't he? Tell him to come a bit later. It hasn't even started yet." But in the very next moment, she changed the subject. "Did you know he was coming today? Of course, since Wooyuk is here too." At this, the other person inwardly criticized, "Are you crazy?" Suddenly, something caught Gono's attention. As soon as he turned around, Gio's searching gaze had been fixed on him for a long time. This sight casually made Gono uncomfortable. He forced an awkward smile onto his cheeks. In the very next moment, he hastily spoke. "Hello?" Inga, sitting next to him, couldn't hide her annoyance upon hearing those words. She casually mumbled, "Why is he introducing himself there?" Before she could finish speaking, the boy in the wool hat sitting next to her quickly asked, "Who's that person?" Without making him wait too long, someone next to him quickly informed him, "Inga's best friend." But as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately retorted, "No." Despite not getting a clear answer, the boy in the wool hat wasn't displeased at all. He smiled broadly and took out 2 large bottles of beer, continuing to urge everyone, all right, let's get the food out now. It tastes better when it's cold." The moment someone next to him saw what he took out, they couldn't hide their surprise and casually asked again, "You brought beer? Why didn't you say anything?" As soon as she finished speaking, the boy in the wool hat quickly denied it. "What? I'm just drinking it like cider." From across, Chanbi casually looked up at Gono with an innocent expression. She exclaimed, "Then him was right, it's really easy to buy drinks here." But as soon as she saw the other person hesitating, she quickly became serious and reminded him, "Don't tell him. If he finds out, he'll kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, he agreed to her, looking slightly flustered. "All right, I'll keep it a secret." Right now, Gono's gaze was directed at Chanbi, somewhat soft but also tinged with awkwardness. He tried to say something, but it ultimately got stuck in his throat. He quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Avoiding Chanbi's sharp eyes, Gono seemed to feel the atmosphere here was suffocating, so he spoke first. "Then I'll get going first, everyone have fun." His somewhat sudden action quickly caught Inga's attention. She kept thinking, something is irritating him. The concentrated expression on her face quickly drew everyone's attention. "But what is it? Is he worried about Chanbi?" the boy in the wool hat casually asked with an expectant expression. "Jongga, did you go to middle school with that friend?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jongga gave a satisfactory answer, but he's not my friend." Suddenly, someone handed him a paper cup. He opened his mouth coldly. "Here's a cup." With just this one remark, the people nearby froze for a moment, and everyone looked with surprised eyes towards where the sound came from. Meanwhile, Chanbi was blankly staring at the cup held out in front of her, but soon she regained her composure and slowly opened her mouth under Gio's somewhat evasive gaze. "A cup?" "Yes, thank you." Upon receiving the cup from the other person, Chanbi softly asked, "You're Gio Oppa, right?" But their conversation consisted entirely of her voice. This made the rest of the people feel uncomfortable. "Everyone told me with excited expressions that the school legend was coming to hang out today." Time continued to pass, but Gio never opened his mouth. Meanwhile, Chanbi continued to initiate conversation. "You must be very popular, right?" But in the end, she was helpless in the face of his silence. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly awkward. Chanbi's gaze casually fell on someone, and she had a slightly blank expression. Meanwhile, Inga still sat with a blank expression, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the boy in the wool hat spoke humorously, and Chanbi's gaze turned to him. "Did you hear what she said? He seems a bit out of it today. He must be very tired. Why don't you drink some beer instead of Coca-Cola?" At the other person's incomprehensible behavior, Inga casually whispered to Wooyuk next to her, "Why is she like that?" As soon as she finished speaking, the other person slowly replied in a harmonious voice, "Your friend said so. That he was tired. So he doesn't seem kind. Anyway, it's Gio Oppa. He'll definitely flirt with Chanbi once he's back to his usual self." Throughout the picnic, the smile never left Inga's face. She thought to herself, it's really hard not to like Geo Sunbae. He knows how to speak and he gets along with almost everyone. I can't even imagine how he would act if he wanted to get close to someone, or what he would do to get Chanbi's attention. But as soon as she thought this far, seeing Chanbi and Geo showing no interest in each other, she was surprised and casually shouted inwardly, "What is this?" That image made Inga widen her eyes in surprise. Is there an invisible wall between them? He hasn't said a single word since Cup. Even his friend's silly pranks have no effect. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard and Geo casually fell silent. "Geo, don't you have anything to say to Chanbi?" Even Hiju couldn't hide her surprise. She kept staring wide-eyed at the boy in the wool hat, continuously whispering to him, "You said he was attracted to Chanbi's picture, didn't you? It's not natural for him to be quiet at all, right?" But he still continued to wonder and casually said, "My goodness, why isn't he saying anything?" The events that had just unfolded before her eyes made Inga, who was sitting next to him, fall into deep thought. Why is he really like that? His smiling face for everyone kept replaying in her mind. Back then he casually said, "Hi Inga." This led Inga to casually speculate. He's completely different from the person I met at school. Her gaze towards Geo became increasingly ambiguous, and even her complexion became somewhat awkward. Is he still out of it, or is he thinking about something? Or is he annoyed by something, or is the real Chanbi different from what he imagined? But in the end, Inga finished the water in her hand and told herself, "I don't know, there's nothing to complain about." She took in the blue sky, and if him has nothing to worry about, then that's enough. Time flowed on, and not long after, when Inga looked into the small mirror in her hand, her cheeks had turned red. This made her unable to suppress her surprise, and she shouted, "My goodness, look at my face." As she lowered the small mirror, a clear voice slowly came, "Are you okay?" The owner of that voice was none other than Chanbi. She kindly asked, "You seem to have a fever." As soon as she finished speaking, Inga quickly replied with a harmonious smile, "My face often turns red. I did drink a little beer, but I'm not drunk really." At the same time, at that moment, her mind was completely filled with thoughts, but he looked normal and just kept fidgeting with his hair. Immediately after, Inga boldly reached out and pinched Chanbi's cheek, continuing to ask, "Are you okay?" At this childish behavior, she casually burst into laughter and replied in a soft voice, "I'm okay." Chanbi's words of affirmation brought a relieved smile to her face. She was happy inwardly. Thank goodness, she still looks lively. I thought he would be angry because of that incident. The two stood there, smiling at each other, and Inga opened her mouth. That's not it either, but her heart was still full of doubts. But why doesn't he like that person? Even when she entered the restroom, that thought didn't leave Inga's mind. Could it be because of her makeup? Suddenly, she looked at Chanbi with awkward eyes and casually said, "Maybe you should wear less lipstick." Chanbi seemed to have no suspicion of those words. She innocently asked back, "You think so?" Her innocence made the other person widen her eyes in surprise. She casually felt relieved. Thank goodness nothing happened between Chanbi and that Sunbae. That fool doesn't even know what's happening. But the moment she saw the phone in Chanbi's hand, Inga casually said in a surprised voice, "Wait a minute." She continued to approach closer and said in an innocently curious voice, "Isn't that Gono's phone?" Chanbi went blank at the words she uttered. She casually mumbled, "Ha?" Without giving her time to think, the other person immediately asserted, "This sticker is definitely it. Why do you have his phone?" At this moment, images of several phones quickly flashed in Chanbi's mind. At this point, she explained honestly, "Perhaps he mixed up his phones too much and I accidentally took the wrong one." However, Inga's next question made her pause for a moment. Why didn't he go looking for his phone? To this question, Chanbi said nothing. She casually asked back, "Should we take it to him?" But Inga, unable to hide her surprise, exclaimed, "But we don't know where he is." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the answer from the other person. Hiram said they were near the fountain. So Inga quickly tidied her hair and calmly advised, "Then you can probably just look for him around there." Suddenly, Chanbi asked, "You're coming too, right?" But she quickly corrected what she had just said. "I mean, then you get to see Go one more time." Instantly, the place became strangely quiet, and Inga couldn't hide her awkwardness. She kept asking back, "I get to see him one more time?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chanbi quickly asserted, "Yes, isn't that good for you?" At these words, the other person blushed and became shy. Unable to process what had just happened, she kept pressing, "For me? Why is that good for me?" Hearing the awe in Inga's voice, Chanbi smiled brightly and explained, "I don't know what you're talking about. Minhyun told me everything." What she said made Inga freeze on the spot. That he had feelings for Go. Nevertheless, Chanbi had no intention of stopping there. She continued to emphasize, "So of course you have to come with me." Inga was startled to hear that, her face growing redder as she thought Chanbi to herself. The scenes from the library that day flashed in her mind. At that time, she had casually said, "I know you have feelings for Gono." As soon as she finished speaking, Chanbi showed an embarrassed face, internally chastising herself. Why is she acting like that? Back to the present, these thoughts about the incident completely dominated Inga's mind. "I know you like him. Bichan told me this." Chanbi leaned her back against the door. She casually tossed her voice inside. "I really didn't know you had feelings for Go." Afterward, she awkwardly scratched her head, her gaze constantly directed elsewhere. "I mean, I saw you being nice to him, but I didn't think it was for that reason." Faced with Chanbi's current innocence, Inga in exasperation involuntarily clenched her hand. She chastised herself internally. You don't know, that thought dominated her mind for a while. You like him, around January last year in front of the library signboard. A low voice echoed. Archives, someone quickly replied. But what kind of documents? Dongchan looked ahead with hopeful eyes and innocently said, this library is huge. I heard it's not easy to volunteer at a library. Suddenly, Inga, who was standing next to him, subtly reminded, Dongchan, check your text messages. Is there something there? But Gello calmly advised everyone, let's just keep going. They'll tell us the way anyway. Suddenly, Inga's expression darkened. Unable to suppress her anger, she exclaimed loudly, they should have told us more clearly, otherwise they'll blame us for being late. The next moment, the sight of a girl hurriedly climbing the stairs caught everyone's attention. That girl was none other than Chanbi. Her face was already dotted with sweat from running hard. The moment she spotted the group in front of her, she awkwardly said, hi. As soon as she said that, Inga, who was on the opposite side, smiled brightly and greeted her warmly. Chanbi, long time no see, it's already been a year since she quit cram school. Chanbi also replied without hesitation, but a hint of awkwardness lingered on her face. Yeah, it's been exactly a year. Meanwhile, Dongchan, who was next to her, kept whispering to Go. She's probably just pretending to be nice again. Go heard that and merely stammered, probably. Meanwhile, Chanbi had not yet processed what was happening in front of her. She casually asked, you're here to volunteer. Gello came too? Despite the barrage of questions from her, Inga maintained a bright smile on her lips. I didn't know you two were friends. But what she said was a little awkward. Oh, you two go to the same school, right? Go and I are middle school classmates. Gello, why didn't you tell me you knew Chanbi? Hearing his name mentioned, Gono casually became flustered. He stammered, explaining, why should I tell you? Meanwhile, Dongchan, who was next to him, kept reminding them in a helpless voice, hey, we're going to be late. Let's just go somewhere first. All the way, Inga kept asking the other person. Chanbi, what's written in your text message? As soon as she said that, she received a clear answer. It just says to go to the storage area. So I'm thinking of going to the warehouse. Suddenly, Dongchan suggested, should we take the elevator? But it was immediately rejected by someone without hesitation. No, let's take the stairs, Dongchan. Chanbi was very elegantly dressed at this time. Her soulful eyes gazed forward, constantly focusing while she was thinking intently. A slender, long finger suddenly brushed lightly against her shoulder. So Inga and Gono were friends then. Of course, they looked so alike. Instinctively, Chanbi, startled, whirled around, her eyes wide with surprise. Against her somewhat flustered reaction, Gono, who was behind her, remained surprisingly calm. He slowly asked, your knee, is it okay? You hit it hard, right? A tense atmosphere hung between the two after this question. He just stared blankly at Chanbi, his face red with embarrassment, but soon she gave a somewhat awkward but satisfactory answer to Go. I'm fine. It was a loud sound, but I'm really okay. Just then, Inga, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around and looked with suspicious eyes. Seeing Chanbi's flushed face and somewhat awkward expression, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did something happen to her? Not long after, everyone arrived at the library. Countless books were neatly arranged on the bookshelves here, which was very eye-catching. Dongchan, after looking around a few bookshelves, couldn't hide his surprise and subconsciously exclaimed, my goodness, why are there so many? Who said people don't read books these days? While Inga, who was next to him, kept reminding him, shut up and do your work. On Chanbi's side, she and Gello were each doing their own work. The atmosphere between the two was surprisingly calm. This scene accidentally entered Inga's line of sight and she began to speculate. Something strange. As soon as Chanbi saw Go stand up, her face flushed. Did something happen between the two of them? All these trivial details were thoroughly analyzed by Inga and everything's the same as before. But why is she acting strangely towards Go? Meanwhile, Chanbi still had her head bowed. The more Go looked at her, the redder her face became. Suddenly Inga spotted something and her mouth dropped open in surprise. A satisfied smile slowly bloomed on her lips while her mind kept speculating. How could you do such a thing, Gono? Suddenly, a pile of books was moved aside. After receiving it, Chanbi softly said, thank you. But Inga at this time just looked at her with an inscrutable smile. It was this action that made her freeze for a moment. Suddenly, Inga said in a casual tone, Chanbi, let me guess, you like Go, don't you? She calmly rested her hand on the stack of books next to her. Right? To this question, Chanbi was momentarily flustered. She stammered softly, what are you talking about? Before she could even confirm, Inga, with an innocent face, quickly concluded, you like him, I'm sure of it. As soon as she finished speaking, Chanbi froze on the spot and kept staring at the other person with surprised eyes, and her hand on the table moved involuntarily. After understanding the problem, cold sweat continuously streamed down her flushed face. Meanwhile, Inga had already left long ago. Nevertheless, her voice still echoed. Come on, you can tell right away. All your friends know, right? For a fleeting moment, Chanbi stammered a refutation. No, only you know. But the other person still didn't give up on her thought. She innocently asked back, then you're saying no one knows? That's impossible. At this moment, Chanbi was embarrassed because of Inga, and even the words she uttered were not proper sentences. Really, at this moment, doubt suddenly arose in her mind, but he confessed so easily. Suddenly, Inga's clear laughter echoed. She innocently concluded, then you're saying I'm the only one who knows your secret. Anyway, you don't have to be so nervous in front of me. Those words lingered in Chanbi's ears, and she became increasingly embarrassed. I mean, you trembled every time you met Go. You must be tired now. A thought casually flashed through her mind. One person knows, but suddenly Inga's gaze paused slightly. Even her voice faltered a little, but it was still full of laughter. I've never seen you like this. When did you start liking him? Against this blunt question, Chanbi instinctively bowed her head. She mumbled softly, loud enough only for the two of them to hear. I don't really know my own feelings either. I only realized it recently. Come to think of it, it seems to have been since I first met him. This shy appearance made the other person happy. She thought to herself, look at him, he's really serious about this. But the smile on Inga's lips immediately stiffened. She asked softly, then what next? To this question, Chanbi did not answer in a hurry. She just stood there blankly. Meanwhile, the other person asked the next question. But you've put up with it all this time? Inga cornered her with increasingly innocent questions. Go still doesn't know, does he? Chanbi hurried to leave, quickening her pace, while the other person kept chasing after her, asking, how did he act towards you? She asked so many questions that she bowed her head in annoyance. Immediately after, Chanbi decided to answer Inga in a casual tone. Nothing much. There's nothing to say. At the same time, her slender long hand was taking out a book from the bookshelf. He replied when I talked, and sometimes when our classes overlapped we studied together. But as soon as the other person asked back, that action changed to putting the book back on the bookshelf. So what are you going to do now? Meanwhile, Inga continued to look at her with an innocent face. I mean, this is going to be really, really hard, making him like you back. To these urgent questions, Chanbi was once again driven to embarrassment. You know what I mean, right? Hearing this, she thought for a moment before deciding to reply, I understand. At this moment, her face darkened, and Chanbi's voice also trembled slightly, as if she felt very frustrated with the other person. You know, when I first met him not long after. Along with her explanation, the scene of Go first talking to her came to mind. I thought he had feelings for me too because he was so nice to me. At this point, Chanbi casually fell into a state of fluster and exclaimed, my goodness. Thought I was going to die of embarrassment when I found out he was just being himself. Their conversation buzzed in a corner of the library, while Go was carefully tidying up stacks of books. He's kind to everyone, and I don't know how to become special. It's really hard. Waiting for Chanbi to finish speaking, Inga casually said, he really hasn't changed. I remember there was someone just like you in middle school. At these words, she was surprised and unconsciously exclaimed, really? Seeing the curiosity in her words. She quickly recounted everything. She thought he liked her, so she confessed. The two dated for a while, but then Go said he wanted to be friends, so they broke up. But Chanbi still couldn't help but feel suspicious. I feel like some details are missing. Inga's next words made her face strangely dark. I mean, that girl was fine too, but since he never wavered, I don't think you'll have much of a chance either. A thought casually flashed through her mind. He had a girlfriend. Hearing that, Inga innocently patted the other person's head and said, people always say it's harder to love someone who's kind to everyone. So don't blame yourself if you fail. He's a tough opponent. Her advice echoed endlessly, but Chanbi's mood had already hit rock bottom. As his old friend, I'm telling you, if he doesn't waver first, this won't work. At this moment, she no longer paid attention to what the other person was saying. It will be difficult, and the chances of success are not high. But in the end, when she sat down to look for a certain book, Chanbi's mood lightened a little. She subconsciously asked back, but so what? As soon as she said that, Inga said irritatingly, Chanbi, you're popular. It's okay if you don't succeed with him. As her slender fingers traced over the colorful book spines, her voice echoed continuously, he's not the last man on earth. Chanbi casually put down a book and looked at Inga on the opposite side, constantly pressing her. Why do you keep thinking everything will fail? As soon as she finished speaking, the other person casually offered advice that no one needed, because you seem to be too hard on yourself. Chanbi felt uneasy at these words. She slowly replied, I know you don't have to keep saying that. At that moment, Inga still had a gentle smile on her face. She kindly said, but I feel sorry for you. You're Chanbi. You don't have to choose this path. Chanbi suddenly stood up, clenching her fists. Her eyes seemed to be on guard against Inga, but her voice was very firm. But there's no need to be so pessimistic. As soon as she finished speaking, Inga asked with surprised eyes, what can I do? That's the truth. Inga stood on her tiptoes, organizing books, and continued to say, honestly, I know this won't work out well, so how can I cheer you on? From the opposite side, Chanbi seemed to understand Inga's advice. You know, I don't want to give you false hope. Nevertheless, she couldn't hide her dissatisfaction and murmured, As soon as she uttered a single word, Chanbi unconsciously squeezed her eyes shut with an awkward expression. After a moment of silence, she looked at Inga with determined eyes and then spoke in a firm voice. I'm going to make him like me, just you watch. Inga's face flashed with a sneer at her innocence. You haven't even done anything yet. But the sneer quickly turned into an awkward smile. See you next time. As soon as she finished speaking, Inga couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, good luck, young lady. Meanwhile, Chanbi hurried to leave the place as quickly as possible. As soon as she turned left, Inga kindly reminded her, the history books are on this side. Hearing that, Chanbi quickly followed in the direction Inga pointed with a crestfallen face. Although he didn't hear their conversation, what had just happened quickly caught Go's attention. He looked at Chanbi and Inga suspiciously. Meanwhile, on Chanbi's side, Inga continued from behind. Hey, don't ignore me like that. I just want to give you a few words of advice. He prefers something flashy over something simple. Suddenly, she turned around with a flushed face and shouted, stop it. Returning to the present, she looked at the other person with a gentle smile and softly murmured in a sweet voice, I don't know if I can help. As soon as she finished speaking, Inga on the opposite side shouted triumphantly, help? She scratched her head in annoyance and mumbled, she just said she was going to make him like her, so why is she telling me to help her? Minhyun really talks a lot. This impulsive action made Chanbi freeze for a moment. She stared at the other person in astonishment. Why does everyone assume I like Gono? Images from the past began to surface in Inga's mind. Is it just because I was nice to him and visited him often? But don't friends do that? We know each other well and enjoy each other's company. We go to different schools so we don't get many chances to meet, so what's wrong with trying to see him when we're at the same school? What's wrong? I know you lost your memory, but don't be foolish anymore. Look straight at what's right in front of your eyes. Returning to the present, Inga stared at Chanbi with astonished eyes. She murmured, "Be Chanbi, listen to me." What she said next astonished Chanbi. It's not me who likes him, but he's a good friend. Someone who understands me well. I can do that much for such a precious friend, right? Whenever someone interferes between us and causes all sorts of problems for him, all the past events kept replaying in Inga's mind. Then Inga questioned, "What, did you break up? Did you break up with him?" Just then, she felt a strange emotion. I felt sorry for him, and it really bothered me. Going back to that day, she gazed ahead and murmured, "My goodness, he's really crazy. He thinks he'll like her if he tries." Inga quickly composed herself and advised the other person with a bright smile. "Why do you look so sad? You did well. You should celebrate getting away from him." So I was relieved that he disappeared from his life. At another time, Inga said frankly, "Honestly, this isn't easy. I used to ridicule the person who tried to protect him." And then again she innocently said, "For their 100th day anniversary," and again I was relieved. Inga unconsciously smiled cunningly. So the two of them became strangers again? Almost all that effort was in vain. Nevertheless, she sighed inwardly. But it's better than going back. Returning to the present, she was a little flustered about having to admit to Chanbi, "You like him." Inga was very flustered when she faced Chanbi. She hesitated and said, "You like him." Her face flushed slightly as the other person brought up the story again. "I know you like the guy with glasses. I thought I knew myself better than anyone. I thought people were just judging and chattering with subjective thoughts." But as soon as Chanbi uttered those words, she unconsciously froze, and at the same time Inga thought, "This must be the moment I realized it," she said to herself in astonishment. "Haha, really?" Meanwhile, Chanbi stood blankly for a while. "I don't know since when, but I think I like Gono." Images from the past kept replaying in Inga's mind, and she felt uncomfortable. All the foolish things I've done until now were because of him. She kept recalling the words she had said before. "You broke up with him, right? I've suspected it for a long time. This will never work out. He lost his memory. My goodness, I can't believe it." Even Inga's appearance next to Go quickly came to mind. At that time, she quietly observed him from behind. Inga couldn't hide the embarrassment on her face. Everything happened too quickly. And her eyes gradually turned to astonishment. Returning to the present, Inga helplessly bowed her head while Chanbi continued to say, "Should I keep it a secret? I won't tell anyone. I promise." Inga didn't seem to care at all about what Chanbi was saying. She was currently lost in her own thoughts. Why now, really? Why now? Why is it so coincidentally timed, neither sooner nor later? That thought truly kept lingering in Inga's mind, and now it was all in vain. She still couldn't accept reality and murmured, "No." Immediately after, she quickly turned around and walked ahead while Chanbi stood blankly. "She likes him? Who, me? What is there to like? It's a complete misunderstanding." This hasty action made her suspicious, and she asked again, "Why do you think that?" What Chanbi said next immediately stopped Inga in her tracks. "I find him quite appealing." Hearing that, she couldn't hide the astonishment on her face. "From the first time I met him, I thought he was a good person, and such people are rare. And the more I got to know him, the more I realized how wonderful he was." The scene from the library last time kept lingering in Inga's mind, and she murmured to herself, "I can't understand my feelings. I only realized it recently. Come to think of it, it seems to have been since I first met him." But immediately she pretended not to care, and "I wish I didn't know anything." Meanwhile, Chanbi on the opposite side fiddled with her hair and softly advised, "You don't have to deny it like that." But the other person didn't seem to care much about those words because she was lost in her own thoughts. "I really wish I didn't know all their stories. I have a feeling history will repeat itself. This is the worst timing to realize I like him." Seeing her retreating figure, Chanbi couldn't help but be flustered, and she raised her voice. "Hey Inga, aren't you going too far?" However, the other person didn't answer at all. "And what if she knows I like him? What's the point now?" Chanbi said that and quickly reached out her hand towards Inga. As soon as Chanbi's hand touched the other person, she unconsciously trembled, and in her heart, she was still thinking, "My chance is almost gone. How can I interfere between the two of them? What can I do? The only thing I can do now is to watch those two fools from outside." Her strange expression made Chanbi astonished. Inga's eyes slightly closed and sadness was contained within them. Her thin lips mumbled something, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud, only able to silently watch them. After a moment of hesitation, she finally opened her mouth. "Gello likes you." What Inga said made Chanbi freeze. "So he's uncomfortable getting help from you. The reason is obvious. She's looking at me with pity now, but if you keep insisting, I'll assume you have no feelings for him and accept your help." Soon after, when Chanbi calmed down, Chanbi quickly asked again, "Then what will you do?" The atmosphere between the two quickly fell into an indescribable silence. After a moment of thought, Inga still opened her mouth with eyes full of sadness. "There's no need to dig up the past, but you need to clearly understand what's happening now." What she said made her fall into deep thought again. "I know I'm selfish, but I really just want the two of them to get along better. Seeing the other person forcing a smile, Inga helplessly chuckled self-deprecatingly. The girl who didn't realize her feelings for a whole year is now interfering in the love life of an even more foolish girl. Despite all the new information, Chanbi still couldn't believe reality. She murmured, "I don't think so." Those words echoed endlessly. "I really don't think so, it won't work out." Inga couldn't hide her dissatisfaction and softly reminded her, "Don't mumble, I mean, why don't you realize it? The way he acts around you is obvious." Nevertheless, Chanbi still couldn't hide her fluster. She hesitated and said, "But he acts that way towards everyone. I don't feel any difference." As soon as she finished speaking, Inga on the opposite side said casually, "He keeps getting flustered, blushing and laughing." "Oh, you know that too." Chanbi showed an awkwardness on her face at her assertiveness. "Go has never been like that, really, he only acts that way next to you." Suddenly, Inga approached her and whispered softly, "Besides, he frankly told me he had feelings for you." This sudden action made Chanbi flustered. She instinctively and unconsciously recoiled. Meanwhile, the other person continued to ask, "Then what will you do now? Will you still help me?" She clenched her hands and replied in a nervous voice, "It's not like that." This very action made Inga believe her judgment. She slowly said, "What's not like that? I'm still waiting for your answer." Immediately after, Chanbi decided to trust the other person. She quickly opened her mouth. Then, in an instant, Gono's phone was in Inga's hand. "Hey, give him his phone back." As soon as she did that, my goodness, she just stood there blankly. She shouted, "How am I supposed to find him? Wait, where are you going?" Nevertheless, she didn't turn back at all and instead instructed, "I'll tell him to wait at the fountain." So Inga felt helpless about the situation that had just unfolded. She walked briskly down the quiet street thinking to herself. She ran away without saying a word. "I'm sure she likes him too." Suddenly, Go's tired figure in the distance quickly caught her attention. As soon as she saw him, Inga couldn't hide her fluster. Not long after, she stood in front of Go and softly called out, "Hey, snap out of it." Inga casually held up the phone in her hand. "Don't pretend to be lost in thought like that. Here, it's your phone." The moment he saw it, Gello couldn't hide his surprise and unconsciously said, "My phone." Hearing that, she incessantly scolded him. "You didn't even know you had your phone?" Only then did he realize his carelessness. He quickly extended his hand and softly said, "Damn it, I was so flustered I didn't even know when I dropped it." Go's innocent behavior made Inga incomprehensible. She unconsciously stood still for a moment. "I'm sorry, Go, I couldn't hold it in anymore, so I told Chanbi everything. I even lied that I heard it directly from your mouth. Would it make the two of you progress faster if I did this?" Suddenly, Go's soft voice echoed, interrupting Inga's thoughts. "Then where's Chanbi?" The hand he had extended in front of her also unconsciously began to tremble. "She told me she was in a hurry, so I told her to come here." "Why did you come alone?" But the next moment, Inga didn't hesitate at all and grabbed his head directly. She shouted loudly, "Are you disappointed? Tell me, are you disappointed that only I came, right?" But Gono's previous behavior displeased Inga. She blamed herself, thinking, "Look at him, how can I interfere between the two of them?" In the end, when Gono was attacked to the point of losing his mind, she still hesitated. "Why did he leave his phone? I wish I didn't know anything." Suddenly, Go realized another point. He unconsciously said, "Why is your face red?" On Chanbi's side, she was receiving a call from Dong-wook. Her astonished voice echoed continuously, "Wait a minute, did you guys move your spot? But you told him to wait at the fountain, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the person on the opposite end quickly asserted, "Yes." Those words greatly astonished Chanbi. She quickly moved her phone away. Meanwhile, a soft voice kept coming from the other end of the phone. "Hey, what's with the new boyfriend?" Seeing the strange expression on her face, Haju's friend, unable to hide her curiosity, asked casually, "What's going on?" Hearing this question, Chanbi ended her call with Dong-wook. Immediately after, she innocently explained what had just happened. "I left Go's phone in the phone booth so I could be alone with him." Her words surprised the other person. "You left his phone? You only noticed now? My goodness, it's like something from a century ago." A male student across from them casually spoke up, "What's his name, Gono?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chanbi replied immediately, "Yes, Kong Gono." But then she fell into thought again. "Really, is Kong Gello really into me? I suspected it once and thought I was mistaken, but was I wrong all along?" Chanbi began to recall her innocent demeanor when talking to Gello. Moreover, Go's image kept floating in her mind. He had such a bright smile, and even the moments when he blushed shook her heart. Really? Chanbi was agitated all that time. She also remembered the first time Go spoke to her. She kept asking herself, when was that? No, now's not the time to ask that. Back to reality, Chanbi helplessly pressed her hand to her forehead. She mumbled softly, "It's complicated. It's been a really long time since my head hurt this much. Gello likes me and Jongga likes Go." Chanbi casually ran her hand through her hair, repeating her thoughts to herself. "What should I do for my best friends? Should I just pretend not to know, or should I help Jongga?" Thinking this far, she unconsciously looked up at the sky, lost in thought. "What about Go? I shouldn't give him false hope. I should maintain clear boundaries as I always do, right?" Suddenly, a raindrop fell near Chanbi's eye. Right in an instant, dark clouds rolled in. But the friends below didn't notice the change in nature at all, and Wuya continued to praise, "Help is the best. Having a friend like you would be even more useful to me. Keep helping." Hearing those words, Chanbi rubbed her eyes helplessly. Immediately after, a sly smile appeared on her lips and a thought quickly flashed through her mind. Everything's going to be a mess. Thinking that, Chanbi quickly changed the subject. By the way, Wooyik, aren't you casually imagining things about this picnic? As soon as she finished speaking, Heju across from her suspiciously asked back, what do you mean we're not drunk? Suddenly a familiar voice caught Chanbi's attention, Kongelo. She quickly turned around asking in a curious voice, did you say Kongelo? Immediately after, the male student in the wool hat slightly spun the hat in his hand and nonchalantly spoke up. I've heard that name somewhere, especially the Gono part. Where did I see it? So he kept repeating the name, Kongelo, Kongo, Kongo. Not long after, the male student in the wool hat shouted, Byung Gono? At this, Chanbi suspiciously asked back, Byung you mean? Suddenly a torrential downpour began. At this sight, someone exclaimed in alarm, it's raining, damn it's a downpour. A rapid argument broke out in the rain. I told you it would rain, doesn't anyone have an umbrella? Quick, grab your stuff and find shelter. Chanbi sat in the rain quietly looking at the umbrella in her hand. The forecast said clear skies. Suddenly she mumbled, Go and Jong-ga must be drenched like drowned rats. As soon as she heard these words, Heju quickly replied, those two you mean? They must have found shelter. Nevertheless, Chanbi's steps faltered for a moment. But Heju had already stepped under the eaves. Seeing Chanbi standing in the rain holding an umbrella, she couldn't suppress her curiosity. What are you doing with an umbrella? You're completely soaked. At this, Chanbi carefully asked, You're staying here, right? Lend me this for a bit. Immediately after, she unfolded the red umbrella in her hand. I'm going to look for Jong-ga. Meanwhile, Go was shielding Jong-ga from the rain with his jacket. They were looking for shelter together. Meanwhile, Chanbi walked alone in the torrential rain. She kept mumbling, Where did those two go? Her eyes constantly scanned her surroundings, searching for people. Not at the fountain, not answering the phone, not with the rest of the group. Chanbi was still tightly clutching the yellow umbrella. Her steps grew faster and faster, and at the same time she wondered, will there be shelter? Not long after, Chanbi saw Go and Jong-ga together sheltering under the eaves. As soon as she saw this sight, her steps faltered. She mumbled softly, There they are over there. Jong-ga and Go looked very affectionate, which brought a satisfied smile to Chanbi's face. She thought to herself, they really suit each other, I've always thought so. Suddenly a whispering voice from behind startled her. Chanbi. She quickly regained her composure and softly scolded, My goodness, you scared me. Hearing Chanbi's complaint, Wooyik nonchalantly grinned, Wooyik, what's wrong? Why are you so wet? Suddenly he replied, It's too late, you'll get soaked even if you hide now. The next words he uttered made Chanbi freeze on the spot. But what are you doing here? She hesitantly stared blankly at the umbrella in her hand. Oh well? Chanbi's gaze still hadn't left the two people in front of her. Hey, take this to those two. Hearing this request, Wooyik exclaimed in surprise, Those two? What are those two doing there? Instead of answering him, Chanbi nonchalantly ordered, Here, go. But I don't want to go. Before he could finish speaking, Chanbi took the umbrella and hit his face hard. She quickly said again, Take it to them and mind your own business. Immediately after, Chanbi left thinking, I'll help her. Nevertheless, her jealous gaze still hadn't left the other person. I'll help her, I have to help her. In the rain, a lamenting voice continuously echoed. It's suddenly pouring. The owner of that voice was none other than Jong-ga. As soon as she finished speaking, Go, who was next to her, helplessly spoke up. I wonder how others are doing. As soon as she heard that, she quickly reassured him. Don't worry, they must have found shelter. Jong-ga carefully looked outside. Come to think of it, it wasn't hot earlier. But it's raining so much I don't know when it'll stop. Hearing the other person's complaint, Go quickly informed her, It's probably a shower. His whole body shivered involuntarily from the cold. At this sight, the other person seemed momentarily worried. Let's wait here until the rain stops a bit, then we'll go. She quickly snatched the jacket from Go's hand and carefully asked, Are you cold? My goodness, you're drenched. You can't endure it. Here, put this back on. Nevertheless, he still stubbornly said, It probably won't be much different. Before he could finish speaking, Jong-ga boldly cut him off. Shut up and put it on. At this, Gono had no choice but to helplessly agree. Okay, I understand. His gaze towards Jong-ga seemed a little awkward. But you didn't drink much earlier, did you? Your face is red again. At these words, she was blank for a while. The Byung I saw was probably the last beer bottle. Hearing that, Jong-ga quickly snatched Gella's glasses. She cleared her throat softly. Don't look at me, hurry and put it on. She looked at the world more clearly through his glasses. In an instant, Jong-ga's flushed cheeks were revealed. She awkwardly admitted, Right, I can't drink as much as I used to either. Hearing these heartfelt words, Gono replied with relief, Then that's fine. But unlike before, this time Jong-ga didn't answer him. She thought to herself, Now that I've confirmed my feelings, after much hesitation. She spoke in a somewhat coy tone. But Chanbi was drinking it like soda. These words successfully caught Gella's attention. She did things she would never normally do. As soon as Jong-ga returned his glasses, he couldn't hide his curiosity and immediately asked back, What did she do? Then Jong-ga without any hesitation pressed him. Do you really want to know? Seeing her smile so brightly, Go quickly admitted with a bright face, Yes, of course I want to know, but she coldly refused. I won't tell you. But Go still didn't give up on his intention. He persistently asked, But what did she do? Even though his pleas were unsuccessful, he eventually had to accept the cruel reality. Please, I don't know anymore. Amidst the continuous sound of rain, their conversation continued to echo. But you're really making me curious. I don't know anymore. Your reaction is so strange that I've lost interest too. Suddenly, Wooyik approached with an embarrassed face and softly spoke up, Two poor drowned sheep. At these words, Jong-ga unconsciously exclaimed, What? As soon as she saw him, Go couldn't hide his surprise and asked, Why are you so wet? You have an umbrella. Hearing that, Woo-ik quickly replied, "It's okay, I'll live." Immediately after, he handed over the yellow umbrella. "It's for you too." Woo-ik put his hands in his pockets acting cool. He innocently added, "This is Chanbi's, make sure to return it to Go when you drop him off." Jang-ga seemed unable to believe what she had heard. She kept asking back, "This is Chanbi's?" Seeing her curiosity, he kindly added, "Yes, I met her by chance. She told me to bring it to you too." Nevertheless, Jang-ga still couldn't hide her suspiciousness and softly mumbled, "But why didn't she bring it herself?" To this question, Woo-ik couldn't give a satisfactory answer. He said somewhat annoyedly, "How would I know? She was right nearby." The yellow umbrella was still tightly clutched in Go's hand. Woo-ik's clear voice surprised Jang-ga even more. "She just gave it to me and left quietly." She unconsciously revealed her foolish face. A thought quickly flashed through her mind. "All right, if that's what you want, I have nothing more to say. Keep staring at me." Under the small eaves, a woman's clear voice echoed, "Suddenly my body feels so heavy." The owner of that voice was him. She couldn't suppress her curiosity. But why was Chanbi in such a hurry? As soon as she finished speaking, Dong-wook next to her also nonchalantly replied, "I haven't asked her yet either." Hiram couldn't suppress her anger about what had happened. She continuously lamented, "Why are those pigs from that school trying to set her up with someone? They didn't even tell her beforehand. It's strange, really." Unlike before, this time Dong-wook also quickly agreed with her. "I think so too. Why are they meddling in other people's business like that? You should ask yourself that." Him couldn't hide her surprise at the words he uttered. She quickly reminded him, "It's probably best not to tell Gono, right?" At this, Dong-wook quickly praised her, "You're starting to think more maturely." As soon as he finished speaking, he was attacked by the other person. Him strictly reminded him, "Dong-wook, how about we ask Gono if Chanbi can come too, so she can hang out with us instead of with people who talk behind her back?" Hearing these words, Dong-wook stared blankly at him. But the words he uttered were full of seriousness. "That's her choice. We can't help it if she wants to maintain relationships with friends from other schools, not like some people who cut ties as soon as they change schools." These words made the other person curious. She suspiciously asked back, "Who are you talking about?" As soon as she finished speaking, Dong-wook nonchalantly informed her, "Who else? You too, of course." Suddenly a voice of admiration unexpectedly echoed, "This spot is still warm." Him quickly recognized his presence. She spoke mischievously, "Had enough? Stop peeking at your girlfriend. Your face looks funny." Hearing that, Woo-ik couldn't suppress his dissatisfaction and retorted, "What do you mean, peeking?" Their conversation accidentally reached the ears of Jang-ga and Go, who were nearby. "Don't tell Heeju." As soon as Hiram saw Jang-ga, she angrily pressed her, "Why is she here? Where's Chanbi?" To this aggressive question, she exclaimed in alarm, "My goodness, really? It's like the whole world is talking about Chanbi today." Immediately after, him informed her, "She called Go so urgently that we wondered what was wrong." She unconsciously mumbled with discomfort, "Besides, why are you doing such a thing, setting her up with someone else?" Throughout the entire process, Jang-ga's gaze never left Go. Witnessing this scene, Hiram couldn't suppress her dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "Don't meddle too much." "Nonsense." Immediately after, Jang-ga quickly pushed Go and left the spot. She spoke in a tense voice, "If you're not feeling well, just lie down and rest." Immediately after, she whispered to Hiram, "Don't talk nonsense like an idiot." However, she exclaimed in alarm, "My goodness, if Chanbi sees this scene." All of this scene entered Dong-wook's line of sight. He softly reminded them, "Stop pulling each other's hair." These words made Hiram freeze for a moment, but then she pointed at Dong-wook with her finger and shouted with a harsh face, "I told you not to talk about that. It's the darkest chapter of my life. I'm so embarrassed I could die." Inga, who witnessed the scene, stood to one side with a fake expression. She continued to tease, "Oh my goodness, what's so embarrassing? You were so cute back then. I clearly remember the day we first met. You chugged a bottle of soju trying to act cool and it was hilarious." At her words, Hiram's face turned red with embarrassment. Dong-wook calmly replied to her, "Yeah, I'm just hearing this story now." The bickering started again. "That fight back then also happened because you were trying to act cool, didn't it?" In a flash, Hiram managed to grab the other person's arm. At this action, she screamed, "What's wrong with this crazy guy?" Suddenly, Woo-ik, who was standing nearby, spoke with an innocent face, "Hi, Haju's friend, don't forget to return the umbrella to Chanbi." Inga asked again with dissatisfaction, "What's the big deal about an umbrella that you keep going on about it?" But Go from across quickly agreed, all right. Seeing her blank expression, Woo-ik slowly explained, "You don't know how meticulous he is with his belongings. Don't forget. It was only then that she finally said, all right. A little later, Chanbi returned here, carefully held out the umbrella and said in a low voice, "Thanks for lending it to me." Immediately after, Heeju stared intently at her and calmly replied, "That's not mine." At these words, Chanbi was startled. She unconsciously exclaimed, "Then whose is it?" Haju's gaze wavered slightly and she whispered, "It's Gyo-oppa's." Just then, someone was rummaging around looking for something. Seeing this, Chanbi quickly approached him. She said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I was in such a hurry I took it without asking." At this sight, Heeju, who was nearby, kept speculating. He definitely didn't say anything. Not long after, she turned her back intending to leave this place. "What a waste of time. I should stop by Woo-ik's for a bit and then go to the cafe to study." Suddenly, Heeju was drawn by Gio's voice from behind her. "You don't need to be so polite." But after these words, he fell into thought again under the curious gazes of Chanbi and Heeju. After much hesitation, Gio quickly continued, "If it's okay, could you help me a bit?" Suddenly, a hand gently touched his shoulder and at the same time a suspicious voice echoed, "Hey you guys." The owner of that voice was the male student in the wool hat. He rudely squeezed between Chanbi and Geo. It's a red light. It's surprising we got caught just for drinking a few cans of beer. The world is really harsh, someone shouted suspiciously. Then we really got caught? On the other side, someone said unpleasantly. People keep looking at us with disdain. Let's just act natural and leave. Let's meet at the place where we ate tteokbokki earlier. Suddenly, under the male student in the wool hat's encouragement, Chanbi and Geo walked together under one umbrella. Now let's start the play. She couldn't hide her surprise at what was happening before her eyes. The atmosphere between the two seemed very tense throughout the journey. Immediately after, Geo spoke first. You said you had something to ask me earlier. A slight awkwardness lingered on his face as he uttered these words. You also take the bus to school sometimes, right? While Chanbi was still blank and didn't understand what was happening, the other person continued. I've seen you a few times, you can do it. Geo's next action made her freeze on the spot. Chatty conversations kept echoing in Go's ears. Go, move over a bit. I came to return the umbrella. Don't step on my shoes. Good heavens, they're grown-ups but still like that. He squinted slightly, lost in an unpleasant thought. Annoying. The rain gradually stopped, but the sun began to shine again in the sky. A woman's voice full of surprise echoed from the school. Really, nothing happened. Not even with the new people. As soon as she finished speaking, Chanbi replied in a flustered tone. No, we just ate and chatted. Dune heard that and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Boring, just as I thought. Then that's fine. Suddenly Go came up from downstairs and it seemed he had heard everything they had just said. As soon as she saw him, Dune quickly spoke. Hi, you're here. You almost collapsed yesterday. Meanwhile, Go replied in a nonchalant voice while picking up a dropped notebook. I don't want to break my attendance record. As soon as she received the notebook from him, Chanbi asked in a flustered tone. Are you sick? Suddenly a clear voice echoed. Oh right, you still don't know. At the words she uttered, Go was startled. After meeting you yesterday, he's been struggling ever since. He's been lying down continuously from that day until now. He awkwardly looked away, trying to change the subject. Chanbi too felt quite flustered, even though she hadn't done anything. Suddenly Go spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. I took my medicine. I'm much better now. Chanbi also quickly agreed. Oh yeah, as soon as he took a step, he stumbled on the stairs. Then I'll go. Go was very flustered by what had just happened. In a flash, he rushed into the classroom amidst his friend's worried words. Dune, was he that sick yesterday? Inside the classroom, Go and Dong-wook were both holding their phones, but the two looked clearly different. Not long after, he composed himself again and started solving problems with both hands. In fact, this didn't last long. In a flash, Go gave up and lay down on his back. The atmosphere around him became increasingly heavy. Gello lay his head on the desk looking exhausted. Only negative energy continuously emanated from his whole body. Dong-wook quickly approached him. He said in a low voice, It's only stage 3, and the medicine has already worn off? At his worried words, Go replied with effort, looking tired. Now's the time. Immediately after, Dong-wook continued to press him. Are you going to last through PE in that state? But this time, Gello couldn't answer softly. He stammered in a low voice, probably. Suddenly, Him ran into the classroom. She shouted loudly, I'm so late. In a flash, she was caught by Dong-wook. He continuously scolded, You naughty girl, only crawling in now? And yet, nevertheless, Him continued to retort. My family thought it was Sunday today because I didn't go to school yesterday. Seriously. I woke up and my heart almost stopped. Oh my goodness. As soon as she broke free from his grasp, she quickly ran to Chanbi and hastily explained. Chanbi, I have to go to the corner for punishment. We met this morning. Hearing her words, she stood still for a moment, then softly replied, It's okay. I thought you probably overslept and missed the bus stop. It's fine. Suddenly, Dune entered. She said in a low voice, You're here. Hurry and change into your PE clothes. Immediately after, Him replied cheerfully, I'm all ready, but I need to stop by the staff room for a moment. She didn't forget to wave at Chanbi. Chanbi, Dune's calling. If you want to see me getting scolded from the front row, let's go together. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly stood up and said, You two go first. I'll follow after I finish this. Hearing her words, Hiram and Dune left the classroom. But they still didn't forget to remind her, You have to come quickly. Let's meet in the meeting room. Left alone, Chanbi smiled contentedly. The classroom door slowly closed. As soon as he saw the pile of items on the desk, a male student continuously opened his mouth. Look at this pile of snacks. Sang-jun stood behind Go with a dissatisfied face. Are you really not sick? Nevertheless, he continued to deny. It's not mine. He continuously defended the items on the desk. Someone must have mistaken me for someone else. Before he could finish speaking, Sang-jun interrupted. Or maybe it was left for you. Nevertheless, Go couldn't help but be suspicious. But who would do that and why? What for? Up until now, he kept speculating that it was because she was sick. Even Go felt these words were reasonable. He hesitated and replied, But what does that have to do with me? They must have mistaken the seat. Suddenly, a female voice screamed, That's yours. The owner of that scream was none other than Chanbi. She fiercely made Gono freeze for a moment. That's yours, oh my goodness. It's yours. I mean, it probably is. He looked at the other person in a flustered manner and asked in a low voice again. Really? Sang-jun, who was nearby, exclaimed in a flustered tone. You startled me. A male student from before wondered, why would someone give you something like this? Hearing the other person's question, Chanbi seemed flustered for a moment. After much hesitation, she explained, I don't know either. Someone asked about your seat and it must have been that person. This made Sang-jun even more curious. He followed up with an exclamation. What kind of person? A girl? What on earth is going on? As soon as he finished speaking, Chanbi quickly asserted that it was a boy. This sudden action startled Go. He looked at her with wide eyes and muttered in a low voice, "He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood today. Hey, did you hear that?" But Sang-jun, who was nearby, continuously whispered, "Someone secretly left those things for you." Even Dong-wook couldn't hide his fluster and exclaimed, "He's probably stressed because he's too tired from the warmth." Their conversation continuously echoed like that. Go exclaimed in surprise, "Are you already starting to study for the exam?" Meanwhile, Sang-jun exclaimed with dissatisfaction, "Ha, you only have a boyfriend." It was only then that Dong-wook, who was nearby, slowly reminded him. He said he forgot everything. Suddenly, he brought new information. He dropped some elective subjects after school. Sang-jun, who was nearby, continuously whispered, "Let me have some." This successfully caught Gelo's attention. He clearly thought he would go straight home and study as soon as he finished speaking. Dong-wook calmly said, "I heard he studies at a study room nearby. Didn't he tell you? You're too old-fashioned." At the words he uttered, Go listened and froze on the spot. Even the teachers must have felt sorry for him and dropped those subjects. It was only then that Sang-jun said in a low voice, "I understand too, he must have had a hard time because of the time spent commuting between home and school." After waiting for them to finish speaking, he slowly asked, "Should I try studying at a study room too?" Dong-wook heard this and couldn't help but be surprised. "But you have classes after school. Where do you have the time?" Nevertheless, Gelo still asserted, "I can study more after school. Why don't you study a bit more?" Suddenly, Sang-jun, who was nearby, interrupted, "But you don't even know where he studies." It was only then that Gelo's face still continuously showed determination. He seriously insisted, "I can study anywhere, or if that place is too far, I'll also drop some classes after school." At this point, Dong-wook no longer advised him. He directly said, "It looks like the teachers will let you rest, but it's your own doing. I mean, is it really necessary?" Sang-jun, who was nearby, also interrupted, "Poor thing, hang in there." Their laughter grew increasingly joyful. One of the two said calmly, "Did you think we were blind? No, you're fine just as you are." While lying in the nurse's office, Gelo still calmly ate some food. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. Is it really that obvious? Have I changed a lot? The more he thought, the redder his cheeks became. But Chanbi still doesn't know anything. She'll probably just think of me as a good friend. The nurse's office was silent at this time. Should I take another step forward? Go lay down, pretending to be asleep, but his head was continuously lost in thought. For now, let's leave it as it is. If he comes here, he'll also feel a lot of pressure. Chanbi's image suddenly came to his mind. If I really study in the same room as him, I should help him somehow. At that time, she wrote the two words break time on a piece of paper. Gelo thought so carefully, until the bag of snacks in his hand was completely empty, and after the exam, the warm sunlight outside continuously shone through the window. Not long after, the sky had already reached its peak. Chanbi was holding a thick stack of books in her arms, and her heart was churning like waves. "Oh my goodness, this is so annoying." She continuously recalled Go's languid appearance, and a thought quickly flashed through her mind. Having to keep seeing him like this, I'm going crazy. Then is this the feeling I have to endure? Suddenly, Inga appeared, and she said with an innocent bright smile, "Be Chanbi, are you ignoring me again?" Immediately after, Chanbi was startled and stepped back, then stammered, "Hi." Suddenly, the other person carefully asked, "Are you going home with that bag?" Hearing her words, Chanbi quickly explained, "I don't study after school either." Before she could finish speaking, Inga rudely interrupted. She said, "Oh, but yesterday was really fun, wasn't it? Nothing special happened." At the same time, a thought quickly flashed through her mind. Something did happen. Inga captured the sight of Chanbi and Gio sharing an umbrella, but still nothing happened, and it was the same as usual. Thinking this far, she quickly put her arm around Chanbi's shoulder and said in a gentle voice, "I have too much luggage." At this, she replied in a flustered tone, "I'm on my way to the study room." Hearing her words, the other person continuously admired, "You study so hard," but a mischievous thought came to her mind. "I wish Chanbi saw me going with Go, but it's no use no matter how much I prepare." Chanbi continuously felt flustered by the current situation. Suddenly a male voice was heard. "Why are you acting like a sinner towards me? Just act normal." "I'm still the same." She was startled to hear these words. Immediately, Chanbi waved goodbye at the station and left. "I have to go now. See you next time." Seeing her hasty departure, the other person unconsciously turned around. Before her eyes was Gelo's handsome face. She then looked at Chanbi and thought, "Look at her, she's still fidgeting, but at least she's trying. I have to give credit where credit is due." Inga was about to say something quietly, but swallowed her words, then finally opened her mouth. "What's wrong?" As soon as he saw her, Go couldn't hide his surprise. "Oh, what are you doing here by yourself?" Inga quickly approached him. She said quietly, "I was just looking around. You look much better." Hearing the mention of himself, Gelo skillfully changed the subject. The infirmary bed was quite soft. Suddenly, she got straight to the point. "I was on my way to your classroom to find you." At these words, Go quickly looked away and replied in an indifferent voice, "Oh really? Were you planning to come to our class?" But he quickly cut her off. "Never mind, forget it. I skipped my lunch break class. I told the teacher I was sick," Inga exclaimed in surprise. "Really? So you're going home to rest?" Hearing her question, Go immediately replied, "Not necessarily." These words unconsciously made the other person look downcast. She cautiously considered the situation. "So nothing's happening with Go? If I'd known this, I would have just slept. I was up all night planning, so I should do something fun while I'm here." Throughout his conversation with Inga, Go continuously looked towards the school gate. "Only today and tomorrow left. After that, I won't see her often." At this, she unconsciously clenched her hand, feeling slightly shy. After much hesitation, Inga blushed and cautiously opened her mouth. "You know tomorrow's the last day, right?" Do you want to skip our remaining classes and go play? I mean, you've already skipped anyway, but if you're tired, you don't have to. As soon as she finished speaking, Go, across from her, smiled brightly and replied, No, I'm perfectly fine, but I have to go to the study room today. These words made her freeze on the spot. Inga quickly left. She casually agreed with Go. Okay, busy boyfriend. Meanwhile, he kept calling from behind. Sorry, tomorrow's the last day, right? Let's go out and play tomorrow. At this, she quietly mumbled, Go away. Inga's face grew increasingly rigid. She thought to herself, study room. Her eyes widened in surprise. Study room? Nevertheless, Go said brightly from behind, Let's just go tomorrow. He continuously tried to make her laugh, but it backfired. I mean, how long has it been since we went out to play together? Let's go out and play like we did in middle school tomorrow. Eat delicious food, wander around, do all sorts of strange things. Yes, it's decided. Waiting for Go to finish speaking, she quietly replied, All right, let's go. As soon as he heard this, Go hurried down the stairs. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he called out Chanbi's name loudly. This urgent call made Chanbi bewildered. She unconsciously turned around. Wait! Seeing Go approaching her, she was even more surprised and quietly mumbled, Why are you alone? Aren't you going with Inga? The conversation between Go and Inga that Chanbi had overheard earlier was exposed. He asked back in surprise, You heard that? That was because of Inga. Suddenly he approached and offered help. But why do you have so many books? I'll carry them for you. In response to this offer, Chanbi unconsciously stepped back and firmly said, I can carry them myself. After that remark, the atmosphere between her and Go became very awkward. His outstretched hand unconsciously stopped in midair. Immediately after, Go spoke first. I heard you're skipping after-school classes and going to the study room. Hearing this, Chanbi quickly replied, Starting today. He continuously seemed flustered and his voice also faltered slightly. So today's the first day. I was thinking of signing up too and trying it out for a month for the exam. At the series of questions pouring from him, Chanbi just bowed her head and fidgeted. Where do you study? Suddenly she opened her mouth. Did you cancel your plans with Inga because of this? But Go quickly became embarrassed and corrected himself. It's more like prioritizing. These words made her freeze for a moment, and even the smile on her face twisted awkwardly. However, she soon regained her composure and quietly said, I study at a study room near hair salon. It's on my bus transfer route home, but you also have cram school after school, so you'll have to find a place that's open after the last bus. The place I go to would probably be too far for you. Go listened carefully to what she was saying and finally came to his own conclusion. It takes about 40 minutes to walk from here to hair salon. At his words, Chanbi unconsciously fell into thought. I could walk. She continuously felt flustered upon hearing that. Then should I study there too? It would be like getting some exercise. Besides, you study there too. After much hesitation, Chanbi asked directly with a slightly awkward expression, Really? But why? I mean, isn't it inconvenient for you? Her gaze continuously darted elsewhere as if trying to avoid the other person's scrutiny. Besides, if there's someone you know next to you, you won't be able to concentrate. When I need to focus on studying, my hands might get itchy and I might want to play around. I don't have strong willpower. That's my problem too. Meanwhile, Go carefully picked up a piece of paper that had fallen to the ground. But I mean, what's the benefit of studying in the same place? Suddenly someone sighed and Go couldn't hide his fluster as he looked at Chanbi. He thought to himself, I guess I went too far. At this, he completely agreed with her. You're right, it's precious time for both of us. The words she had uttered earlier continuously lingered in his mind. I'll find a closer place. These words unconsciously made Go think, why did I mess everything up like this? I haven't even come to my senses yet. I should have gone to rest. Rest, get a grip and rest. I need to get a grip. At the same time, Inga was lying on her desk intently looking at the phone in her hand. She was feeling joyful right now. So it's tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day. Suddenly a text message appeared on the screen. Kongelo, or should we meet right away today? These words made her freeze on the spot and she cursed inwardly. Damn it, Inga kept typing and deleting. I have to go to the study room. The study room. But in the end what she sent was, What are you doing? Inga pushed the door open, still panting. She thought to herself, what on earth happened with the study room plan? She quietly asked Go, who appeared calm but clearly a little downcast, but why is the atmosphere so gloomy? A moment later, the subway ceiling lights lit up brightly. At this he was still downcast and thoughts continuously swirled in Inga's mind. Didn't he promise to study with her at the study room? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Suddenly Go looked up and his eyes shone brightly. No, these words startled her. Before her eyes, bustling streets and crowded shops unfolded, but Inga was satisfied and thought happily. All right, I won't ask. Since he's back to his lively self, the two arrived at a store with a queue and she exclaimed, This place has become so famous now. It used to be a place only I knew about. Go was surprised. Wait, when did the price go up? And Inga bought one ice cream roll topped with strawberries. Oh well, that's life. I understand. Besides, the food is still as good as ever, so no complaints. Look, it's full of toppings. He picked up the ice cream roll and bit into it. I don't know why my friends don't like this food. She took a picture with her phone before eating. Gello recalled how his guy friends had grimaced and refused when he offered them this food. I'd rather buy stones with that money, they had said. I'd rather order more dumplings. Good heavens, it's so sweet. Inga heard that and gave him a sympathetic look. Just leave them alone. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. At this, he replied contentedly. Yeah, suddenly, she said again. You know, you got me addicted to this food. Go raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Sounds like an old story. You bought it for me the first time, right? Suddenly, Inga hesitated. Did you get tricked by those kids and lose your money and then pay for it yourself again later? He held up the ice cream roll in his hand and she said again, that kid tricked me out of my money and you paid for both of them. A few seconds later she was startled. Wait, actually no one tricked anyone. You gave them the money yourself, but why do you think I was tricked? Go thought again and replied, I thought the situation was too suspicious back then. A small girl surrounded by tall big kids and the way they were talking made me imagine all sorts of things. She said, how much money do you have back then? He asserted. I could never believe you were part of that group. At this, Inga shouted angrily. Small girl, we were the same height back then, she remembered clearly. Go was less than 158 centimeters tall in 6th grade and always sat in the front row. At that time he came over in fear and Inga told him, you were a small weak kid and you came running to give money even though no one asked, with your legs trembling. After handing over the money, Go forcefully pulled her away from the dangerous spot. What followed was an unforgettable sight. Inga was blank. I still clearly remember you standing there dazed when you found out you lost your money. His face was as dark as if the sky had fallen. When Go's eyes welled up with tears, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Hey, take it back. Hearing his words, he immediately turned around, and Inga said irritably, who would covet your money? On the contrary, he was still blank. She hesitated. You know, before that day I didn't even know who you were. Now that I think about it, Inga might have been a little shy or even unaware that they went to the same school. Returning to reality, she thought incomprehensibly. Who bullies and extorts money on the streets these days? Go tried to argue. But I saw it. She was still curious. But why did you recognize me? Why did you save me back then? He replied, tearing the ice cream roll wrapper. Of course I know you, he mumbled without stopping. How could I not know you? Time went back to the past. Go was less than 158 centimeters tall in 6th grade and always sat in the front row. On his way home from school in a hurry, he kept saying, I'll pay you back, and bumped into the chair in the corner where the girl was sitting. He hurriedly opened his mouth. Sorry, Inga looked up and said, slightly displeased, what's this? And then, without saying a word, she put her face down again and went to sleep. On another day, she was knocking over desks and chairs in a rage, standing in front of a male student. Don't you know me? Inga's face was strange and her voice was cold. I told you not to mess with me again. After that naturally followed the male student's violent attacks and screams and Go and everyone there trembled with fear. So when she returned the money, he recalled that incident and trembled as he reached out to take it. Seeing his scrutinizing expression, Inga asked incomprehensibly, what are you looking at? She seemed to notice the ice cream shop on the street corner and realized, that, you want to eat it? And Inga bought ice cream for both of them. She nudged Go's shoulder with her elbow, frowned and asked curiously, but why did you save a troublesome kid like me? Returning to reality, he shook his head and replied, who knows? Hearing this, she also just nodded. Oh, thank you so much. Inga suddenly recalled that incident and said, but now that I think about it, I bought you with your own money back then. It probably wasn't with my money. Go smiled brightly. Really, you remember? A moment later, he suggested. What should we do now? Go see a movie, she refused without thinking. I don't like sitting in one place for a long time. Besides, movies take too much time. Hearing this, Go looked up and retorted. You think so, but we still have a lot of time. These words made Inga shout. I'm not watching a movie. They passed by shops like that. She kept suggesting they walk and stop if they saw anything interesting. He compromised and replied, all right. A moment later, Go opened his mouth again. Inga glanced at him incomprehensibly, and he pointed to the brightly lit shop across the street. That's your regular spot. It's changed a lot. She also followed his gaze. Yeah, it's newly renovated. It's much bigger now, Inga continued. They should give me an award of appreciation or something since I bought all my earrings there. Go stared intently at the displayed earrings. I shouldn't tell you, but I feel obsessive every time I pass by this place, she asked curiously. How? Why? He pointed to Inga's ear and explained, I got traumatized when I saw you get your ear pierced back then. Now when you're stressed, do you pierce your ear again? As soon as he finished speaking, she touched her ear again, like this. Go couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I saw a new one on your left. You even pierced your cartilage. Were you that stressed? At these words, Inga was slightly downcast. There's always a problem. After that, she calmly informed him. I'm thinking of getting one more. Suddenly, she suggested, should I get it pierced right now? He just stared blankly at Inga's swollen and torn cartilage. As soon as she finished speaking, Go jumped up. Where are you going? Your ear will fall off. The day grew darker and everything began to sleep. In her small ear, there was one more earring with a red bone-like mark. Inga exclaimed in admiration, it's so pretty, I really love it. Then she turned to Go and reassured him, it's fine, don't exaggerate. You didn't used to care about things like this, did you? Or maybe there were just more important things back then, Go asked, seemingly unable to understand, and Inga suddenly looked up, realizing, oh, your girlfriend must have been waiting. Go nodded at her words. All right, she was waiting upstairs then. Inga's eyes widened and sparkled. Jung-ga shot him a fierce glare and he flinched. Go quickly changed the subject. Honestly, your ear looks like it's bleeding. Doesn't it hurt? This seems to help relieve stress, she replied calmly as if feeling no pain. Yeah, it really does. At the same time, Jung-ga looked up as if thinking of something. Go, walking beside her, asked, what is it this time, or do you not want to talk about it? Jung-ga replied immediately, you're not that interested either. Jung-ga explained a little shyly, I mean, you used to tell me things. Not anymore though. The bus lights flashed in front of them. She replied, I'll tell you. Someday, in about 5 or 6 years maybe, I think I'll be able to talk about it then. I'll tell you everything then, Go said in a voice full of curiosity. Tell me. Before he could finish speaking, Jong-ga's figure disappeared. Her voice echoed, There, we've arrived at our school. We really walked a long way. The large school appeared before them. Jong-ga asked worriedly, Are you okay? You're not too tired, are you? He replied, I'm really fine. Then where should we go now? She thought for a moment and suggested they buy some ice cream and walk along the river. Gono exclaimed in admiration, It's been a long time since we did that. He recalled the old days. We used to eat a whole tub of ice cream then. Gono's words suddenly cut off. And we ate it all. At this moment Jong-ga also glanced at the interior scenery. She turned around curiously and looked inside. Jong-ga's face was mischievous. He looked at her confused, seeing Chanbi and another male student sitting together inside. She quickly waved her hand, urging, Let's go. But Gono had already seen yesterday's picture. Chanbi inside was still oblivious, and Jong-ga muttered to herself. He saw it. He was still blank. They're going together. At this moment she was frozen, and inside she continuously shouted, I knew it. Why are they going together? Jong-ga looked at the opposite side again, wondering to herself, why are they like that? What are they doing? Go was still standing there blankly, and she wondered what Gono was thinking. What should I say now to get through this situation? Would he believe me if I said they just met yesterday and went out to play together? After a moment he spoke. Jong-ga, isn't that the guy Chanbi was introduced to yesterday? She was startled by his words. How do you know? Go froze again upon hearing that. So it was real. I didn't mishear. He remembered hearing about that male student who was trying to subtly link up with Chanbi during class. It really was that guy. Jong-ga quietly sighed. Oh no. Go disappeared from his side. As the wind brushed past, she was startled. Jong-ga stared blankly in that direction, and a few seconds later he appeared at the table next to Chanbi. Go spoke first. I was just passing by and happened to see you. Chanbi was blank, and Geo also looked up at him. I recognized him yesterday. Go seemed a little nervous. Hello, are you two studying? Jong-ga was also approaching from a distance. At this moment Chanbi snapped out of it and exclaimed, You? He avoided her gaze and pursed his lips. She asked curiously, What are you doing here? Everyone froze at the awkward atmosphere. She also stood still, her face red with embarrassment. Chanbi was just about to explain, We're not studying, we're… Geo interrupted before she could say anything. Kongelo, we seem to meet often. At these words Chanbi and Jong-ga looked at him, unable to understand, and Gono hesitated and apologized. His eyes were wide and he still didn't understand what those words meant when Geo spoke. You probably don't remember me, but actually, Min had to tell me for me to remember, he explained. We met before when you were Dohi's boyfriend, remember? You thought there was something going on between me and Dohi. And seeing Jong-ga's bewildered face, he realized it's probably not appropriate to bring up that story again right now. Chanbi, who was next to them, also looked on with great curiosity. After a moment he replied calmly, Yeah, you're right, that happened then. From that corner someone was coming this way. Go said nonchalantly, I met you then when I was Dohi's boyfriend. No one noticed Chanbi's face gradually darkening. I don't know what's happening. Geo also quickly replied, Ah, right, but he was still unperturbed. That happened. Go muttered to himself, Dohi, it's been a really long time since I heard that name again. Suddenly someone interrupted. Son Jong-ga and Kong Gono. Ah, then it's Jae-wook. He approached and asked, Why is it so noisy? Jong-ga was startled. Do you two know each other? Jae-wook friendly put his arm around Go's shoulder. We know each other a little too. We have memories of going to middle school together. Did you even say hello? Hearing that, he replied, He said he doesn't remember. Jae-wook asked back in surprise, He doesn't remember? Your girlfriend properly introduced you. Gono hesitated and stammered, Maybe it was because there were too many people then. Jae-wook was unable to understand, but at least you should remember this person. Suddenly Geo interrupted. Hey Jae-wook, he quickly said before he could say anything else, You broke up with Dohi then because you thought I was dating her. The words just kept coming. Jae-wook still didn't stop in the middle of a crowded school. You dropped a bomb and left. Jong-ga was startled by this incident, her mouth agape. Chanbi stared blankly with wide eyes. He was still complaining. Do you know how bad you were? You almost made Geo hide underground. Jae-wook still clearly remembered the bustling scene from back then. Everyone looked at him like he was a really bad guy. Go calmly countered, It was probably right for us to break up. His backpack strap was slightly clenched and he praised. You two really suit each other, Dohi. Back to reality, Geo helplessly raised his hand in the air. I was too flustered then to react properly. I should have explained immediately. At that time he just stood there understanding nothing and explained for a moment. I don't know if Dohi really dated someone else, but she and I were not in the kind of relationship you misunderstood at all. It's too late to say it now though. Finally Geo concluded, But I'm sorry. Hearing that, Go blushed and quickly said, No, it was my misunderstanding. And I jumped to conclusions. The other three just stared at him. Chanbi glanced back, seeing something. Go was still muttering. Because of me, she left and she must have experienced a lot of inconvenience. He approached Geo and said honestly, I was wrong then. He also replied, Really? At this Jong-ga interrupted. Why do you guys hang out with Heo Dohi? Jae-wook chuckled a few times. Maybe she has a wide network. Why are you here? Aren't you studying at Moksan? She explained. I came to the city with Kongelo. He came in after seeing these two and he asked back in surprise. Two of them. After that he glanced at him, implying something. Ah, so they were really friends. At these words Jong-ga leaned back slightly on guard and also clenched her backpack strap a little. Chanbi also looked up curiously. And Jae-wook admired again. I didn't know my ex-boyfriend also had such a wide network. He recalled the old days and said, I always heard Do-hee call him foolish and slow, so I really thought he was a problematic person. And Jae-wook patted Go's shoulder. Oh, you're taller than me now. You were like a child at first, but now Do-hee won't call you stupid anymore. Do you see him these days? At this situation, Jong-ga's face was flushed with anger and she tried to stop him. At this moment Chanbi spoke. Anyway, this can be said to be my first time meeting Kong-go. She glanced at him and said, then there's no reason to call someone stupid, right? But she also subtly reminded him, besides it's not good to gossip about others' affairs. As soon as she finished speaking, the other four widened their eyes. Jae-wook reacted first. He chuckled awkwardly a few times. It's really not good, I guess I thought we were too close. Jio also nodded. You're right, these kinds of stories should be kept quiet and not spread everywhere. But Chanbi was still looking at Go with an unpleasant gaze. Jong-ga also glanced sideways at him and she gently patted his shoulder. It's fine, Hiram fixed it. Do-hee isn't a problem anymore, so let's end it here. Jong-ga left first. We're going to keep going, goodbye, they also replied from that side. Bye. Nevertheless, seeing the three of them still sitting there, she felt a little confused inside. But why are those two together? It was truly a blessing from heaven. Go turned around and asked, but why are you three here? Chanbi hesitated and replied, we just met by chance. She glanced at Jio and explained, I was about to carry my luggage, but this person spilled everything on my book, so I was sitting and wiping it. After I tidy up my things again, I'll go to the library. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. I see, and the two of them went outside again. The street light illuminated a space. Through the glass, Chanbi watched the two of them from behind, deep in thought. So those two really were together that day. She probably got rejected. She quietly listened to the chatter from behind. Is he going out since his illness is cured? He played quite a lot. Where are they going next? How much longer will they stay? Why did they turn down that road? At this moment, Jio pressed. Jae-wook, why did you spill everything as soon as you saw them? There's no need to say it immediately, is there? He replied. You said you felt sorry for him, that you wanted to relieve his injustice. Hearing that, Chanbi interrupted. It's time to stop hesitating. The two froze, she continued without stopping. There's no need to be ashamed of this, just let them meet. Jae-wook had no reservations at all. Yeah, you're not deceiving anyone, just make it a little less awkward. And he blushed slightly. He revealed again. He went out to play yesterday, not to pick you up. At these words, Chanbi exclaimed in slight surprise. What? After a moment in the park, Jong-ga rested her hand on the ground in frustration. It's truly an unexpected situation. She couldn't understand. Why is Do-hee's story suddenly coming up? Go leaned against the exercise equipment and replied. It's a small world, so it's easy to understand such things. He looked up and judged. Chanbi probably went to the library. Jong-ga scolded unpleasantly. Don't ask, why don't you follow her to the end to make sure? You're dying of worry, aren't you? Gono blushed with embarrassment. The person I met yesterday I happened to meet again today, so maybe it's fate. She blatantly scorned him. You're not trying to hide that you like Chanbi from me, are you? As soon as she finished speaking, all that returned was his scratching head and awkward smile. Jong-ga asked, is it easier to admit? Gela replied, everyone knows. Hearing that, she also just looked up, rested her hand on the ground and patted her knee. And Jong-ga brought up the story of the blind date with Jio earlier. She explained, we set it up without Chanbi knowing. Min-hyun played this prank because his boyfriend's friends were suspicious. Thinking this far, Jong-ga was a little disappointed, but in the end nothing happened between the two of them yesterday. They didn't even exchange a proper word, so you don't have to worry. He was blank now, but she still didn't forget to defend herself. Besides, I had no idea the two of them would meet like that. Nevertheless, Jong-ga straightened up, a little worried. You clearly like that person. I don't have time for this. It's completely different from when you met Do-hee, that's why I recognized it immediately. Thinking this far, Go asked back in surprise. Really? He lay down and muttered, I see. These words startled Jong-ga. Hey, where are you going? A few seconds later, Gono jumped down. I'm going to buy ice cream. Is that old convenience store still there? She also found it. It's across the street. He suddenly looked back. Is it okay if I leave my bag here? Jong-ga walked quite calmly. Just leave it, Go continued. If it gets lost, it can't be helped. And she asked worriedly, are you really okay? So many things happened suddenly. He forced a smile and replied, I'm really okay now. I'm not affected by it as much anymore. Suddenly, Jong-ga spoke again. But you should have explained more immediately when you broke up. She brushed her hair back a little cautiously. You were just like a fool back then, jumping to conclusions after seeing it once. But Do-hee also cleverly made it seem like she had someone else, and you even saw her with a guy a few times. Why didn't you say anything? Go blushed and kept walking forward. It's fine, I also just watched a few times and made my own decisions. Anyway, what happened with that person was shocking. What else could I do? As soon as he finished speaking, she couldn't suppress it and covered her head, shouting, my embarrassing side was exposed again. I told you not to bother me. Nevertheless, Jong-ga didn't forget to praise him. But you did well to run right over and ask earlier. She habitually touched her ear. Gono had expected Jong-ga to be sitting blankly, but she was entirely different from the time with Heo Do-hee. Jong-ga asked curiously, this time you really like her, right? Simultaneously, he lowered his hand, retracted it, and wore a happy expression. Gono explained, yeah, probably. I don't want to end up misunderstanding things by just sitting around blankly. I don't want to go through that again. At these words, Jong-ga was quite surprised. He tightly clasped his hands, hoping that his earlier question to the two of them hadn't been too aggressive. Did he look that flustered back then in the restaurant? She gave a thumbs up. Oh yes, Gono felt a little deflated. Really, he then muttered to himself. I need to practice keeping my expression calm, but in front of Chanbi I always act like I'm broken. He wondered, is this what happens when you like someone? Jongga bowed her head and said nothing. Gono was still quite excited. Before he could finish speaking, a hand seemingly from nowhere struck him. But Jongga touched her forehead and stopped. All right, that's scary. Why are you asking me about those kinds of symptoms? She continued, pointing at his face, and reminded him, in the future it would be better to talk less about Chanbi. To help him understand, Jongga's finger pointed behind him again, adding, besides, there's already a convenience store behind you, so you don't need to cross the street. Gono exclaimed in surprise. Huh, when did this appear? Is it really okay to be this convenient? She replied, of course it is. Behind a corner of the building, Chanbi was already standing there. Her whole body trembled and she slightly hid behind the corner. When the two still didn't notice her, she sighed in relief. I almost ran into them. Chanbi plopped down, her face as red as a tomato, then she went elsewhere. On the long staircase leading to the riverside, she just stood, gazing at the blue river, and muttered to herself, why did I suddenly come here? Just then a yellow light flashed, brightly illuminating the riverside trees. Going back to earlier, Chanbi suddenly stood up in surprise. A blind date? Why me and that person? She asked, embarrassed. Why is everyone doing such things without even telling me? Jongga replied in surprise. I don't know either. I was just invited. Why don't you ask the person who arranged the outing directly? Chanbi asked again in a slightly trembling voice. The person who arranged it, you mean? Going back after she left sipping coffee, she muttered about Min Heju and Sun Jongga. And then Chanbi continued to fiddle with the railing, wondering inwardly. Are they trying to exclude me? Am I such a nuisance? She continued to think, leaning against the railing. I need to maintain some distance, but I don't know how to treat that kid. Nevertheless, she was still slightly flustered. Honestly, I still can't believe that kid likes me. Suddenly, Chanbi saw Jongga and Gono in the park across the way and immediately crouched down to observe them. They came here? Immediately after, Chanbi quickly hid herself as if she were concealing herself. I should just observe the two of them and see what they're up to. Returning to the present, the moment she stood by the riverside, the water suddenly rippled. In the puddles on the roadside, freshly made footprints were clearly visible. On Chanbi's slender long leg there was already a bleeding scratch, and raindrops continued to trickle down. The coffee cup in her hand was stained as if it had been spilled. She opened her mouth in bewilderment. What is this? Standing in a corner of the darkness, Chanbi muttered to herself. He must really like her. I shouldn't have gone. The next morning, when Gono arrived in the classroom and opened his bag, he was still curious. Why did Sun Jongga suddenly get angry yesterday? Fiddling with his bag strap with his other hand, he muttered to himself. Why is she suddenly like this? Just then, someone shouted from above, Go outside and stand there. It turned out to be the teacher, scolding in an angry voice. Don't unpack your bag, just stand there. He and the two others who were late all replied in unison, yes. Suddenly, Gono glanced inside and, seeing other students doing something, wondered, Teacher, why are they moving the desks and chairs? The teacher replied, From today, you'll sit as if you're taking an exam. Everyone needs to realize that it's time to prepare for the final exams. She stood by the window and reminded everyone, Everyone sit according to your numbers. As soon as she finished speaking, he was startled. Gono objected, Do we really have to sit by number? From afar, Hiram rushed over in a hurry, late. The teacher immediately grabbed her. What have you been doing until now? She replied, holding up the drink can in her hand. I really wanted to drink this. As soon as she finished speaking, Hiram's whole body slipped. The drink can also slipped from her hand and fell. Then she plopped down on the floor. The teacher covered her mouth in admiration. Oh my, it seems the hallway is slippery because of the rain. I'll wipe it. Everyone nearby reminded her. Teacher, shouldn't you ask the student if she's okay first? Afterwards, all the students in the classroom wondered, Teacher, what difference does it make to sit like that? The teacher replied, Small changes can lead to big changes. Suddenly, it poured outside. Gono still nonchalantly measured the distance between himself and Chanbi, muttering to himself. Just right, a distance that won't bother her. He then muttered to himself, It's okay if it gets a little further, I can go first. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he opened his mouth. Oh right, I have something to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Chanbi looked up and gazed at him. Gono called Wuyik. Hey, how did that blind date you set up for Chanbi go? Wuyik replied as if he had just remembered. It didn't just go well, it was a disaster. He looked at him and asked, How did you know? He explained. I heard that guy was amazing, but in the end, the two of them couldn't say anything. Chanbi must have put up a wall around herself. At this rate, I don't know who she'll ever be able to date. Then Wuyik passionately acted, suddenly collapsing. I even eagerly recommended him to Heju, told her it was a great opportunity, but that kid ended up blowing the chance. What a huge loss. Dong-wook heard that and chuckled mischievously. The rumors are going to spread far and wide today, he thought to himself. What's he so worried about? Wuyik scratched his head and spoke. Ouch, Gono asked. Are you okay? The hallway is slippery today. Just then someone approached and patted his shoulder. It turned out to be Dong-wook. Gono, nothing really happened. I didn't tell you because I thought you'd be flustered, but didn't your friend tell you? Gono hesitated and replied, No. Seeing him, Dong-wook wondered again. Why are those people doing something that nobody asked them to do? Suddenly a foot came from below and tripped both Gono and Dong-wook. Wuyik feigned innocence with a naive smile. It's slippery. Sorry. Dong-wook angrily chastised him. Why did you trip someone, you giant psycho? The person sitting next to him also said to Wuyik with annoyance, Stop laughing and set up the trash can, Weik replied while doing so. Alright. Just then, a slender long shadow approached and caught Gono's attention, and he sharply turned his head. Hiram said teasingly, "Fools falling on their butts." Chanbi just quietly stared at him. This incident made Gono's face flush red with such embarrassment that he wanted to disappear into the ground. Dong-wook repeated blankly, "It's the first time a fool has fallen on his butt." She still looked at him calmly, saying nothing. His face flushed red again, and he inwardly cried out, "I'm dying of embarrassment." Just as Gono was about to speak, Chanbi quickly passed by, and Hiram called out in surprise, why don't you go together?" After the two disappeared, Weik sighed in relief as if freed. "That startled me. She suddenly appeared," Dong-wook also continued. "Yeah, now I have to go back and get the documents. You crazy bastard, you said you'd hand them out then. Why weren't they distributed in the hall?" Outside it was still pouring rain, and other students took shelter by the roadside. The hall was full of people, everyone looking for their spot. Dong-wook couldn't stand it and pinched his nose in annoyance. "Damn, the smell is overwhelming. It's really terrible." Gono also felt it and suggested they go in a little later. Looking up, Weik judged, "The smell is probably worse because of the rain." He immediately exclaimed, "I don't want to go in." Suddenly, Chanbi ran towards him, covering her face with her hand, but her gaze continuously avoided him. She didn't look him straight in the eye. Gono didn't understand what was happening with this behavior, but as soon as he saw Chanbi, his face flushed red. At this moment, he noticed the wound on her leg. "When did you get hurt?" "I didn't see it yesterday when we met," Chanbi replied nonchalantly. "I just scratched it lightly on my way to the self-study room after you guys left." As soon as she finished speaking, Gono exclaimed in surprise, "Then your house is so far, how did you endure it?" Then she bowed her head, looking a little deflated. "Such a small wound is fine." Hearing that, he still stubbornly asked. Just then, Chanbi interrupted him. "I need to go inside." Immediately after, two male students running on the playground strongly bumped into her back, making her scream in pain and her whole body recoil. Gono was surprised, but the moment she was about to fall onto him, he quickly spread his arms and caught Chanbi. Both their faces were flushed red. Amidst the pouring rain, after a long while, he asked, "Are you okay?" A long silence followed, and it seemed as if there would be no answer, but Chanbi replied with a sniffle. Afterwards, Gono didn't forget to remind her, "You're busy and having a hard time again these days, aren't you? If it's too difficult, talk to me. Keeping it to yourself will make you sick." "Oh," and he crossed his arms and held them above his face, shielding Chanbi's face from the rain, and still shyly said, "You're getting rained on. Hurry and go inside." Gono explained again, fearing she might not understand him. "Into the building, I mean." Suddenly, Chanbi reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him violently. "You go in too." As they entered, he turned around very coldly. "I'm leaving." Suddenly, Weik shouted loudly from afar, "Yes, Kong Gono, you have to do it too." Dong-wook reminded him, "If you're done playing around, come here." A friend nearby asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly standing out in the rain?" Hearing that, he also approached. "What are you guys doing?" Weik explained. "Whoever loses has to run over there, touch it, and come back." A moment later, the hall was full of people, everyone utterly exhausted. "They haven't even turned on the air conditioner yet. Where's our class? Does anyone have a pen? Bring the teachers. I didn't bring one." Chanbi was still sitting in a corner, her face flushed, when a familiar voice was heard. "Our class is here. It's all ready. Hurry and come in." Gono pointed to the empty seat next to her and asked, "Can I sit here?" As the voice grew closer, her face flushed even more and her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and so Chanbi plopped down, her face still hot. "What is this? He even offered to help because of this?" Elsewhere, Jongga was cleaning, and her ear piercing from last night throbbed again. She kept touching it. Seeing that, Gono said worriedly, "That's what happens when you keep touching it. What's wrong? Are you worried? Is it because today's the last day of coming to Moxon High School?" At these words, Jongga muttered with annoyance, "What's there to worry about? It's just the last day." A moment later, it was still raining under the umbrella, and Jongga opened her mouth curiously. "Why are we going this way today? Aren't you taking your glasses?" Hiram glanced over and replied, "I need to confirm attendance one last time." Only then did she close her umbrella. "What's there to worry about? It's still pouring rain outside," Hiram asked as she passed through the hallway. "Aren't you going to the self-study room today? I heard you were staying late to study more tonight." Chanbi nodded. "Just today." When class ended, everyone started going home. "I'm going home now." Chanbi and Gono simultaneously stood up from their desks. In his hand, his phone was still held. It turned out Gono was texting Jongga, but she wasn't replying and wasn't in the library. He glanced around and thought, she definitely came. Earlier, his two friends had also been certain she was somewhere. A moment later, Gono went back to the school library. After looking around, he found she wasn't here either, and so Gono walked along wearily, lost in thought. Even though today is the last day, from behind, Chanbi followed him, judging. Is he looking for Jongga? Then she wondered a little. Where has Jongga been all day? I usually run into her often, but today she's nowhere to be seen. Just then, someone appeared behind Chanbi. Hello. At this moment, the rain had stopped outside, but it was still cloudy. Jongga replied to Gono's text as she walked. Are you looking for me? Why don't you do that more often? Suddenly, she cried out helplessly. But what can I do? I originally didn't plan to meet anyone today. I wanted to end the last day without seeing anyone, and so Jongga walked unsteadily down the hallway, calculating inwardly. Avoiding other people is tiring too. It's probably best to go back to my seat now. Suddenly she stopped short in surprise. Before her eyes were Chanbi and a male student. Jongga recalled when Shin-jin had come to ask her for help and his cheeks had flushed red with embarrassment. Please help me, she thought, frowning. In the end she just complains and then does it herself. Suddenly she slightly frowned as if remembering something. I tried not to meet anyone. Over there, Chanbi was listening to Shin-jin's question. B. Chanbi, why are you here? Are you looking for Sun Jong-ga? She's not here. Suddenly, he brought up another topic, looking slightly disappointed. You still haven't accepted my follow request, Shin-jin brazenly suggested without stopping. Didn't you see the notification? Today is our last day here. Let's keep in touch. He even got quite excited and his face flushed red. You come with me too. Chanbi said nothing. From over there, Inga also thought, annoyed. Can't you see Chanbi's uncomfortable? At this, she opened her mouth and asked, Who are you? At the same time, Inga also approached and asked, Chanbi, what are you doing here? How did you know about my Instagram? Naturally, Go was bewildered, and Shin-jin froze awkwardly. Then she noticed Inga next to her and turned around. Oh Inga, where were you? I was busy looking for you, Chanbi asked. At this, Inga asked, as if unable to understand, Why were you looking for me? Suddenly, Chanbi, a little flustered, said, Well, I have something to tell you. After that, the two rounded the corner and walked together. Inga reminded her. Forget about what that kid said earlier. He's a bit strange. Chanbi nodded. I forgot. Standing at the corner of the stairs, the two fell into silence like that, and Inga wondered, unable to understand what was going on. Suddenly, Chanbi spoke first. Are you going somewhere with Gono again today, like yesterday? Inga asked, as if unable to understand. Why are you curious about that? As soon as she finished speaking, she blushed and avoided her gaze. Because you two seemed to be really enjoying yourselves yesterday. And today's the last day. Hearing this, Inga asked, Is that what you wanted to say? Chanbi tilted her head and retorted, No, it's not that. It's that I heard you were trying to set me up with someone yesterday. She referred to yesterday's events. With Gio. Why did you suddenly do that? This startled Inga, who wondered inwardly, where do they all hear these stories? Then she hesitated and opened her mouth. That was Min Heju. She explained that Heju had said, She's worried because you and Wuik have been friends since you were little. This startled Chanbi. Ha, Inga explained in detail. So Heju tried to set you up with someone who matched your taste. She thought that if you had a boyfriend you wouldn't turn your attention to anyone else. Chanbi stammered, What's my taste? After that, something occurred to her. Why is Heju worrying about such useless things? A moment later, Inga replied, I was the one who brought it up first. Inga confessed, I thought if you had someone else by your side, Gono would give up. For a moment I had such a foolish thought. Inga muttered helplessly, I must have been crazy back then. Hearing this, Chanbi scratched her head. Well maybe, anyway we're still doing well so it's fine. Her eyes widened and suddenly Chanbi was a little curious. Does Gono know about these blind date things? This startled Inga, who looked up at Gono. Inga asked back, What if he knows? Chanbi replied, I just thought it might be a bit awkward, but Inga informed her, He knows everything. Chanbi was startled. He knows everything, Inga explained again. He knew everything yesterday. Even when he was getting involved between the two of them, he no longer cared about his relationship with his ex-girlfriend. He was just worried about you and that guy. After chatting for a long time, Inga seemed to notice something. But you seem to be concerned about Kong Gono again, don't you? As soon as she finished speaking, Chanbi blushed as if her inner thoughts had been exposed. Outside, it started to rain again, and raindrops splattered on the ground. Inga broke the silence and opened her mouth. I'm going to ask you something. Inga was a little curious. Are you really going to help me? Are you really okay knowing that he likes you? She asserted. I haven't heard a clear answer yet. Chanbi slightly lowered her head, her eyes wide as if hesitating, and her sweat-soaked hands were intertwined. Well, I wanted to help, she confessed to herself. I thought you two were close friends and had a lot in common, so you'd be a good match. So I decided to help. I really decided, Chanbi repeated. I decided. She blushed and slowly raised her head. Perhaps this isn't entirely unrelated to me. At this, sweat poured down her face. I don't think I'm clear-headed enough to help you. Chanbi's nasal voice blended with the sound of the rain outside. I'm sorry. Chanbi calmed down for a moment, and Inga opened her mouth. So now I've finally gotten an answer. Suddenly, Inga slammed her hand on the stair railing next to her and shouted loudly, If you had felt that way earlier, you should have told me sooner. You should have told me sooner. Look me in the eye. Do I have to pry out every single word? Inga, slightly annoyed, pointed directly at Chanbi's face and questioned her. How can you properly help me with such an ambiguous attitude? You're just excited about the idea of us being together. Chanbi blushed and stepped back. Me? Inga asked loudly again. Besides, do you really believe that I asked for help because I thought something would happen if you interfered? At this point, Inga looked dejected. It was just nonsense, I blurted out thoughtlessly. I already knew this wouldn't work out. I'm a bad person. Inga grabbed Chanbi's cheeks with both hands. I tried to provoke you to satisfy my selfish desires. Then Chanbi opened her mouth. If I really did that, Chanbi wondered. Why are you saying Kong Gono likes me? If you hadn't said anything, I could have continued to live comfortably, knowing nothing about the situation or my feelings. But Inga turned away as if she had done the right thing. You're so indifferent when talking about other people's feelings. Suddenly, Inga seemed to realize something and asked back, But you said earlier that I and he are the same. The same. Inga wondered, how are he and I the same? Inga asserted again, how can his foolish kindness and my hypocritical kindness be the same? On the other hand, Gelo was talking to someone in the hallway, looking quite cheerful and tilting his head to laugh. Meanwhile, Chanbi argued, because you're both similar, even if you say you're hypocritical, I think you're both similar to me. You're both kind kids. These words made Inga admire inwardly. Amazing, building that darn rapport. Over here she was also embarrassed. I was so flustered that I knew nothing, yet I interfered and offered to help. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Inga cut her off. Stop saying you're sorry, Inga said. Even if you do nothing, I'm the one who interfered, knowing nothing. This was because Inga had seen Chanbi and Gelo being quite affectionate in the library. Or when she saw them walking together on the school grounds. While she was still dazed, Inga shrugged and said, such things are natural. A moment later, Inga had already decided. Now that you know everything, Inga turned around and said, let them sort it out themselves. I'm leaving, but Inga suddenly stopped. After that, while Chanbi was wondering, she turned around. Inga reminded her, don't let the feelings you've hidden for so long be in vain. Be thankful for your past self-struggles. After that, she ran off energetically, not forgetting to tease Kongono. He really likes you. Finally, she sang cheerfully, I'm really leaving. Chanbi was still left behind, blushing and surprised. Time flowed on and she also started studying. Next to her, someone was talking. You worked hard, studying all night for the exam. Immediately after, Gelo pushed him away. You'll have to do it soon too. Go over there and be quiet. This action further flustered Chanbi, who quietly replied. He returned to cheer her on again. Hang in there. Her cheeks flushed red again. Her eyes stared blankly into space and she lowered her head, making it impossible to understand what Go was thinking. After that, an awkward scene followed, and he just stood there motionless, and Chanbi thought as if he were steaming. Why is he like that? The class content was projected on the whiteboard, and finally there was a thank you note to the listeners. The instructor concluded, thank you for listening to my story. The teacher kindly informed them, you can submit your feedback later. The entire class replied in unison. Yes, downstairs everyone was chattering happily. Someone was diligently writing answers. It's really nice here. As he said that, the phone screen next to him suddenly lit up with a text message notification. Inga bit the tip of her pen slightly and thought with a satisfied smile, I think everything's been neatly wrapped up, right? On the phone screen was Gelo's appointment reminder. Inga asked herself, Chanbi, you don't have to meet Kongono anymore, do you? In the end, Inga packed her things and got up from her seat, satisfied with her plan, and was about to say goodbye, just saying she was busy. She pulled her chair and announced, I'm leaving first. Hearing that, the friend next to her said, let's go together. But Wooyuk waved his hand to stop her. Let her go. A moment later in the hallway, someone called out to Sun Jong-ga, Sejin, are you going alone? I was waiting for the others. Inga replied cheerfully, then let's all wait together. Suddenly, that kid shamelessly said again, you were quite surprised earlier too, weren't you? Why didn't Chanbi recognize me? Inga still maintained a hypocritical smile. Sejin speculated. Perhaps she has memory issues. We talked a few times, he continued. How nice it would have been if she remembered. I could have tried harder. Why couldn't I lead the conversation more smoothly? Sejin even sounded accusatory. I'm really disappointed, so disappointed. Inga tried to hold it in but muttered, even if I did that, nothing would change. Suddenly he asserted arrogantly, you're acting like this because you don't like me talking and laughing with other girls, aren't you? He even deliberately revealed, oh, you're cold to other guys but you smile at me. She was angry inwardly, clutching her backpack strapped tightly. There's always someone like this trying to flatter me. Shin Jin continued to mutter. Should I just put everything aside today and confess honestly? Inga muttered inwardly. Don't approach my classmate. You make me uncomfortable and your existence means nothing. But why are you blaming me? That I only smiled at you? Crazy. He's not stopping yet. He might get hit if he keeps talking. Unable to hold it in, she looked up and shouted, hey? Then Go leaned his face in, and without knowing when he had arrived, he laughed cheerfully, tilting his head. I finally found you. You weren't in the library and you didn't reply to my text. Where did you go? Inga was a little startled and didn't react for a moment. Go raised both arms like a child. I finally found you. Seeing that, Sejin was about to leave. Then goodbye. Then Inga reached out and called, wait, listen to me. Inga warned in a cold voice, that will never happen. Stop talking nonsense. After that, she immediately pulled him away and he was bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. When only the two of them were left, Go wondered, why are you angry again? Your temper hasn't calmed down yet, has it? Inga replied, I can't control it either. Seeing that, he suggested, want to stand in the rain to cool off? She looked up at the sky and said helplessly, just stay put. Inwardly she thought, I wasn't going to meet anyone anyway. Then Go asked, where were you all day today? Inga replied briefly, I had something to do. After that, he speculated, Chanbi seemed to be looking for you too. Inga nodded. Actually, she came to say goodbye. At the unexpected news, Go was quite surprised, and he said a few good words about Chanbi. It seems like the reason she's staying after school to study something she never did before is because of you, don't you think? I told you Chanbi cherishes you, Inga continued triumphantly. Yeah, I know. I've built up quite a rapport. He nudged her side with his elbow and asked, like when you dealt with those weirdos around her. Inga wondered, did she tell you? Go nodded. She told me. I heard a lot happened when you two first met and went to cram school together. Inga habitually touched her ear, a little shy. It's not like I dealt with them, it's just that they were doing weird things to the freshmen, so I went and said a few words. Go continued, she said she was really grateful to you. She said that after you just smiled and said a few words they stopped their weird behavior. She said that. At that time, Inga had kindly reminded them with a friendly expression, "It's not good to say things you can't say in front of others." He hesitated. Since we go to the same school, I knew they would do such foolish things." Aha, Inga laughed a few times awkwardly. "I didn't know she saw that." After that, she lowered her head, lost in thought. After that, she admitted to herself, "I learned a lot thanks to her." Inga realized her change. "I improved my image and my life became much more comfortable." This also quite surprised Gello. "I didn't expect you to accept that." Inga unfolded her umbrella and replied, "So it had good results, really good in many ways." Inga also had to admit that everything was really good. Suddenly she said a little loudly. Of course Inga was flustered and sometimes she just stood in the rain. "Let's go now. Everyone said they'd be down soon but I don't see them yet." "Or maybe they've already left," he nodded in reply. Go also went down the stairs. "See you next time," Inga asked uncomfortably. "I told you to go. Will we really meet again? If I don't contact you first, you'll never meet me, right?" He approached her closely and asserted, "I will." Suddenly, Inga seemed to praise him. "You've also tried very hard." These words also made Go smile. Inga gripped the umbrella handle tightly. "There's a lot to learn, but it's not working out." He also recognized himself well and replied, "If I try to teach you, you'll only get more angry. And it was really good in many ways to confide everything in you. Thank you for putting up with me." He paused for a moment and then replied, "Yes, you just need to understand in the end." Gono left first. "I'll contact you first. Really take care of yourself." Inga was left alone, just standing and looking at the water beneath her feet, thinking, "A good person, I need to become the kind of person he wants." Inga stretched and murmured to herself, "All right." Suddenly, Gello leaned his face in again. He was quite curious. "Why have you been like this since yesterday? Are you still angry?" She was too surprised to react. It was a long time before she replied, "No, I knew Chanbi liked you even before she lost her memory, but I pretended not to know as if it wasn't happening." Inga hung her head in dejection. "Kongono doesn't know either," she continued uneasily. "I acted as if nothing had happened. I even forced Min Heju to arrange that blind date for her. I didn't want to lose you like I did with Heo Dohi." These words startled him and he was silent for a moment. After a while Inga admitted, "I did that because I like you." She exposed herself word by word. "I didn't hide anything. You carried all the burdens I put on you." In Go's awkwardness, Inga continued, "I'm sorry." Her hanging hands slightly clenched, her cheeks were already red and she squeezed out all her courage to look up. To break the awkward atmosphere, Inga hit him hard. "I really didn't expect your reaction, did I?" At the same time, she scratched her head in embarrassment. "What is this, an apology or a confession? I originally planned to bury it forever or wait a few more years to tell you." She continued to pour out her heart. "In the end, guilt made me confess everything and unburden myself. I really can't fix this personality." At this, Go's face reddened slightly as he admitted to himself, "It's all my fault." Gello mentioned everything from Chanbi losing her memory to their relationship making no progress, and wondered, "Why are you apologizing when all of this is my fault?" Go thought that not telling her before was his problem and his choice, so she didn't need to feel guilty. He awkwardly clutched his neck. "I'm the one who should apologize for not being able to do anything properly. Yesterday I even told you to speak, to listen." Again, Go took all the blame. "I'm sorry. I was too careless." He still stood in the rain and thanked her for liking someone like him. "I'm really sorry." In the rain, Gello's voice continued to echo. "I'm really sorry." Suddenly, Inga smiled again and he was still muttering, "I'm truly sincerely sorry." At this, she held up her hand to stop him. "Stop, otherwise you'll be like this all day." Inga pointed her finger at Gello's chest. "The guy who always came to me complaining and asking for reassurance. Now he's so firm." "You really like Chanbi that much, don't you?" she asserted again. "And you're not like me. Understand, my standards are so high. You're exactly the kind of person I liked. Chanbi liked you from way back, understand?" At the same time, Inga looked up and sneered. "I thought you were park owner or something. You weren't. You didn't waver even when your ex-girlfriend tried so hard to tempt you, but you wavered for Chanbi's charm." In the end, she reined in her words. "Oh, that's it. My confession is over." Inga pushed Gono's back. "Yeah, I like your awkward kindness too. I like Chanbi because she's pretty, kind, steadfast, and beautiful. You guys figure it out yourselves," she even earnestly urged. "Don't let her efforts in pursuing you be in vain. Cherish her, express it clearly." Inga explained, fearing he wouldn't understand. Make it happen." Seeing Go still looking downcast, she encouraged him again. "Hey, at times like this, just say you'll do it no matter what. That's much better." Hearing that, he replied, "All right." Go's cheeks were still red and he said, "Thank you." Inga just stood and watched him, slightly surprised, and smiled sincerely. In the rain, her voice was clearly heard. "Me too." The classroom hallway was still brightly lit. Chanbi glanced at Go's seat. "His bag is still there." She thought for a moment, then lowered her head and speculated, could he have gone to look for Jongga? Then why did he leave his bag? At this, he also came up the stairs and looked at the items by the door, muttering, "He hasn't left yet." Hearing that, Chanbi looked up at him, but Gello was still looking down and didn't notice. Chanbi just stared at Go. At this, he also noticed and looked up. Gello's face flushed and he raised an eyebrow looking that way. Seeing her still standing by the door, he hesitated for a moment. "Are you leaving now?" She was startled and stepped back. At this, Chanbi wanted to disappear into the ground immediately. "I want to become one with the wall right now." Seeing that, Gello spoke. "That's your umbrella." She was startled and turned around asking, "Umbrella? I have an umbrella." Chanbi held up the umbrella in her hand. "That's not mine." He looked at the umbrella in his hand again, a little embarrassed, then understood and lowered his head dejectedly. Oh, she seemed incomprehensible. But go put the umbrella down by the door. You might not remember, but it was originally yours. Hearing that, Chanbi reached out to take it. Really? Outside, Jongga was uncontrollably covering her eyes and nose with her hands. After that, she pulled at her hair like a monkey and stamped her feet, making Heju confused. What's wrong now? At this, she noticed someone coming. You're here. Where are the others? She smiled brightly and explained. I'm trying to write one more line. Wait a minute, I'll be down soon. I'm going to say goodbye to Wooyik. At the same time, Heju looked at Jongga with a meaningful gaze, but she still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly she laughed loudly again. What a shame, Jongga replied. It's not that bad, I told you to mind your own business. But Heju retorted, how can it not be a shame? She definitely stopped before saying something after that. She covered her face with her clothes. Wooyik, are you going first? Oh no, just forget it, it's late, I'll go with everyone else. In the end, only Wooyik was left alone, looking downcast and completely unable to understand what was happening. Seeing him still hesitating, Heju said coldly, just go first, can't you see what's happening? Hearing that, he hastily replied, all right, inside her clothes. Jongga was still silent, and she couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, what happened? Did he tease you? Why are you like this? At this, she said softly, it's fine. Heju didn't hear properly, and asked again, what? As she lifted her clothes, Jongga's tears were streaming down. It's fine because Konggono also has someone he likes now. As soon as she finished speaking, she widened her eyes in surprise. Her tears flowed more and more, and her voice choked up. Chanbi also has someone she likes, so don't interfere. There's no room for me between them. I just hope you cooperate so I don't do anything strange anymore. This information shocked Heju and her mouth dropped open. She hadn't expected it either. I just wanted to help. Heju explained, flustered. When I started dating Wooyik, you listened to everything I said. I won't do that again. So don't cry. Jongga, she continued to comfort her. Don't cry, don't cry. Seeing that, Jongga also wiped her tears with her hand. It's okay, it ended well anyway. At the same time, she didn't forget to tease. It's really funny how flustered you are. Why does your boyfriend say he doesn't have time to meet you except today? But Heju just reached out and hugged her. It's okay, I'll clear my entire day today and give you my full attention. Suddenly, at this moment, someone ran out from inside. Hey, didn't Heju go first? She turned her head and looked, and finally the item arrived. Heju didn't care at all and said they should go home. Outside it was still drizzling. Back in the classroom, Chanbi was still staring intently at the umbrella. She hesitated for a moment. It's really mine. Chanbi held both umbrellas in her hand. Maybe I forgot too. Since I have this today, you can leave that one there. Seeing that, Go suggested, and shall we go together? And she also agreed. The two of them went down the stairs together. She kept her head bowed, her face flushed. He walking beside her also thought she's too quiet today. She must be tired. I hope she's okay. She doesn't have to pretend to be okay and force herself anymore. Chanbi also wanted to scream inwardly. I forgot all the questions I wanted to ask. I'm so embarrassed I could die. It's hot. My face is burning red. Oh my god, what did I do? Why am I like this? To break this atmosphere, Go spoke first. Are you going straight home? She replied. No, I'm stopping by the study room for a bit. He was surprised. At this hour there won't be anyone on the streets, Chanbi. I thought it would be too crowded if I went earlier. It's after school now. Hearing that, Gello nodded. All right. For some reason her face flushed red again. Chanbi recalled what Jongga had just said. He knows everything. She hesitated to speak. What you said yesterday about what happened with those people at that cafe, Chanbi seemed to explain. That was the first time we met since the park and it was just a coincidence, so don't worry about blind dates anymore. These words quite surprised Go. Seeing his silence, she asked again, don't misunderstand it as something else. As soon as she finished speaking, Chanbi's face also flushed red with embarrassment. A few seconds later, Gello finally reacted and replied. I won't. She also tilted her head in embarrassment. Then after a moment of blankness, she glanced and said, I have to go quickly, and hurriedly snatched the umbrella. So Chanbi ran, muttering, the bus already left far away. You didn't take the blue umbrella. He was still standing there, and Go also opened his mouth looking quite embarrassed. Rain poured down, the streetlights were dim, and the bus arrived in the rain. The lights flashed. The next morning the sky was clear and the bus was on the road again. Inside the bus, someone asked worriedly, Are you going to take off the bandage right away? Chanbi replied, Yeah. Then she pointed to her forehead. This part just won't heal. Doesn't it look terrible? The person next to her shook their head. Not at all. She sighed in relief. Then it's fine. Chanbi was curious. But how did you end up on this bus today? Him leaned against her and said, In the end, I also barely woke up 30 minutes early. She said proudly, I barely managed to leave the house early and catch the bus. Chanbi was surprised. Really? Him nodded. I have to put up with it to go to school together. If you move again, when will we ever go to school together like this? Hearing that, she informed her, I'm thinking of moving as soon as the vacation starts. The dormitory isn't that great and it costs quite a bit. She was curious. Are you thinking of working part-time again? At this, Chanbi was a little downcast. My parents absolutely forbade it. On the other hand, she was also slightly hopeful. I wish I could move soon and go to school at night like before. Another person tapped their card and got on the bus. Chanbi stood holding the handrail and recalled, we had so much fun at that fried food place back then, didn't we? She sat down and said, "Give me my bag, call me when you move." At this, someone approached. "Oh, hello." Both were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. She paused for a moment, then made an ah sound. Chanbi introduced herself. "Hiram, this is someone I know from another school. Say hello, this is Choi Geo Sunbae." He came closer and asked if she was Chanbi's friend. "Hello." Hiram's face flushed. Yes. She glanced at the two of them. Jong Ga was still talking. He muttered, "They finally met. I can't believe such a shameless request actually came true." Chanbi recalled the request. "Can you let me meet your friend just once?" She was quite surprised back then. "What?" Geo avoided her gaze in embarrassment. "That girl you always ride the bus with from the gas station. She's cheerful, carries a light purple bag, has big round eyes, and always ties her bangs up high. She's your friend, right?" At the same time, Geo also noticed, "I haven't seen either of you on the bus since then." She explained, "That bus takes too long, so I don't take it anymore. But what are you going to do when you meet Hiram?" After a long conversation, Chanbi nodded. "All right, I understand," he continued to confide. "I've seen her on the bus since last year. You didn't come here today." No, I know this is our first meeting today, but this seemed like the only way to meet her again. I know this request is a bit shameless, but..." She suggested they stay nearby. "Do you want to go meet her right now?" Geo hesitated. "I need to prepare a little more." Back in the bus in reality, Chanbi thought to herself, he really prepared thoroughly. She made a slight self-assessment. They're talking. He doesn't seem like a bad person. I'll let him meet my friend first. A moment later, the bus stopped and most of the passengers got off. Himchen, who was following behind, also marveled. They talk so much. Even though it's their first meeting, she's cheerful and he talks amusingly. Watching them, she thought to herself, he's really cleared his head. Just then, Him came running, colliding at a fork in the road, and someone shouted, "It's Gono!" Chanbi blushed slightly. From over there, he waved his hand in greeting, but she stood frozen, unmoving. Suddenly, Wook appeared. "Gono, why are you backing away?" Dongwook chided him. "That idiot is full of energy first thing on a Monday morning." As soon as he finished speaking, Chanbi turned her head away in embarrassment. Gono simply wore a foolish smile. From this side, he wondered why she had turned away. He continued speaking. "Did she just pretend not to see you?" Nevertheless, he remained silent. Suddenly, someone else appeared. Dongwook sighed. "Ah, what is it now?" It turned out Go was lost in thought, feeling somehow familiar. A moment later, upon entering the classroom, someone asked Chanbi, "Chanbi, are you okay? Does it still hurt?" She tapped her wound and replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore." But Chanbi cautiously asked again, "Is it too obvious? Everyone seems to be talking about it." She answered honestly, "It's small, but it keeps catching the eye." She also didn't forget to console her, as if there was a story behind it. She said sullenly, "A story," while Chanbi lamented, "What story? What's so funny?" Suddenly a hand reached out from somewhere. Then someone lost their balance, braced themselves on the desk with their hand, and objects were scattered haphazardly. Gello turned around angrily and shouted, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly push me?" At this, he was slamming a drink can onto her desk. The culprit was Wook, and he and Dongwook said simultaneously, "This is their relationship." From this side, Chanbi still remained silent. He didn't understand what was happening, and then she blushed and slammed her desk hard, and she was surprised. Go blushed, waiting for her next move. Just then, Chanbi disappeared, and both of them were startled. Wook asked Dongwook again, "The experiment was a success, right? No matter how you look at it, the two of them seem to have gone back to how they were before." At this, everyone moved to the playground. Someone said incomprehensibly, "Why did it turn out like this?" Wook flapped his clothes, looking distressed. "Did the two of them fight? Let's just go." Dongwook thought he couldn't easily get angry at this person. He still wondered and asked, "Something must have happened, right? Why did they suddenly become distant?" Wook argued angrily. "And they call us friends? Just a few days ago they were laughing and playing with makeup, and now this." As soon as he finished speaking, a sigh from Gono was heard. "It just got better, and now it's awkward again." I kept muttering, drawing Dune's attention. She glanced at him and thought to herself, he's still like that. Unable to bear it, Dune spoke up. "Then you guys try to get them back together. Don't just leave them alone like last time." Hearing that, Wook finally realized and said, "Oh, should we force them?" Dongwook also rested his chin on his hand and thought, "What should we do?" Only then did she subtly smile. "Those fools are really taking this seriously." In the distance, Seijin was walking over. He eagerly leaned in, guessing Go must be in PE class. Seijin still didn't forget to scoff. "Those foolish friends are gathered again." Go was extremely confused. "Oh please, I told you nothing happened. Just leave me alone. Don't provoke me anymore." Seeing that, everyone gave up. All right. Suddenly, Dune interjected. "Those fools, do you really think those two fought?" Wook and Dongwook both said, bewildered. "Then what is it?" she self-assessed. "The two of them look perfectly fine. Why are you saying the atmosphere is bad?" Dune glanced at Dongwook. "I don't know about Wook, but why do you think that?" he still asked again, incomprehensibly. "What happened after all?" she began to remind him. "Think about it, except when he's with Kongello." Suddenly Dune stopped speaking. "That's enough, let's stop talking. That fool is slow to understand, let's just tell him directly." She tapped his shoulder. "Hey Kongono, what do you think?" Wook and Dongwook also looked at him with suspicious eyes. While the two were still puzzled, Dune's voice echoed, "Every time the person you like sees you, your face turns red and you keep fidgeting. Just like now," she also informed him. "From what I see, Chanbi seems to have been avoiding you a lot. Do you think she's okay?" Hearing this, he scratched his neck, slightly amused. "I guess I have to try." Conversely, Wook here stammered in confusion. You, she, you, please explain again, please." At the same time in the classroom, a voice was heard saying, Chanbi, why are you acting like that towards Gono these days?" she asked, incomprehensibly. Huh, she marveled. I don't know what happened, but don't be so cold. Poor Go, I don't really know. At this moment she thought to herself, am I avoiding him too much, making even him say something like that? So Chanbi was lost in thought. If one person breaks down, what can I do? What did I do when we usually met? Have I hesitated too long? What about my face now? Is it right to be so indifferent? What should I prioritize? She shook her head. I can't do anything. Suddenly Dune interjected from somewhere. You don't have to feel sorry for Go, he'll probably think Chanbi needs time to adjust to. Right, him looked up. Goodbye, rich girl, Dune said again. Time to adjust, right? Chanbi blushed and thought to herself, I don't know if that kid really understands what I'm saying or if he's just talking nonsense. He leaned in close to her face. This is the first time I've seen Chanbi's scar this close. It goes all the way to the back of her head. Chanbi tilted her head. Stop it, she asked. Should I cover it up like before? Him immediately objected. No, are you going to put that stuffy thing on again? Instead, she suggested, let your hair down. I'll show you this, but this person simply let her bangs down. Chanbi nodded. Looks good, can you do it for me? At this, him was quite confident. This is really easy. I'll go get the scissors. She wasn't ready to be surprised yet. What, you're going to cut it now, really? Just because I said that? Dune, who was next to her, shook her head. It's not just because of you. At this, Chanbi turned around. She motioned with her hand. Let me ask you one thing. She was extremely excited. What is it? What is it? Chanbi wondered. Last time at the PC bang when you asked me if Kongelo and I were dating, why did you say that? But Dune froze slightly, and her eyes widened as she muttered, why is he so close? He replied. Ah, that, I just said it to tease you. Over here, him was testing the scissors, thinking, it's possible, it's possible. Even when she pinched her face, she didn't stop. Why do you think it'll be like that if you say it? Why did that happen? Him grabbed her chin tightly and was extremely excited. Start. Over here, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Gello said he would never tell. Seijin's gaze drifted sideways and his thoughts wandered far away. Only then did he speak. The two of them have something going on like now. At these words, Chanbi was slightly surprised, her eyes widened and she hesitated. Immediately, Wooyik flew in from somewhere and bumped into him. Really, is it true? Since when have you two been like that? Chanbi fell to one side. Go was already close by. Wooyik still said boisterously, am I the only one who didn't know anything until now? At this, him scolded angrily. Shut up, you monster. I had scissors in my hand. It could have been a disaster. Do you want another scar on your face? At this, she was still sitting in the corner with her back to the people. He rushed over, pale with worry and his mouth agape. Are you hurt anywhere? Seijin also leaned in to look. On the floor, the scissors lay open. Chanbi still remained silent, her head bowed. She glanced at where the scissors were and at her hair, and her voice trembled slightly. Her hair already seemed to know the outcome. Go gently patted Wooyik's shoulder. He advised him as if offering condolences. Apologize. Chanbi slowly rose from behind as if from hell. A moment later, he was slightly hidden behind the corner wall. In the staff room, someone slowly walked out. Chanbi vaguely touched her hair, still holding the file in her hand. Suddenly, she looked up, seeing that Go went outside that. But Chanbi immediately turned around. Avoid, he informed her that Wooyik was looking for her. She blushed and replied, tell him I'm fine. Nevertheless, Go still followed behind. Him took care of everything. Chanbi still couldn't accept it. It's still strange though. I don't know how to fix it even if I go to a hair salon. Why am I covering my bangs and what am I trying to do? Hearing that, he leaned in and glanced at her. It's not that strange or anything. Chanbi blushed crimson, realizing she had overreacted. Gono also backed away, cursing to himself. I stared too much. She looked as if she was steaming, and so the two walked down the stairs together. Suddenly, Chanbi heard something. That it seems like it's up there, she decided. I'm not going up. If I meet him, he'll follow me again. Tell him I didn't see you, but he said nothing, and Chanbi couldn't understand. A few seconds later, Gono still didn't move, and she asked, aren't you going up? He still remained silent, and his cheeks slowly reddened. Chanbi also slowly looked up at him, after a long struggle. She eventually gave up and said, then you don't go up either. Chanbi said, then I'll wait until the bell rings. I'm bored, so I need to adjust a bit. A moment later, Gello asked, why do you keep trying to cover that scar? She bowed her head. Because everyone talks about it when they see it, he replied. They're probably just worried because it's the first time they've seen it. Nevertheless, Chanbi still thought, besides, it's a bit annoying. Go shook his head. No. Seeing him pause for a moment, she probed that point. Are you hesitating? Hearing that, Go turned sharply and replied immediately. Not at all. From the perspective of someone who knew how this happened, I'm just pitiful. But Chanbi still didn't accept it. Should I just cut my bangs completely to cover it? He objected. No, why would you do that? As soon as he finished speaking, she just remained silent and looked that way, thinking to herself, I've probably gotten used to it. I think it'll be fine to leave it like this. Chanbi asked cheerfully, how is it? How should I cut it? Once upon a time. Once upon a time. Excuse me, why is the protagonist's name so long? Dissen poked her chubby face in. Oppa, don't interrupt. Go gently let her crawl over. Aw, sorry, Dissen, he reminded her. It's been over an hour. Go said everyone was asleep. You should sleep too. Dissen shook her head. No, I'm busy tomorrow, so I can't read anymore. He still insisted. Daddy Doll said he'd read me 100 books tomorrow. She grabbed his mouth and said, please focus. In the end, Go compromised. Let's read one more book and then sleep. Despite being pestered with books, Dissen sat upright quite happily and replied, all right. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated with some force. The phone slipped from her hand and fell. From over there, someone shouted, what? It sounds like the building is collapsing. Are you okay? Chanbi looked as if she was collapsing. I sent it wrong, the person over there asked incomprehensibly. What? She mumbled. I was trying to send this to him but I accidentally sent it to Go. She replied, it's okay, it'll be fine to show him your new hairstyle. But recalling the picture she had just taken, Chanbi lamented, it's pajamas, what's good about that? Hiram immediately said, then delete it before he sees it. She struggled to grab the phone under the bed. I want to too, but from over there Gello was still reading a book to Dissen and hadn't seen the message. At this time objects were scattered on the floor. Someone exclaimed in admiration. Exhausted, Opa grumbled. As soon as the people downstairs come up I'll leave. Chanbi was still kneeling on the floor struggling. Ah, I almost reached it. She looked up angrily. Ah, that damn sharing suggestion, it's because you keep leaving boxes on the road. But he was indifferent. You did that. It was the moments when Chanbi bumped into boxes and scattered things. Suddenly he caught the key point from her recent words. He hastily grabbed her arms and legs to confirm. Did you just fall? Are you hurt? You need to be careful. Chanbi struggled. When did I say I was hurt? Let go of me. I'm busy. He was slightly hurt. Did the wound tear? But seeing her still flustered, he wondered, what are you so busy with over there? Chanbi pointed below. My phone is in there. Seeing this, he took out a long ruler and said, move aside. Then carefully retrieved the phone. She exclaimed with joy, oh thank you. Go glanced at the phone screen and thought to himself, who did she send a picture of her face to? But outwardly he calmly asked, how will you repay me? Chanbi hastily tapped the screen saying, I already said thank you. Delete it, delete it. I'm busy now, don't talk to me. Suddenly she screamed with a red face and Go lowered his head asking puzzled why? As Chanbi remained silent he grew more curious. Is something wrong? He kept asking, a little impatiently. Then he suddenly realized something and his eyes grew serious. He reached out and snatched the phone. Give me the phone. She wasn't off guard at all and had her phone snatched. In Chanbi's mind her freshly taken selfie flashed. He saw it. At that moment Go not only saw it but was also a little puzzled. Did she send it to me? Dune even reminded him. Friend, focus, he thought, unable to understand. A moment ago she was asking about problem solving. Why is she suddenly like this? Go stared blankly at the photo, then focused on the phone screen again. Then he thought to himself, oh, it doesn't matter, she must have sent it to me by mistake. As she was about to get angry he hastily calmed her. Hold on just a moment. I'll read it to you again after I reply. So Go asked again, did you send it by mistake? Suddenly he paused. But what if she didn't send it by mistake? What if she really wanted to show it to me? He decided to reply and sent a text message. Wow, all of a sudden, he blushed when he saw Inga tell him he was pretty. As soon as he finished speaking his phone rang, startling him. Go was surprised to see the vibrating phone. The caller was Chanbi. He guessed it might be because he hadn't replied to her message, but before he could even think the call ended and Go stood there blankly. Just then his older sister entered. Oh noisy Dongdason, when did you sneak out of bed? She exclaimed in surprise. Oh mom, his sister came over and hugged Dissen. Mommy said you have to go to bed when it's bedtime. You have to go to bed soon too. Say goodbye. Dissen still stubbornly said no Opa, but his sister was firm. Go home and sleep. Mom will turn off the living room light. Go called Chanbi again with a little hope, but soon silence fell and the phone was lifted high. She shouted angrily, idiot. He grabbed Chanbi's phone and said, she's just a friend. I just asked a friend once. Don't do strange things because of trivial suspicions. He still couldn't believe it. If she's just a normal friend, then show me more of their messages. She even sent pictures. I'm too curious. Chanbi explained. I sent that picture by mistake, okay? No, why do I have to explain about this? As his eyes darkened, she shouted angrily, what are you looking at? After that, the door slammed shut. Get out. After that, Chanbi sat alone in her room staring at the phone in her hand. She glanced at it thinking not going to reply. Chanbi stared intently at the screen. The kid who always asked about homework suddenly sent me a picture of himself. What should I reply? At this moment she noticed 2 missed calls and exclaimed. Missed calls? Did I get a call? Chanbi looked at the call log and mumbled. Did I call first? I must have pressed it by mistake. Remembering him saying earlier, let me see, give it to me. She seemed to be fuming. Damn it, at this moment, a message also arrived. Go sent, what's wrong? Chanbi's face flushed red as she lamented, I'm dying of embarrassment. She was a little confused, wrote a bit, then stopped and put her hand to her neck, thinking. After lying in bed for a long time she finally decided to make a direct call. Hello, he too answered the phone, surprised. Hello, Chanbi explained. I had a missed call so I called first. Go replied. Yeah, it seems something happened. She nodded. It's nothing. I accidentally sent you the wrong picture. I was surprised and it ended up like this. I'm sorry. He blushed and shook his head. Oh no, it's okay. Nevertheless, he was a little disappointed inwardly. Figures it wasn't a picture meant for me. Chanbi asked honestly, you saw the picture, right? Go replied. I saw it. She still mumbled shyly, it was just a mistake, but I feel like I committed a crime. At this moment he thought to himself, she already deleted the picture, but still praised. The picture was pretty. As soon as he finished speaking, Chanbi's face flushed red again. She mischievously replied, since I deleted it, see me in person at school. Go covered his nose as if to prevent a nosebleed. She's so noisy in the middle of the night. Suddenly Chanbi asked, what are you doing now? You're not asleep yet? Only then did he snap out of it. Now? She replied, yeah now. Go honestly said, I'm reading a book. You? Chanbi hastily made an excuse. I have to study. These words surprised him. Now if she sleeps now she won't get much sleep. She reassured him, it's okay. My condition has improved recently. Nevertheless, Go couldn't help but remind her, don't overdo it. but Chanbi said, "This is the only way to catch up with you," then hung up directly. "Keep reading. See you tomorrow." "Oh, it's tomorrow now," he continued. "See you again in a few hours." She replied, "Okay." In the end, both of them said good night. The phone screen showed the end of the call with Chanbi. Nevertheless, Go's face lying on the pillow was still red and he mumbled, "Good night." Suddenly, he reached out for the phone next to his pillow and Chanbi, flustered, buried her face in the blanket. She slid down dejectedly as if wanting to hide underground and finally lay stretched out on the floor. Chanbi thought to herself, "It's not the first time I've called him, is it? I've done it many times before." She turned and looked under the bed, finding a notebook. Chanbi was surprised and jumped up. Oh right, at this moment she stood up and started gathering and organizing books and notebooks. But as she reached for a white notebook, she accidentally dropped a black notebook on the floor. Chanbi wondered, "What is this?" She stared blankly at the two notebooks. Was that tucked inside? But not caring much, she closed both of them again. Finally, she placed them on the desk. "I should use them when I do homework." And so, the next day in the classroom, the 3 words self-study time were clearly written. The male student sitting in front leaned back slightly. Devon. She was 3 rows back. The person behind was a little disappointed. "Oh, I should have said something else." It turned out Hiram was engrossed in a game. Damn it, why did it turn into 3 rows? Seeing this, Go couldn't help but say, "When are you going to start studying for exams?" Dong-wook casually replied. "There's still plenty of time." She also nodded. "It's not like we're not studying at all," Him objected and looked at the others. "But I'll never cram. Every time I do, I feel like my lifespan shortens." Dong-wook heard that and chimed in teasingly. "In the end, you're not planning to study seriously anyway." She grabbed his arm and stretched to help him. "You don't study either." But Dong-wook was full of self-importance. "If I study seriously, no one can stop me." "I've been in the top 3 in the whole school before," Him challenged. "Then prove it. Try to beat me once." At this moment, Chanbi suddenly stood up thinking, "Should I study in front of them?" Go thought to himself, "She seems to be sighing a lot lately. Why is she being noisy again?" He sometimes felt like history was repeating itself. Go looked worriedly at Chanbi's lips. "Is her lip bleeding?" She replied irritably. "That's lipstick," Him interrupted. "I told you to put on a light color." Chanbi replied angrily, "It's my face." He just stood there. Such things. A workbook was handed over. She whispered softly, "Kongono." Go glanced at Chanbi and she continued, "A workbook I borrowed last time." She kept whispering, "I used it well. I'll give it back to you after I solve a few more problems." He reached out and took it. "You can give it to me slowly." Inwardly he wondered, why is she speaking so softly? But Chanbi still spoke softly, saying, "Lend me your hand." After that, a pink heart-shaped candy appeared. She carefully instructed, "I'll give you this. Eat it secretly." Gello reciprocated softly, "Thank you." On the other side, Him and Dong-wook were still holding on to each other, and the two kept whispering quietly. He had similar experiences today. Suddenly, someone was cursing in the pouring rain. "You son of a bitch." Wook was still full of anger. "Why was I the only one who didn't know?" Dong-wook asked. "Are you still angry?" He replied angrily. "If I don't tell that guy, I'll go crazy." "What a hypocrite," he continued. "I'd be the same." At this moment, all 3 of them were drenched. Wook was still displeased. "Among all people, why do the 3 most useless ones know about this? Even my friends weren't much help back then." Dong-wook reminded him. "Chanbi is still angry. It's better not to do anything." Suddenly, Go announced, "The door is locked. We can't go this way," he shouted irritably. "I'm going crazy." Wook looked at the pouring rain and said, "Are we going to get rained on again?" Someone said there was a way and we all rushed blindly. Both of them replied, "That was you." "You go alone in the rain." Just then, someone approached with an umbrella. "Wait, hold on, guys, I found a way." Seeing them, they exclaimed, "Hiram, let's go together." Hiram was a little surprised but replied, "How what? Yeah, come in." Immediately, the 3 squeezed into the cramped umbrella and Hiram felt wet. "You're all soaked." After that, she wondered, "Can't I go faster?" Wook retorted, "Is this what you call carrying an umbrella when you keep calling us over?" Suddenly, Hiram called out, "Gono, how have you been doing lately?" After that, she answered herself, "Of course you're doing well, haha. Is this what they call fate?" He laughed awkwardly a few times. Hiram was a little curious. "You still haven't told Chanbi that she used to like you, have you?" While Go was blank, she asserted herself. "If you tell her now, she'll believe it right away. She might even be happy." On the other side, Wook and Dong-wook were already supporting each other for a long time. Shook his head and replied, "I told you I won't tell. The important thing isn't whether she believes it or not now, but that there's no need to say it at present." Gello thought that all past events were a bit biased. He observed happily, "You look much more relaxed than before." Hiram also teased playfully. "Aha, you seem to be handling things well on your own," she encouraged. "Keep up the good work with the rest." After a while eating ramen, he was still lost in thought. "Yeah, there's no need to say anything more." On the opposite side, Chanbi was also eating deliciously. Go exclaimed in admiration, "It's so quiet without those 2 noisy guys." Chanbi thought it was actually a good thing if one of them left. Dune, tapping on her phone, replied, "The other one played all day and then fell asleep from exhaustion." Dong-wook laughed happily. Why was he so tired, she wondered. "You only played bingo." At this moment, she said, "Wook doesn't hang around school anymore since he got a girlfriend." Hearing that, Dune sighed. "They just started dating and they go to different schools, so they must miss each other a lot." Dong-wook interrupted, "That guy's amazing too. How can he commute like that?" She hesitated. "Speaking of that, didn't he often come to your school even when he went to a different school?" Time went back a year. Hiram also had to exclaim, "He's here again." Chanbi next to her wondered, Does he come that often? Dune asserted. Very often, and what she didn't say was but he was never welcomed. At that time Weik said, he's here again, aren't you busy? Hiram also had a displeased expression. He didn't come today, and of all days, today's the day I have to go there. Dong-wook angrily clutched his head and his voice also lowered. After running for several hours it ended up like this. I told them a week in advance, but it's always like this, these stupid goldfish. Why do they treat their friends like this just because they go to different schools? He turned and patted Go on the shoulder. The only person who cares about me is Kong Gono, and I'd never met him before, Dune added. After that terrifying tantrum she even transferred to our school. Hearing that, Chanbi whispered, a lot happened. Seeing that, Go looked up and observed her expression. Dong-wook was still chattering. I have to go there instead of them, they're going to drag me along. They're really crazy, she immediately consoled him. Thanks to that, you got third place in the whole school. After that, joyful laughter erupted and suddenly a plate of food appeared. He wondered, sir, we didn't order this food. The owner explained, it's on the house. Go smiled brightly and replied, oh thank you, the owner said again. Students come here often. But I can only say it now. At this point he asked, a little incomprehensibly. What? The owner informed him, our shop is closing soon, we're going out of business. As soon as he finished speaking, Go froze, his mouth agape. The hand that was picking up a seaweed roll also trembled and eventually fell from his chopsticks onto the table. Dong-wook asked, what's wrong with you? Are you that shocked? He consoled him. There are still plenty of other pho shops. We can find another place. Go was still dejected. I've been coming here since middle school. His mind drifted back to memories. This place also held a few memories. On her end, Chanbi began to chew on her chopsticks. Hearing those words, Dong-wook advised again, the memories will still remain perfectly intact in your mind. Dune also continued, it makes no difference whether the shop exists or not, but all the memories will just disappear. But Chanbi cut in. A moment later they left, all saying in unison, thank you for the meal. Chanbi also felt a little regretful. It hasn't been long since I started coming to this shop and it's already closing. I wish I had come more often. She took out the stack of cards she had collected so far and said, I was planning to collect them again just like before. Chanbi, disheartened, thought there would be no more opportunities even if she tried like before. At least she wished she could remember. Seeing her, Go suggested they come often until the shop closed. She immediately agreed, yes, okay. This surprised him slightly. Suddenly Go hesitated. This has nothing to do with the shop, he cautiously asked, but can I tell you an old story? As soon as he finished speaking, Chanbi recoiled as if guarded, thinking of the past. Taking advantage of her still flushed face, Go pointed to the umbrella in her hand and said, I gave that to you. Chanbi's eyes widened slightly. It was probably an unexpected statement. He explained, last year when you weren't coming to school because of the National University entrance exam, I ran into you by chance. It was snowing and raining at the time, so I bought it for you as a birthday present right where we met. Anyway, that's how it happened, because of that umbrella. A moment later, Chanbi opened her mouth. I thought I had bought something quite pretty. She opened the umbrella. So you gave it to me. Suddenly, Chanbi shouted angrily. But why are you only telling me now? Go hesitated and replied, I thought an umbrella was nothing special. She retorted unpleasantly. You said you wanted to tell me everything that happened in the past. Chanbi looked him straight in the eye. It seems there are many other things you haven't told me besides this. As the rainwater poured down, Go covered one eye with a hand and replied, no, but she looked at his expression and was convinced. There definitely is. Chanbi pleaded, tell me more. About the day you bought me that umbrella. Late at night she returned to her room with familiar curtains drawn. The phone screen on the bedside table was still bright. Chanbi pulled the blanket over herself and lay on the bed, her eyes wide as if thinking about something. She recalled Go's words. Last year on my birthday you bought me an umbrella. Chanbi turned over, hugged her pillow and thought, at that time I had no feelings for him. Suddenly, she still felt something unsettling. Then what about Inga? So did he just give it to me as a matter of convenience? Then when did Kongo start liking me? Chanbi turned over again. Inwardly, a sense of regret lingered. How wonderful it would be if I could remember even a little bit of what happened then. Why can't I remember anything after the accident? She continued to ponder. Nevertheless, it seems like he always appears whenever things get tough, just like back then. Chanbi recalled Go appearing as bright as light. It was like that then and now too, appearing with an umbrella like a gift. Thinking this far, her face turned completely red. After that, she buried herself completely under the blanket and refuted herself. It wasn't like that then. I'm just distorting my memories. The next day, a book on the desk was repeatedly flipped through before someone finally slammed it shut. Chanbi sat braiding her hair and thought, it feels like I've studied the entire exam scope, but why does it feel like nothing is sticking in my head? I'm screwed, I'm screwed, I'm screwed, I'm screwed, I'm screwed, I'm screwed. Just then her phone screen lit up. The screen showed a message from Hiram telling her to come out of the classroom immediately. Chanbi went outside as if unable to understand. She looked around and shook her head. No way. Then a sound came from outside the door, and the very next moment she appeared. We came to study Dong-wook too. Chanbi, wearing an extra coat, was opening the door. Hiram was still chattering. I saw you complaining on X saying you were suffering to death. She thought to herself. As expected, she's still trying to take care of me. That's why we came. Hiram showed burning determination. Today let's completely crush our textbooks. Dong-wook laughed mockingly. She'll definitely fall asleep again. Chanbi reminded them, you too, be a little quieter. She lamented inwardly that today's study session was ruined, but then reconsidered. But anyway, they both came all this way. Suddenly, Chanbi looked up and asked, "No way, is it just you two?" Him nodded. Dune also said she was going to come, but something came up. She said she would come after talking with her boyfriend. Dune called and informed me. Because I kept forgiving her, she keeps crossing the line. This time I'm really going to end it. I'm going to end everything. Hiram was slightly expectant. She's finally come to her senses. I hope she ends it well. She double-checked. So is it just you two? She nodded. Wook said he was studying with his girlfriend. Suddenly, him and Dong-wook realized something behind Chanbi's meaningful smile. She explained, "Kong-go can't come, he's at the baseball field." She was curious. "Wasn't he going on Sunday?" Him shook her head. "I was mistaken, it's today." Dong-wook quickly added, "I didn't tell Kong-gono to come here. He was really looking forward to today's game, so I didn't say anything." He recalled how excited he had been. "Our team has never been this high in the standings. Even though it's exam season, I definitely have to go." Dong-wook admitted responsibility. The two of us made a separate decision so he could focus on the game. After that, he pretended to ask if he should come here after the game. Chanbi blushed slightly. After that, she quickly turned away in embarrassment, and the two were completely disappointed. Him scolded angrily, "I told you I should have told him." Dong-wook was slightly bewildered. "Did I?" Seeing that, Chanbi opened her mouth. "Let's go study." She sat at her desk leaning down to find something and separated the two of them so they sat apart. Hiram was diligently writing something and he took out his phone after that. She kept writing something on a memo pad and stuck it in front of her. Dong-wook adjusted his phone's position, and a moment later, Hiram switched to origami. He lay stretched out on the desk like a boneless person. There were only a few words in her notebook, but many drawings were neatly arranged on the desk. At this point, Dong-wook fell asleep lying face down on his desk. The entire space fell silent. The two of them stood up, but Chanbi was still studying seriously. Dong-wook suggested they go get something to eat. She whispered, "Let's take a short break." Seeing that quite some time had passed, she thought to herself, "She's worked quite hard." A moment later, they went to the convenience store and stood in front of the ice cream display. Him shouted, "I don't want to do this anymore." She grumbled with a pained expression, "These exams keep coming back. Get rid of all these exams." Dong-wook also nodded in agreement. My head hurts," Chanbi calmly reminded them. "My brother told me this. Every day is an exam for him. He told me I should still be happy even in this situation." Hiram wanted her to stop talking. After that, the two pretended to choose something to eat. She got back to the main point. "So, has there been any progress?" Suddenly, Dong-wook proposed this. "Let's have one person take responsibility for everything. The person with the fewest correct answers pays for everything." As soon as he finished speaking, she smiled wickedly and Chanbi was surprised. "What? Why suddenly? Are you planning to prank someone again, like when you called that other person last time?" He nodded and explained, "It's just solving problems and getting the answers right." "What kind of prank is that? Besides, there's a lot to gain." Hiram also agreed. "The person with the fewest correct answers has to pay for everything, got it?" She carefully double-checked. "This is just within our group, right?" she suggested, asking Go a question. Kong-go is perfect for something like this. Chanbi hesitated for a moment and asked, "What if the other person doesn't answer the phone?" Dong-wook asked again how they had decided at first. She held up the phone in her hand. "Getting someone to answer the phone is also a skill. Let's give them one more chance to call, then it's over. Any more questions? This is the kind of game we should play in a situation like this," she asserted coldly. "The criteria are clear." These two were clearly causing trouble intentionally. Hiram was already hurrying them quickly, "Call Kong-gono," but Chanbi refused. "I don't want to. You just said earlier not to tell him so he could focus on the game." Without the slightest hesitation, she was already rummaging through her contacts. "Let's exclude Wook. Dune is busy." As soon as Dong-wook said it wouldn't work, Hiram shouted joyfully that she agreed. Seeing that, he said he would call Sejin, bringing the phone screen close to his face and examining it carefully. Even when Hiram got angry, it was no use, and Dong-wook even teased her. "Sorry, you should have moved a bit faster." But as soon as he said, "Hey Sejin," the other person replied in a sleepy voice, "Hello?" Then snoring sounds came from the phone's speaker, making Dong-wook shut his mouth. Unable to bear it, he shouted loudly, "You idiot, what's with the snoring? Can't you say anything else?" The two people next to him informed them that he got 2 questions right and 2 wrong. "He got 2 questions right," Sejin replied naively. "I just woke up so my brain isn't working yet. What do you expect me to do? Usually I'm really good." Good heavens, but Dong-wook couldn't accept it. "No, you're really bad, hang up." Hiram happily received the penalty. Meanwhile, Sejin desperately shouted from afar, "Give me one more chance, I'll get them all right this time." After that, she turned to the side. "Chanbi, you're going to call Go, right?" Chanbi blushed and replied, but," she was still slightly uneasy, "but the baseball field is noisy so he won't be able to hear." On this side, Dong-wook got 2 questions right and informed her while looking at his phone, "It's commercial break now, call him quickly, quickly." Chanbi nervously called Go. Amidst the excited atmosphere of the two, when the call connected, he opened his mouth. "Hello." She also replied, "Hello." Go was curious. "Is it B Chanbi? Why?" At this moment he was fanning in front of Dison. "What? A question?" Hearing those words, Go continued fanning and stood up. That thing, yeah, quickly." He didn't notice the fan hitting him and kept hitting Dison's head. Ow ow, Dison angrily covered her head and turned away. Go, as if unable to understand, asked again, are you playing that one-person eating game? Chanbi heard him explain briefly. The result was 12 questions answered correctly with 2 incorrect, making a net of 11 correct answers. She replied yes. Suddenly Go recalled something. But are you with them right now? Weren't you in the classroom? Dong-wook, who was next to him, also shouted. She got them all right, that's really amazing. Him heard and explained. Chanbi just suddenly came to visit the classroom. She cut in. Hey Kong Gono, we're going to study late into the night, so you come here when you're done. What is he saying? She was nodding. Even when they were flustered, they got everything right. They're not as confused as I thought. Did they practice beforehand? At these words, Chanbi blushed in embarrassment and Dong-wook was curious. Who are you planning to do it with? She spoke to Go. I thought you came because the others came, but weren't you going to the baseball field tomorrow? Hearing that, he also blushed and replied, I'm still going. Go informed them he would come after the game, and Chanbi continued to blush. In the end, she didn't forget to tell him to enjoy the game. At the same time, everyone in the stadium stood up and cheered. On this side, Hiram was making a clever choice. This time I'll find a freshman who knows everything. She smiled wickedly. This time I'll be able to beat you. Will they really be able to beat Chanbi? Currently, Chanbi got 11 questions right. Dong-wook, who was next to her, got 2 questions right. Hiram got 11 questions right. Him still waited calmly. But the answer was a failed call. She just collapsed onto the floor. Chanbi opened her mouth. I'm going to eat deliciously. He couldn't help but laugh. No one answered the phone. A moment later, the 3 people re-entered. Him hopped around. It's hot. Let's go inside quickly, Chanbi assessed. This time it seems you 2 sat for longer than last time, Dong-wook asserted. Because we came here to study, she reminded them. Don't confuse us with our middle school selves now. This, the 2 intentionally turned and looked inside the study center. Nevertheless, she was curious. But why aren't they going in? Dong-wook threw the ice cream stick into a small trash can and replied quietly. I don't want to wait until he comes. Him was curious. When is he coming? He looked at the time and replied. The game will be over soon. She looked around and said, then when Go comes we'll have to study, right? It would be a disaster if we ruined the mood by playing around. Dong-wook turned around and replied, if you came here you have to study. Chanbi couldn't help but open her mouth. Isn't the problem with you two, inside the private study room? Him was curious. Why is it with us? Not long after, the scene shifted outside. Chanbi was helpless. You guys, she said irritably, we haven't even studied for long. Chanbi asked, are you going out to play again now? Him clasped her head and grumbled, ah, my head hurts, it really hurts. Are you telling me to study until I die? Dong-wook no less grabbed his aching neck and groaned. Help me. She was curious. Where did all that serious demeanor from earlier go? Both of them looked as if they were being tortured by someone. She apologized, sobbing, but Chanbi shook her head. It's okay actually, I wanted to go out a bit too. Their destination was the mall and she wiped the sweat from her face. Besides, I have something to do here too. Him couldn't help but exclaim. The mall is so cool. Only then did Chanbi ask curiously, Hi Alim, what were you here to see again? Blind boxes? Let's go see them first. She was very excited. Yes, let's go downstairs. What downstairs? Dong-wook still didn't understand even as he followed. Why are we here? Chanbi answered. I came to buy a birthday present for my mom. Hearing that, Haelim interjected. Why didn't you come with your brother? Everything in the mall is too expensive, she said. I think I saved quite a lot when I used to work part-time. I was planning to buy it with that money and my brother praised me, patting my head. My little sister saves well. He couldn't help but admire her. You're truly a filial daughter. I would have spent it all long ago, she scolded him again. Fool, you always have to know how to share. Life is just about borrowing and repaying. At this moment the scenery downstairs unfolded before their eyes. Him couldn't help but exclaim, those blind boxes, yes. She held 2 boxes in her hands and continuously admired them. Oh my goodness, they're so cute I could die. Why can I only buy one? Him was having a very hard time choosing. Which one should I buy? Should I pick this cat-sama and make it mine? Chanbi said again. How do you know blind boxes? Just pick any one. But she had already decided in her heart and replied, I have to get cat-sama to match my keychain. She suggested buying both. Him was disappointed. I don't have money. She couldn't help it. Chanbi was annoyed. How long are you going to hesitate? You've wasted enough time. She replied tearfully, you have to choose like you're getting married. Seeing this, Him looked up and said, then you leave me here and go buy your mom's present first. I just need a little more time to think, she asked back. Is that little bit really enough? Naturally, she couldn't answer. But Chanbi handed the responsibility to Dong-wook. Dong-wook, you stay here and help her choose. I'll be right back, he frowned. Why can't she choose that? In the end, she left them and went to choose a gift. On this side, Haelim started asking Dong-wook for his opinion. Dong-wook looked closely. Feel the energy. Which of these 2 do you think has it? She was very serious. Do you feel the horns and tail? Dong-wook replied helplessly. You're talking as if it's real. After spinning them around for a while, Haelim exclaimed, it feels like something's attached. Hearing that, he also looked back a little coldly. Really? Suddenly, Dong-wook was silent for a moment. His gaze slightly lowered. He said, your knee is almost healed. At this moment, she still hadn't grasped the situation. Only after a few seconds did she finally calm down and reply, everything that you tore is healed. You didn't even care when the fluid was flowing. Now, Him, can you feel the energy instead of my knee? Seeing this, Dong-wook was a little embarrassed. No, you that. Him bent down again, diligently choosing. Suddenly she put down the blind box and went elsewhere. I'll take a call for a moment. You need to keep an eye on these. He was a little dejected and couldn't say anything. Him was on the phone. Hello? From the other end, Go asked, weren't you guys at the study room? Where are you? She still held 2 boxes in both hands and asked back, then where are you? He replied. I just arrived at the mall near your study room. At this moment, Dissen was in Go's arms. Suddenly, someone spotted him. Oh, why are you here? It turned out Chanbi quickly called out in her heart. Aunt, she exclaimed in shock. What is this? Chanbi approached and held Dissen's hand. Why are you here? Even Dissen, Gelo replied. I was originally just going to come straight to you guys, he explained. Dissen insisted on getting out of the car. Now they need to find a parking spot, so I had no choice but to come in here. Anyway, it's a coincidence we met you guys here too. Hearing that, she asked curiously, whose car did you come in? Gono replied. My sister's. We're on our way back from watching the game with her husband. At these words, Chanbi was a little embarrassed. After that, he also put Dissen down. Now they just need to finish parking and come up. I heard the people downstairs are by the blind boxes, right? Go informed her. They're still choosing. They said they'd call when they're done paying, he suggested. Then Dissen and you two can play for a bit. Chanbi nodded. Shall we sit and rest for a bit? In the end, the 3 of them sat on a long bench. Go spoke first again. But is it okay to be walking around like this? Is your study time okay? She shook her head. It's fine, actually. It's a good thing they came here too. In her heart, I met you too. At this moment, Dissen suddenly poked his shoulder. What time is it? Is mommy done? Go replied. It'll take a little longer. Seeing this, the child just nodded and then sat quietly again. Suddenly, Dissen forcefully pulled Chanbi's hand. Then let's go play, auntie. He was startled, his face flushed, and he stood up. Where to? Go quickly hugged the child. Where are we going to play? We need to go upstairs. As they got into the elevator, he asked the child, is there anywhere you want to go? Seeing Dissen not answer, Go guessed, seeing as she wants to go higher up, does she want to see toys? Chanbi was also curious. Is there a toy floor here? The child remained silent. He muttered to himself again, if not here then higher up, but Dissen pointed outside, but Go refused. Let's only play inside, you know it's hot outside. Or should we go look at books? The child also replied immediately, a little more. Both looked up. The sunlight was dazzling, and Dissen was still excited. Up, even higher. In the end, they faced the sun directly, and they looked at the distant buildings and the green park surrounding this mall. Seeing Dissen so happy, Go couldn't help but say, to come all the way to the rooftop in this heat. Seeing Chanbi's face flushed from the heat, he suggested, if you don't want to in this heat, we can go back inside. She shook her head. It's okay. Suddenly, Go handed her a black hair tie he was holding. Want to tie your hair? Chanbi reached out and took it. Oh, thank you. Then she tied her black thick hair. At this sight, he was a little flushed. But Go gently tugged her clothes. Come here, to this shady spot. Slightly embarrassed, Chanbi followed him, and only after arriving at the shady spot did she reply. At this moment, she noticed Dissen standing still in one place. Go explained, kids sometimes observe things alone like that. He laughed. If you ask why she's not coming in, she'll get sulky. Chanbi was already sweating profusely from the heat and had to turn down the collar of her jacket. The child seems to have her own rules. As soon as he finished speaking, Go pulled out a fan and started fanning. That's hard too. Her loose hair swayed slightly in the wind. He explained again. It seems to be a rule to read 2 books to the child every morning before school, plus she says very seriously that if we do that nothing bad will happen, so I can't say no. Chanbi was blank, feeling the gentle breeze from the side. Only then did she realize, so that's why you're often late? Go nodded. That's partly my fault too. After saying that, he suddenly pursed his lips and blushed with embarrassment. Chanbi was the same, only the fan still fluttered. Suddenly, Go noticed her jacket. Is it okay to wear long sleeves in this heat? Hearing that, Chanbi replied, I wore it thinking I'd be in an air-conditioned room all day, but it's okay, I can endure it. He nodded. Slightly embarrassed, she turned and asked, can I use the paper in this pocket? Go raised his hand to hand it to her. Oh yes, use it. Just then, Dissen shouted, everyone come and see, this water is really clean. He approached and put his hand in the water. So you were watching to see if it was clean all this time? The child nodded. Yes. Seeing Dissen so excited, Go said, your clothes inside are all wet. Take off your outer clothes and hold them. The child kept splashing in the water. Chanbi also put her hand in the water and shouted, it's cool. She smiled happily despite the very hot weather, and he was waiting with his phone. Maybe they couldn't park. Chanbi asked curiously, do you like water? Go looked down in surprise, and she fanned him with the paper. I asked if you like playing in the water. A strong gust of wind from Chanbi's hand ruffled his hair. He replied, bewildered, yes. So Chanbi suggested, then after the exams shall we go to a water park together? She kept fanning Gelo, but Chanbi also included her other friends. They're coming too, like a school picnic. He nodded. Yes, okay, let's all go together. She covered her face and sighed. Thinking that everything will be over soon makes me feel so much better. Gono also agreed. That's right, Chanbi also said she has a lot she wants to do after it's over. Her face was slightly flushed and embarrassed. So do a lot with me. Whether it was because of the sun or her words, Go's sweat beaded. Hearing that, Chanbi also blushed and looked back at a corner with blue water. She thought to herself, but not that together. On a sunny morning, sunlight shone on green leaves and the pool water was clear. Inside the house next to the window, a voice echoed, where's Dad? Chanbi and Dissen sat on the sofa pointing to a person. They said they're at the customer service center downstairs. You wait and we'll go down together. Dissen had a towel over her head. Yes. Chanbi looked at Dissen worriedly, thinking, shall I tie Dissen's hair? Hearing Chanbi say that, the child thought of her uncle. My uncle will do it. Before Chanbi could answer, Dissen's voice was heard again. She looked down. Disun held up her phone. But auntie, this time that sticker isn't there. Chanbi awkwardly explained to the child. It's not that it's gone, your sister changed phones. Chanbi thought to herself. When the child put it on, she recalled the moment she was angry and kicked something, ruining it. Is Kang Go deliberately avoiding me, making me angry? She wore a red hat, her face flushed with anger. I told you to be like before, don't avoid me and annoy me. Chanbi's eyes seemed to want to avoid, but in the end I'm avoiding him. What's the point of being in one place together? Chanbi fell into her own swamp of thoughts. Everything was complicated. Reflexively, Disun's finger-pointing image came to mind, and uncle and auntie, you both said you liked each other. Zhang Ga's sidelong glance appeared simultaneously. Don't let the feelings you've hidden for so long be in vain. Be thankful for your past self. Chanbi recalled that sight and how they looked at each other like they do now. Chanbi finally returned to reality, her face slightly awkward. Am I perhaps paying too much attention to what they said? Go came. He held 2 bubble teas in both hands and handed them to Chanbi and Disun. Here, shall we go down? Chanbi was surprised and took them. Thank you. Disun held a hair tie and handed it to Go. Tie my hair for me. Chanbi forced a question. Oh, you gave me a hair tie earlier. Go gently tied Disun's hair. It's okay, I have another one. Gono asked Disun for her opinion. Chanbi watched them talk. Disun, do you want a bun so your sister can use the rest? Disun replied happily. Yes. Go concentrated on tying her hair. Disun nodded and held up one finger. Just a moment, hold your head still. Chanbi admired. He's skillful. The plan Disun had just thought of made both Chanbi and Gono blush. Uncle, tie Auntie's hair too. Chanbi's face was red and she awkwardly said nothing. Go was the same. No, it's okay. Disun's family took Disun's hand and went to the mall. Chanbi waved goodbye to them and got on the escalator. Go went with Chanbi. Both of them stood on the escalator. Go held his phone and wore a black cross body bag. They said they're sitting on the first floor. Chanbi held a coffee cup and looked at him. Really? I also have something to buy on the first floor. Shall we go to them first? Go was surprised, raising his eyebrows and widening his eyes. The first floor? Chanbi nodded and looked at him. His face turned red. Then I'll go first. The gray-black escalator continued to move. No one went up, but it still took some time to go down. Gello had just thought of a method. I should have taken the elevator. But Chanbi would probably prefer the escalator. I like to look around as I go. Chanbi thought for a moment, then asked him. She held the coffee cup tightly and handed it to him. After we're done here, where are we going? Gono's emotions were very bright and excited. Shall we go back to the study room? Go excitedly opened the coffee cup lid. His expression was like a blooming flower. They're the problem. I don't want to go either. He thought for a moment. It's evening now. As he was enjoying himself, an incomprehensible scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The earlier joy disappeared and his eyes widened. Another person was walking with Go. It was a slightly curly-haired woman in a yellow shirt. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Their footsteps on the escalator were silent yet loud. Chanbi had already run off to shop. I'll go shopping quickly. Go was disappointed. Yeah, go. She watched Chanbi leave. Noticing Chanbi had left, she turned her head and smiled slightly. Gello immediately flinched and broke into a cold sweat. Gono, at the same time, him and Dongwook poked a toy dinosaur. They suddenly looked up and Dongwook stared at Gello. Oh, Gello! Hiram looked at Gono with a blaming gaze. Gello's face turned pale as he looked at Hiram. Why is she like that? Hiram sat there with a sulky expression. Dongwook explained to Go. She's been hesitating for 30 minutes and still can't decide what to choose. Hiram frowned and clasped her hands. Hey, where should we go? Let's do something fun that doesn't cost money. Go looked down and without much thought came up with a pretty good idea. I think we should go back to the study room. Hiram didn't seem too interested in this idea. Dune also said, let's meet a bit later. Where should we meet? Dongwook looked down holding the dinosaur in his hand. Did she finish talking to her boyfriend? Him replied, she said she'll come right away when everything's sorted out. Dongwook thought with a slight worry, she's definitely in a bad mood, let's go eat something delicious. As soon as she heard eat, Him immediately suggested, let's comfort her with meat. Gello looked down and told them to leave, just don't stay here anymore for now. Dongwook unconsciously touched the dinosaur keychain, dropping it. Why? Gello stammered, his face slightly red and beads of sweat rolled down. Go suddenly remembered his sister whispering and he got goosebumps. Why is he pretending not to know his sister? That kid just played with Disun. Gono looked really happy. Your sister is almost done, just wait a little longer. Go, embarrassed, wanted his sister to leave this place. Sister, please leave here quickly. Okay, let's go eat. We're finally here, she approached, carrying a bag of items in her hand and her voice echoed. Meat. They arrived at a nearby barbecue restaurant and the market street was crowded with people. So many people. Restaurant information appeared on the phone screen and there were 8 tables in front. The 4 people were waiting in line. Gello asked everyone, are 8 tables considered a small number? Chanbi thought it was normal to sit. It's spacious inside, so we'll probably get a table quickly. Hiram didn't want to wait any longer. It smells so good, Dongwook nudged Hiram. Chanbi looked at them and sweated. You don't have money, so why are you trying to tag along? Him ran and grabbed Dongwook's collar. Dune will like it. Go stared blankly elsewhere. Should we look for another place then? Hiram disagreed. She shouted, oh, I want to tag along here. He also followed her wishes. All right, it's annoying. Let's stay here. Chanbi looked out and saw Dune. Dune seems to have arrived. Dune was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. She tied her hair low and smiled brightly, waving hello. It really is Dune. Dune approached in a cheerful mood. She seems to be in a better mood. She must feel relieved. Dune ran to the restaurant where they were queuing. So many people. Chanbi and the others stared intently at Dune. What happened with your boyfriend? Dune's expression showed no sadness at all. On the contrary, she was very composed. How we made up. He said he wouldn't be rude anymore. Chanbi's face turned red, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Oh, this is driving me crazy. Hiram covered her mouth with her hand. How many times has this happened already? Dongwook was also helpless and couldn't say a word. It was countless times. Gello stood lost in thought. I didn't expect him to do such a thing, and she forgave him again. Dune calmly closed her eyes and explained to everyone. Maybe he felt left out while I was busy studying for exams. But it's all resolved now. Chanbi covered her eyes with her hands, feeling helpless. No, Dongwook was annoyed, an indescribable feeling, but even if he spoke she wouldn't listen. Him blamed Dune, hoping she would come to her senses. Wook was the same. Why is everyone like this? I thought you'd finally come to your senses. Dune noticed nothing unusual, she just thought it was very ordinary. I'm perfectly fine, Dune turned to Chanbi, curious. Are they not studying or anything? Chanbi replied in a low voice. Not at all, Hiram retorted. Of course. Dune and Hiram started arguing. You guys are going to abandon your spots and go play anyway. It's really annoying, Hiram retorted. We reserved our spots until tomorrow. Chanbi watched them silently. She couldn't say a word. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Inside the restaurant, many lights were brightly lit, and it was a luxurious and clean space. Korean food on the table looked very delicious. Chanbi felt very comfortable as she entered. There were many people around. Oh, it's cool inside. Fortunately, it's not as hot outside as it was during the day. When Chanbi arrived at the restroom door, she saw him standing there. She was surprised to meet Geo here. What? Hi. As soon as he saw her, he asked. You said you came to the mall, right? Did you come with Hiram? Chanbi nodded. It's been quite a while already since we helped you two meet on the bus. Yes, we're waiting outside. Chanbi pointed outside. Before she could finish speaking, he passed by as fast as the wind, but suddenly he stopped. Oh, right. He began to thank Chanbi. Thanks to your help that day, we exchanged Instagrams. Thank you so much. Geo neatly arranged his hair. He's polite, him is naturally friendly, so they'll probably get close easily. He was also surprised when she called him today. Chanbi stood there, recalling something. Oh, today's bet. Geo put his hand on Chanbi's shoulder. He was full of hope. How can I repay you? Chanbi clasped her hands, her face quite cheerful. What favor? I didn't do anything. Did everything yourself. Suddenly, Chanbi's eyes widened and a smile spread across her face. Go? Geo, seeing Chanbi and him so close, froze. Oh, Go's eyes widened and he had a dissatisfied expression. Oh, Chanbi froze, her smile frozen, and Geo's hand was still on her shoulder. That person was before. Chanbi immediately stepped back. Oh, Go, you came too? Go nodded and greeted her slightly. Yes, hello. Go's gaze stopped on Chanbi and beads of sweat ran down his cheeks. Be Chanbi. Chanbi approached him with wide eyes. The number of tables in front of us has decreased quite a bit. I think we can wait inside now. Chanbi's black eyes were slightly dazed and her cheeks were flushed. Oh really? Go reached out and grabbed her sleeve as if trying to take her outside. Chanbi thought for a moment and suggested to Geo to go outside. Weren't you trying to see her outside? Geo walked towards the door. Oh yeah, I'll go. Go turned and walked away. Chanbi stared intently at him, nervous, and Gono's ears turned red with embarrassment. Why do you keep staring? Chanbi approached Go and asked, Gello, why are you staring like that? Gello was surprised and turned his head, his face red. Oh sorry. The two stared intently at each other and both their cheeks were flushed. Gello tried to grab Chanbi's sleeve with two fingers. I told him not to misunderstand anymore. After a full meal, the four people left the restaurant. The surrounding streets were crowded with people, so lively. That's the guy that I first told you about before. Him stood elsewhere, happily talking to Geo. He put one hand in his pants pocket. Hiram said that person was very smart. Dongwook complained, looking at Hiram and Geo. Meanwhile, Dune was looking at her phone. Since when did that foolish kid know such a person? Chanbi's voice echoed. Really? She asked Go. What? Gono turned back, his face red, and looked at her. Oh no, just forget it. Chanbi stared intently at Go with curious eyes. Gello looked at Hiram and Dongwook's affectionate interaction and guessed that person liked Hiram. Chanbi tilted her head, slightly curious. How do you know so well? Are you so sure? He suddenly fell into thought. Now that I think about it, those people don't seem to care at all. His smile made Go waver, that strange mix of despair and embarrassment. Soon, Dongwook's conversation ended. He saw it, approached, and opened the door to help him. I know, so you go in first. Dongwook was surprised and bewildered by this sight. A moment later, the dining table was filled with people and food, but a scream erupted. Him, startled, held up the plush doll in her hand. Oh, Dookie almost got a bath. Go saw this sight and worriedly looked for a solution. Is there nowhere to put it? Shall I put it in my bag for a moment? Dongwook watched her open her bag and complained. Why did that person give you this? She explained honestly. I told him I came to this pop-up store. Then he said he also came and bought one and gave it to me. Dune, startled, interrupted. You met him by chance? Him began to recall when she was on the train. The first time I saw him was on the bus on my way to school with Chanbi. Chanbi Sunbae knows him, so after that, I met him a few more times when I went to school alone. At that time, she was flustered because she forgot something. Damn it. I didn't bring my earphones. Just then, a tall figure appeared before Hiram's eyes. As soon as she got a closer look at the person's features, she was surprised. Hiram couldn't hide her excitement. Oh, Sunbaenim, do you also take the subway? Finally, someone to talk to. He turned around and smiled warmly. Oh, hello, she continued to compliment him. So we got a little closer. He's really nice. We like similar things, so gave me other things like this a few times too. Even Chanbi couldn't help but admire. He really put in a lot of effort. She listened and gave a little advice. Still, you don't realize anything, but him just innocently evaluated. He's a good person, a long way to go. He probably wouldn't put in that much effort without a promise. Suddenly, the dipping sauce person spoke. That's not normal. The three people simultaneously turned their gaze towards that voice. Go rolled his eyes and said directly and honestly, how can it be normal when he cares that much? At this point she still didn't grasp his intention. He's not normal? But just then, him covered her mouth in delight. He likes me. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. No way. If we saw it, we'd know immediately. Dong-wook quickly agreed. Smart people usually don't like you. Hiram heard that and playfully hit him. Do you want to die? Only she quietly looked at them. So long. After that, everyone forgot their worries and had an enjoyable meal. In that atmosphere, a question suddenly erupted. How much time is left until the exam? The person picking up meat replied thoughtlessly. 1 week and 3 days. Not much time. Chanbi calmly prepared her food. That's a lot. There are still 2 digits left. Go looked at her, seemingly trying to retort. What can you do with 10 days? As soon as Go put the meat in his mouth, another voice stopped her. Oh right, you know what we're doing after the exams? Dune excitedly suggested. Let's go somewhere fun. Him cheerfully agreed. Yeah. We definitely have to go. She continuously recalled unforgettable memories. I thought we could make memories like a school trip. Dong-wook heard this and shamelessly argued. Then should we follow the school trip itinerary? Thanks to these words, an idea popped into her head. She teased and nudged. If we follow that itinerary, it includes mountain climbing, and Chanbi also has to run. Do you want to do that? Chanbi choked, unable to help but make a futile resistance. As long as we have fun like we did back then, we don't have to go exactly the same way, do we? Then they all simultaneously turned their gaze towards her. Then Chanbi, where do you want to go? She didn't think much and replied that anywhere with water would be fine. The two girls heard this and immediately became cheerful. Okay, but that person was still the biggest mood killer, with a foolish expression. We need to check the schedule to see when we can go. Hiram saw right through it and immediately exposed him. You're pretending to be busy, aren't you? You're all going to go anyway. Dong-wook scoffed, thinking it was really funny. At this moment she suddenly noticed a problem. But if there are too many people, it'll be hard to stay overnight. Dune quickly offered an opinion. We can leave at dawn and come back late in the evening. Why stay overnight? In his mind, he also started to accept it. It'll be fun. Suddenly, Chanbi's voice became serious. No need to rush, let's think about it slowly. She pointed to the couple in front and argued. Didn't you two just say 10 days was enough? Chanbi's words made the two of them frown simultaneously. Then after we finish eating, we're going to cram school, right? Dune and Go looked at each other simultaneously. Aren't you two too naive? You have to pay for cram school too. Slightly confused, the two said simultaneously, Are you okay? Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the conversation. One of them was the first to regain composure and shouted, What was that noise? Where were we talking? But because of the red-clothed waiter, no one could concentrate. The waiter seems to have fallen. Everyone felt a little sympathy. He must be hurt. The floor here is quite slippery. Chanbi looked at the large box next to her, and suddenly her face darkened. The blue box next to it isn't empty, is it? That was close. I heard someone slipped and fell, hitting their head. Upon hearing this news, the friends started cautioning each other. You really have to live carefully. Hiram suddenly shouted loudly. Exactly. We need to be careful. Her intention was to make the atmosphere cheerful again. Then let's finish this, have some dessert, and head back carefully. Everyone quickly left the restaurant, but Chanbi seemed to still have something to say. But Dong-wook quickly cut her off, patting everyone's shoulders. Seeing that he wasn't moving, Chanbi was slightly curious. Are you still staying? Dong-wook answered honestly. Of course. On this side, Go was returning the plush toy to him. She happily received the doll. Oh right, before leaving she didn't forget to remind everyone. Did everyone get all their stuff? Him said a little teasingly. We're coming again tomorrow. Chanbi also chimed in. Oh, don't come. They promised each other, tomorrow is the real battle. She looked back and left 2 words. Remember, in the end everyone dispersed and went home. Don't miss the last bus, however. Go was still walking quickly down the empty street. I won't be able to rest even if I go home. It's the penalty for going to the baseball game. His mood wasn't as good as before. Final exams are approaching. His mind was confused. Can I say that? It feels like ages since the midterms, doesn't it? He walked with his head bowed, lost in thought. Did a lot happen after the midterms? Go's footsteps quickly headed towards the main road. Said I'd do my best after the exams. So it's just going back and forth under the night sky, a voice echoed in his ear. So what are you going to do after this is over? A black object suddenly brushed past Go's shoulder. Chanbi, a little shy, shook her phone. I thought the bus had already left. Why didn't you answer my call? At this, he fumbled in his pocket in a panic. How you called and I must not have heard it. Sorry, is something wrong? She seemed to know Go's mind. She held out the items in her hand and explained, this hair tie and workbook. Guilt suddenly welled up in his heart. Told you that you could give them to me later. You didn't need to come all the way here. Hearing these words, Chanbi was slightly flustered and looked away. I just wanted to give them to you quickly. Ah, it seems we have to part ways for a bit, which is a shame. As soon as he received the workbook, Go's gaze stopped at the writing on the corner of the cover. He hastily flipped through a few pages and was greatly flustered. It seems it's not mine. So embarrassed, she tried to run away. I'll go get it back, but Go quickly grabbed Chanbi. No, 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 he took out a black notebook and returned it to its owner. I think I mistook it because the covers are the same. You can give it to me slowly. There's another notebook tucked inside, so be careful with it. She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. When I took it out, the name was clearly visible. My mind is a complete mess these days, Gello asked, a little worried. Chanbi, are you okay? Chanbi's face turned red with embarrassment, but she still had to answer. My body is fine, but because of the amnesia and since this is my first exam, my mind isn't working well. At her confession, he suddenly fell silent. I feel like I'll just forget everything. Even answering a few simple questions makes me worried. Go recalled the time Chanbi was scolded by the teacher. Why is this the correct answer? When the teacher left, she quietly explained to herself, I haven't read that far yet, so I don't know. In reality, Chanbi was still the type to blame herself and worry excessively. All sorts of thoughts popped into her head. So I asked a lot of questions and bothered you a lot, didn't I? I asked too many questions, felt relieved, and kept asking for help. Just then he began to comfort Chanbi. Even so, you did well. You won't suddenly forget everything. Go also didn't deny his feelings and said again, I also like it whenever you ask questions. I told you I wanted to help you, just like you helped me. Right? He continuously mentioned the time she had helped him. You were the first person to reach out and help me when I was struggling alone. Chanbi was too embarrassed and humbly said it was nothing. Go still said firmly, you helped me a lot. I told you I was always the one receiving. Her hand holding the notebook suddenly trembled. At this moment Chanbi finally revealed her feelings. Every time I hear it, I feel good, but they said there was nothing between me and you. I'm not the kind of person to step up and help others first. Anyway, thanks to that, you helped me like you did back then. She gave the brightest smile of a 20-year-old. It seems I really did well, didn't I? He was slightly surprised by her sudden change in expression. Kongono helped because he received help. Not anyone can do that. Chanbi's heart was filled with joy. This time it's all thanks to you that I endured everything. Thank you. But another thought unconsciously arose in her mind. After the exams, when everything's over this time, I have something really important to say. The city instantly fell into a silent night. Gello finally opened his mouth after a long while. After the exams, but Chanbi cut him off at the sound of a nearby engine. But the car behind seems to be approaching slowly. Go's sister bent down very innocently and waved. Oh my Gello, what are you doing here? His white forehead was pressed hard and suddenly turned red. In front of the staff room, Wuyik continuously poked Gono's chest, teasing him. You can't answer, can you? It's true. Who goes to a baseball game during exam season? He clutched his aching forehead but still agreed verbally. Oh my, are you really studying? He continuously demanded more, nagging. Hey, ask me one more question. You ask first, I won't hit your forehead this time. From a distance, Chanbi watched all of this. Her face was clearly worried. Is something wrong with you? Wuyik answered instead. I came to ask the teacher about this. Chanbi immediately retorted. No, I'm asking why you were hit. Knowing she was misunderstanding, he continued to explain. If you get the answer wrong, you get hit. I didn't cause trouble on purpose. After that, Wuyik brought up an old story again. Chanbi, you said you met that person for the first time last weekend, that person's sister. They don't look very alike, but don't they have some similarities? He didn't hesitate to ask directly. What do you mean, they don't look very alike? These words flustered her a little. Chanbi unconsciously recalled Go's forced smile when he met his sister. Chanbi's words burst out without hesitation. But I somehow felt like they resembled each other a bit. She speculated a little boldly. Perhaps his sister got married early. Wuyik added. His sister is quite old too, isn't she? Suddenly, the teacher heard the noisy sounds, poked her head out and scolded. Wuyik, what do you need me to check? He followed the teacher inside. This, Chanbi watched him do that, pointing her finger towards where Wuyik went and looked at Go. And you, he answered very vaguely, what did I come here for? This, she raised her head in a strange atmosphere. Chanbi's finger moved slightly, signaling, come a little closer. Go asked, a little shy. Not knowing what to do, she simply ordered, bring your face closer. In the end he understood and complied. Go's face turned red as his face met her hand. Chanbi, feeling sorry, stroked his face with her hand and scolded, your forehead is really red, that guy is truly merciless. His pupils suddenly constricted. Another plan formed in Go's mind. I'll definitely tell her after this exam. Facing her, he became even more determined. It might also be what you wanted to tell me then. Go leaned his body slightly forward. Chanbi's footsteps suddenly took a step back. She seemed to want to escape this atmosphere, leaving him in a state of flux. Just tell me everything. Chanbi immediately turned around and left. I'm going to see the teacher too. Go's gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure. Meanwhile, she also couldn't control her wavering feelings. We keep getting interrupted. Chanbi slapped her own face to steel herself. Focus. There's not much time. On this side, he was still dreaming with his eyes closed, and she firmly looked at the light. I need to pull myself together and do it. Gono was currently wrestling with his feelings. It's really not easy to say. He unconsciously looked at Chanbi's wavering back. They said they're going to play right after the exam, so I should leave them alone for a bit. Meeting just the two of us will be really difficult the very next day. As him passed by, he saw the gloomy atmosphere and his eyes widened. At this, Yoon-do entered with a cheerful face. Chanbi, but before he could finish speaking he was stopped by her. Him whispered frantically, cautioning Go. Don't say anything. These words made him slightly silent. It's not time to speak yet. Go, flustered, unconsciously bit his hand. I vowed to myself I'd say it after everything was over, to avoid being interrupted. His eyes were fixed on the exam paper, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. Continuously, on that paper there were only erased numbers that Go had scribbled himself. Second year, first semester, final exam, mathematics written test, subject code level 4-2. It was the last day of exams. Very quickly, she was able to hold the exam paper with a cheerful smile. He left immediately as soon as the notification sounded. All second-year students heard the notification. First-year students are about to take their exams, so students who have finished their exams, please exit. Go's mood had improved considerably. In his ear a familiar voice still echoed. All right, hurry up. In front of the locker, he resolved to tell her. Even as he put his belongings in the locker, Go continuously repeated to himself, I have to tell her. As soon as he sorted out his thoughts, Chanbi happened to run past him. Go froze for a moment. Fortunately, he was able to call out the girl's name. Chanbi, Go approached, forcing a cheerful smile. Are you going to play now? She hesitated a little but answered honestly, yes, with other friends. Chanbi never lost her bright smile. It's finally over, she asked a little curiously as if probing. Are you coming too? He said twice, bewildered by the sudden question. Go hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but his face was already red. My seat, Chanbi asked again, as if a little annoyed. What? She seemed to understand his feelings. She tilted her head and quietly revealed, Are we awkward because we haven't talked in a long time? Go's hand suddenly clenched, veins protruding, but he forced out a laugh. Gello was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear into the ground, but he plucked up the courage to speak. You go first. As soon as he finished speaking, his two friends, Dune and Hiram, appeared. We're going to eat Dakgalbi, you idiot. They mercilessly dragged Chanbi and ran. I know you're busy. I'll borrow her for a bit. Let's go. He looked at the retreating figure and quietly left a message. Have fun. As she left, Go finally slumped his shoulders. His heart really started to become anxious. It's really not easy. Gello couldn't help but blame himself. What did I do then? I must have been crazy. Wuyuk saw his dejection and comforted him. All exams are like that, you know. Even after returning home, Go was still lying helplessly on the sofa while his two friends ate deliciously. He clutched his head and remained silent. Should I tell her honestly? Is now the right time? Can I do it properly? Seeing Go hesitate, his friends urged him, eat. His heart still couldn't leave Chanbi, but certainly, and if I give myself a little more time to pull myself together, I'll be able to tell her confidently. On this side, she was still listening to her two friends discussing their plans to go out. The girls led each other to buy food. The boys ate their fill and fell asleep. Only Gono was still faintly awake, a little more confused. Chanbi returned carrying a bag full of belongings. He was still lying there, vowing to himself, I'll prepare. And next time, she suddenly stopped at the blue color outside the door. In an instant, Chanbi saw the big waves of the sea. She looked at this sight and opened her mouth slightly. Him also saw the beautiful sight as she passed by. The sea. No one knew how anxious Go was because of his feelings. I have to tell her. He recalled the bright smile on Chanbi's face and asked, Can you and I go alone together? I have something really important to tell you. She, knowing nothing, simply opened her bag and took out her belongings. The notebook was open as if urging Gono. After the exams I have to ask her immediately. Instinctively, the bookmark inside the notebook fell out, and as soon as the important page opened, he revealed his feelings. I've liked you for a very long time. Chanbi's gaze also continuously scanned the writing word by word as soon as she saw it. Especially upon seeing the long sentence, Chanbi was surprised. I've liked you for a very long time. Thanks to the words of encouragement written on the paper, her surprised face was fully revealed. Say it, you can do it. At the same time, a flickering phone screen appeared before Chanbi's eyes. Hiram zoomed in on the calendar and showed it to her. How about we go around this time? She also gave her a choice, the second or third week of July, but Chanbi was still captivated by the earlier phrase. The time has come. I thought this day would never arrive. Neat handwriting was written horizontally. Wednesday, April 30th. Chanbi buried her face in the open book. Thoughts continuously echoed in her mind. I like you, Kongono. I've liked you for a very long time. I like you, Kongono. I like you. I'll do it. I'll definitely tell you when the exams are over. Go. Hiram held out her phone to Chanbi. Hey, are you listening? The date was displayed on the phone screen. Hiram asked Chanbi again, when do you think would be the best time to go? Chanbi uttered two short words. June. Hiram was slightly surprised. She asked, a little puzzled. When? Chanbi still replied briefly. June. Inside the classroom, Chanbi was asleep, slumped over her desk while people excitedly discussed their trip. Are we going then? Okay, but isn't that too early? It always rains around that time. Wuyuk peered into the classroom from outside the door, saw Chanbi in that state and asked Dongwook, will she be able to go like that? Did she fail her exams? Dune turned and glanced at Chanbi. She's been sleeping all day. I guess she was too stressed last time. The two talked about Chanbi. I told you she used to play normally before. Suddenly she became like this. We really shouldn't bother her. Suddenly, Wuyuk saw Seijin approaching and asked, Oh, Seijin, did you hear we're going on a trip? You're coming too, right? Seijin replied with an annoyed expression. I'm coming, but do we really have to go in such hot weather? Wuyuk grumbled. So much talk. Dune appeared from somewhere with an excited expression. Are you going on a trip? Wook was delighted to find an ideal companion. Dune, do you want to come too? Dune was very excited. When? Where are we going? Go slowly approached and joined the conversation. I'm curious too. Suddenly someone asked a shocking question. Wook, can you really go? Did your girlfriend give you permission? At that moment Wook realized the painful truth. Everyone's question was like a bolt from the blue. Oh right, as if she'd let you go. Wook felt the world spinning. I have always been with everyone for important things. Are you telling me to end this tradition now? Go poured cold water on him. What's the point of telling us? Wook was hurt and wanted to hurt others too. He pointed at Dune and asked, Oh Dune, can you go? Did your boyfriend give you permission? Dune replied calmly. Of course he did. She laughed gleefully in the face of Wook's sadness. We trust each other, so we're not as possessive as you two. Hiram appeared and asked the crucial question. So, setting aside the unnecessary stuff, have you decided on the location and date? She passionately planned the trip. Now we just need to book the train tickets. Just need to set the meeting time, what to eat, what to do, everything's done. After saying this, Hiram was exhausted from having so much to prepare. Too much. A friend asked, what movie should we watch today? Dune suggested, hey, let's watch the #1 movie these days. Go glanced over, a little nervous. Maybe I can do it now. He selected the seat locations on his phone screen and completed the total payment, 5 tickets. Go's fingers moved quickly, booking the tickets on his phone. He hesitated and asked, is the 9 o'clock bus okay for Chanbi? Dune called out to Chanbi, who was still slumped over her desk. Chanbi. Go smiled. Dune continued to call Chanbi. Is going at 9 o'clock okay? A thought suddenly popped into Go's mind. Not today. Chanbi's arm reached out and lightly tapped Dune's hand. Dune understood and told Go, she says it's fine. Go slightly bent down, then I'll book them this time. His hand reached for an object on the desk. It was a notebook. With good intentions, he neatly placed it. This almost fell. Go turned and walked away, muttering to himself, next time when Chanbi settles down again. It was only then that Chanbi slowly raised her head. She sat up completely. Chanbi held the red string attached to the notebook. She suddenly froze, realizing that she had been the one to like Kongono first. The notebook quickly opened. Chanbi's eyes widened as she read it. That's right, everything is recorded here. And I was the only one with a crush. She was utterly shocked and depressed. She couldn't believe she had completely forgotten all of this. Chanbi focused on reading the contents of the notebook. Diary, 29th. Volume 2, how should I hide this so that damn brother of mine doesn't find it? She read her own diary, her face rigid as if she were reading a horror novel. As it was the second volume, there wasn't much content. It was a diary, but she didn't write in it every day. She wondered to herself, where did I put the first volume? I searched my entire room, but it's not here. Chanbi's searching of the room even seemed strange to her brother. What's wrong with this kid? She still read the diary intently. How many times had I reread this difficult-to-read thing? I was always the one to greet him first. But this time, Kongono. Most of it was just about how ecstatic I was to finally be able to talk to him for a long time. Is this really me? Now I can't even imagine there being such passages in my diary. People thought my relationship with Kongo was bad, but I just couldn't control my expression, so I avoided running into him and didn't talk to him at all. Did I really look like that? Chanbi suddenly realized something. Now I understand why others said I was difficult to approach. She suddenly stopped. Chanbi's eyes wide, her hand covering her mouth. She thought to herself, perhaps that's why some people noticed what I was thinking. I think that was also the cause of the awkwardness. The more she thought, the more nervous Chanbi became. Anyway, does Kongono know nothing about this? And she reassured herself again, no way. There's no way he knows. I don't even know what weaknesses I showed to others, but for Kongono, I was careful with every action. I thought too much. Chanbi covered herself with a small blanket, but even from the outside one could tell she was trembling. Kongono definitely won't notice. Yes, he definitely won't know. Chanbi continued to turn the next page of her diary, and she read a very interesting diary entry. Yes, that's right. I can't do anything like this. I'll make him like me one way or another. Chanbi stared blankly, her eyes wide. She thought to herself, anyway I did well back then, but when did I succeed to become like this? Chanbi slumped over her desk trying to recall the days and events of April, May, June, or even later before she lost her memory. June. In the end, I can't know what the situation was like back then from just these few lines. Her foot moved slightly, and a hand grabbed her blanket and pulled it. Chanbi shot up and turned to look at Go. Is that still important? He was talking to someone across the classroom. Chanbi clutched her blanket tightly, staring intently at Go, and her cheeks automatically flushed red like tomatoes. Now in April, May, June, I've fallen in love with Kongono all over again. Chanbi placed her hand on the notebook. Awesome, awesome, awesome. She buried her face in the notebook again and read. The atmosphere around her was now completely filled with love. Wednesday, April 30th. Chanbi thought all the way back to the day she lost her memory, but the situation was still unclear. I like you, Kongono. I was going to confess, but in the end I couldn't say it. And even though I forgot everything, I'm back at the starting point. I can say it. Chanbi's eyes grew wider and wider with emotional stimulation. She turned to look at Go, feeling embarrassed, and clutched her blanket tightly with her hand. Chanbi's gaze was slightly downcast. On the day of the trip the sky was clear. Go approached wearing a t-shirt and shorts and a crossbody bag. His face was beet red with embarrassment. Chanbi thought to herself, he's so stubborn, I've been putting it off all this time. Go waved to everyone, his feet seemingly frozen in embarrassment. This time I can really do it. At this moment everyone sat in their chairs waiting for each other, ready to go on the trip. Chanbi looked up. She pursed her lips and told herself, I can do it. From one side of the bus cabin the number 718 was written on the window. This is the first bus trip. Why are we taking a bus instead of a train? The bus clock showed 9 o'clock. Don't they know the romance of a bus trip? The announcement blared loudly. Seat 23. Go craned his neck looking towards a corner. Dune suddenly appeared from behind loudly. Are you sitting in the back? You can sit here. He was surprised but still replied, it's fine. He immediately approached the seat, lowered himself and sat down. He leaned his head against the seat and looked outside. This is a front seat. If the bus breaks suddenly it'll be a big problem. Just sit down, you won't die. The bus announcement blared again. Seat 24. From somewhere a young man energetically entered, shouting loudly, where's seat 24? Where? Another young man among the friends leaned out and greeted him. Excited. A female student also leaned out and looked. Did your girlfriend really give you permission? You didn't just tag along, did you? The male student in the green hat quickly sat down, fastened his seatbelt and looked back. I told you, she said I could go. The other three friends all looked annoyed at the young man who was still on the phone. She thought for a moment and then told me to go play when I had the chance. Dune covered her mouth with her hand and whispered. It seemed she agreed through gritted teeth. The weather was clear and the bus clock showed exactly 9 o'clock. She just told me to call every 30 minutes. What's so hard about that? And so the bus departed and the scenery outside was simple. All the students returned to their seats. Some fell asleep, others talked. Dune glanced over, hearing the friend next to her call her name. Oh, Dune. She took out her earphones to hear better. Yes? She then asked her friends sitting behind her if they needed anything. Does anyone have water? Go carefully rummaged through his bag and replied to Dune, well, I do. I'll give it to you. Just a moment. But unfortunately, the water bottle in his bag rolled out and hit the front seat. While he was still trying to pick up the water bottle again, that rolled forward. Hiram whispered into Dongwook's ear again, hey, haven't you snapped out of it yet? They both clearly did best on the exam, so why are they acting like this? She recalled his disappointed expression when he just heard about the trip, and Chanbi was slumped over her desk, listless. Dongwook thought blankly, these fools should take care of their health. They should have rested before the trip. These guys don't know how to cherish this time. Hiram, with a bright expression, changed the subject and held out her phone to him. I found all the food to eat there. Good job, right? The plan's solid. Go, listening from the front seat, was startled. Are we just going to eat there? He looked up. His eyes were unmoving and sweat beaded on his face. In front of the door a paper with large letters read, Thank you for using our service. Go stood in front of it, about to speak. His eyes clearly showed nervousness through the glass. I'll definitely tell her today, and he leaned back in the bus seat, lost in deep thought. Chanbi was sitting opposite, drinking the water she had just received. After that she tightly closed the water bottle cap. Chanbi had a slightly embarrassed expression and her eyes were red. She hesitated. How should I say it? At this moment, all the students got off onto the bustling street. The girls started chattering. Did you snap out of it? Both friends looked at Chanbi's face. Dune touched her shoulder. I told you to go to bed early yesterday. Did you get enough sleep? Dune's narrow eyes stared intently at her. We're all here to have fun together, but the most important thing is that you have to enjoy yourself, okay? Hiram also chimed in from the side. That's right, you enjoy yourself to the fullest too. After that, Hiram pulled Chanbi, making her go with her. It's okay, don't worry. Whenever things go well, something tense always happens. For now, just relax. At this moment, a male student's voice echoed. They're telling us to go play. At this moment, the sea shimmered sky blue and the sunlight was dazzling. The friends' voices continued to echo energetically. Is this it? We've arrived at the beach. Let's tell Hiram. Hiram and the male student in the green hat couldn't contain their excitement and were about to run off to enjoy themselves. Okay, let's go. But both of them were restrained by Dune, who grabbed them by the hair. Calm down, she sternly reminded the two. We need to change clothes, rent tubes, and find a place to sit. If you have something to do, just do it. Geo stepped forward to secure a spot. We'll save your spot. The person who would save the spot with him was Dongwook. Anyway, it takes you guys a long time to change. At that, Hiram was surprised but happy. How did you know? The blue sea and white sandy beach were already packed with people. At this moment, Go came out to the sea wearing a hat. Isn't there a wider spot? Dongwook followed him, covering his eyes with his hand, looking around. My head feels like it's burning. A moment later he spotted someone. I'll find your hat after we find a spot. Dune smiled brightly, wearing fluttering clothes, seeing them. You guys just arrived, he said teasingly. You're a bit late. Dongwook grumbled a few words indifferently. This car ride is awful. Conversely, he was quite pleased as soon as he saw him. Denny, when did you get here? The friends started chattering. First, Denny answered his question. I came last night, slept over, and came straight here this morning. He was curious about where his friends were, and he continued, speaking at ease. They're having a blast right now. You haven't found a spot yet, have you? There's an empty spot next to us, so come over here. Denny stood under an umbrella, arms crossed, smiling broadly, and said to everyone, It'll be full of people soon, so you should grab a spot quickly. Go carefully put down his belongings. Right, this place is really nice, thanks. After that, he greeted the three people and left. See you later. Dongwook watched Denny run towards the water's edge, curious. How can he do that? How did he find such good accommodation? He too looked at Denny, laughing and chatting with his friends with interest. Ah, that. The three of them all sat on picnic mats holding parasols, watching them and whispering, "Are they filming something?" "It's probably his girlfriend." He stood holding his phone and started grumbling. "Anyway, when are these guys coming, or should we go down first?" Dongwook carelessly said. "Just put on some sunscreen," as if he didn't care much. He flatly refused, saying, "I don't use that." And Dongwook patted his own head and called out to him, "Gono, hat." Gono lightly tossed his swimming goggles in front of him. Dongwook held the goggles in his hand and explained his intention again. "No, I mean the hat you said you'd lend me." Only then did he realize the problem and shake off his bewilderment. "Ah, sorry." Their conversation continued with Go's brief words. "Here." Dongwook again held a piece of navy cloth in his hand and said boringly, "What is this?" Seeing his face with one eye covered by the hat, his cheeks were flushed red. He was surprised. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He quickly asserted one thing. "It's nothing." Dongwook was silent for a moment, then lowered his gaze. At this he held the hat in his hand and carefully said, "If you're not going to talk about it, just forget everything and have fun. We're on a trip after all." Gello just sat still and listened to Dongwook's next words. "There's nothing more wasteful than just sitting blankly because of a problem you can't solve right now." Then he stretched one arm far out, leaned his body and tried to put the hat on his head. "I studied incredibly hard to transfer here. That's how I got to hang out with you guys, understand? This time is really precious to me, that's what I mean." Just then a tube suddenly flew in from somewhere. "So think of it as being because of me. You really need to have a great time." The tube successfully landed on Go's head. A voice was heard from afar. "Why should she think about you, you idiot?" Him appeared at this moment with Chanbi, and she was smiling broadly. "You should think about Chanbi more." He was surprised, took the tube off his head and looked up just in time to hear Hiram's apology. "Missed the target. Go, sorry." He just let out a low sigh. Oh, as soon as Hiram arrived, the place became noisy. She shouted and urged everyone to have a good time. "All right, let's go, let's go." Meanwhile, Dongwook was still helping him take the tube off his head. Buik said he'd call his girlfriend and come, so let's wait for him. Him lost interest and looked towards the sea, about to run. "Move, let's go, let's go, let's go." At this point, only the two of them remained. Go sat quietly on the picnic mat. Meanwhile, Chanbi was kneeling to take out her belongings. The other three all grabbed tubes and jumped into the water. At such a close distance, Go's face flushed red. He still wore that hat and said nothing, but his face grew redder and more embarrassed. Chanbi was also rummaging through her bag. "Careful, careful." It turned out her cheeks were also flushed red. She rummaged around frantically, thinking confusedly, "Damn it, what am I looking for a hair clip for? I should have just gone with Hiram." I wasn't going to say anything. "But because of this, I feel like I'm going crazy, that I like you." "Gono, are these feelings always this intense, or is it because we're alone after a long time? I'll be slumped over all day." She started to hesitate, and beads of sweat formed. What was I trying to do after all? Suddenly a loud voice from behind startled her. "Chanbi." It turned out Go looked at her and spoke first. "Shall we go together too?" At first she trembled slightly, couldn't say anything, and didn't even have the courage to turn around completely. She looked at him with an innocent expression. "Yeah, let's go." People were still having fun on the sandy beach. At that time she was still worried. No matter how important that thing is when you're waiting, you should have a good time. Both of them had embarrassed expressions, yet seemed eager to move on. When you eat, you should eat deliciously. And when you need to speak, you should speak clearly. Suddenly, Chanbi's slender long arm was grabbed by another arm, and at that moment she was thinking, "That's right." Hiram appeared next to her, completely drenched. Without any chance to defend herself, she was grabbed and couldn't escape. What? Hiram and the others were playing pranks. "Today is Chanbi's day after all. We're going to throw you in the water." Her face immediately turned pale. So the next moment they cooperated and lightly threw her, and she flew into the seawater. Gello just watched, but Dune observed, slightly amused. "Isn't that too wild?" The two threw Chanbi into the water and laughed excitedly. At that she got up again, pointed at them and said, "Throw all the dry ones in, quick, catch them." The blue sea was calm. The light softly reflected on the surface, and in the quiet space beneath the clear water, there seemed to be someone's shadow. As Wuyek emerged from the water, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. He pointed his hand and shouted loudly, "That guy cheated. He came out of the water and then dove back in." He immediately retorted, What are you talking about? No." Hiram quickly surfaced from the water at the loud noise and urgently asked, "I dove the longest, didn't I?" Go stroked his face, annoyingly trying to stop them. "Be quiet and listen to the referee." Dune sat comfortably on a tube from afar, pointed at Dongwook and said in a cold voice, "Everyone quiet, no foul. Dongwook is out first." He made a displeased expression upon hearing her command. "Take the black backpack and pink glasses and put them in my phone's waterproof strap." Suddenly, someone approached with a tube. Dune leaned back, sidelong glanced at Chanbi, who was leaning on the tube, and opened her mouth. "I told you need to have a good time." Suddenly, Him appeared next to Chanbi and said with regretful eyes, "Last time on the school picnic we went wild and had so much fun. But it's so sad that I can't even say what happened then." Chanbi listened intently to what she was saying. "From now on I need to record everything." Seeing people laughing and chatting in front of her, Him felt as if this enjoyment was forced, and she was slightly bewildered. "Why is that?" Suddenly a thought crossed Chanbi's mind. "Maybe I was so happy that I didn't even think about writing in my diary." For a moment her mind wandered, and she had an incomprehensible thought about herself. "But what if I don't record anything? If it was truly enjoyable, shouldn't something be left behind? I was sane enough to post trip photos on Instagram. But why didn't I write about it in my diary? What was missed then can't be helped. From now on I need to leave something memorable. Suddenly, someone pushed Chanbi's tube from behind and she shot forward due to inertia, simultaneously returning to reality. Him pushed Chanbi into the water, then stood up and asked, "Then where would you find time to rest like this?" Chanbi's hairband fell off and floated on the water. Gello came from somewhere and picked it up. Wuyik looked at Hiram's outstretched arm and said, "Her arm is getting redder and redder. Tomorrow it'll definitely be all peeled." She looked at her arm and replied casually, "It's not like I'll die if it peels a little." He heard that, pouted, and offered his opinion with a dull look. "The one who says that is always the most bundled up." Wuyik indeed hugged his own delicate body. He sighed with an embarrassed expression and replied, "I no longer expose my body freely. You guys, there's no need to hide yourselves, right?" As expected, Chanbi watched him being annoyingly lifted by his three friends from afar and exclaimed, "I really hate it, he's talking nonsense again. Shove his face in the water first." Suddenly, Him appeared and announced, "They're here." Denny heard Him's voice, raised his hand in greeting and approached. "Hello." As soon as he arrived he began to speak admiringly, but then paused slightly. Even with her hair pushed back, "She's cute." Still smiling, she was slightly bewildered. Why did he suddenly stop in the middle of complimenting? Denny stared intently at the back of the figure far ahead and asked, "Are the kids behind you from the same school? They look busy." She heard that and softly reminded him, "Say hello." Seeing Chanbi's struggling figure in front, he then asked, "Is the girl next to her also from our school?" The swimming goggles seemed as if someone had dropped them into the blue seawater. Him opened her mouth and informed, "That's the Chanbi I told you about before." At the same time, Go scratched his head, watching the conversation ahead and curious. "Who is it?" Someone next to him immediately informed. "Didn't you see, Denny, he brought all his friends." A flustered expression was clearly visible on his face for not having seen anything. Hiram approached and introduced Chanbi. "Hello, that's my friend." As soon as she picked up her glasses from the water, she replied, "Oh, hello." At that moment, all the boys stared with wide eyes. "Oh?" Denny's friend approached from behind, put an arm around his shoulder, and unable to take his eyes off Chanbi, opened his mouth. "You bastard, what you said wasn't just talk. If it's like this, it's worth pursuing even if you get rejected." He just smiled and replied, "Shut up." He asked her, not caring if she had a boyfriend or not. Dune heard that and glanced sideways. The glasses are slowly lowering and the towel is slowly resting on her head. The warm scene before his eyes made him admire. He looked there again and asked again. The towel was neatly tied by Gello for Chanbi in its original position, and conversely, she personally put glasses on him. All their faces flushed red with embarrassment. The three people all stood upright, watching the affectionate scene before them, saying nothing more. Only the sound of Tired Ogden was heard. The blue sky blended with the seawater, and the waves gently broke, creating a peaceful scene. Suddenly Seijin opened his mouth. "Hey," he asked, as if unable to understand, "why do all of Denny's friends seem like adults?" Dongwook glanced sideways, unable to understand the meaning, and asked back, "Adults?" As if the matter was a bit sensitive, Seijin blushed and explained, "No, it's just that I get that feeling when talking to them." That matter passed, and he then asked, "Doesn't that blonde girl seem like an older sister?" Dongwook continued, "Really?" Seeing the other person answer half-heartedly, Seijin changed the subject as he left. "I'll say it again. This. I'll give you the ball." He stood still there and refused. "Don't need it." Suddenly, Dongwook heard Wuyik's excited voice from behind and turned around. It's been 30 minutes, I need to call Hiju." Next to them, Dune also walked onto the beach, dragging a tube, muttering to herself, "Should I try it too?" He heard that and said, as if unable to understand, "Call now? I feel empty." Dongwook immediately turned around and called, but paused slightly when no one was there. Gono faced emptiness, then turned his head again and looked at the distant sea view. The scenery made him feel a little overwhelmed. Dongwook took off his hat and muttered to himself with a slightly suspicious gaze, "Surely they're not all just leaving like this, are they?" Suddenly, he saw a strange movement in the seawater and looked down, and Hiram suddenly emerged from under the water. She held a starfish in her hand and shouted excitedly, "Ta-da!" She held out the starfish to Dongwook and introduced it excitedly. "This is Bull Didong, our friend." He froze for a few seconds upon hearing Hiram's plan. "Need to find the gangster kid quickly too." Seeing her innocent appearance, Dongwook sighed. He held the starfish in his hand and shouted explosively, "Are you crazy? Where did you find this?" She replied nonchalantly, "It was right under my feet." At the same time, above them, Dune, Chanbi and Go were sitting side by side eating snacks. Chanbi looked at the scene in front and admired. "They're really energetic." Suddenly she said, "They're probably hungry by now." After that, Him said empathetically, "I'm hungry, so hungry." The photo stopped at a blue sea landscape. Chanbi replied again, "That's because you're running around like crazy." Hiram watched her working so hard from behind and asked, "Are you taking more pictures? Why do you keep taking them?" She still didn't take her eyes off her phone and replied, "I have to take a lot of pictures. In the end, photos are all that will be left to remember." In the end, Chanbi said that her father would certainly talk about how important recorded videos are. Hiram lightly nudged Dongwook's back with her foot, signaling her intention. Then, "Let's go to the beach again next time, and take lots of pictures like this," he replied helplessly. "I'm tired." She heard that and suggested, "If you're tired, just lie down and think." Suddenly, Wuyik appeared behind Go. He answered the phone and asked him, Hey, the bus comes at 9, right?" As soon as he heard it, he confirmed, "Yeah, 9 o'clock." Upon confirmation, Wuyik immediately turned and left. An excited expression was clearly visible on his face, and he said, "It really is 9 o'clock. I'll call you right after I get on the bus, don't worry." He turned around, watched him leave, and admired. "He's really diligent considering this." Turning around, he suggested with a slightly surprised expression, Are you all done eating? Let's clean up and go to the place him mentioned. No matter how noisy everyone was, Chanbi remained focused on taking pictures. Hiram, excited by the food on the table, exclaimed, "Dessert, are we eating again?" The moment the camera turned to the outdoor scenery, Chanbi turned the camera back to her friends. Gello, looking a bit puzzled at the camera, said, "Chanbi, I'm surprised to hear you think you should be in the photos too." Without hesitation, he immediately picked up his phone and said, "No, I'll take your picture now." "If I just take it, you won't be in the photo." When he suggested this, she said, "I'll take it from this angle. I'm good at taking pictures too." As if realizing something, Gello awkwardly asked, "You want to take it like this, just straight on?" Chanbi calmly replied, "Yes." She held out her phone and added, "But then we won't have any photos together. Let's take one together." Seeing the two of them awkwardly hesitating in the back, everyone teased, "What are you two whispering about back there?" Go and Chanbi were in the frame, faces slightly flushed, calm despite their friends shouting from behind, "Are you two taking pictures separately? Show us, we still don't have any photos together." Everyone was playing on the beach. Chanbi clutched her stomach and groaned, "After eating we had ice cream, soda and waffles too. My stomach feels like it's going to burst." Hiram laughed with a slight tease, "You'll be hungry again soon. That's how the human body works. When you play hard, you digest faster. Oh everyone, come over here first." A small pink seashell lay peacefully on the beach, pushed by the waves. Everyone leaned in to pose, and the shadows on the sand were lined with smiling faces decorated with small flowers. Hiram said excitedly, closer, focusing on the faces, "One more shot. Oh, this picture is really pretty. You can go now." "Guys, where are you going?" Chanbi was sitting alone, drinking water. Still, her breath was tired and sweat beaded on her cheeks. She closed the water bottle cap. A cool sea breeze gently blew. The sand mat fluttered. From a distance, Go looked at her, holding his hat. Chanbi asked, "Why are you just staring?" He leaned in, hesitating. "Oh no, we've been playing for over 4 hours," she asked back, slightly surprised. "Has it really been that long already?" "I guess I lost track of time playing," Go worried. "Aren't you tired?" Chanbi smiled brightly and shook her head. "Not at all. Shall I call those kids? There are plenty of places to play outside." Everyone went to the playground together. A dart was thrown but missed. It grazed the edge of a balloon. The two friends next to him continuously encouraged Go to aim. He looked straight ahead with focused eyes. A dart was thrown and hit the target precisely. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and after that they all went to the lighthouse to take pictures. Hiram smiled brightly, posing with her hands. Everyone went back to the photo booth to take pictures. Inside the small pink room, an urgent voice was heard. "It's the countdown, hurry up," another voice shouted in panic. "Who pressed the start button? Are you crazy? I haven't even chosen yet." One friend was still flustered. "What should I do? Where should I look? What pose should I strike?" Another voice urged. Here, someone grumbled irritably. "It's too noisy." In a small fish market by the roadside, large and small live fish swam in the tanks. Weik stopped in front of a tank. "Looks delicious." Dune immediately pulled him away. "Where do you have money for sashimi?" Weik asked. "Then what are we eating for dinner tonight?" Hiram shouted excitedly. Chicken. Are you guys hungry again?" Everyone shouted loudly at the same time. Hungry. The concert venue. Everyone was watching the artist perform on stage. "I'll give you everything I have left," Kong Hiram. "I'll give you all the love I have left." As the music filled the entire space, Weik suddenly opened his mouth. "Don't you remember? Wait, shouldn't we be heading to the bus stop right now?" Go nodded and replied, "You're right, the bus is at 9, so if we go now we'll make it just in time." He opened his phone to check and looked surprised and slightly flustered. Gello said loudly, "What? Our bus was at 8, not 9. Everyone paused and turned to look at him. "It was 8:20 now," Seijin answered, sobbing with blank eyes. "We missed it." Hiram scolded loudly. "Why are you the only one who got it wrong?" He replied regretfully and embarrassedly, "I should have double-checked. I kept thinking it was 9. It's okay, it's nothing." Weik froze, recalling a message, "Day trip, have fun." Weik shouted loudly along with everyone, "I have to go home." Go quickly reassured him, All right. You're not going home, are you?" "I told you, it's nothing. There's still another bus. The station is a bit far, but can't we take the subway? The buses are all full. The subway will definitely have seats." I'll check." Seijin opened his phone and showed a brightly smiling picture. "Look at this kid," Dongwook teased. "You aged instantly," Seijin said playfully. "What kind of expression is this? It looks like someone who needs to go to the bathroom." Chanbi turned and asked, "Are there still plenty of train tickets?" Suddenly her phone rang. "Who's answering the phone?" I said no. "I'm checking train tickets right now." "Still, there's a way to go?" Him asked, eyes wide and bewildered. "No, what do you mean?" Seijin replied. "When he keeps nagging us to sleep over at her house." I said no from the beginning, but she kept pestering, and now that we've missed the bus she's saying we should just sleep there. "You guys tell her. You said it was a day trip, and you don't like hanging out with other friends." Him hit him and shouted irritably, "Who doesn't like it? Who? At least you should have asked us." Go thought to himself with regret, "I should have asked earlier." Dune asked suspiciously, "But is there enough space for everyone to sleep? Where is that place? Is there really a place where both boys and girls, still minors, can sleep overnight together?" He replied calmly, "She said we can sleep in her parents' workshop, so are you guys staying overnight? Decide quickly if you want to stay." "I'm fine with it." Him shouted excitedly, Let's go, it's so good, let's sleep over." He stepped back and his shadow revealed a sly smile, noticing Dune was a little uneasy. Chanbi asked worriedly, "Dune, are you okay?" She said, "Yes, I think my boyfriend will agree too. My brother would probably be pickier than your side. It'll be fine." Gello stood alone in the darkness of the night. Suddenly a sad sigh was heard from behind. Oh, he immediately reassured her. Don't worry, I'll buy you a train ticket. You can go home alone, right? Woo-ik turned around and said firmly, I have to go. You guys will definitely have fun. Go followed and said, I'll buy you the last train ticket. The sky gradually brightened. One friend asked suspiciously, is this her house? Another friend speculated. She said there were many rooms, so maybe. The door opened slightly and Denny invited them in excitedly. You're here? Come on in. You arrived just in time. You missed the bus. When will we ever have another chance for everyone to be free and play together like this? A day like today, we have to play until the end. Oh, I knew you were coming, so I ordered more ice cream. Him waved to the two girls upstairs. Hello. Denny led everyone to the second floor of the house. He greeted them enthusiastically. Just put your luggage in any empty room on the second floor. I got permission, so feel free to use the bed. Seijin felt embarrassed seeing Denny's people. The interior design of the room was minimalist with white and light tones giving it a sophisticated feel. Seijin and Go exclaimed in surprise. Luxurious. From this side, Him turned around. As if she had seen something, she asked curiously, what did you guys do? The blonde girl replied. We went to the beach and came back here. Him added. You guys aren't planning to have a drinking party, are you? She smiled slightly and said, do we look like that? Hee hee, but we were just about to start something too. So now that you're here, let's join in. Him skillfully refused. I'll pass, thanks. Everyone gathered in the living room. At this point, Denny said suspiciously, something suddenly weird. It's Mafia, right? Everyone's laughing, but why isn't Chanbi laughing? Ha ha, another voice accused. It's Mafia, right? You killed Kongono, didn't you? Chanbi quickly denied. Not me, the victim. Gello inwardly felt unjustly accused. But I'm the police, Dong-wook said gloomily. You're too bad, too bad. The people around shouted, die, Mafia, go. She was moved. This is the first time everyone has gathered like this since the school picnic. It was really good to come. Everything will be fine in the end. But there was one more victim. His eyes narrowed slightly with gloom and he looked towards where Chanbi was sitting. She was leaning against the sofa, her face looking a bit unwell. She put her hand on her forehead. Seeing her tired expression, he approached and asked worriedly, are you okay? Chanbi was surprised. Yes. He replied briefly, yes. After that, she quickly regained a bright expression. Go worried inwardly. She didn't eat much for dinner and she doesn't look well. Gello still didn't take his eyes off her. The game continued and the moderator loudly declared Mafia wins. One friend grumbled and complained, you guys are too bad. I'm not playing anymore. Let's switch to a fishing game. Game after game continued. 2 red and gray dice rolled on the floor. Chanbi threw the 2 dice in her hand. Suddenly, she looked at her friend next to her and asked softly, can you hold my spot for a bit? I need to call my brother. Dune immediately agreed. Yes, you can go. Shall I make a comeback victory while you're gone? If you go upstairs to your room, can you bring a charger too? Chanbi replied, okay. She slowly walked up the stairs and moved to the upstairs hallway. Chanbi headed towards her room. Her steps were heavy and she could no longer bear it, collapsing completely. Chanbi barely managed to get up in her room, gritting her teeth and thinking to herself, I took medicine, but why this foolish head? The room door slowly opened and she tightly gripped the charging cable in her hand. She leaned against the doorframe, eyes wide but looking a bit tired. Go was waiting in front of her room door. He asked urgently, are you sick? How are you sick? Chanbi awkwardly asked back. What do you mean? He frowned and advised. Don't force yourself. You should take more medicine before it gets worse. She called him curiously. Where are you going? Gello walked and explained. He said the medicine was in this room. Are you sick? How are you sick? When he asked, her face flushed red, a mixture of surprise and slight confusion. Chanbi hesitated outside the room door, then stepped inside. Him was sitting in the living room and asked, where did Chanbi go? Dune replied, she went to make a call. Dong-wook sat next to her, complaining, is she addicted to calls? What's she looking at so intently? I kept telling you, when you play a game you have to finish it. Him pushed him away. She said loudly, get lost. Dune gaped and looked at Him's phone. How is that person? Dong-wook also said curiously. Who? Dune revealed. It's the person we met last time when we went for charcoal grilled meat. Isn't he amazing? In the hallway at one end of the room, Go was intently searching for medicine in a cabinet. Chanbi approached and said, I think I ate too much. I thought I'd be full, but after taking the digestive medicine I brought I feel much better. I've been sick a lot lately, so I know my body best. It's okay, it's just a little indigestion. Lighten up, he seriously reminded her. If you force yourself you might get sicker later. Even kids don't try to endure like that. Tell me where it hurts. Go sat on the bed and looked directly at her. Chanbi's face was slightly confused and she stammered, it was definitely fine a moment ago, but now it's a bit uncomfortable. And where does it hurt? Gello asked worriedly, even with a slight scolding tone. Why are you forcing yourself alone? She hung her head. Clutching both hands tightly, she expressed her apologies. If I'm sick when we're out having fun, I feel like I'll ruin the mood for everyone. Everyone put in so much effort because of me today, so I feel bad if I say I'm sick now, he softly advised. Your friends will worry a lot about you. If it's too hard, just say you're sleepy and go to bed early. For the medicine, just say you feel a bit sick and ask where it is, then your friends won't know your condition. As he spoke, I also heard all sorts of things before. Go recounted stories with his friends. The medicine is up there. Endure it, you weakling. Suddenly, Chanbi softly mumbled, He turned and looked at her with a worried expression. Do you have a fever? Then what should I do? Chanbi still didn't admit it. A fever? Do I really have a fever? It's just a bit warm. Gelo was not reassured. He looked at her with worried eyes and hesitated, reaching out his hand to Chanbi. Can I touch you? Go's hand quickly extended and tried to reach the other person. His hand gently touched Chanbi's forehead. She asked with a worried expression, can you tell right away if you touch it? He slowly replied. Compared, it was quite hot. He thought to himself, both of them were like that. Her eyes were slightly wide, expressing embarrassment. Looking to the side, Go calmly opened his mouth. This should work if you drink it. There's mineral water here, or should I get you some fresh water? Chanbi refused his offer. Just drink what's there. I couldn't do anything for you when you were sick. Go asked again with a puzzled expression. When? She continued to blame herself. At that time I didn't know anything. I was really foolish. I couldn't understand my feelings then nor my feelings now. And I did something stupid. I'm sorry, he asked again with a surprised expression. What? Why are you suddenly apologizing? You have a lot to do after the exams, right? Why did you come today? Was it originally planned? Chanbi grasped the blanket and slowly stood up. She held a piece of paper in her hand. There were some problems with the meal, but I was so happy I forgot how tired I was. It was really good. I want to go on a trip like this again. Let's all go together again next time, Go asked in a curious voice. What do you want to do after vacation? She tilted her head and replied excitedly. So much, but it's all vague. I guess I have to try everything I can think of, he smiled gently. Following her lead, on the nightstand next to the bed there was a pill box and a water bottle, but after a moment they disappeared and the nightstand was empty. After talking for a long time, Chanbi suddenly remembered, we've been here too long, haven't we? They're not even coming to look for us. Let's go down now, Go replied. Okay. His face was slightly embarrassed at this moment, and his cheeks were flushed. Gelo stammered a suggestion. Shall we stay a little longer before we go? Chanbi was startled for a moment, but her eyes revealed hesitation. She said hesitantly, you can. Hearing Chanbi's reply, his eyes widened. The two of them sat in silence just looking at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Gelo and she were thinking the same thing. Perhaps now is the right time. No one opened their mouth first, just facing each other. Chanbi looked up at him, her lips slightly parted. Go mustered all his courage to express what he was thinking. I also have something I've wanted to say for a long time. I need to ask you about it. Chanbi was startled by his words and asked back, me? Oh. Go replied honestly, yes. She opened her eyes wide and slightly parted her lips, preparing for what was about to happen. Chanbi sat holding the blanket and confessed, I also. The tension mounted, and Chanbi had not yet finished her sentence. Me too, I wanted to. That's something only you and I wanted to do. That thing is. Before she could finish speaking, she collapsed towards Go. At this moment, Seijin burst through the door from outside, calling loudly, Hey you weakling, do you have the strength to go out? What, did you collapse? Go immediately retorted. No, he said in an urging voice. Then that's fine, go out quickly. Wooyik was on the phone. Yeah, no need to worry about Wooyik. They said they'd pick you up. There are no girls. There's a girl here. Haha, Seijin continued. That guy isn't going to pick you up, he's just sightseeing. You really look sick. You don't have to go out. Go's face was still worried, his facial muscles stiff with anxiety, and cold sweat began to flow. He forced a smile and replied, no, I have to go out too. I took my medicine. You guys go first. Seijin stood at the doorway and calmly opened his mouth. Lend me your power bank. I forgot to bring mine. Go quickly agreed. Okay, I got it. Seijin didn't forget to urge him as he left. They said it's quite a long walk they're already going, so come out quickly. He finally let out a sigh of relief as if he had just thrown off a burden. Go informed her. He left. Are you okay? Chanbi quietly requested. You go first, that's it. He spoke cautiously. I'll make way for you. Everyone went outside and started playing. Him exclaimed in admiration. Wow, it's sparkling. Go quietly said to himself, I've been putting it off until now, waiting for the perfect moment. Dongwook smiled mockingly. Wooyik's girlfriend is really scary. Seijin joked, he must want to die. Denny turned his head and asked loudly, why hasn't Kongo arrived yet? He stood behind, lost in thought. There's probably no such thing as a perfect moment. The faint city light shone on Gono's face. Chanbi clutched her head, thinking to herself, it's a complete mess. It's all because of me. It's because of me. On a trip in April, with the sound of a pen being dropped, an angry voice echoed. Why is Chanbi fighting at that particular time? Write down the damn situation again in sentences? No way. Seijin checked the group chat message on his phone. They've probably arrived by now. Even though we missed it, it was a really fun trip. Dongwook complained. That guy complains so much, how do you put up with him? Suddenly a camera shutter sound, click click, echoed from behind. Dongwook calmly opened his mouth. If you want to take my picture, you have to pay. Hiram shouted loudly. Get out of the way, you idiot. I'm going to take a picture of the bottom too. He looked up at Hiram with an incomprehensible expression. Isn't it better to take it vertically? She said in an annoyed voice. Get out of the way, you meddling photographer. Dune walked over from a distance, crossed her arms and asked, Are you two fighting again? Hiram explained unhappily. That kid keeps bothering me. It's really annoying. Dongwook turned around and muttered, What did I do? Dune looked at the distant view with regretful eyes. It would have been great if she had come here too. Him said in an unpleasant voice, She's just talking about her boyfriend again. It's driving me crazy, she continuously praised. The scenery is really pretty. Look at that. The phone coincidentally captured the moment Gono was angry and shouted loudly, Stop it right now. If you two make any more noise, I'll push both of you in. Dongwook asked curiously. Did he say he'd push both of them in? This guy again, that guy again. He looked at the phone and found a comment. Pretty, Dong-wook lowered his head and muttered. He really speaks well as expected. Hiram smiled brightly. That's because he's a good person. He's not like you. I need to take a picture of that side too. She glanced at him with a cold look and the corners of her mouth were slightly downturned, expressing dissatisfaction. In the night sky, countless stars shone like jewels filling the space. Dune approached Dong-wook and whispered in his ear. What other reason would he have to speak so kindly? He likes Hiram, he chuckled, saying incredulously. Haha, no way, you must be kidding, Dune asserted with a confident expression. You don't believe me? I heard it from Baek Yeonji. He asked Chanbi for an introduction, saying he fell for her the first time he saw her on the way to school. Can you believe it? But him doesn't know anything, still acting normally. As soon as she said this, the smile slowly faded from Dong-wook's lips. He stood silently and said in a blank, sad voice, Really, that's strange. I've met all sorts of strange people. Him pointed at Chanbi and held up her phone. Hey Chanbi, aren't you going to take a picture? Chanbi was washing her face in the restroom when she heard someone's voice from behind. Oh, look at Chanbi. She's really the same as ever, even without makeup. Denny's other friend also spoke. It's unfair. Are your pants comfortable? Do you have more? Are you going to do a mask pack too? Ask your friend too. She calmly replied, No, I'm fine, okay. The two girls behind her giggled. Chanbi turned slightly and thought to herself unhappily, it's a complete mess. Yeah, I forgot to bring a towel. Suddenly, a towel appeared before her eyes and Chanbi flinched in surprise. The person who handed her the towel was none other than Go. He asked in a gentle voice, Do you need a towel? Chanbi looked at him with wide eyes, her expression utterly surprised. She nodded slightly and took the towel from Gono's hand. He hesitated as if he had something to say. How's my hair? Chanbi covered her mouth with the towel and gave a thumbs up, showing her satisfaction. It's perfectly fine. Go smiled slightly and touched his hair, embarrassed. Everyone gathered in the living room to watch a movie, and the TV screen showed the movie end subtitle. Sejin said in a trembling voice, This crazy movie makes you speechless even after it's over. Chanbi's face turned pale. I told you not to watch it. Dune sat next to her and exclaimed, It's really a masterpiece, not a single scary scene. Denny's girlfriend said in a cheerful voice, Right. Sejin frowned, looked at Go and said unhappily, How can you find this interesting? Aren't you crazy? He smiled and replied, I told you I'd already seen it. Dong-wook pouted and said, I'd rather not watch a movie than watch it like you. At least I didn't cover my face the whole movie, the two argued, and he watched silently. Inside, but she said she liked this kind of thing. It's definitely different now. What happened? After finishing the movie, him and Chanbi looked dazed, their faces still confused. Suddenly, Denny turned to everyone and suggested, Hey guys, should we go watch the sunrise? It's right in front of us. A friend asked, Don't we have to get up super early for that? He replied excitedly, Of course we have to leave at 5:30. If you can't wake up, we'll just leave without you. Sejin warned, Even if we sleep now, we'll only get 4 hours of sleep. Can you really wake up? Dong-wook was still holding a pillow, his eyes closed. 5:30, I'll just sleep. Go checked his phone. There's only an afternoon bus so we can watch the sunrise, sleep a bit more and then leisurely go. Hearing that, Hiram's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly, Then let's stay up all night until then. Another friend agreed. That sounds fun. The faint light from the TV screen illuminated the quiet room at midnight. On the table were half-drunk soda cans and half-eaten snack plates. Gono had fallen asleep with his head on a pillow. Hiram jumped up and said with surprise, mixed with a hint of teasing, Oh, these two gave up. They're weak. We're definitely not sleeping really. Chanbi's hair flowed slightly onto the pillow, a few strands scattered messily. The two were fast asleep in the warm, dim light of midnight. Early in the morning, Him was packing her bag, grumbling, What sunrise? Everyone's asleep anyway. The alarm rings and no one wakes up. Dong-wook's face was blank, his eyes blurry from lack of sleep. Sejin smiled slyly and said in a teasing voice, I'm here. The one who went to sleep first wins. Go saw the morning scene. Everyone was sprawled out haphazardly despite the alarm. Denny approached from behind, a playful smile on his face. Can't be helped, we missed it anyway. Just pack up and go. You won't be coming back here again. Why is she saying she's not coming again? Let's come again next time. Chanbi frowned and glanced at her phone with annoyance. My damn brother called again. Chanbi asked Denny, do you have any spare paper bags? He tilted his head and replied, There are tons downstairs. What size do you want? She was surprised and said softly, Oh, I guess I'll have to go myself. When she left, Gono approached Chanbi's bag and phone on the floor. He looked down, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. Denny rummaged through the room, searching. Is this size okay? Chanbi approached and replied, A little smaller or anything is fine. He continued to search in another cupboard. Then I'll find a definite one for you. Chanbi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, waiting. Her eyes were wide and a hint of worry was visible on her face. Feeling the tension, Chanbi swallowed hard. Chanbi's hands were raised high, gently waving in the air. Denny held an orange paper bag and asked enthusiastically, Do you want this one? She cut him off and looked straight at him. Denny, you know, right? Denny turned his head and looked at her, a question mark hovering over his head. Chanbi continued to explain, That I used to like Kong Jio, he exclaimed. Oh, seeing you two now, how could I not know? Even my friend noticed, but I didn't think he'd tell you directly. Really? Chanbi quickly denied. No, I mean before I lost my memory. He looked up at Chanbi with wide eyes. She stood there blankly, not understanding what he was thinking. Denny leaned over and whispered in her ear. What? You heard him say that? Chanbi placed her hand on her chest and breathed heavily, her face flushed with embarrassment. She flinched in surprise and asked in a stammering voice, You didn't know? A hint of anxiety was mixed in her voice. No, I know. I know, Chanbi asserted confidently. Just as I thought. How did he know? Who told him? Or did he remember again? He replied calmly. I found my diary that I wrote a while ago. Chanbi stood silently embarrassed, her lips slightly parted. Denny continued to explain. So what I know about the past are the things Kang Jio didn't tell you. She was startled, her eyes wide, tears welling up under her eyelashes and her cheeks flushed. Denny smiled and reassured. He never had bad intentions, he just thought you wouldn't believe him even if he told you. So don't be angry that he didn't tell you, Chanbi asked, puzzled. He knew everything. Kang Jio knew about that too. Denny smiled awkwardly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. She said in a sad voice, if he knew everything and then I suddenly became a completely different person overnight, how pathetic must I have looked in his eyes? Denny looked unconvinced. Pathetic? Why do you say that? Now, as long as everything works out, you two look much closer than before. Everything's going well, isn't it? Isn't it written in your diary? Chanbi said, covering her forehead with her hand, looking tired. Everything's a mess, so many things have happened. The future is important, but really, and I feel like I'm going to die. Outside, raindrops hit the cold pavement. Him said sincerely, let's meet again someday. Dong-wook quickly replied, see you tomorrow, Wenny. The friends waved to each other through the window. One friend said contentedly, it started raining after we finished playing. Aren't we lucky? Go went downstairs with his phone, thinking to himself, that Hung keeps calling, is something urgent? He was about to return the phone to her. The screen rang again. It was her brother. Go couldn't help but wonder, where did that kid go with Denny? He slowly walked to the room at the end of the hallway. Suddenly Denny's voice came from inside. Who told you, or did you remember? Chanbi answered honestly. I found an old diary I wrote. Gello overheard their conversation. Chanbi's voice echoed. Did he know about that too? How embarrassing. Oh, but I had no idea. And I even wondered if there was something going on between them. That's ridiculous. How did he know I liked him? Denny refused to answer. I won't say any more. She was flustered and embarrassed. It's understandable that he didn't tell me. I probably wouldn't have believed him either, especially after that incident. He wanted to ask something. But Chanbi, didn't you say you didn't want to dig into things you don't remember? Why? She suddenly said loudly, this is different, Denny gently suggested. Then why don't you ask Kang Jian directly? Chanbi adamantly refused. How can I? After the images that just flashed by, Go slidely came to his senses and returned to reality. Seijin pulled him closer and suggested, sit here on the inside chair. Damn it. Just this once, Chanbi got on the bus, looked around and found a place to sit. She bashfully chose the seat next to Gono. She stammered, explaining that this was the only seat left. Then he replied in a low voice. Anyway, I was sitting here too. She resolved inwardly. How long are you going to be like this? Chanbi, act normal. He's been waiting. Go's heart was complicated at this time, full of thoughts and unspoken things. I've never thought about how I look when I'm like this. Where should I start? Her diary. What did she know? Was the content limited? Should I tell her everything? I have to tell her. The past B-chan did everything to maintain the relationship, but I only ran away, denied and belittled myself. Because I acted that way, B-chanbi was hurt. And our relationship went back to square one, and the recent events are no different. Because of that damn guy's words, I doubted B-chanbi. That's it. I have nothing to tell her proudly, nothing. Chanbi held her phone in her hand and sighed. She bowed her head and quietly hid her feelings. I feel like dying of embarrassment right now. But this humiliation came too late. I want to ask him. I want to ask him everything about the past. Chanbi subtly glanced at him. And numerous questions for Go arose in her mind. Since when did you like me? When did you know I liked you? What was it like for you when I lost my memory? I want to know everything. Everything has accumulated until now, and I'm the only one who doesn't know anything. Everything else can be ignored, but what happened to Kang Jian? I've always been curious about everything. I want to know everything, but asking that is like confessing, isn't it? And it's forcing an admission. I tried to say it yesterday, but I only made a fool of myself. Chanbi leaned her head tiredly and sadly against the chair and closed her eyes. She asked herself inwardly, what should I do? Suddenly her phone rang and a new message from her brother appeared on the screen. Immediately after, a call came through. Chanbi opened the message and her brother asked worriedly, no reply? Did you get on the bus? She replied, yes. Her brother texted, be careful. I can't pick you up, so be careful going home. Chanbi calmly replied, even if you don't say anything, I'll take care of myself. You absolutely don't come. At exit 3 of the station, Chanbi's brother looked at his phone and smiled slyly. Absolutely don't come, then I definitely have to go. I need to see that guy with glasses. On the other side, Go's sister was waiting on a bench. Oh Gono, when are you coming? What's wrong with asking her adorable brother? Disin pouted and shouted. Hung went to the sea by himself, he said playfully. Little one, wait your turn. She sobbed, HMPH, HMPH. Go kept pondering internally. What should I do? What should I do? What should I say? She's probably waiting already. Chanbi continued to feel shy, thinking to herself. I want to ask, I want to meet, but if I meet him, I don't know what to say. My brother always seems to pick me up like this. If I meet him, I don't know what to say, she said softly. Kang Jian. He also looked up and called her name. B. Chanbi, calling each other's names simultaneously. The two stared blankly at each other and said, huh? The vast terminal landscape unfolded before their eyes, with countless cars lined up. Go's sister sighed helplessly. Damn it, Disin is being stubborn again, I'll wait here. His sister clutched her stomach irritably and groaned. My stomach hurts, Dissen, Mommy said. Let's go to the restroom together, Dissen stubbornly shouted. No, 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 I know it's almost time for me to go. I'm just going to stay here. His sister's face turned pale, unable to endure it any longer. His sister approached Chanbi's brother and said softly, "Excuse me, are you also waiting for the bus?" He politely replied, "Ah yes." Go's sister pleaded, "Could you please look after this child for a moment? I need to go to the restroom. Our family will also be on that bus." "Oh, I'll be right back," he replied cheerfully. "Yes, yes, go ahead." His sister hurried away, telling her daughter, "Thank you, Dissen. Mommy will be right back. Gono, surprise him when you arrive." The two waited for the bus in silence. He looked around and said to the child, "There are many cars here. Little lady, why are you making such a fuss? Uncle won't tell you. Shouting won't solve anything. You have to use your words. That way you're only making it harder for your mom." Dune looked up at him and replied politely, "Yes." He thought to himself, "Uncle is really cool." He began to reminisce. "My child was like that too. How good she was back then. How I wish she were as young as she was then." Dissen looked up at him with wide, uncomprehending eyes. Outside the rain was still pouring. He frowned and looked towards the red bus. "Is that it? That's probably the car. You find your family too. You said you'd surprise them." Dissen obediently replied yes. The bus stopped and the door slowly opened. He looked inside and mumbled, "Glasses, glasses." Dissen called out loudly, "Uncle, uncle, surprise, uncle." Go quickly approached and took the child's hand. He stared at the two of them and said in a suspicious voice, "Wait, is that really your uncle?" Desse asserted. "He is my uncle," Go greeted first. Hello, my sister told me. Thank you for looking after Dissen," he said softly. "Yes, yes." He mumbled to himself, "They're really like kids." Dae-sun pointed towards the door and exclaimed with joy, "Dad?" Go hugged the child and quickly left, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much." He stood blankly, a look of confusion on his face. Him tilted her head and said in an interested, slightly playful tone, "So that's how the goodbye went." "But why did his sister ask that guy specifically?" Chanbi shrugged and replied, "I know, I was surprised too." She felt very sorry inwardly. It ended up like this after all. "I'm so sorry." Gono looked at her and smiled gently. Chanbi tilted her head, showing surprise, and felt a slight discomfort in her heart. "But what should we do now?" In the classroom during break time, Hiram asked everyone how they were doing. Did everyone have a good time last week? Outside it was raining heavily. One friend said sadly, "D-Tune, you and I can't go to the amusement park this week. Vacation just started and it's already ruined." Another friend offered an opinion. "You should have checked the weather forecast before planning," Dongwook interjected. "Oh right, Hung seems scarier than before," she stammered. "Ha, what do you mean?" Chanbi didn't want her brother peeking at her phone. She said in a displeased voice, "Hung, are you doing something weird again? Get away from me." He grinned and defended himself. "What do you mean I'm your brother?" Him said teasingly. "Did you hear? Your brother's getting scarier and scarier. Now that I think about it, yesterday he kept looking for something but couldn't find anything." Chanbi rested her chin on her hand and sighed. It's so annoying," Him argued sulkily. "But I want to meet Jian's nephew too. What's wrong with meeting for a bit?" "Why are you running away?" Chanbi rested her chin on her hand and said indifferently, "I knew you'd say that." Gello closed his eyes and replied firmly, "Absolutely not. It's best not to meet." In the hallway, Chanbi returned the book in her hand to Go. "I can finally give it back to you. I'm sorry, I was so busy with exams lately that I forgot. I found it when I was organizing my things in the classroom and it fell out," he said bashfully. "Then you must have had a hard time finding it." "Thank you." The book was quietly handed over, each holding one end of it. Chanbi smiled with sparkling eyes and Gono's gaze was filled with sincerity towards her. Playing together, talking together, just like before, their relationship was always enjoyable. It felt exactly the same as before, only the silence before they started speaking was a little longer, and the resolve to confess quietly disappeared. Chanbi closed her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushed. There was a slight flutter in her heart. Go's facial expression was no different from hers. Their hands were almost touching but neither dared to speak first. She hesitated, thinking to herself, "Can I ask?" Gello also couldn't help but feel uneasy internally. "Can I ask? Everything else is the same as before, so it should be fine." Returning to reality, Him grabbed Chanbi's bag and pleaded. "No, no, let's go after self-study," she shouted in surprise. "I told you I needed to organize my things in the classroom." Him looked at her with pleading eyes. "Please stay and study until self-study is over. If you all leave, who will I play with?" Chanbi cleverly refused. "It's the last day today, so I need to organize my things," she continued to plead. "How long does that take? Let's just stay a little longer." Chanbi still wouldn't budge. "No, no." Without looking ahead, she accidentally bumped into Go. Chanbi looked up at him. She said hurriedly, "I'm leaving." Go turned around and waved goodbye. Bye. She had already left, but his eyes still subtly lingered on Go. He bowed his head, a slight sadness on his face, his hand clenched tightly at the hem of his clothes. He thought to himself, "See, everything's really okay." On the playground, Chanbi quickened her pace, walking rapidly across the tiled floor. She smiled, thinking to herself, "I'll just ask. It's something I have to do eventually. Not right now, but later." Gono stood, smiling, lost in thought. Where should I start? What should I say? When it's time to say it, isn't honesty the best policy? It's not now, so it's okay. No need to think too much and get a headache. Heavy rain poured outside the window. The wall clock showed 10 o'clock. The classroom lights were still bright. Seijin was looking at his phone, speaking in an excited voice. "I sent the picture and Minu sent me an Instagram message." Dongwook asked curiously, "Who's Minu?" Seijin immediately replied, "Wenny's blonde friend, you idiot." As soon as he saw him, he called out loudly, "Jian, you're hard to meet." Wooyuk waved goodbye to him and left. Only Seijin remained. He bowed his head slightly and said softly, Hung, I have something to apologize for. I think it's better to tell you directly. I made a huge mistake yesterday. It was a really big mistake. I didn't think Hung would say such things, Go replied softly. It's okay. Hearing him say that, he was surprised and his eyes showed clear astonishment. Sejin asked again, Did Bichan tell you? Gelo shook his head, denying it. No, I just happened to overhear you two talking yesterday. Speak softly. I'll shut up immediately, he gently replied. You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing? He shook his head slightly and lowered his eyes. I should have noticed sooner. Go thought that hiding it only made everything more complicated. I'm the problem, Sejin sighed. Damn it, you and Bichan are both blaming yourselves. He calmly explained. What do you mean I know? You didn't have bad intentions either. Bichanbi will understand. She's just curious about what happened to you. Sejin suggested. Let's talk honestly. Both of you are overthinking things. Gelo picked up a transparent umbrella. Sejin asked curiously. What is it? Is that your umbrella? It's so cute. Go looked up with a surprised expression. He looked outside, but it was still raining heavily. In the quiet room, Chanbi was asleep, slumped over her desk with books piled around her. She suddenly sat up, her eyes still hazy. I fell asleep. Should I throw this away? The phone on the desk rang. It caught her attention. Chanbi lifted her head but hadn't yet pinpointed the source of the sound. Chanbi tilted her head and reached for the phone. In the quiet campus, Go walked slowly. The operator's message indicated the call could not be completed. Chanbi's name clearly appeared on the screen. He held the phone to his ear, a nervous expression on his face. Go thought to himself, she must have gone home by this time. Chanbi was startled as soon as she opened her phone. What? She swept everything off her desk. Books and papers scattered. Chanbi quickly ran to the door and hastily left. As she ran, she blamed herself. I was spread out until the last bus. Just how long did I sleep? Chanbi rushed down the deserted hallway, her breathing mingling with the echoing sound of her footsteps. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap outside startled her. Chanbi exclaimed in surprise, It's raining. She stared ahead, her eyes wide and a bewildered expression on her face. Chanbi seemed to recognize that the person in front was Gelo. He happily asked him, You haven't left yet? That's good. Chanbi was surprised by his presence at this hour. She challenged, Why are you here? Gelo hesitated and replied, He slowly and carefully offered the umbrella to Chanbi. He said shyly and haltingly, You left your umbrella. Chanbi couldn't say anything, just stared blankly, motionless. She scolded him angrily. Is that all? What if I had gone home? Shouldn't you at least have sent a text or called? Go explained. You weren't answering your phone, she said with a firm attitude. Anyway, you weren't supposed to just come like that, were you? He was flustered and lowered his voice. I thought you might still be here. If you hadn't left, I could give you your umbrella. Did I come too abruptly? Holding someone else's umbrella like this, Chanbi exclaimed softly, hesitant yet firm. No, it's cute, but let's run to the bus stop first and talk there. Let's go. Seeing the two pass by, Wuyik called out, Where are you rushing off to? Go wondered to himself, Why did I even come here? If Chanbi is still here, I'll give her the umbrella. It'll be fine. She looked at Go with emotion, her heart pounding uncontrollably. The two rushed through the pouring rain. After running for a while, the bus stop finally appeared. Chanbi held the umbrella and waited for the bus, letting out a sigh of relief. We're not late. Sorry, did I startle you by suddenly running off like that? I don't know much about the bus information here. Don't miss the last bus either, Go replied cheerfully. I have plenty of time, Chanbi stammered with a sincere voice. Oh, thank you so much for the umbrella. I even forgot to bring it. His gaze stopped at Chanbi's bag and he asked softly, Your bag looks like it's about to burst, isn't it heavy? Shall I carry it for you? She refused. It's okay, it just looks cumbersome. Chanbi looked at the umbrella she was holding. She gripped the umbrella handle tightly and slowly extended it forward. Chanbi softly requested, Then could you hold the umbrella for me? Go asked again with a flustered expression. The umbrella, as she walked, she held the rather heavy backpack strapped to her back. Go gripped the umbrella handle tightly, shielding both himself and Chanbi from the rain. The two walked side by side in the drizzle. He stared straight ahead, trying to maintain his composure. Chanbi said nothing, her face full of tension and embarrassment. Gono's one shoulder was already wet from the rain. She said worriedly, You're wet. Tilt the umbrella more towards your side. He tried to deny it. I'm not wet. Chanbi frowned slightly. Looking elsewhere, she pursed her lips and lowered her eyes slightly. Suddenly Chanbi spoke first. When did you get so tall? You used to only come up to my eye level. But you suddenly grew a lot. That's why I guess I felt so unfamiliar when I met you again after losing my memory, Go replied. I think it's been since last year. I'm still growing taller now. She reminded him of the past. I only remember seeing you for the first time in the auditorium last year. He suddenly recalled, the auditorium when we were organizing chairs together? Chanbi reminisced. Someone suddenly called my name, and I was surprised. It was someone I'd never seen before, he explained seriously. Wuyik told me your name and said you were his friend, so I mistakenly spoke up. I was so embarrassed I wanted to die back then. When I met you again, I had to act as if nothing had happened. It was really hard. I also felt like you were a little wary of me back then. Chanbi smiled brightly and said, It's really amazing how we ended up like this. I wonder when we became this close. I've vaguely heard about it, but I don't know the details. Go stammered shyly. I don't think we had much interaction back then. I pretended to be fine and you were a bit wary, and that relationship continued until the second semester when you were in the same math class as me. Moreover, sitting next to me meant we could always talk more during math class because you taught me. After Dongwook transferred, we had many common friends, so we often ran into each other and talked not only during math class but also outside. Strangely, you and I had similar tastes and liked similar things, so we used to go to dinner together or talk about movies. That's how I remember it. Chanbi bowed her head, covered her mouth with her hand, and felt embarrassed inwardly. I did everything with a purpose. Go continued speaking. Then we suddenly became closer, but that's all thanks to you. You spoke first, which gave me a reason to continue. You always approached me first, and for that I'm really grateful. And the bus is here. Chanbi hastily stopped him. No, I'm not taking it. I can take a taxi. So keep talking. Go's eyes widened at the sudden suggestion. He looked back at her shyly. Chanbi looked at him with expectant eyes. Gelo quickly turned his head away, his face clearly flustered, his cheeks flushed red. He recalled the past events. As always, you always approached me first. It was like that when we coincidentally met alone near school, and when I happened to meet you while volunteering at the library, and when we became classmates, and when I met Dissen, and even when I got hurt on the school field trip. I didn't do anything. Everything in this relationship was created by you, but shamelessly, I grew to like being with you more and more, and I liked you more and more. But I didn't have the courage to step forward first. If I had continued to lack confidence because of past events, I should have reflected on myself and changed. But like a fool, I even denied my feelings and ran away. I even ran away from you. By the time I realized it, you had had an accident and lost all your memories. And now we're not the same relationship as before. I have no idea what to do. Plus, Mr. Yu Sang Jian's issue kept piling on. I thought I should at least do something, but I ended up getting involved half-heartedly and only harbored strange suspicions alone. In the end, nothing improved. I only made you struggle and did embarrassing things. Both then and now, I can't do anything right. I wanted to proudly say I like you, but if I hide the things that made you struggle and fill it only with empty words, wouldn't that be deceiving you one more time? I'm sorry I can only express myself like this. Thick raindrops poured down onto the steps under the eaves. The rain continued to fall heavily, drenching everything. Chanbi asked disappointedly. Can't do anything right? Yes, there's nothing. But why? Why do I like you again? I can't help but like you again. Even when I lost my memory, I liked you a lot. But why did you pretend not to know about it and never say anything to me? Chanbi let the rain soak her hair. She said in a sad voice, I know you didn't say anything because I lost my memory back then. Who knew everything would turn out this way? I know everything, but still you could have told me by now. Or did you still think I wouldn't believe you? Go dropped the umbrella on the ground. He grabbed her shoulders with both hands and blamed himself. I'm sorry, I thought I didn't deserve to say such things. I was selfish and I only thought of myself. I'm really sorry, so please don't cry. The two stood close to the sidewalk and rainwater splashed around the fallen umbrella on the ground. Chanbi trembled slightly, her eyes moist, tears about to fall. She sobbed, Why should you be sorry? It's not a coincidence that I like you again. If you truly can't do anything right, then why is it always you both then and now that I like? But don't keep blaming yourself and saying you can't do anything right and that you're embarrassed. Go hastily comforted her. I'm really sorry, I won't do it again. Please don't cry. Chanbi covered her face with both hands and said with a choked voice, I'm not crying. Besides, how long are you going to keep saying I'm sorry? From now on, I'm sorry is forbidden. I know you overthink things, and I know you deny and run away. But still, you stayed by my side in the end. He felt his heart tighten with every word Chanbi spoke, and he remained silent. She confided in him, When you don't overthink things and just stay by my side like this, I'm truly happy. She moved closer to Go, and with mixed emotions he couldn't easily express himself. It was just a drizzle and raindrops trickled down his shoulder. Go slightly bowed his head and the streetlight reflected in his wet hair. He stood blankly in the rain, his silhouette blending into the faint light. Chanbi's feet stood on the wet ground and the streetlight illuminated her shoes. His vision of her gradually blurred and Chanbi seemed to fade into the night. It was as if the light around her was being swallowed. Go spoke softly, his voice gentle yet firm. I'll be simpler, more decisive. I like you. I've always liked you, and I'll continue to like you. I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? He stood blankly, his hair wet from the rain. Chanbi just quietly watched his retreating figure, the streetlight casting a shadow on his shoulder. Gello gripped the umbrella handle tightly, and raindrops trickled through his fingers. His hand slightly loosened, leaving a silent space amidst the incessant rain. Go's hand trembled slightly, then he slowly let go of the umbrella. A soft thud echoed faintly in the rain as if signaling the end of something left unsaid. Chanbi quietly took his hand. They held the umbrella handle together. Their gazes did not meet and the atmosphere grew awkward. She confessed sincerely, I've liked you for much longer. The raindrops continued to fall. The street was quiet and only the sound of raindrops mingled with the faintly reflected light. Tall buildings were submerged in the night rain and raindrops fell to the ground with a rhythmic sound. Go urged, it's late, we should go now. You said your brother couldn't pick you up today. Chanbi replied softly, I said I could take a taxi, it's fine, he said hesitantly. It's really late. The two sat silently, holding each other's hands tightly in the night rain. Go asked curiously, So everything is recorded in that diary? Chanbi immediately replied, Yes, but it only has content from February to April of this year. But it clearly shows how much I like you. I already told you. Everything you heard came from Wenny. When people started saying we were too formal with each other, I started to feel that something was strange. I wanted you to notice me so much. Yes, I like you so much I'm going crazy. It must have been very obvious, right? Go replied, probably. She leaned over and looked at him, asking in a serious voice, but when did you become certain? That feeling of, this person likes me that much? He closed his eyes slightly and lowered his voice. Do I have to say it directly? Chanbi asserted firmly. You said you'd be simpler, Go confessed. Since last year I kept thinking no way it can't be, but this year when you greeted me on the way to school it was a familiar greeting, but somehow that time, I felt a distinctly different feeling from other people. I think I finally became certain when I saw you smiling and greeting me while using the umbrella I gave you. Chanbi smiled slightly, a hint of self-satisfaction in her voice. It took you until this year? The diary says I was going crazy since last year. You realized it too late, Go hesitated. You can't just believe something like that because you want to, you understand, right? I thought such a pretty girl wouldn't like someone like me. She bowed her head, showing helplessness, and closed her eyes. Chanbi scolded him in a sulky tone. See, you're lacking confidence again. What am I going to do with you? He still stubbornly said, but it's true. Go was startled, his cheeks flushed and his eyes were wide as if he couldn't believe what was happening before him. Chanbi first took his hand and raised it high. She declared confidently, I will make you forget all your unhappy past. You've suffered enough. If you can't forget, I'll somehow make you forget. He smiled slightly and his gaze softened. Thank you. You've also had a hard time, haven't you? Are you sorry for making me suffer? Chanbi shook her head. What have I suffered? I told you, sorry is forbidden. Go happily agreed. The light cast on her face made her smile even brighter with a hint of shyness. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. From last year, after losing my memory until now, it turns out we've liked each other for a very long time. We've taken a very long detour to get back to this point. But this isn't a dream, is it? Breathe, breathe. My heart is about to burst. Haven't we been holding hands for too long? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Why did we suddenly hold hands? But it feels natural. Just leave it. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're still holding hands, right? It'll be okay. Isn't my heart beating too fast? What should I do? My heart is about to pop out of my chest. Is this how these things usually happen? A transparent umbrella lay on the ground, and Go bent down to fold his umbrella again. Then he waited in front of the elevator, and outside the sky began to clear with sunlight pouring down. Go smiled, seeing someone. The person opposite opened their mouth. You're early, Go. It turned out to be Wooyik. You're not late anymore. Shall I go to school with you? He smiled and replied, No, it's fine. Denny was curious. Why were you like that yesterday? You suddenly panicked and disappeared. He nodded. Yeah, I know. While Go was blushing and bewildered, Wooyik continued, I thought something serious had happened. He replied, a little hesitant, I just suddenly remembered something I had to do. He leaned back and asked, what was so urgent? Oh, isn't that Chanbi's umbrella? Go exclaimed, slightly surprised. Ha ha, yes. Denny smiled as if he understood everything. Wooyik still innocently asked, that precious umbrella which she guarded like a safe and wouldn't let anyone touch, she lent it to you, really? As soon as he heard it, he felt his heart pound. He finally spoke after a long time. Maybe she didn't lend it to you because you touched it unnecessarily so often, Wooyik complained. What, are you taking her side? He said with a serious expression, kindly reminding him. Generally, someone unfortunately touched her umbrella and was punished. You should be careful too, Go powerlessly still replied, despite it clearly being their fault. I'm okay. Just then Denny approached. Oh, he's teasing again, he said. You ran off like that to return her umbrella? He simply smiled, embarrassed as if he understood everything and didn't answer. Denny praised him. You've really improved compared to before. In the past you'd go crazy just if Chanbi was nearby. Go blushed and replied, anyone has to change. Without stopping, he put his arm around his shoulder again. Oh, you two are best friends now, huh? Suddenly someone was blocking the stairs. What are you doing? Chanbi was tall, so she warned them to go elsewhere. As soon as she passed, she saw Go standing below and blushed. He also saw her face instantly turn as red as a tomato. Go greeted her, embarrassed. Hi, Denny happily said. Hi, Chanbi. Seeing the scene before him, he inwardly realized that she wasn't even looking at him. Nevertheless, he forced a smile. The two stood there embarrassed by each other, not saying a word. I really don't understand, Denny thought, with question marks all over his head. When they entered the classroom, everyone was talking. Someone was saying, you arrived home too late yesterday. You suddenly took a taxi all the way to our neighborhood. Plus, you left your umbrella in the taxi and had to go back. Gello placed his hand on the desk and replied, it's okay. My brother also said he went with you because I wanted to. Besides, if I lose an umbrella, I can just buy another one. At this moment, Chanbi still had her face turned away. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, from morning until now she's been hiding her face. I want to see her face too. After a long time, she tilted her face sideways. I'll probably have to move soon. Suddenly, Go sat next to Chanbi. He asked, embarrassed, so when are you going to tell them about our relationship? She also replied, I guess I have to tell them today. Chanbi speculated that no one knew yet except Wenny. Go nodded. I think so, he wondered inwardly, but how did Wenny know so well? Gello turned to observe and thought to himself, were we that obvious? No way, right? He looked at Chanbi's hand again. We weren't caught holding hands or anything. Suddenly, Go realized something with a start. He thought that if they didn't say anything, they wouldn't know either. She also thought that and replied, probably. As soon as she finished speaking, Chanbi realized something and blushed with surprise, and she asked again, but we have to tell them, don't we? Go nodded. Yes, in the end Chanbi said they should wait for the right moment to tell them. Feeling someone staring intently at them, the two turned their heads simultaneously. Wook, Hiram, Ditun and Dongwook rushed over. "Are you two dating?" Seeing their bewildered expressions, they wanted to confirm. "Really?" Just then Denny appeared, smiling brightly. He said quite smugly, "I didn't think these guys wouldn't know yet. I was so stifled keeping it to myself that I accidentally blurted it out." "Sorry," they shouted uncontrollably. "Have you been dating since yesterday? Is it really since yesterday?" Too embarrassed, Chanbi could only whisper to Go, "Be quiet please." Then he admitted, We officially became a couple yesterday." Immediately they cheered and shouted, "Finally this day has come, congratulations." "Hey, I was the last one to know." Hiram was slightly curious. "Why didn't you tell us yesterday? I waited so patiently." Dongwook also added, "So that's why you ran away yesterday." Ditun was curious. "What exactly happened yesterday?" On this side, Chanbi's face was red and she said in a small voice, "Don't ask any more, please." Wook immediately cut in, "Then it worked out well for you two without me intervening." Hiram crossed her arms and boasted, "It's been a long time since I've just been an observer like this." Just then Ditun poured cold water on them. "Maybe it worked out better because you weren't there." Seeing Chanbi still bowing her head, Wook teased again, "All right, why are you so shy? Is it your first love? Are you in elementary school?" Hiram said it must really be her first time. Chanbi, annoyed, gripped the yellow pillow on her desk tightly, threw it at his face and shouted, "Shut up, all of you, shut up." Hiram quickly ran off. "I need to tell the other friends too," and thanks to the two of them, the rumor spread everywhere. Everyone looked at Chanbi curiously. Go was also speechless. He hadn't expected this to happen. After a moment the scene shifted elsewhere. Chanbi held a bag of cold ice cream in her hand. She placed the ice cream bag on top of the refrigerator and asked, "Why are these people so interested in other people's relationships?" Go said, as if unable to understand, "I've never received this much attention." After filling the ice cream bag, he said, slightly dejected, "I know we shouldn't care about other people's gazes, but isn't this a bit too much? I can hear all the murmuring." The two walked out together. Go exaggerated further. "My neck was even hot." Chanbi asked, "Hot?" She sighed. "I really can't be comfortable." He reassured her, "It's probably just the first time, you'll forget about it quickly tomorrow." Hearing that, Chanbi suggested, "Then let's just go our separate ways today." She also added, "If something like this happens again, tell me." While Chanbi was still chattering that this would be more comfortable, her cheeks suddenly turned red. It turned out Go had taken her hand. He said casually, "If I don't go quickly, all the ice cream will melt." Chanbi hesitated and replied, "They'll definitely nag us again." Suddenly, Chanbi was curious. "But why did the teacher suddenly buy us ice cream?" He explained. "The teacher said it was a reward because our class's final exam average was first place, but he probably just wanted to treat the whole class." She said, as if unable to understand. "The teacher said he would never buy us anything like this. In the end, he gave in when we kept pestering him." Chanbi still asked curiously, even right before summer vacation starts. At this, Go smiled unconsciously. "Summer vacation tomorrow, damn it," he said directly. "Tomorrow is just the closing ceremony." She was startled. "Ah yeah, that's right." Gelo was delighted. "Then we don't have to come to school anymore." She looked at his expression as if unable to understand. Then Go turned and suggested, "Shall we go out this weekend?" At the same time, Chanbi also tried to say summer vacation, but he said embarrassed, "Oh sorry, I cut you off." She didn't mind and asked again, "This weekend?" Chanbi also said excitedly, "Yes, we should go." "That's great." Go blushed as if he hadn't expected it to happen so easily. After that he asked again, "Weren't you going to say something earlier?" She replied again, "I'm moving next week." Chanbi informed him that her new house was closer to his so they could meet often even during summer vacation. Gelo's face was filled with joy. He asked when she was moving and she replied it was next Saturday. But Chanbi still returned to the more important main point, "So what about going out? Where should we go this weekend?" She thought to herself, "Anywhere is fine." In the group chat everyone was having a lively discussion. Hiram wondered if the two would have fun going out. Dongwook replied, "It's not the first or second time, so why worry?" She retorted, "Now that they're dating it should be different." Wook crossed his arms and admired. "Finally the two of them are really dating. I thought they wouldn't date until graduation." Dongwook also agreed. "I thought it was still a long way off." Hiram worried again. "It's their first date, those two innocent kids, aren't you worried?" The two immediately reassured her. "It'll be fine, you just finish your game." At the same time Go was running, sweating profusely. He thought as he ran, "I can't believe I mistook the meeting place. Fortunately, I arrived 20 minutes early." Suddenly, Go brushed past someone and froze. It turned out to be Chanbi. She grabbed his wrist and said firmly, "Gelo." He was startled, turned around and looked at her. After a long time, Go calmly opened his mouth, blushing. "Ah hi, Gono." The two entered together. Chanbi was also surprised. "We both mistook the meeting place." He nodded. "What happened to this meeting place?" But she still said happily, "Still we met." Go scratched his head. "Yeah, I guess." Then he blushed and turned away. Chanbi looked at him suspiciously. Only then did she notice he wasn't wearing glasses. Go nodded. I tried wearing contacts today." He was slightly embarrassed. "Do I look strange? My face feels a bit empty without glasses." Chanbi shook her head. "No, I just asked because it's the first time I've seen you without glasses." She also reassured him. "You look good with or without glasses." This made Go embarrassed and his face flushed. Then he stammered, "Thank you." Chanbi also blushed and felt awkward. Then she turned and changed the subject. The tickets we reserved are." Seeing her back he thought to himself, I just looked at the schedule. Friday is the closing ceremony, Saturday is a holiday, and today, Sunday. It's only been one day since I saw Chanbi. Chanbi still seemed busy and Gelo was immersed in a world of love, but he felt inexplicably good. A few seconds later, he realized he had made a slight mistake and hit his own head. I kept zoning out. This won't do, Go resolved inwardly. I have to do well, focus. Suddenly, Chanbi called out Go's name. When there was no answer, she called out Kongjio again. He quickly replied, Hey, Chanbi said we had something to do before we went in. Again, Go exclaimed in surprise. Something to do? Immediately, she took out a portable camera she was holding. Chanbi began to give instructions very seriously. You stand in front of that poster right there. Yes, exactly. The person opposite her posed as she wished. Did you bring a camera? Chanbi replied. I bought it yesterday, she said, a little disappointed. I should have bought it when we went to the beach. It's too late now. Go was so happy. Chanbi also promised, later I'm going to print out all the photos taken with this camera and the ones on my phone and keep them. I don't trust these electronics, as she said. All right, I'll take the picture. He raised his finger and began to pose. Then Chanbi continued to take natural moments of Go. She went closer to look at the photos and smiled happily. You're very stiff. I'll take pictures of you often later so you'll get used to it. Hearing that, Go also approached. Then I'll take pictures of you too. After a series of familiar procedures, the two moved to a restaurant. At this time, he was helping Chanbi take pictures. Numerous photos poured out. Photos of food and sauce mixed together, photos of her holding up a cheese pizza, or photos of Go chewing food and making a V sign with his fingers. Eventually, the plate slowly emptied, the food dwindled, and the scene shifted back outside. Chanbi held a cone of ice cream in her hand, while he still held a slice of cake next to her. Along with the ice cream, she also had a lollipop in her hand, and they headed to the mall. Go held a handful of marbles in his arms and Chanbi carefully picked one. However, upon opening it, a third duck appeared again, and she could only bury her face in her hands in frustration. Not stopping there, they headed to the arcade. At this moment, beautiful pink clouds floated in the sky. After finishing their shopping, Chanbi said, I'll go pay. He replied, okay. Looking at the sky outside, Go felt a slight pang of regret and thought, it's already almost night. Time really flies. I wish this moment could last forever. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. Kong Go no. While Go was bewildered, he asked again, that's you, right? As soon as he turned around, he was surprised. Oh, Dong-chan, this is Kong Dong-chan, he greeted him cheerfully. It's been a long time since the library volunteer work. I almost didn't recognize you without your glasses. Go was curious. I didn't expect to meet you here. Where are you going? Dong-chan replied a little dejectedly. Where else? My family is dragging me around. At this moment he remembered something and asked, by the way, that girl who was with you earlier, wasn't she the one who volunteered with us that day? At these words he was startled and his face turned red. Seeing that, Dong-chan immediately teased, what, are you like that? And then burst into laughter. He playfully said again, it's your girlfriend, isn't it? But someone said they'd never love again. Did you come to your senses after what he did to you? As soon as he finished speaking, Dong-chan realized he had gone too far and muttered, damn it. Looking across, Go no already had a serious expression. He immediately anticipated, I made another mistake, he'll be dejected again. And in his mind he suddenly recalled someone furiously hitting their head at the station, whispering, control your expression. On the contrary, he laughed loudly and introduced himself. She's my girlfriend. We just started dating. I really was like that back then. The sky outside was truly beautiful and Dong-chan was relieved. I'm glad you look happy. He waved his hand. Let's talk again next time. Go also waved and replied, okay. Suddenly Chanbi appeared. Who was that? He explained. My middle school friend. You probably met him during the library volunteer work too. Oh, sorry, you probably don't remember. Her eyes were wide, listening intently. Unconsciously, Chanbi repeated middle school friend, and then took Go's hand herself. So he knows everything? He still didn't understand her intention. Just then, Chanbi, in a fit of anger, squeezed Go's hand hard, turning it red. He didn't stop, continuing to apply more pressure. He just endured silently, understanding nothing. After a long while, Go no could no longer bear it and asked, what's wrong? She changed the subject again. I didn't entrust my wallet to you earlier, did I? He was curious. Wallet? Chanbi bowed her head and rummaged through her bag. I can't find my wallet, so I can't pay. Go shook his head. I didn't have it either. Try to remember again, she continued to think, searching through her memories. Suddenly, Chanbi remembered putting her wallet in the bag with the cake box. Where did that bag go? Where? Time flashed back to when they were at the arcade. At that time she pleaded, Kong Go no, let's just give up, it's fine, he persuaded. Let's look for one more place. Chanbi muttered, it's not there, but Go still insisted, I have a feeling it's here. She still thought it wasn't there. Still he didn't give up. Let's look one last time, Chanbi asserted again. It's not there. When it was completely dark, the two were still searching. She said despairingly, I told you. Let's just give up, really. But Go still rummaged through the trash can. Chanbi persuaded, there's not much money in it anyway. I can just freeze my card, it's really fine. At this he stopped but said nothing. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand and waited for Go. This time Go insisted, but there are a lot of other things in it. Photos with your friends and tickets and discount coupons you've been collecting recently. Chanbi hadn't expected that reason and was slightly stunned. She said, moved. Kong Go no, he was still focused on this side. Go cheerfully exclaimed, got it, it really was here. He shouted, looking at the bag placed in the middle of the trash pile. Found it. A moment later they sat on a bench to rest and Go no was very happy. What a relief, Chanbi said with teary eyes. Thank you so much. Looking up at the bright streetlights, she felt a little sorry. And I'm sorry, because of this we missed the exhibition on the crowded street, he replied. It's okay, I actually had more fun. Go was excited, looking at the scene before his eyes. If we had gone to the exhibition we wouldn't have seen this sight, right? Chanbi was curious. What sight, he reminded her. Look at that sky, it started. Hearing that, she raised her head high. Fireworks simultaneously burst in the sky, shining brightly and beautifully. He looked around in embarrassment and said, why are there so many people? I didn't know there was an event like this. As Chanbi remained silent, he asked, how is it? Isn't this nice too? Go continued to comfort. We were able to see this sight because we went to find your wallet. At this moment, fireworks burst again in a heart shape in the high sky. He cheerfully exclaimed, oh, it's a heart shape. Just then, she blushed and leaned slightly on Go's shoulder. He was also startled and froze. Gono's body kept sweating and his face turned bright red. Chanbi whispered in his ear in embarrassment, thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, Go's blood seemed to freeze. The two leaned on each other like that. Their faces were as red as boiled shrimp. He inwardly shouted, calm down, self. Fireworks were still exploding spectacularly in the sky. Their hands carefully touched each other. Are my hands sweaty? Gono's fingers moved uneasily. And he inwardly vowed, don't move your hand, stay still. And then he glanced at Chanbi in embarrassment. But who knew there would be a fireworks festival here? I should have looked it up beforehand, but it's a relief to be able to see it together like this. All good times come to an end. Go eventually had to take Chanbi home. Are we already home? Although he had tried to keep her longer before, they had clearly gone to many places. Thinking this, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. We're home. Hearing that, Chanbi also lowered her eyes slightly, a little sad. Their hands were still reluctantly clasped tightly, and the night wind gently brushed past. Suddenly, Chanbi's hair was blown by the wind and got caught in her eyes. Go, who was standing next to her, also noticed her discomfort. He quickly reached out and brushed her hair away. Go spoke softly. Said you had to go home before your brother got off work, right? At these words, he smiled in embarrassment. If this continues, I don't think I'll be able to go home. Chanbi heard that, looked up at him in surprise. In the end, Go made up his mind and said goodbye. Goodbye. Chanbi was silent for a moment, then slowly released his hand. Today was really fun. Let's hang out again next time. Saying that, she went into her house. Go stood behind, waving to her. A moment later, the hallway light went out again. Go still smiled, looking in the direction Chanbi had left, and quietly turned around. As he was walking home, he suddenly received a message. The sender was Chanbi. Go home safely and see you again on the trip. Go stood there, looking at his phone, his face red. I won't be able to see her again tomorrow. Why is my family going on a trip at this exact time? I won't be able to see her again. Why is it summer vacation right now? Meanwhile, Chanbi had already returned to her room. She scratched her face in embarrassment. Chanbi's face turned red as she recalled the feeling of Go brushing her hair, and she leaned her back against the door, slowly sliding down in shame. But immediately after, she quickly pulled herself together. Chanbi frantically threw herself into the piles of scattered items in her room. I have to get rid of the evidence, get rid of the evidence. As soon as she thought that, she neatly tied her hair, hung her clothes on hangers and put them in the closet, closing it. After finishing everything, Chanbi finally let out a sigh. Suddenly, she stared at a small teddy bear on the bed. Chanbi carefully picked it up and her eyes sparkled as she looked at it. Then her gaze stopped at the backpack at her feet and Chanbi hooked the small teddy bear onto the keychain. Just then, Chanbi's brother opened the door and came in. I'm home. She still looked at her backpack and greeted him. You're late, Oppa. He came closer, saw her guilty face and asked casually, I told you you've been home all along, right? Chanbi avoided his gaze and lied, of course I was home. Where else would I be? Who works all weekend? Why do I have to live so hard? Her brother didn't seem to suspect anything. Yeah, so you'll have to live hard until next week too. Hey, suddenly Chanbi turned and asked him, Oppa, do you remember that we're moving next Saturday? He replied, of course I remember. I was even planning to go to work that day. Hearing that, she was a little dejected and picked up the small teddy bear. What is this? Suddenly her brother dropped a bombshell. The move's been cancelled. Chanbi was surprised by this news and her eyes widened, thinking we're only moving after school starts. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly questioned in a cold voice, but that guy standing in front of the house earlier, he's your boyfriend, isn't he? Chanbi was startled and her face turned red as she quickly turned her head. I barely held myself back from grabbing those guys by the collar. The more he interrogated, the more afraid she became. He wasn't the one with glasses, so it's another guy. Chanbi, you're really something. Ah, of course you're something. But don't live like your Oppa. You two held hands for too long, and you wore clothes you never usually wear. You definitely wanted to look pretty in his eyes, didn't you? Her brother lowered his voice and asked again, he's your boyfriend, isn't he? Do you think Oppa won't get angry if you say he's not your boyfriend even after holding hands? Chanbi heard him sigh and all words were stuck in her throat. Her brother looked at her expression and dejectedly muttered, Oppa would want to cancel all his contracts and take you to school if he could not hold back like this. Your Oppa is really heartbroken. He sighed, then pointed at her face in a serious voice again. Bring that guy over to say hello to Oppa later. Chanbi trembled all over and reached for her phone. Oh no, she saw Gono's message. I'm home. Chanbi couldn't hold back and shouted, why are you suddenly saying something like that? On the phone screen there was a picture of Chanbi and Go intimately together. A voice came from the side simultaneously. I heard it was noisy. At this moment Go took his eyes off his phone. He lay stretched out on the bed, a slight bitter smile on his face. But the moving issue was handled by that Hung from start to finish, so there was nothing I could do. Dongwook, playing a game next to the bed, said, "Her brother is understandable." He puckered his lips slightly as if remembering something. "Before, Wook Hung's car also made us suspicious. Now the real thing has appeared." Even so, he still cheered him on. "Hang in there, man. You have to handle this well." Go blankly got up. While he was blankly staring to one side, Dongwook's voice was heard again. "But even though your houses are far apart, you two seem to meet quite often." Go-no didn't care what he said and looked at the keychain hanging on his bag, which was the same as Chanbi's. Although it wasn't to the extent of meeting every day like when they were in school, he was silent for a moment, then changed the subject a little dejectedly. "Is this normal? After dating I feel somehow empty." In his mind, various expressions of Chanbi kept appearing. "I keep thinking about that person. I'm doomed. I don't think I can live normally anymore. Is this what people call relationship deficiency syndrome?" Dongwook heard him whining like that and sighed helplessly. "I think I listen to you more than Wook Hung. Just ask that person directly about this." As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed his head and fiddled with the toy in his hand. "Why are all the people around me so strange? Not a single one is sane." Dongwook sighed and criticized irritably. "Kids these days, are they suffering from relationship deficiency syndrome? They just go to sleep not caring about their friends. Whenever we gather, one or two always disappear. It's like the 10 little Indians, right? If they're going to disappear, they shouldn't have come in the first place." He remembered Hiram and complained, "Always that fool and I were left behind, weren't we? Are you going to do that to me now too?" Go heard that and denied. "No." Dongwook only then moved on. "Then it's a relief." Go awkwardly glanced at him and thought, "What about Hiram?" Just then his room door suddenly opened. Go saw Dison, still half asleep, entering his room. "Oh, you're awake." The child, still not opening her eyes, said, "Let's go out." Go heard that, playfully struck a pose and gently refused. "It's too hot outside. Let's go out when the sun sets a bit." Dison pouted and sulked, sad that she couldn't go out to play. Meanwhile outside the sun was shining brightly, and idol posters were hung everywhere. Many people gathered in the dark space. "What kind of jinx makes us crammed into this narrow space? How did we even end up in a place like this?" Kim, irritated amidst the crowd, shouted, "Oh, why are there so many people? It's suffocating, smells like sweat, and it's hot. I'm going crazy." Chanbi, pushed away by her, spoke, "Don't cling to me." Hiram didn't avoid it. Instead, she thrust her phone in front of Chanbi's face. "Look, Dongwook said he's going to eat bingsu. I'm dying of jealousy. Your boyfriend bought it for you, right?" Chanbi, drenched in sweat from the heat, turned her head and said, "Oh yeah, he said they went together today." She put her hands on her hips, smiled and probed. "You two have been dating for 18 days, right? Anything fun happening? You haven't told us anything." Chanbi was speechless as soon as she mentioned the dating period. "Why are you counting the days?" Him poked her, urging her on when she avoided the topic. "Hey, I'm asking if anything fun happened. Tell me. You two have been meeting continuously. How far have things progressed?" Seeing Chanbi's face turn red with embarrassment, she teased, "You haven't gone too far already, have you?" "Oh really?" Chanbi glared, recalling her recent interactions with Gono, and thought to herself, "Come to think of it, we naturally held hands, and we were quite close. Is it too fast?" But soon she rubbed the back of her neck and stopped, thinking, I don't know." Him, who was next to her, didn't pry further. "Still, don't overdo it, like kissing on the first day. Our innocent Chanbi shouldn't do that." As soon as she heard this, she was surprised and her eyes widened. Chanbi, blushing, stammered a defense. "That's a very rare occurrence." Him narrowed her eyes and teased slyly, "Look at your reaction. Hang in there, hang in there." Chanbi, completely red from her words, couldn't say anything. Just then the stage lights turned on simultaneously. Him looked up, covering her eyes with her hand, calculating the time. "Does Elle still have to wait another 40 minutes? Suddenly Chanbi approached her and called softly, "But seriously," she probed, looking at the message on Hiram's phone screen. "Are you still talking to Choi Jio?" She admitted it without hesitation. "Yeah, he's good at listening to my complaints." After that, she innocently boasted, "We agreed to meet again next week. I asked him to hang out together." Chanbi looked at him in surprise and asked, "Did he really agree?" She smiled and confirmed, "Yeah, of course." As soon as Chanbi heard this, she suddenly fell silent. She pursed her lips slightly as if thinking something. Him, seeing her expression, interjected excitedly, "Oh, what's wrong?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Suddenly, Chanbi reached out and tapped her shoulder. She smiled slightly and said something unfathomable. "Ah, have fun." She quietly rooted for her internally. "Hang in there." Gello was reading a book when he heard a continuous whiny voice in his ear. "Remember me? It's me. You remember me, right?" Ditun leaned forward, casually narrowing his eyes, and replied, "Yeah, I remember. I remember a lot." Hiram was startled by this and fell silent. Then she immediately retorted, "That's not you." Dune didn't reply and tilted his head towards Go, saying, "You keep getting teased because you hesitate so much. Try doing something cringy like me. It'll definitely work." Dongwook, lying on his desk, continued, "It's because of her. If it were Go, he would have definitely run straight to B. You still don't understand her personality?" Ditun curled his lips and looked down at him, sighing, "Oh, it failed." Him pouted and waved her hand to shoo him away. Yeah, you traitor. Go run to your boyfriend quickly." Dune waved goodbye to them and left. A moment later, Hiram's resentful voice echoed, "That's right, one by one they disappear." Dongwook scoffed with his finger, "Soon one more will disappear." He glanced at Him's dazed expression and was speechless. The true traitor calling others traitors. Hitting on two people at once is more amazing. Hearing this, she smiled brightly and explained, I just had some free time so I asked them to hang out. Dong-wook closed his eyes and turned away from her. Forget it, just pig out. While Hiram was replying, Go's phone suddenly turned on. Then if I go, you play with Gono. He quickly reached out and answered the phone. Yes, Nuna, did you call? His calm voice caught Dong-wook's and him's attention. Dinner? Why suddenly? Yes. A moment later, Go put down his phone and a little embarrassed couldn't look straight. It seems I have to go now too. Dong-wook's expression immediately darkened. Him asked curiously, going to eat? What are you eating? Gelo smiled and replied, a buffet. She immediately exclaimed, everyone's going to eat delicious food after that. Him changed the subject and teased, then Dong-wook, you just stay here and read to your heart's content. As soon as he heard this, he closed his book. Fine, if you guys go, I'll go too. Not long after, Gono left first. Dong-wook and him waved goodbye to him. Then Dong-wook sighed complainingly. It's like I've come to the school you guys used to attend before transferring. Hiram casually took out her phone and looked at it. It's been a long time since I felt like this, he asked again. What? When asked, Hiram retorted, what? I played hard with you. Dong-wook immediately fell silent and said nothing. A few seconds later he turned his head and changed the subject. Let's play games after we're done. Still, him wasn't fooled. She excitedly raised her hand, hit him and demanded, hey, why aren't you answering? Tell me, since you transferred here, when have I ever not played hard with you? Dong-wook didn't answer her question and asked something else again. By the way, who did you make plans with? She still clung stubbornly and replied, just a few people. Hey, answer quickly. Just then Dong-wook suddenly heard someone call out, Hiram. She also stopped hitting Dong-wook and turned her head to look. Him asked in surprise, oh, you came all the way here. Geo smiled slightly and replied, yeah, the bus stops right here. He paused for a moment and then looked at Dong-wook. Are you going with a friend? He also recalled what he had heard before. He said that person liked Hiram, which is why he did that. Dong-wook scoffed inwardly. What a strange person. Thinking this far, he glanced at the person next to him. Dong-wook was quite gloomy. Seeing Hiram's excited expression, he narrowed his eyes and wondered, how could someone like that? Nevertheless, he nodded and spoke. Go. Saying that, Dong-wook turned his back, allowing Hiram to approach Geo. As soon as he saw her approaching, he gave a gentle smile. Hiram thought to herself a little awkwardly. Why did he come alone, or is someone else coming later? Meanwhile, Dong-wook yawned widely, bored. Still alone after all. In another situation, someone lightly tapped a plate with a spoon to get attention. Go heard this, pursed his lips and froze. The person continued to tap more strongly once more. His sister growled softly with an angry face. Brat, if you keep fooling around like that, you won't get any food. Dese, holding chopsticks, froze blankly. Child tearfully and with a trembling voice spoke. I'll eat, Go's sister sternly instructed. Hold your fork tightly and eat. Gelo suddenly stood up as soon as he heard his reply. Yes, he went to the food corner alone and checked the message Chanbi had sent, waited for an hour and just barely got in to eat. It's late now. Gelo read the message and thought to himself, Chanbi must be starting to eat now. He reached out and picked up a large plate. Couldn't meet again today. Then with his other hand he quickly typed on his phone screen. Before Gono could finish sending the message, a voice suddenly reached his ear. I have a question. Chanbi, without realizing it, clung close behind his back and whispered softly. Are there any delicious dishes here? Go was startled. His whole body got goosebumps and he immediately turned around. As soon as he saw her, he muttered suspiciously. Be Chanbi. She also tilted her head slightly, smiled and looked at him. I didn't expect to see you here, so I'm surprised too. If I had known, I would have told you beforehand. Go, his voice excited as if his whole body was a flower garden, stammered a reply. I didn't expect to meet you here either. Just a moment. The two happily looked at each other in the crowded restaurant hall. Chanbi was speechless, seeing Gono so happy he couldn't say anything. She suddenly spoke. Just a moment. Chanbi led him to a quiet corner and earnestly cautioned him with a serious expression. My brother is here too, you have to be careful. Saying that, she looked around cautiously. Go was silent for a long time, then finally spoke. It's been a while since we met, hasn't it? Chanbi, seeing his reddened face, replied yeah. She awkwardly ran her hand through her hair. We could have met yesterday, but something urgent suddenly came up, so we couldn't. I'm sorry. Go's face reddened even more upon hearing her words, and he lowered his head to look at her. There was no avoiding it. Chanbi suddenly put one hand on his shoulder and admitted honestly, I missed you. He froze, looking down at her pouting face from above. Chanbi looked at the restaurant hall and probed. It's a bit uncomfortable here, isn't it? Or should we go to the waiting room to talk? Go's voice echoed with a slight hesitation. Yeah, but you haven't eaten anything yet, right? You said you were hungry earlier. Eat something. She was silent for a moment, then agreed in a low voice. Okay, we have to be careful not to get caught by my brother. Go, holding a plate, smiled and replied. He probably won't remember my face. Let's meet at home later. After that, Go went to the dessert corner and got a cake. At this moment, his mood was as excited as if flowers were blooming. Anyway, we met, so that's enough. Suddenly, he remembered something. I should tell her to try the pho here. Well, it's fine. We'll meet again later anyway. Just then, someone suddenly appeared behind Go. A secret meeting, very swift and clean. His voice was low and sarcastic. You're not planning to eat your fill and meet again, are you? Go's face stiffened and he glanced at Chanbi's brother, who was brightly standing next to him holding a plate. Seeing him getting dessert, my sister's boyfriend must have already eaten his fill. He stiffened under his brother's gaze and stammered, Yes, hello. Chanbi's brother lowered his voice and interrogated. No need for greetings. Tell me your name, school, and class. Go obediently replied. Same school, same class. He asked again. Name? He immediately gave his name. I'm Kong Gono. Chanbi's brother picked up an orange slice. He growled, seemingly in a bad mood. How long have you two been dating? Gono, sweating coldly, replied honestly, yes, it's been 22 days. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air around Chanbi's brother. We've met a few times before, but why does it feel like this is the first time we're greeting each other now? Go, sweating coldly, cringed and admitted his fault. Yes, I am truly sorry. Chanbi's brother, seeing his flustered face, was a little disappointed. My sister is dating such a weakling. My sister's taste isn't very good. After that, he continued his questions. How's your studying? Go replied politely. I will do my best, he probed again. Where do you live this time? Go's face turned even paler. An apartment near school. Chanbi's brother's face darkened and he growled. Oh, quite close, isn't it? He glanced at Go coldly. You know my sister is moving to that neighborhood soon, right? Don't you dare set foot in that area. Go, his face full of question marks, cautiously looked at him. No, absolutely not, Chanbi's brother interrogated again. I saw you two holding hands in front of the house. You only held hands, right? Go, sweating profusely, confirmed. Yes, that's correct. Suddenly, he put the tongs down on the plate and lowered his voice. You didn't just grab her hand carelessly, did you? Go was startled by his action. Yes, I held her hand sincerely. Hearing this, he showed a satisfied expression. Good. Remember that not everything is always easy. Life isn't light. Chanbi's brother began to nag Go. Whatever you do, you must be sincere. Never take the person next to you for granted. Cherish this relationship and both of you should treat each other better than expected. At this, Go seriously began to speak. Actually, I liked her even before she lost her memory. I experienced building a relationship and then losing those feelings. So I don't take being able to be like this now for granted. Chanbi's brother was surprised by Gono's words. I swear I will continue to be so in the future. Hearing this much, his facial muscles slowly relaxed. Chanbi's brother tilted his head to the other side and scolded him a little awkwardly. Why do your words have no strength after eating? After that, he suddenly turned around and urged. All right, eat more. Don't go spreading what happened today carelessly, Go hastily replied. Yes, I understand, then goodbye. Oh, and enjoy your meal. He hit his shoulder as if satisfied. Next time, speak without trembling like that. He slumped his shoulders slightly and obediently replied in a low voice. Yes, after that incident, Gono thought dejectedly to himself. Just talking made me this exhausted. His sister, seeing that, approached with a dessert plate and probed. Not eating anymore? Go lowered his head and replied. No, I'm done. Hearing that, his sister lifted his face and fed him. How much did all this cost? You can't not eat it. Open your mouth and eat more. In another situation, Sejin leaned towards the person next to him and asked, Didn't you say you weren't in the mood to play games today? Immediately after, Dongwook's calm voice echoed, Everyone abandoned me. Sejin asked again in surprise. Hiram too, Dongwook, wearing earphones, confirmed coldly. Yeah, that's right. He dropped another bombshell. She went to meet her boyfriend. Sejin, even while eating ramen, looked up in surprise and then burst into incredulous laughter. Don't talk nonsense, Dongwook replied steadily. I'm not kidding, someone asked curiously. What's wrong? Why is Dongwook answering so indifferently? Someone probably fell for that guy's looks. Sejin was impressed upon hearing that. Can you endure hearing that guy talk, or are you just pretending to be innocent? Dongwook just stared at the black name on the screen without saying anything, his eyes darkening for a moment. How would I know? He said, irritably leaning back in his chair. Hey, put that away, let's do this. Sejin immediately refused. Go play by yourself, Dongwook whined irritably, and Sejin was annoyed. What, that guy keeps whining. Another day, Him was lying stretched out on the floor, lost in thought. Suddenly she glanced to one side in her mind. The attention Geo had shown her today came to mind. You like this, don't you? I think you said you liked it before. Are you cold? The air conditioning is strong here, isn't it? Do you want to wear this? He always looked at Hiram with a blushing face and affectionate eyes. Studying? Oh, it's fine, just sitting here with you is enough. That moment she was still smiling innocently. Warm feelings also bloomed in her heart. Hiram held the glass of water Geo had given her and thought to herself, really? His words still seemed to echo in her ears. It's really fun being with you like this. I wanted to meet you alone. Him was very surprised at that time. She smiled awkwardly and said lengthily, Oh, really? Hiram mentally assessed, this is like a line from a romance novel. I can't believe I'd hear something like this directly. A romantic scene popped into her mind. But why is he saying that to me? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Hiram's mind. Oh my! Back to the present, she was lying face down, still pouting. A moment later, Hiram reluctantly sat up. It seems it's not a wrong assumption after all. She raised her head and looked at Chanbi and Dune sitting in front of her. Could it be that he really likes me? Dune thought for a moment, then quietly exclaimed, She's not that stupid after all. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at Hiram. After hearing all those proactive messages and sweet words, she still hasn't caught on, Him said a little disbelievingly. Sweet, he only said that yesterday for the first time. It's like a line from a romance novel. Dune immediately retorted, You only noticed yesterday. Oh, you really are the biggest idiot. Hiram frowned upon hearing that. She flailed around as if being unfairly treated. Why are you two acting like you knew all along? What is it? What? Tell me. He's Chanbi's friend. What is it? Tell me quickly. Chanbi at the end of her words finally compromised and spoke. All right, I'll explain. She glanced around as if recalling something, then began to speak. He said he liked you even before he first met you and greeted you on the bus. He kept liking you. Every morning when you both took the same bus to school, he could only see you from afar. And then later when he found out I was your friend, he asked me for help, and that's how it continued until now. Him listened silently, then suddenly froze and asked again, "Wait, what do you mean by taking the same bus to school? Tell me more about that part, really detailed." Dune narrowed her eyes and glanced at Chanbi. She too was sweating and slightly anxious, not answering. Him still stared intently at the two with wide eyes. A moment later she started trembling as if she understood everything. "So Gio liked me every morning, silently watching me, and we never even spoke. Then one day I disappeared. After that Chanbi helped me meet him again, but for him it was a reunion. And for me it was a first meeting." Hiram explained the situation up to this point by repeatedly separating and joining her two fingers. As she spoke she started to get excited. Hearts seemed to pop out of her eyes. "Oh my goodness, it's incredibly romantic. Is this what people call destiny?" Chanbi at this moment felt a slight regret and asked herself, "Is it okay that I told her everything?" Dune, sitting next to her, covered her ears from him's noisy outburst and replied, "It doesn't matter anyway. She looks so excited nothing bad will happen. Her brain is already filled with romance novel thoughts anyway. Now that she's experiencing it in reality, just let her be. Besides, she doesn't seem to dislike someone who likes her." Chanbi did not object to her analysis. "Indeed," Him continued a little strangely, "do people naturally like those who like them?" Gelo looked at her and said resignedly, "And if that person is handsome, all the better, right?" Hiram, coming to her senses, picked up her phone and asked Dune for help. "So what should I do now? What should I do?" Seeing her excited expression, she calmly advised, "Since he already knows your true self, just keep being yourself. Send him a message and ask him out." Just then Chanbi heard a knock. Her brother's voice came from outside. "Girls," he held his phone, poked his head in and suggested, "Are you hungry? I'll buy you whatever you want to eat." Dune and Hiram's eyes widened upon hearing that. "Oh no, it's fine, we eat anything." Chanbi refused with a look of distaste. "We can order ourselves. Opa, please leave." Her brother didn't mind at all and looked at the other two. "I'm buying." "Oh right, him and Dune are in the same class as the kid with glasses, right?" The two replied, "Yes." As soon as he heard their answer, he slammed the door shut without hesitation. "Then you two take good care of that guy. Order whatever you want. Consider it a bribe from me." The two behind him were impressed by this sight. "That Opa is still funny." Chanbi couldn't refuse, so she turned and asked, "So what do you two want to eat?" The two immediately leaned forward. "Just choose from the app. Thanks to you." Hiram couldn't help but laugh, excited, and her eyes inadvertently fell upon Go's photo on Chanbi's phone. "Haha, perfect timing when I'm hungry." Seeing this, she quickly turned off the screen. Dune and him immediately looked at each other and snickered. "Have you been looking at your boyfriend's picture this whole time? I thought it was just your wallpaper." Chanbi's face turned beet red and she shouted in embarrassment, "No, I was just looking through my photo album and happened to stop at that picture." But how could the two miss it? She's flustered again. "Seeing Go eating pizza makes me suddenly crave pizza too." Right. A moment later, Chanbi opened the pizza app screen and handed it to her brother. He looked at it and said, "You can order more, you know." Chanbi replied awkwardly, "This much is enough." He held the phone to his face, leaned his head back and asked, "Girls are being loud, aren't you?" Him, "Is there something fun happening, or did you get a boyfriend?" Chanbi confirmed nonchalantly. "Pretty much." As soon as he heard that, he mentioned someone she couldn't understand. "That guy, the one with the perpetually blurry eyes. Dong, what's his name?" Only after a moment did she realize her brother was teasing Dong Wook. "Why are you mentioning him?" her brother asked, as if it were obvious. "Are you two getting along well?" Chanbi's face immediately turned pale and she stared at her brother, unable to say anything. "You two, what is this goodness? Someone else is misunderstanding." He burst out laughing upon hearing that. "Aha, I used to think you two suited each other quite well, so I thought you were dating." After that, Chanbi hastily explained, "We're just close friends, we just get along well, there's absolutely nothing going on." Her brother stood up in disbelief. "Really? Then that's good." Saying that, he held the phone out to her again. "It'll be delivered in about 50 minutes. Chanbi looked at it and replied, "Yes, thank you." As she was about to leave, he called her back. "Oh right, we changed the moving date to the weekend before school starts." Chanbi exclaimed in surprise. "What, you said it was after school started before?" Her brother rubbed his chin, lost in thought. "I think moving around that time would be fine." After that, he raised his head again and asked, "Or do you want to move after school starts?" Chanbi was flustered upon hearing that and denied it. "No, I didn't say anything like that." "Then it's confirmed for that time, really." As soon as he finished speaking, she happily picked up her phone. Her brother's eyes widened and he thought to himself, "It's obvious." Chanbi's heart was as joyful as blooming flowers and the corners of her lips couldn't help but turn up slightly. On the other side, Go was also looking at his phone with the same feelings. After that, he happily tapped the screen a few times. A moment later, he leaned over and asked, "What do you usually need to prepare when moving, Nuna?" His sister was curious upon hearing that. "What, who's moving?" Gelo replied, "My friend." Go's car simultaneously passed by two familiar figures. Dong Wook followed Geo, curious. "Did she text him first? Are they meeting again?" "I heard you were really obvious that day, weren't you?" He walked, looking at his phone, and admitted, "Yeah." "Did she notice?" Dong Wook suddenly asked seriously. "Are you okay? Is it very different from what you imagined?" Geo closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and replied, "She's more energetic than I thought." After that, he smiled gently again. "But well, things don't always go as expected, do they? Besides, I think energetic is good too." Dong Wook looked at Geo's expression, smiled awkwardly, and thought, "She's just too energetic."